On September 23rd, 2029, a Sunday in Star City, at a prestigious university. Having just concluded a day of part-time work, Yangbin returned to campus in high spirits, having earned 300 yuan over the weekend, which would suffice for his weekly expenses if he were frugal. Upon entering the dormitory, he found two reclusive gamers engrossed in their mobile devices. Yangbin, you're back. Hurry up and join us. I've been utterly tormented by Wen Liang and can't carry on, Lu Bo exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. Who's carrying whom? Have you even looked at your own record? 1 victory against 8 defeats, and you dare to say you can lead me? Hu Wen Liang retorted incredulously. Isn't it your fault? Every time I try to assist you, you refuse to engage and insist on finishing off those 2 minions instead. Those minions are already at the tower. Can't you wait for me to finish before you charge in? By the time you finish, they'll have fled. And when you rush in, don't you get killed too? Yangbin shook his head and chuckled. All right, enough bickering. You're both equally matched. Let's not cast blame. You're both at fault. By the way, hasn't Chen Hao returned yet? Yangbin inquired. Not yet. He's out on a date. He might not come back tonight, Hu Wen Liang replied. All right, but seriously, you two just lounge around in the dorm every day? Don't you think about finding girlfriends? You're in your 3rd year and still single. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Who needs a girlfriend when games are so much fun? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time playing a few more matches? Lu Bo remarked. Exactly. Don't point fingers at us. You're not any different. I haven't seen you with anyone either, Hu Wen Liang added. I'm broke. The money I earn from my part-time job barely covers my own living expenses. If I date, I'll be left eating the wind, Yangbin replied helplessly. With your looks, which are hardly noteworthy, why would you need to spend your own money to woo a girl? There are plenty of wealthy women at school. Just charm one of them. Isn't that better than working part-time? I have my pride. I cannot live off a woman's generosity. Yangbin took out his phone to call Chen Hao, but it showed that the phone was off. He furrowed his brow. What's wrong with this guy? Is he out on a date and hasn't charged his phone? Shaking his head, Yangbin decided not to dwell on it. After playing a few rounds of games and managing to win a few matches, he took a shower and went to bed. After 2 days of hard work, he was undeniably exhausted. In the stillness of the night, the dormitory was silent, with everyone fast asleep. Suddenly, the piercing ring of a mobile phone shattered the tranquility of the night. Yangbin hastily covered the phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, quickly answered, whispering, Howsy, where on earth have you been? I've been searching for you all day, and your phone is unreachable. After a long silence, the voice on the other end finally spoke. Bingu, can you come keep me company for a drink? What kind of nonsense is this in the dead of night? We have classes tomorrow, Yangbin replied, exasperated but still asked, where are you? On the rooftop, damn. Yangbin instantly sobered up, leaping from his bed. Don't do anything rash. I'll be right there. With that, he quickly threw on some clothes and dashed out of the dormitory, heading toward the rooftop. He and Chen Hao had been friends since middle school, their bond so strong that they shared a single pair of underwear. Hearing that Chen Hao was alone on the rooftop at such an hour filled Yangbin with concern. He ran breathlessly from the 3rd floor to the 7th. Access to the rooftop was typically restricted, with the iron gate almost always locked. However, this was a trivial obstacle for some resourceful students, and countless keys had long been fashioned for that lock. It was unclear how Chen Hao had acquired a key, but the iron gate was indeed ajar when Yangbin arrived. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found Chen Hao despondently seated on the ground, surrounded by a heap of beer cans. Yangbin let out a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of irritation. What the hell are you doing up here at this hour? I thought you were contemplating jumping off. Gazing at Yangbin, whose face was filled with anger, yet whose eyes betrayed deep concern, Chen Hao felt a flicker of gratitude. He whispered, I'm sorry, Bingu. I didn't mean to worry you. Yangbin shook his head, moving closer to sit beside Chen Hao, casually grabbing a bottle of beer and taking a swig. Now, tell me, what's going on? Chen Hao gulped down a mouthful of beer, pain etched across his face, before finally speaking, I broke up with her. Our 3-year relationship has ultimately succumbed to reality. Yangbin's hand froze momentarily, though he was not surprised. He had already suspected as much from Chen Hao's dejected demeanor. This guy had invested too deeply in that woman. In matters of the heart, those who feel so intensely often end up suffering the most. Patting Chen Hao's shoulder, Yangbin offered consolation. Take it easy. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but 2-legged women are abundant. The road ahead is still long. You're not unattractive, so why fear not finding someone? But I truly loved her, Chun Hao said, his voice tinged with tears. That can't you aspire to something greater? Can love substitute for food? It can. Just seeing her makes me forget my hunger. But she cheated on you. How do you know? Given your personality, if she hadn't cheated, you wouldn't have ended things. Come on, tell me, whose bed did that woman end up in? Bingu, are you here to pick at my wounds? Chen Hao gazed at Yang Bin in disbelief. Not all. I simply want to know which scoundrel dared to betray my brother. This grievance must be avenged, Yang Bin declared with righteous fervor. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's eyes glimmered with gratitude again as he gritted his teeth. It's that scoundrel Wang Yuehao. He thinks he's something special just because his family has a bit of money, and he actually set his sights on Xia. The most unbearable part is that Xia truly betrayed me for him. So it's him? Yang Bin nodded. Don't worry, brother. I'll help you break his legs later. Don't, Bingu. That's illegal. It's not worth it. Chen Hao quickly interjected. True. Then I'll help you make him regret it in another way. But he's already with Xia now. Are you really considering going after her too? Chen Hao's eyes widened. You're overthinking it. The guy has more than one girlfriend. Lu Xia wouldn't even make the cut. Why would she betray me for someone like him? Chen Hao lamented. Because he has money. Bingu, are you genuinely here to comfort me? Because it feels like you're just trying to irritate me. It's like you're picking at my wounds and sprinkling salt on them. Chen Hao was on the verge of breaking down. Haha, I'm merely trying to tell you that such women aren't worth it. Remember, you're a man. You must know when to hold on and when to let go. Don't lose yourself over one woman. Cool, me. Tonight, I'll drink with you until we're intoxicated, and tomorrow, we'll start anew. Yang Bin patted Chun Hao's shoulder encouragingly. Okay, but Bingu, we have class tomorrow morning, don't we? Forget about it. The brotherhood comes first. Bingu, you're the best. Shut up. Don't be so sentimental. Close the door. We don't want to get caught by the teachers. All right. The campus lay in serene silence late into the night, with whispers occasionally drifting from dorms, indicating that some students were still awake. Pulling an all-nighter for gaming and attending class the next day was a common occurrence in university life. Tonight, the moonlight was particularly dim, while the starlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the ground with a radiant glow. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, two young men lay sprawled out, surrounded by a multitude of empty beer cans. In a hazy state, Chun Hao suddenly pointed at the sky. Bingu, don't you think? The Big Dipper. The 9 stars are exceptionally bright tonight. Heh, you're really sloshed. I've only heard of the Big Dipper 7 stars. Where do the 9 stars come from? Oh, I see. I must really be drunk, tada, it seems. There are indeed 9. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Truly, they're 9. Haha, it appears. We are both inebriated. Yes, the sensation of intoxication is quite marvelous. I can even see the North Star descending. I see it too, trailing a long tail. It is magnificent, far more beautiful than a shooting star. Wait, another one. The North Star has appeared. Indeed, astonishingly. It is red. Haha, I am truly intoxicated. I can't take it anymore. I shall sleep, and tomorrow everything will be all right. Chun Hao declared before collapsing into slumber. At this moment, Yang Bin, though similarly under the influence, gazed with curiosity at the crimson North Star in the sky. After a while, he could no longer resist the allure of sleep and fell into a deep slumber. Following the celestial phenomenon, it seemed as though some form of restriction had been lifted and an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth across the blue planet, swiftly enveloping it entirely. However, this newly emerged energy carried a hint of decay. Ultimately, the spiritual energy infiltrated the bodies of all living beings on the blue planet. While a portion of the populace exhibited no noticeable changes, the majority experienced mutations. Their eyes turned blood red. Their bodies began to decay, and even their consciousness was devoured, rendering them into mindless zombies, driven solely by the desire to consume. There was, however, a rare few who acquired extraordinary abilities, most of whom had been directly illuminated by the crimson stars. Chapter 2: The Coming of Doom, September 24th, 2029, early morning. Help! There are monsters. Countless screams and wails shattered the tranquility of the morning, engulfing the entire academy in a chorus of despairing howls. What is all this noise? Yang Bin was jolted awake by the cries from below, rubbing his throbbing head, and groggily rose from the floor. He staggered to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. The sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. In the open area before the dormitory lay numerous dismembered corpses, the ground stained crimson with blood. Blood-soaked figures were gnawing on severed limbs, their mouths smeared with gore. Their eyes a haunting shade of red, and their decaying skin elicited sheer terror. Yangbin quickly recoiled, his usually resolute demeanor now marred by shock. I must still be dreaming. Yangbin shook his head vigorously, pinching his thigh hard. Ah! A scream erupted, and Chun-Hao was jolted awake. Bin-gu, why did you pinch me? He complained, a look of betrayal on his face. Does it hurt? Yangbin retorted. Try pinching yourself, see how it feels. Is this not a dream? Yangbin frowned, forcing himself to suppress the rising fear, and cautiously peeked out again. The horrific scene remained unchanged. Like a vision from the depths of hell, assaulting his senses. He staggered back, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Chun-Hao asked, perplexed by Yangbin's expression. Take a look for yourself, Yangbin replied weakly. You're being mysterious, Chun-Hao muttered, shaking his head. He too moved to the edge to gaze down. The moment he beheld the gruesome sight, he collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Ugh! He immediately began to retch, unable to contain his nausea. Ignoring Chun-Hao, Yangbin swiftly took out his phone to dial emergency services. However, after numerous attempts, the line remained perpetually busy. It was then that Yangbin grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily opening Weibo, where he discovered a multitude of desperate pleas for help. Delving into the posts revealed images and videos identical to the horror unfolding before them, showcasing those who once were friends and family, now transformed into ravenous beings, attacking anyone in sight. This phenomenon had swept across the globe overnight, igniting a frenzy on the internet. Many speculated that the apocalypse had arrived, labeling these creatures as zombies, a notion that bore a striking resemblance to scenes from apocalyptic films. This theory gained widespread acceptance, and the absence of any official denial only served to bolster it. As Yangbin scrolled through the chilling images and videos captured by those hiding in their homes or corners, the poor angles did little to obscure the terrifying scenes. After perusing several posts, Yangbin's heart sank further. He too found merit in the zombie hypothesis. Perhaps the end truly was nigh. And the reason for this sudden catastrophe remained an enigma. After a considerable time, Chun-Hao, having exhausted his stomach, finally raised his head, his face a mask of terror. Brother Bin, what on earth is happening? Is the apocalypse upon us? Yangbin sighed heavily. The apocalypse? Chun-Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Check the internet, Yangbin urged. Hastily, Chun-Hao retrieved his phone, and after a brief moment of perusal, his complexion paled once more. Then what shall we do, Brother Bin? He asked, panic creeping into his voice. We need to find something to prop the iron door and prevent the zombies from getting in here. Yangbin, having survived alone since childhood and experienced much, maintained a level head. The two searched for a while and eventually discovered a long ladder left by a maintenance worker in a corner of the rooftop. They maneuvered the ladder into position, one end wedged against the iron door and the other against the base of the rooftop wall. Remarkably, it held firm. The rooftop was seldom frequented, so the zombies were unlikely to discover their hiding place quickly. For now, they were safe. Brother Bin, what do we do next? Shall we just hide here and wait for rescue? Chun-Hao inquired. Waiting for rescue is certainly not an option. From what I've gleaned online, the entire world is in disarray. The authorities are preoccupied with their own survival and will be unable to provide assistance anytime soon. If we remain idle, we may very well starve to death, Yangbin replied solemnly. What then? Chun-Hao questioned. First, let's observe the situation with these zombies. Once we understand their behavior, we can devise a plan. Our vantage point is advantageous. We can monitor what transpires below and keep an eye on the internet for any strategies to combat the zombies. Indeed, at that moment, the cries from below began to dwindle, suggesting that those calling out had met their demise. The zombies appeared particularly sensitive to sound, and shouting served only to hasten one's own end. The other dormitories in the vicinity mirrored their situation, transitioning from initial chaos to a haunting silence, punctuated only by the growls of the undead. Brother Bin, how do you think these zombies came to be? So many down there have transformed, yet here we are, unscathed. Are we somehow exceptional? Chun-Hao queried, perplexed. I do not know. Perhaps we are merely fortunate. While many have succumbed to zombification, there remain a number of individuals who are still normal. With just the two of us, the odds are not insubstantial, Yangbin mused. Suddenly, An image flashed in Yang Bin's mind, the Big Dipper and a crimson star he had vaguely glimpsed the previous night. Could it be connected? Looking skyward again, he found no trace of such phenomena and shook his head, temporarily dismissing the thought. By the way, Brother Bin, do you think Lu Bo and the others are all right? Chunhao expressed his concerns. Although he shared a close bond with Yang Bin, he also had a decent rapport with the other two. In such a dire situation, worry was only natural. I cannot say, Yang Bin replied, shaking his head. In times like these, their fate hinges on luck. With only the two of them remaining in the dormitory, their risk is relatively lower compared to others. However, if one of them were to turn, the other would be doomed as well. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Chunhao fell silent, resorting to silent prayers. Suddenly struck by a thought, he hastily reached for his phone, ready to make a call, but Yang Bin quickly intervened, inquiring, "Are you planning to call that woman or your family?" "Of course. I wish to contact my family. I am concerned about my parents and wish to inquire about their well-being," Chunhao replied. "Oh, then it's best not to call," Yang Bin cautioned. "Why not? You have seen the situation outside. The entire world is in chaos. If your parents were safe, your call might inadvertently attract nearby zombies with the ringing, turning their safety into peril." Chunhao gasped in shock and quickly stowed his phone. A hint of trepidation in his voice. "I'm grateful for your rationality, Bin Ge. If you truly wish to make a call, perhaps check on that woman instead. Let it be. While she has wronged me, I have no desire to cause her harm. Since we parted ways, let us remain strangers," Chunhao said with a bitter smile. "Indeed, I was merely jesting. It is good to see you coping," Yang Bin chuckled. "Rest assured, Bin Ge, I am not so fragile," Chunhao reassured. "That is comforting to hear. By the way, do you think our phones will lose signal later?" "They will. If the zombies destroy the communication towers. After that, our phones will serve little purpose beyond being flashlights. So, while we still have connectivity, it would be wise to download some movies for entertainment later on. And if they run out of battery, then they will simply become bricks." Chapter 3. Special abilities on the rooftop. The two surveyed the zombie situation while perusing the latest news online. Suddenly, Chunhao, looking at his phone with excitement, exclaimed, "Bin Ge, look. There's a video of someone battling a zombie." Yang Bin hurriedly leaned in closer. The video, posted on Bilibili, appeared to be filmed from a window, offering a decent angle. In the footage, a man clad in a security uniform wielded a baton, engaged in a fierce struggle with a zombie. The man was tall and evidently well-built, as each strike of the baton against the zombie produced a dull thud, indicating significant strength. Yet, the zombie seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly lunging at the man despite his fierce blows. Fortunately, the man was agile, managing to narrowly evade each attack while retaliating with powerful strikes. After more than 2 minutes of this tense confrontation, 2 additional zombies, drawn by the commotion, approached the scene. Upon noticing them, the man was taken aback and decisively abandoned the zombie before him, turning to flee. However, in his panic, he was a moment too slow, resulting in a zombie pouncing on his leg and sinking its teeth into his ankle. A pained scream escaped the man's lips as he collapsed to the ground. And soon after, the other 2 zombies closed in. The subsequent footage likely ceased as the cameraman succumbed to fear, but the fate of the man was all too clear. After watching the video, both fell silent, acutely aware that the dangers lurking outside were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. After a long silence, Yang Bin finally spoke in a low voice. From the video, it appears that the zombies possess strength comparable to that of ordinary humans. However, they are impervious to pain, akin to an indomitable cockroach, which presents considerable difficulties. "Brother Bin, are we really expected to confront these zombies?" Chunhao inquired, a hint of dread in his voice. "What do you think? To survive, we must face these zombies. If you do not strike them down, they will devour you," Yang Bin replied directly. "But I am afraid," Chunhao murmured. With a sigh, Yang Bin responded, "Do not think you alone feel this way. I too harbor fear. We are merely ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to taking lives. How many among us would dare to slay a zombie? Nevertheless, given the current state of the world, we have no alternative but to confront this reality." He placed a reassuring hand on Chunhao's shoulder and continued, "Our location is advantageous, and we still have time, yet we must overcome our internal fears during this period. Otherwise, when we inevitably face the zombies, fear may cost us our lives." "I understand. I will do my best," Chunhao replied, his complexion pale. Yang Bin nodded, aware that he was not much better off than Chunhao. He too was just an ordinary student. However, his experiences had been more extensive, having navigated life alone for many years, which naturally led him to consider matters more deeply than Chen Hao. He understood well that if they could not conquer their fears, death would be their only fate. Looking down once more, he saw no living souls, only zombies staggering about. The remaining survivors had all hidden away, too fearful to emerge. Yangbin furrowed his brow. In this predicament, leaving the dormitory was utterly impossible. With limited food supplies, if they could not escape, starvation would inevitably claim them. A solution to this dire circumstance was imperative, he mused. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of movement in the girls' dormitory across the way, as if a struggle were unfolding. Given the considerable distance separating the boys' and girls' dormitories, the specifics remained obscured. Yangbin surmised that someone was likely battling zombies, igniting his curiosity about who possessed such audacity. He fixed his gaze intently on the scene, striving for clarity, when suddenly the surroundings blurred, and the girls' dormitory before him magnified, akin to adjusting the focus of a telescope, becoming increasingly distinct. Before long, the situation within the girls' dormitory unfolded clearly before his eyes. On the sixth-floor corridor, for tall women wielding various objects, benches, clotheslines, and bed slats, were fiercely striking at several zombies before them. Judging by their physiques, these women likely hailed from the physical education department. Remarkably, none of the four appeared to have succumbed to the zombie transformation, which was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, in such perilous circumstances, their willingness to venture beyond their dormitory doors was undeniably audacious. Fortunately, their robust physiques afforded them a distinct advantage over the zombies, which were shorter than they. The narrow corridor of the dormitory allowed them to swing their makeshift weapons with intent, seemingly aiming to drive the zombies back as they sought to reach another dormitory ahead. Yangbin shook his head, realizing that these women were overly naive. Although they were armed and possessed a physical advantage, their actions would inevitably attract an increasing number of zombies, and soon they would come to regret their folly. As Yangbin had anticipated, it wasn't long before the zombies from other dormitories heard the commotion and emerged, charging madly towards their direction. The four women, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated to their dormitory, quickly locking the door behind them. A horde of zombies surged to the entrance, frantically pounding on the door. If there was nothing bracing it from within, it was unlikely to withstand their assault for long. Yangbin averted his gaze, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body swayed, and he nearly collapsed, but Chen Hao promptly caught him. "Brother Bin, what's wrong?" Chen Hao asked with concern. Yangbin shook his head and pointed towards the distant female dormitory. "Haozi, can you discern what is happening over there? Are you joking? How could I possibly see that clearly from such a distance?" Chen Hao replied, exasperated. Yangbin nodded thoughtfully, his mind swirling with questions. Despite having over 100 degrees of myopia and not needing glasses, his vision was not particularly good. How could he possibly see so far? Moreover, the clarity of the scene was beyond mere vision. Could it be a special ability? A light suddenly flickered in Yangbin's eyes. But why had he not noticed such a power before? Could it have manifested overnight? Could this apocalypse not only transform people into zombies, but also endow them with extraordinary abilities? A glimmer of excitement shone in Yangbin's eyes. Although such phenomena had not been observed in reality, we are all inhabitants of the 21st century. Who hasn't watched films of a similar nature? In the face of such circumstances, only a supernatural explanation seemed plausible, especially with zombies now roaming freely. To further validate his suspicion, Yangbin focused his attention back on Chen Hao. Chen Hao, feeling the intensity of Yangbin's gaze, began to feel uneasy, as if being stripped bare. Instinctively, he covered himself, thinking it might alleviate his discomfort. "Stop covering up. It's not like I haven't seen it before," Yangbin chuckled. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration. Initially, he merely sought to confirm the existence of a special ability, but unexpectedly discovered a new talent. He could see through things. This was a power that countless men fantasized about, now manifesting within himself. Even the usually composed Yangbin could scarcely contain his excitement. He continued to gaze at Chen Hao, eager to see how far his newfound ability extended. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. "What's wrong, Brother Bin?" Chen Hao inquired, perplexed by Yangbin's demeanor. "Haozi, try to make yourself invisible for me," Yangbin suddenly suggested. "Are you out of your mind, Brother Bin? If I could go invisible, why would I need to bother with girlfriends? I'd simply lurk in the girls' showers every day." Chunhao retorted, incredulous. I insist you can do it. Concentrate and silently will yourself to become invisible, Yangbin urged earnestly. Upon observing Yangbin's earnest expression, Chunhao felt a tinge of incredulity but complied nonetheless. Soon, Chunhao's form began to fade gradually, and in a brief moment, he vanished entirely from sight. Brother Bin, it seems I have truly become invisible. Chunhao's excited voice echoed across the rooftop. Yet there was no trace of him to be found. Yangbin, equally astonished, gazed at the spot where Chunhao had once stood, marveling at the realization that he could actually perceive the extraordinary abilities of others. He then focused intently on the location of Chunhao's disappearance, and before long, Chunhao's figure reappeared before him, his face alight with excitement as he looked around with outstretched arms. Haha, I can be invisible now. This is fantastic. No more barriers to entering the girls' bathhouse. Chunhao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Can you not aspire for something more meaningful? Yangbin retorted, rolling his eyes. What do you mean by aspiration? Is there anything more worthwhile than watching beautiful girls bathe? Chunhao replied. This is the apocalypse. There are no beautiful girls in the bathhouse, only zombies seeking to take lives. Do you really want to go and see? Perhaps not. Chunhao responded awkwardly. But Brother Bin, what exactly is happening? Why can I suddenly become invisible? Is this a superpower? Well, you could say that, Yangbin acknowledged with a nod. But why have I suddenly acquired such a power? It is likely a consequence of this apocalypse. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. However, regardless of the nature of our abilities, they grant us a better chance of survival in these dire times, which is indeed a positive development, Yangbin explained. So, Brother Bin, what is your special ability? Chunhao inquired with curiosity. Yangbin pondered for a moment before replying. I can see things that others cannot. Like what? Chunhao pressed. For instance, your invisibility, Yangbin responded. How is that not a curse upon me? Chunhao lamented, realizing he would never rise above Yangbin in this lifetime. What? Do you wish for me to call you brother? Yangbin asked with a teasing smile. No. Definitely not. Chunhao hastily waved his hands. However, Brother Bin, since we both possess special abilities, do you think we could accomplish something significant during this apocalypse? Chunhao asked, brimming with excitement. That may be premature to consider. We should first focus on surviving. Our abilities are not geared towards combat. And surviving in a world teeming with zombies is no simple task, Yangbin cautioned, shaking his head. True, but with my invisibility, I could steal food, ensuring we won't starve. Do not be overly optimistic. From my observations, these zombies seem to have remarkably acute hearing. If you cannot move soundlessly, your invisibility will be of little use against them. You must practice diligently to ensure you can traverse without making a sound. Later, we shall find a zombie to test whether it can detect you, Yangbin suggested. Are you sure this isn't a trial that could lead to demise? Chunhao asked apprehensively. You must believe in yourself, Yangbin encouraged. All right then. By the way, Howsy, it seems that when you become invisible, your clothes also vanish. Is it possible that objects you hold can also become invisible? Yangbin suddenly queried. Let me try, Chunhao replied, picking up a brick from the ground before activating his invisibility once more. Indeed, as he became invisible, the brick in his hand disappeared as well. It truly works. Chunhao exclaimed with exhilaration. Yangbin nodded and asked, Now, let us see if you can pull me along and make me invisible as well. Sure. Chunhao manifested his ability and grasped Yangbin's hand, attempting to activate his invisibility once more. However, he soon discovered that not only was he unable to cloak Yangbin alongside him, but he himself could not become invisible either. It seems not to be feasible, Chunhao remarked with a frown. Indeed, it appears that living beings cannot be included, Yangbin speculated. In that case, would encountering a living creature while invisible also reveal us? Let me try again, Chunhao resolved, determined to experiment further. With their knowledge of this extraordinary ability still in its infancy, it was imperative for them to continuously test its limits. Only through a profound understanding of their powers could they harness them effectively in the future. Chunhao cloaked himself once more and gently tapped Yangbin on the shoulder. Upon contact, his form became visible again. He conducted multiple tests, discovering that whether by physical touch or by striking with a brick, any contact with Yangbin rendered him visible. It appears that touching a living being negates the invisibility, Chunhao lamented. You must exercise caution. Invisibility is not infallible. Avoid touching anything while cloaked, Yangbin admonished with gravity. Understood. Chunhao nodded earnestly. Suddenly, A series of forceful knocks echoed from the iron door on the rooftop. "Who's in there? Open the door. Open up, there are zombies." A frantic voice cried out, accompanied by an increasingly vigorous pounding. The unexpected turn of events startled both men. "Brother Ben, what should we do? Should we open the door?" Chun Hao furrowed his brows. Yangbin fixed his gaze intently on the iron door, peering through to see 3 terrified men standing behind it. One man was anxiously banging on the door, while the other 2 wielded an 80-centimeter steel pipe and a high stool, respectively, fiercely fending off 2 approaching zombies. Due to their elevated position on the stairs, they managed to repel the zombies that had just ascended. Yangbin furrowed his brow and reluctantly said, "Let us open it. Otherwise, with their incessant banging, who knows how many zombies will be drawn here? We can't be certain that this wooden ladder will hold." He continued with caution, "However, we must be careful. There are 3 of them, and one has a steel pipe. Although they are classmates, in this apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. Don't worry, Brother Ben, I understand." Chun Hao assured him with a nod. "I will move the ladder aside shortly. You open the door. As soon as they enter, close it immediately." "All right." After their agreement, Yangbin glanced again at the scene behind the iron door. Noticing the men had once more repelled the zombies, he swiftly moved the ladder aside. And Chun Hao promptly opened the door. The 3 men, seeing the door ajar, rushed in and immediately shut it behind them. Yangbin quickly propped the ladder back in place. Soon, the sound of relentless banging emerged from outside, indicating that the zombies had indeed come charging after them. But their strength was insufficient to budge the iron door secured by the ladder. The 3 men, having narrowly escaped, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, clearly shaken by their harrowing experience. After a considerable amount of time, the 3 individuals finally turned their attention to Yangbin and his companion. One of the gaunt men, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "You frightened me. Why did it take you so long to open the door? We nearly became a meal for the zombies. How can you speak like that? We just saved your lives, and instead of expressing gratitude, you blame us?" Chun Hao retorted, his displeasure evident. "The rooftop is a communal area. Anyone is allowed to come up. It's rather unethical of you to block the door," remarked a tall man wielding a steel pipe. "Exactly. Our dormitory door was smashed by zombies. We intended to seek refuge on the rooftop, but you blocked the entrance, nearly leading us to our doom." "Isn't that akin to putting others in harm's way?" interjected a dark-skinned man in the middle. Chun Hao was about to continue his argument when Yangbin restrained him. "You have a point. We shouldn't have blocked the door," Yangbin replied earnestly, preparing to remove the ladder. "Hey, hold on, brother. Let us talk this out. Please don't move it," one of them urged. "Yes, brother, there's no need for that," another chimed in. "You are correct. Blocking it was indeed a wise decision," the 3 men said, their fear palpable as they broke into a cold sweat at the thought of the 2 hungry zombies lurking outside. If they were to break in, what chance of survival would there be? "Weren't you just saying that blocking the door is unethical?" Yangbin questioned innocently. "No, it's ethical, quite ethical indeed. It doesn't endanger anyone, not in the slightest." "Oh, that is good to hear." Yangbin nodded sincerely, then gradually withdrew his hand from the ladder. Just as the 3 prepared to exhale in relief, Yangbin placed his hand back on the ladder. "I still think it's better to move it. What if others come?" The 3 men felt their anxiety return. "That won't happen. We live on the 7th floor. All the dormitory doors are tightly shut, and there are plenty of zombies in the corridor. No one will venture out," the tall man insisted anxiously. "Oh, that reassures me." Yangbin nodded again, then shook the ladder slightly, frowning. "This ladder feels a bit unstable." Once more, the 3 men's hearts raced. "We need to find something to prop it. This isn't a joke." "All right." Yangbin glanced at the base of the ladder, then at the steel pipe in the tall man's hand. "Brother, may I borrow your steel pipe? I'll see if I can use it to stabilize the ladder. It seems to be of the right size." "Sure." The tall man tossed the steel pipe over without much thought, merely focused on keeping the zombies at bay. Yangbin smiled, picked up the pipe, pretended to wield it a few times, then clapped his hands. "All set. This should be stable now." Upon hearing this, the 3 men finally relaxed, unaware that the weapon had changed hands. Chapter 5. Conflict with the weapon now in his possession. Yangbin wore a smile. It would be unjust to label him a petty individual. In these extraordinary times, he felt compelled to eliminate all threats preemptively to enhance his chances of survival. "We are from dormitory 308. My name is Yangbin, and this is Chun Hao. May I ask how you are addressed?" Yangbin introduced himself willingly. "We are from dormitory 716. I am Zhao Kuan. And these are Shou Ho and Lao He, the tall man stated. Is it just the three of you in your dorm? Yang Bin inquired curiously. There is one more, but he has turned into a zombie. Fortunately, we discovered it early this morning. Otherwise, we would have all met a grim fate, Zhao Kuan replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. That's impressive. To have escaped from a zombie, Yang Bin remarked with surprise. It's not exactly an escape. It was us three against him alone. He fell from the upper bunk, and we managed to bind him to the bed with a blanket, which is why we survived, Zhao Kuan clarified. Still quite remarkable, Yang Bin acknowledged. What about you? You are from the third floor. How did you end up here? Well, we were drinking and chatting up here last night and never returned to the dorm. One of them replied. Well, you are indeed lucky, Yang Bin commented. I think so too, Zhao Kuan chuckled. As they engaged in conversation, the atmosphere was amicable, being classmates. It was easy to bond in the absence of conflicting interests. However, as noon approached, a few rumbling sounds emanated from Shou Ho, who was clutching his stomach. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you have anything to eat? We haven't eaten since this morning and are rather hungry. Does it look like there's food up here? Yang Bin shrugged, expressing his helplessness. They too had gone without food since last night and were feeling the pangs of hunger, but had been enduring it. What should we do? If there's no food, we'll eventually starve to death, even if the zombies can't get in, Shou Ho lamented. Just hold on. Perhaps official rescue will arrive soon, Lao He suggested. What if they don't come for days? That's unlikely, Yang Bin replied. There's nothing impossible. We cannot place our hopes in others. We must find a way to procure food ourselves, Chen Hao asserted. How do we do that? There are 2 zombies guarding the entrance. We can't even step outside, let alone find food, came the retort. Perhaps we could lure them in and deal with them. Then find a way to go down to the dormitory for something to eat, Yang Bin proposed earnestly. Are you insane? If we let them in, we will all perish. The others gasped in shock. Having faced zombies before, they were acutely aware of their terror. They had finally found a safe haven and had no desire to confront zombies again. There are only 2 zombies outside, and we have 5 people. There is still a chance to handle them. If there were more zombies, we would be even less capable of escaping, Yang Bin reasoned. You're thinking too optimistically. You have never battled a zombie and don't understand how terrifying they are. They feel no pain. Hitting them has no effect, and if they catch or bite you, it's over, Zhao Kuan frowned. Indeed, letting them in is tantamount to seeking death. While you may not wish to live, we certainly do, Shou Ho shook his head. Even Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin with concern. Bin Gu, are you confident? Whether or not I am confident, we must take this step. This is the rooftop. Zombies lack intelligence. If we can devise a means to push them off the rooftop, that would be the simplest way to deal with them. If we can't manage that, then escaping is out of the question, Yang Bin stated. Yes, Bin Gu, I support you, Chen Hao affirmed resolutely. No, we absolutely do not agree to let the zombies in. The other 3 shook their heads. This was originally our domain. When did we ever require your consent? Yang Bin said with a hint of anger. Humph, if we do not agree, let us see who dares to release them. Zhao Kuan also erupted in fury, attempting to seize the steel pipe, only to discover it had mysteriously found its way into the hands of the opposing party, his expression darkening instantly. Return the steel pipe to me. Do you think that is possible? Yang Bin replied with a cold smirk. It was mine to begin with. Now it belongs to me. Damn it, without the steel pipe, it is even less likely that I will allow you to unleash the zombies. This is not for you to decide. Yang Bin shot him a frosty glance and abruptly kicked the ladder, sending it crashing down. What the hell? Zhao Kuan and his companions were taken aback, quickly bracing their bodies against the iron door. You lunatic, you are a madman. Your actions will doom us all, Zhao Kuan shouted in anger. Rather than remain here awaiting death, it is better to fight back. If you lack the courage to contend, then brace yourselves. I wonder how long you can hold out. Yang Bin's voice was icy, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense as neither side yielded. Bang, bang. The iron door was once again battered. The previously quiet zombies, drawn by the commotion, resumed their assault on the door. The 3 of them strained against it. Noticing Yang Bin and his companion had no intention of assisting, their faces turned ashen. What shall we do, Brother Kuan? The lean monkey exclaimed anxiously. We cannot hold out much longer like this. Zhao Kuan's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and addressed Yang Bin. If we are to fight, we must have a strategy. What sense does it make to simply kick the ladder away? You make a valid point, Yang Bin acknowledged thoughtfully, and then leisurely moved the ladder back to prop against the iron door once more. Phew. The 3 of them collapsed onto the ground. having thought they would be safe atop the roof, only to find themselves in such a harrowing predicament. After a while, Zhao Kun turned to Yang Bin and asked, "What is the plan?" Yang Bin surveyed their surroundings and said, "In a moment, the lean monkey and old black will move the ladder aside. Once the zombies enter, you will use the ladder to pin one against the wall, while the three of us deal with the other, striving to push both zombies down to the ground as swiftly as possible." It sounds easy, but zombies are incredibly fast, and that heavy ladder, if approached by a zombie, will not serve as a weapon but rather become a burden, placing us in peril, Zhao Kun countered. From my observations, the physical capabilities of zombies are comparable to those of ordinary individuals. Their advantage lies in their lack of fear of pain. However, they possess a critical weakness. They lack intelligence and do not evade attacks. Once the zombies enter, the two of you must immediately pin one against the wall with the ladder. I do not believe it will have a chance to close in. If that goes wrong, it will only reflect our own shortcomings, Yang Bin asserted. Very well, even if you are correct, what of the remaining one? I am unarmed. I cannot possibly engage a zombie bare-handed, Zhao Kun replied, casting a discontented glance at the steel pipe in Yang Bin's possession, which had originally belonged to him. He had once had a high stool as well, but in the rush to enter, he had left it behind at the door, leaving him without any weapon now. The ground was strewn with bricks. Surely, one could simply seize a couple as makeshift weapons? Bricks? How clever of you to suggest that. Why don't you attempt to fend off the zombies with bricks yourself? I have a steel pipe. I require nothing else. Chapter 6. The first confrontation. Are you ready? Yang Bin inquired solemnly, gazing intently at the group. Yes, they replied, nodding nervously. Although Zhao Kun and the others felt some discontent, they ultimately yielded to Yang Bin's overwhelming authority. I will count to 3. Lao He, you all move the ladder, Yang Bin instructed. Understood. Lao He and Shouho gripped the ladder with clammy hands. 1, 2, 3. At the conclusion of Yang Bin's countdown, Lao He and Shouho swiftly removed the ladder. With a resounding crash, the iron door swung open, and 2 blood-soaked zombies surged onto the rooftop. This marked the first close encounter for Yang Bin and Chun Hao with the undead. The sight of their crimson eyes sent chills down their spines, and the overwhelming stench of blood nearly made them retch. Fortunately, both had mentally prepared themselves for this moment. While uncomfortable, they were not paralyzed by fear. As the 2 zombies burst in, they immediately zeroed in on the individuals on the rooftop and charged towards them. Lao He and Shouho quickly positioned the ladder against one of the zombies, pushing it against the wall. The zombie flailed and struggled, but the strength of one could not match that of 2. It was ultimately pinned against the wall, unable to escape. Yang Bin and the others swiftly turned their attention to the other zombie. With a fearsome roar, the zombie lunged at the foremost Yang Bin. He deftly sidestepped, evading the creature's attack, and swung the steel pipe with all his might against the zombie's head. A dull thud resonated, and Yang Bin felt a tingling in his arm. However, the zombie appeared unfazed and lunged at him once more. Damn it, didn't they say the zombies' weakness was their heads? Why is this so hard to hit? Yang Bin thought, quickly retreating. At that moment, Chun Hao arrived, delivering a fierce blow with a brick to the zombie's skull. The brick shattered upon impact, dark crimson, foul-smelling blood oozing from the zombie's head, indicating that this strike was more potent than Yang Bin's steel pipe. The zombie's attention was successfully diverted. Without hesitation, Chun Hao turned to flee. The zombie abandoned Yang Bin and pursued Chun Hao instead. At this juncture, Zhao Kun dashed in from the side, wielding a brick and striking the zombie, though not on the head, but rather on its shoulder. The zombie paid Zhao Kun no heed, relentlessly chasing after Chun Hao. With the rooftop's limited space, Chun Hao soon found himself cornered. Just as it seemed he would be caught, his figure suddenly vanished. Zhao Kun, witnessing this spectacle, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Where did he go? Yang Bin, unfazed, continued his pursuit. Having lost its target, the zombie quickly fixated its gaze back on Yang Bin. With the steel pipe in hand, Yang Bin felt a measure of confidence, relentlessly striking the zombie to keep it at bay. At that moment, Zhao Kun hurried over, his face etched with shock. Where's Chun Hao? I'm right here. Chun Hao's figure materialized. Why did you suddenly vanish? Zhao Kun stammered, his words faltering. Look how scared you are. Have you never seen a magic trick? Chun Hao replied nonchalantly. You dare to call this a trick? Zhao Kun exclaimed, his eyes wide. What else could it be? Am I supposed to be invisible? Chun Hao rolled his eyes. Enough chatter, you two. Find a way to get it down. I can barely hold on, Yang Bin urged urgently. Zhao Kun suppressed the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, grabbed a brick, and prepared to assist. No need to come over. We're at the edge. Just give it a kick to send it down, Yangbin instructed. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, and ultimately, Chen Hao declared, I'll do it. He then focused intently on the zombie grappling with Yangbin, took a running start, and with a powerful leap, delivered a fierce kick to the zombie. The forceful blow sent the zombie tumbling over the railing and crashing down from the rooftop. Bravo, Yangbin exclaimed. The trio immediately leaned over the edge to look down. With a dull thud, the zombie's body slammed onto the floor below, unleashing a torrent of dark red blood. Just as they believed the zombie was finished, it unsteadily rose to its feet, bewilderedly surveying its surroundings, then began searching for prey like the others. It's not dead. The three exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, these zombies are utterly revolting, Zhao Kun lamented. Stop complaining and help me get the other one down, Yangbin insisted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao He and Shou Ho were struggling to keep another zombie at bay with a ladder, unable to shake free despite its frantic attempts. By the time Yangbin and the others arrived, both were drenched in sweat. Release it, and then we'll all use the ladder to push it out together, Yangbin directed. Agreed. 5 against 1 made it considerably easier. As they loosened the ladder, the zombie lunged wildly at them. The group hoisted the ladder, pushing the zombie towards the edge of the rooftop, and directly sent it flying off. With another resounding thud, they rushed to the edge once more to peer down. They saw the zombie sprawled in a pool of blood, motionless. Why did this one die? Zhao Kun inquired, perplexed. Its skull is smashed. How could it possibly survive? Chen Hao replied. True, Yangbin nodded thoughtfully. It seems the television wasn't lying. To truly kill a zombie, one must strike the head. Close the door and take a breather, he added. The group repositioned the ladder against the door and collapsed onto the ground. Although their encounter with the zombie was brief, the psychological strain was immense. They were merely ordinary university students, and to take action against a zombie required considerable mental fortitude. As they reflected on the ordeal, each felt a tremor of fear within. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence as Chen Hao clutched his foot, a grimace of pain contorting his face. What happened? Yangbin rushed over. Chen Hao cautiously rolled up his pant leg, revealing 3 long crimson scratches that immediately caught the eye. What happened? Yangbin inquired with a hint of anxiety. I must have been scratched when I kicked that zombie, Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense, and Zhao Kun and the others swiftly distanced themselves. Yangbin frowned, his gaze solemnly fixed on the wounds on Chen Hao's foot. Observing their reactions, Chen Hao's expression turned ashen, trembling as he uttered, Bingo, am I going to become a zombie? No, don't think like that. You'll be fine. Yangbin reassured him. How can you say that? The internet says that if a zombie bites or scratches you, you'll quickly turn into one, Shou Ho chimed in. Shut up. If you keep talking, no one will believe you're mute. Yangbin retorted angrily. But that's the truth. Can't we speak about it? Is it amusing to deceive oneself? Zhao Kun interjected. This is my concern. If you keep babbling, I swear you won't be able to speak again. Yangbin threatened, gripping a steel pipe and casting a cold glare at the group. What? Do you want to take us all on? Zhao Kun countered defiantly, clearly irritated with Yangbin. Go ahead and try. Yangbin shot back. Chapter 7. A false alarm. The tension in the air thickened once more. At that moment, Chen Hao placed a reassuring hand on Yangbin's shoulder and whispered, Bingo, there's no need for this. I'm aware of the situation. Yangbin's icy demeanor softened as he turned to Chen Hao, his eyes reddening. How's he? I'm sorry. If I hadn't asked you to kick it, this wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. It's my own carelessness, Chen Hao replied with a bitter smile. Bingo, do you know? The person I admire most in my life is you. Being your brother is my greatest pride. If I truly am to become a zombie, could you please end my life beforehand? I don't want to harm anyone as a zombie. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. You want tea? Don't think like that. There must be a way, Yangbin stated, activating his special ability and intently observing the wound on Chen Hao's foot. Soon, he noticed a faint gray energy continuously eroding Chen Hao's injury, yet it appeared that a unique energy within Chen Hao was resisting the encroachment of this gray force, resulting in a standoff. Yangbin's face lit up with surprise, though he was uncertain why Chen Hao could withstand the gray energy. He began to hope that perhaps Chen Hao would not transform into a zombie after all. Bingo, can you promise me something? Chen Hao continued, seemingly lost in thought. After I die, could you check on my parents? Haven T responded to my messages, and I'm worried about them. At that moment, Yang Bin was too preoccupied to listen to Chun Hao's worries. He noticed that the gray energy eroding Chun Hao was gradually diminishing, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. He realized that Chun Hao would likely be all right. Bingo? All right, stop fretting. You should be fine. Really? Chun Hao's face lit up with joy. Who would wish for death if they could avoid it? Yes, trust me. Okay. Chun Hao nodded resolutely. You rejoice too soon. He has not changed yet, merely awaiting the passage of time. I advise you to urge him to depart swiftly, or else we shall have no choice but to cast him aside. I cannot wager our lives. Zhao Kuan interjected suddenly. Try it if you dare. Should you move recklessly, do not blame me for breaking your legs. Yang Bin retorted coldly. You, Zhao Kuan, furious, felt the urge to confront the other party but was deterred by the steel pipe in their hands. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and declare, fine. You are ruthless, but do not blame me for not warning you. You are closest to him, and if he turns into a zombie, you will be the first to be devoured. With that, he led his companions away. Brother Bin, perhaps you should keep your distance from me as well. I fear that if Chun Hao, he trailed off, concerned. There is no if. I assure you, everything is fine. Sit tight. I shall tend to your wounds. Though the injury is not severe, the heat may cause inflammation, Yang Bin replied, tearing off a strip of his sleeve and kneeling down to carefully bandage Chun Hao's injury. The gray energy on the wound had mostly dissipated, and it seemed unlikely to pose any further issues. Chun Hao, his eyes reddened, watched Yang Bin as he tended to his wound. He did not utter a word of thanks. Their bond had long transcended such formalities. Rest well, by tomorrow. You should be fine, Yang Bin said, patting his hands together as he stood. Suddenly, he was startled by the sight of Chun Hao's tear-streaked face. Don't scare me like that. You aren't really turning into a zombie, are you? No, just some sand got in my eyes. Chun Hao quickly replied, rubbing his eyes. That's a relief. Yang Bin exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Brother Bin, truthfully, my foot is not badly injured, just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie, it won't affect me, Chun Hao stated. Still, it's best to rest a bit more. There will be battles ahead. Yang Bin advised. Agreed. Half an hour later, Zhao Kuan and his companions observed Chun Hao's unchanged demeanor and began to feel puzzled. Isn't it said online that a person bitten by a zombie would transform within minutes? Why is he unaffected? Indeed, it seems unscientific. Could it be that the internet is misleading? That cannot be. I have a video that clearly documents the transformation of a person from human to zombie. It cannot be false. Then what is his situation? Who knows? Shall we inquire? I won't go. That Yang Bin is intimidating. I'm a bit afraid of him. One of them replied. I've already made bold claims. If I were to ask, it would only be a slap in the face. Then let it be. Perhaps the injury was not deep, or maybe Chun Hao has a unique constitution. Now that you mention it, I recall something odd about Chun Hao, Zhao Kuan remarked suddenly. What do you mean? Just now, you may not have noticed, but when the zombie was about to catch him, he suddenly vanished. And only then did the zombie turn to attack Yang Bin. Is that true? It sounds unbelievable, the thin monkey replied, incredulous. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not believe it either, but it is true. That fellow claimed it was magic. What kind of magic does not require props? Could it be that he can become invisible? Who knows? Nonetheless, that individual is indeed peculiar. We must remain vigilant. Agreed. Having expressed his thoughts, Yang Bin approached the group and declared, I intend to open the door and lure the zombies upstairs for extermination. What say you? The others were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Otherwise, do you wish to starve to death up here? Certainly not. Both Slim Monkey and Old Black quickly shook their heads in response. Who will draw them out? Zhao Kuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Allow me, Yang Bin replied confidently. If I can draw the zombies from the 7th floor one by one, we can then search the dormitories for provisions. The moment Yang Bin spoke, a glimmer of hope sparked in the other's eyes. Even Zhao Kuan regarded him with newfound respect. While they had merely contemplated waiting for rescue, Yang Bin had already devised a plan to procure sustenance. Moreover, he had taken it upon himself to lure the zombies, leaving Zhao Kuan with no grounds for objection. Are you certain you can manage? If not, I can take over as I am more familiar with the 7th floor. Zhao Kuan retorted habitually. Very well, you may proceed, Yang Bin replied. Zhao Kuan was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide in surprise as he stared at Yang Bin. Ignoring him, Yang Bin picked up several stones from the ground and handed them to Zhao Kuan, saying, be cautious. If you encounter a zombie, Strike it from a distance with the stones, then lead it back. Just be careful not to attract too many. Holding the stones, Zhao Kun opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words, regretting his earlier bravado. Thus, with the eyes of the group upon him, Zhao Kun descended the stairs with a look of resignation. Chapter 8. Luring the zombies, Zhao Kun cautiously made his way downstairs, wary of an unexpected encounter around the corner. The task of luring zombies was perilous, yet his own folly had led him to this moment, forcing him to swallow his pride. Upon reaching the stairwell's bend, he initially felt relief when no zombies appeared. However, that relief was short-lived as he suddenly spotted two pairs of blood-red eyes fixated upon him below. Damn it! Zhao Kun cursed, quickly retreating. The two zombies, excited by the chase, lunged after him. Soon, Zhao Kun found himself back at the rooftop entrance. How many? Yang Bin inquired immediately. 2. Zhao Kun exclaimed. Weren't you supposed to lure them one at a time? As if I could control that. Zhao Kun retorted in exasperation. Same strategy as before, Yang Bin promptly devised a plan. Slim Monkey and Old Black will hold one back, while we deal with the other. With their initial experience fresh in mind, the group executed their strategy with greater proficiency on the second attempt. As the two zombies charged in, one was halted by the ladder, while the other, bewildered, was met with a flurry of bricks and a steel pipe, all aimed at its head. The zombie let out a furious roar and swiftly pursued the three assailants. They quickly maneuvered the creature to the edge, where Yang Bin engaged it in combat with the steel pipe, while Zhao Kun and Chun Hao wielded the high stool that Old Black had previously brought, delivering a heavy blow to the zombie. They dared not kick, fearing the risk of being grabbed. The high stool proved invaluable, crashing into the zombie and sending it plummeting off the rooftop without incident. Following that, they collaboratively used the ladder to dispatch the second zombie as well. The entire endeavor flowed seamlessly, and within a minute, they had resolved the situation. Their cooperation had been a resounding success. Yang Bin approached Zhao Kun and proactively extended his hand. Although there had been some past grievances between them, in the face of the zombies, the three on Zhao's side did not resort to any underhanded tactics and exerted their utmost efforts, which significantly improved Yang Bin's perception of them. Ultimately, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. It was merely a series of verbal conflicts. They still needed to collaborate, necessitating the setting aside of personal animosities. Otherwise, it would be easy for mishaps to occur. When Yang Bin extended his hand, Zhao Kun paused momentarily but quickly reciprocated the gesture. He understood Yang Bin's intention and recognized that at such a time, personal grudges must be laid to rest. Since Yang Bin had taken the initiative, he would not stand on ceremony. The cooperation was pleasant, but regarding the matter of luring the zombies, Zhao Kun awkwardly suggested, "Can we take turns? This is indeed quite perilous." "All right, I will go next," Yang Bin replied without any hesitation. In truth, he had intended to take on the task himself from the very beginning. His ability to see through walls allowed him to spot zombies in advance, minimizing danger. However, Zhao Kun's insistence on making a statement had compelled him to concede. Noting Yang Bin's agreeable response, Zhao Kun could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Yang Bin indeed possessed a broader perspective. After a brief respite, Yang Bin casually picked up a few stones and descended the stairs to lure the zombies. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, he activated his true sight, a name he had given to his unique ability that allowed him to perceive what others could not. Satisfied that no zombies were present, he cautiously proceeded downward. As he neared the 7th floor, he activated his true sight again to survey both sides. To the left, two zombies were staggering about in a dormitory, while the right dormitory was completely empty, both rooms in disarray as if ransacked. In the corridor, three zombies were positioned perilously close to the staircase on the left, and one was similarly near on the right. If he descended recklessly, all four zombies would likely notice him immediately. After pondering for a moment, Yang Bin took out a small stone and tossed it toward the right side before quickly retreating back around the staircase corner. The sound of the stone drew the attention of several zombies. However, the three on the left merely glanced over and lost interest, while the solitary zombie on the right approached the spot where the stone had landed, tilting its head in curiosity. Seeing this, Yang Bin threw another stone, this time landing it below the staircase. The inquisitive zombie shuffled closer, gazing quizzically at the stone on the ground. "Hey," Yang Bin called softly, peeking around the corner. The moment the zombie spotted a human, it became animated and swiftly charged toward him. Yang Bin decisively turned and ascended the stairs, quickly returning to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Zhao Kuan and the others were on high alert. Upon Yang Bin's arrival, they swiftly inquired, "How many?" "One." "Great." Before long, the lone zombie followed Yang Bin to the rooftop. As it entered, it was met with a sweeping ladder that struck it forcefully, sending it flying several meters away to the edge of the rooftop. Having just risen, the ladder once again thrust upwards, sending it soaring off the rooftop. This zombie, not even discerning its human form, executed a high-altitude toss. Within a dormitory on the first floor, 3 youths huddled in fear, watching the relentless cascade of zombies plummeting from above. These zombies certainly knew how to play. What did it matter? They felt no pain. Leaping from heights was trivial to them. Alas, it seemed we must not only be wary of the zombies outside, but also guard against those descending from above. At this rate, when would we ever escape? Surviving was already a feat. Fortunately, there was a bit of bread left in the dormitory. If we rationed it well, we might endure for 2 days. Perhaps by then rescue would arrive. "All right, it's my turn," Zhao Kuan declared, preparing to descend. Such was his nature. He never shied away from his responsibilities. "Allow me to take this on," Yang Bin interjected. At the stairwell, 3 zombies lurked. Zhao Kuan, unable to see through them, risked a blind descent that could easily lead to being besieged. Zhao Kuan looked intently at Yang Bin, then nodded. "Very well." The task of luring the zombies was perilous. If it could be avoided, so much the better. Soon, Yang Bin descended once more, employing the same tactic of tossing a stone. However, to his dismay, all 3 zombies approached the stairwell simultaneously, causing him to furrow his brow. After several attempts, the trio remained clustered together, leaving Yang Bin at a loss. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved to lure them all at once. As Yang Bin revealed himself, the 3 zombies surged towards him with fervor. He sprinted towards the rooftop, urging, "Be cautious, 3 of them." "What the hell, that's ruthless," the others exclaimed, startled. The usual strategy, Shouho and Laohong. You hold one with the ladder, Haozi. You and Zhao Kuan deal with another, and I'll take on the last. Yang Bin swiftly adjusted their tactics. In no time, the 3 zombies followed Yang Bin onto the rooftop. Shouho and Laohong swiftly restrained one with the ladder, while Zhao Kuan and Chun Hao pinned another against the wall with a high stool. Yang Bin brought the last one to the rooftop's edge, raising a steel pipe to deliver a powerful blow to the zombie's head. With a resounding thud, he exerted nearly all his strength, blood spurting from the zombie's dark crimson skull, causing the steel pipe to vibrate in his grasp, numbing his arm. Nevertheless, this strike proved impactful, noticeably slowing the zombie's movements. With renewed determination, Yang Bin struck the zombie's head again with great force. Faced with 3 zombies, Chun Hao and the others were unable to assist further. He had to devise a way to handle one himself. Unable to drag it downstairs, he resolved to eliminate it directly. Chapter 9. The special zombie. Yang Bin relentlessly hammered the steel pipe against the zombie's head, targeting the hardest area, for strikes elsewhere bore no fruit. With each successive blow, blood flowed increasingly from the zombie's head, its movements growing ever more sluggish. Ultimately, under Yang Bin's frenzied assault, the zombie's skull was mercilessly crushed. The zombies finally ceased their movements, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. In an instant, crimson and ivory substances were strewn all around. Witnessing this gruesome scene, even the boldest Yang Bin found himself prostrate on the ground, retching uncontrollably. In the heat of battle, he had not contemplated the aftermath, solely focused on swiftly vanquishing the adversary. However, upon pausing and observing the gory tableau, a wave of nausea surged within him. With his stomach already empty, the heaving nearly expelled the bitter bile from his throat. The others, though positioned at a distance, were equally horrified by the sight, their faces turning pallid as they succumbed to violent vomiting. They were merely ordinary university students, unaccustomed to such grotesque spectacles. Moreover, their plight was even more dire than Yang Bin's. While they retched uncontrollably, their hands were still needed to restrain the zombie, for if it were to break free, their lives would be in grave danger. After a considerable interval, Yang Bin managed to rise from the ground, unwilling to gaze at the fallen zombie, and hurriedly approached Chun Hao and the others. Observing the zombie they had pinned down, still flailing its limbs, Yang Bin weakly suggested, "We should dispose of it." Yes. Zhao Kuan and Chun Hao quickly nodded, apprehensive that Yang Bin might inadvertently crush its skull. At that moment, even Zhao Kuan regarded Yang Bin with a tinge of trepidation. After all, the act of shattering a human skull, albeit that of a zombie, was something he believed he could never muster the courage to do. Without further ado, Yangbin instructed the two to release the zombie and proceeded to carry it to the edge. Following suit, Chen Hao and Zhao Kuan used a high stool to hurl it off. Subsequently, the group united once more to push another zombie over the edge. Once these tasks were accomplished, they all collapsed to the ground, utterly spent and unwilling to move. It was not that this endeavor was significantly more taxing than previous ones. Rather, the act of vomiting had drained them, especially with the sight of the shattered head nearby, triggering waves of revulsion. After a while, Yangbin rose from the ground and, amidst the fearful gazes of his companions, strode directly toward the corpse. To survive in this apocalyptic world, such confrontations would undoubtedly arise. He needed to conquer the mental hurdle within himself. Yangbin steeled his resolve as he faced the lifeless body, suppressing his disgust. Noticing Yangbin's determination, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment before finally summoning the courage to join him. Zhao Kuan and the others looked on with expressions of disbelief, their eyes reflecting a mixture of horror and understanding. They recognized the purpose of this endeavor, yet Zhao Kuan lacked the bravery to approach. After a considerable pause, Yangbin turned to Chen Hao and remarked, "Howsy, well done. Brother Bin, whatever you do, I will follow you." Chen Hao affirmed resolutely. "Good comrade." Yangbin nodded. "Let us cast it aside." Indeed, together, they lifted the corpse and hurled it off the rooftop, and the others finally exhaled in relief. Little did they know, this experience had propelled Yangbin and Chen Hao far beyond them in certain respects. "Rest for half an hour, then we continue," Yangbin declared. "All right." No one dared to dissent. At that moment, Zhao Kuan and the others had begun to genuinely fear Yangbin, even the notoriously rebellious Zhao Kuan. "Could you refrain from attracting so many next time? It's a bit overwhelming," Zhao Kuan murmured. "I wish I could, but those three just won't separate." "There was no choice but to bring them all along," Yangbin replied with resignation. "How about I lead next time?" Zhao Kuan suggested. "There's no need for that. If we draw any more, it will lead us down to the 7th floor, and I fear you might attract all the zombies in the corridor there." "How can you be sure you won't?" "I have my methods. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. However, I must warn you that there are at least 30 or 40 zombies in the 7th floor corridor. If they swarm, you might very well end up with nothing left but bones." At Yangbin's words, Zhao Kuan involuntarily shuddered, then awkwardly replied, "Then perhaps it's best I don't." Half an hour later, Yangbin descended once more. The subsequent endeavor proved to be relatively smooth. Indeed, there were quite a few zombies in the 7th floor corridor. But they were rather dispersed, not congregating, and they were wandering about aimlessly. Yangbin concealed himself at the stairwell, carefully observing the zombies' movements with his true sight. When he noticed one approaching, he cautiously tossed a small stone to lure it toward the stairwell, and subsequently led it to the rooftop, where everyone worked together to push it off. Utilizing this method, Yangbin successfully lured over 10 zombies without incident, until the 17th one, which brought forth an unforeseen development. As before, Yangbin hid in the corner, observing the zombies' movements through his true sight, and discreetly tossed a stone just ahead of it. The preceding steps went smoothly, and Yangbin gradually coaxed the zombie to the stairwell. However, upon spotting Yangbin, this particular zombie, unlike the others, surged towards him with alarming speed. Had Yangbin not been quick on his feet and maintained some distance, he likely would have been caught before reaching the rooftop. When the zombie burst onto the rooftop, the group attempted to shove it aside with a ladder, but to their astonishment, the ladder merely bounced off the creature, which staggered only a few steps before regaining its balance. Then, the zombie charged towards them with astonishing speed. At this moment, the cumbersome ladder proved to be a hindrance. The 4 individuals wielding it found it difficult to maneuver, and soon the zombie was upon them. Without hesitation, they decisively swung the ladder at the creature and swiftly retreated. The zombie swatted the ladder aside effortlessly and continued its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Yangbin struck the zombie fiercely on the head with a steel pipe. The dull thud echoed, and the pipe bent slightly upon impact. However, the zombie's head showed no signs of injury, not even a drop of blood. How is this possible? Yangbin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had exerted nearly all his strength, yet the creature remained unharmed. At that moment, the zombie's gaze locked onto him once more, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged toward Yangbin. He rolled aside to evade the attack, and once again brought the steel pipe crashing down upon the creature's skull. The blow inflicted upon the creature did not seem to cause it significant harm. As it lunged at him once more, "Everyone, be cautious. This zombie is unusual," Yongbin shouted, swiftly evading the creature's onslaught. However, the zombie's speed rendered his evasions exceedingly difficult, and he narrowly escaped being toppled several times. In confronting this undead foe, Yongbin felt utterly powerless. Even when he struck its skull with the steel pipe, it bore no discernible effect. The others, though frantic, found themselves without suitable weapons to assist him. Chunhao picked up a brick, ready to join the fray, but was quickly halted by Zhao Kun. Charging in like that is tantamount to throwing your life away. If a steel pipe cannot subdue it, what use is a brick? Then think of a solution. Brother Ben can barely hold on. Chunhao implored urgently. Chapter 10. The Crimson Gemstone. Witnessing Yongbin's perilous struggle against the relentless zombie, the others felt a surge of anxiety. Should Yongbin fall to the creature, their fates would surely follow. Zhao Kun scanned the surroundings for anything that could be of assistance when his gaze landed upon a fallen ladder. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "I have an idea. Let us position the ladder horizontally, 2 on each side, and charge at it. With our combined strength, we should be able to topple it. Once down, we can pin it with the ladder." Chunhao's eyes lit up at Zhao Kun's suggestion. That plan is feasible. The group quickly retrieved the ladder, positioning it as instructed. "Brother Ben, duck!" Chunhao shouted. Yongbin, reacting with remarkable speed, rolled to the ground just in time. The ladder collided forcefully with the zombie, successfully knocking it to the earth. As the creature attempted to rise, the 4 of them swiftly pressed the ladder down upon it. With 2 individuals at each end applying their weight, the zombie struggled vehemently, yet its strength proved insufficient against the combined might of 4. "Well done!" Yongbin exclaimed in admiration. However, before they could celebrate, a sudden crack echoed ominously. The group froze in terror as they noticed a fissure forming in the middle of the ladder, their pupils dilating in fear. Yongbin, startled by the sight, acted decisively. Charging forward with his steel pipe raised high and striking at the creature's head with fervor. Each thud resonated deeply as he poured every ounce of strength into his blows, each one landing accurately upon the zombie's skull. At last, blood began to flow from the creature's head, even as its struggles intensified. The crack in the ladder widened, and anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. Undeterred, Yongbin relentlessly continued his assault, targeting the wounds with precision. The steel pipe began to warp under the force of his strikes. Yet he dared not relent. The heavy thud sent shivers down the spines of his companions. Ultimately, after an indeterminate number of strikes, the Zom, except for Chunhao, the other 3 individuals gazed at Yongbin with eyes full of trepidation. Right before them, he had shattered a zombie's skull, and the sheer madness of the act left an indelible psychological scar on their minds. As the zombie lay still, Yongbin plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The terror of that creature was overwhelming. Had it managed to break free, they all would have perished. In that moment, his sole thought was to annihilate it, lest he meet his own demise. Once he had calmed down, Yongbin suddenly felt a searing pain coursing through his body. He glanced down, and his expression darkened. Numerous torn wounds adorned his skin, clearly inflicted during the struggle with the zombie. The others noticed his condition, and their faces shifted in alarm. "Brother Ben, you're not hurt, are you?" Chunhao asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Yongbin remained silent, instead activating his true vision to inspect his wounds. He observed that a gray energy was steadily eroding into his body, yet another force within him countered this invasion. Upon witnessing this, Yongbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he possessed an energy akin to Chunhao's, capable of resisting the zombie virus. However, he was left wondering about the origin of this energy. It was an established fact that any injury inflicted by a zombie, be it a scratch or a bite, would lead to transformation into one of the undead. Yet both he and Chunhao were unscathed, which struck him as peculiar. After some contemplation, he concluded that their unique abilities must account for their survival. Could this be the reason? Yongbin pondered. "Brother Ben, please speak. Don't frighten me like this," Chunhao exclaimed, growing anxious as Yongbin remained silent for too long. Shaken from his thoughts, Yongbin shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine. If you're unharmed, how could I possibly be in trouble?" Chunhao let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. You scared me to death. Are you absolutely sure you're okay?" Zhao Kun and the others remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on him. "What? Do you wish to push me off?" Yongbin narrowed his eyes at them. No. We were just concerned," Zhao Kun replied awkwardly. "It was a jest. Who would dare to push him when he could crush skulls in a fit of rage? Brother Bin, what on earth was that zombie? Why was it so formidable? Chen Hao asked, still shaken. I have no idea, Yang Bin admitted, shaking his head. He then activated his true vision to examine the corpse before him, intrigued about what made this zombie different. After scanning the body from head to toe, he soon noticed an unusual feature on the zombie's skull, a small red crystal, roughly the size of a grain of rice. Curiosity ignited within Yang Bin as he approached the zombie's remains, suppressing his nausea, and reached out toward the shattered skull. Ugh! The others, who had been struggling to keep their breakfast down, could no longer contain themselves at the sight and began to retch. However, their empty stomachs betrayed them, offering nothing but dry heaves. Chen Hao's complexion paled as he hesitated, contemplating whether to follow suit, recalling his promise to accompany Brother Bin in all endeavors. However, Brother Bin's actions were truly bizarre. Chen Hao silently lamented. Fortunately, Yang Bin soon withdrew his hand from the zombie's head, revealing a minuscule red crystal the size of a grain of rice. Yang Bin scrutinized the peculiar crystal, which felt pleasantly warm to the touch. What is this, Brother Bin? Chen Hao inquired softly as he approached. Yang Bin shook his head and activated his true sight, focusing on the crystal in his hand. Through this enhanced perception, he discerned that the crystal was composed of countless condensed energies, devoid of any impurities. Moreover, he sensed an intense craving within himself for this mysterious object. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bin resolutely wiped it on a clean part of his clothing and, much to Chen Hao's astonishment, consumed the crystal. Chen Hao, who had been suppressing his nausea, could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. It was not his fault for lacking fortitude. Brother Bin's actions were simply too extreme. The recently vomited Zhao Kuan and his companions witnessed this spectacle and began to heave again, expelling their bile. Unperturbed by the scene, Yang Bin was instead captivated by the transformations occurring within him. Once ingested, the crystal swiftly transformed into energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. He felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment, as if his body was being continuously fortified. After the energy was fully absorbed, Yang Bin realized that his physical prowess had nearly doubled, and the gray energy that had been gnawing at him was entirely eradicated. Witnessing the surging power within, Yang Bin's eyes gleamed with astonishment. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something new in his mind. Closing his eyes to attune to it, he quickly discovered a dimly lit image of the Big Dipper constellation forming in his consciousness. Among the 9 faint stars, the tip of the first star began to shine. Yang Bin's expression shifted to one of shock. He had seen this constellation the previous night. Initially, he thought his inebriation had played tricks on him, but now the arrangement in his mind precisely mirrored what he had encountered before. Was this mere coincidence or a chain of causation? Yang Bin pondered deeply. Chapter 11. The search for sustenance. After a considerable time, Chen Hao finally finished vomiting, and his gaze toward Yang Bin had transformed. Brother Bin, I understand you are hungry, but you can't just eat anything. That thing was scraped from a zombie's head. How could you dare consume it? Yang Bin chuckled softly and replied, This is a valuable item. I'll explain later. He then turned to Zhao Kuan and the others, only to find them regarding him with a peculiar expression, as if he were a monster. Is it really that outrageous? It's merely a morsel to satiate one's hunger, Yang Bin remarked with a hint of exasperation. You don't actually intend to turn into a zombie, do you? How else could you eat anything? Zhao Kuan asked, a trace of fear in his voice. You're being overly dramatic. When hunger becomes unbearable, you might even resort to consuming human flesh, Yang Bin retorted. Impossible. Even if I were to starve, I would never eat human flesh, the lean monkey asserted vehemently. Indeed, we are not as twisted as you. Old Black chimed in. Yang Bin shrugged and said, I hope you all adhere to your words. Yang Bin had never tasted human flesh, yet he was acutely aware of the feeling of extreme hunger. In those dire moments, he had even fought fiercely with wild dogs for a morsel of food. Let us take a brief rest, and then continue, Yang Bin suggested, glancing at his companions. I can't go on. I have no strength left. I was already starving, and now after vomiting, I feel utterly drained. I doubt I could even lift a brick. Old Black lamented, sprawled on the ground. I feel the same way. If we don't eat something soon, I want to even be able to stand. The skinny monkey added. Yang Bin shook his head. Who told you to have such poor mental fortitude, always succumbing to nausea? His companions stared at him wide-eyed, internally criticizing. Isn't it your fault? Yang Bin, we need to find something to eat. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to fight, Zhao Kun said with a wry smile. Yangbin nodded, noting that he didn't feel particularly hungry anymore, likely due to the energy he had just absorbed. However, seeing the state of the others, he realized that it was impossible for them to continue dealing with the zombies in their current condition. All right, let us head down to find some food. We've cleared out most of the zombies near the stairway, and there's a dormitory by the stairwell that seems to be vacant. Let us try to get in there and see if there's anything to eat. Good. Upon hearing about the prospect of food, the others' eyes brightened, as if suddenly infused with energy. I'll go with Chun Hao. You all stay up here. Too many of us might attract the zombies, Yangbin suggested. The others hesitated, clearly worried that the two might hoard the food. How about I accompany you instead? Zhao Kun suddenly proposed. After some thought, Yangbin nodded in agreement. He initially considered that going with Chun Hao, who had the ability to become invisible, would be the safest option. However, they were now two separate groups, and it was indeed inappropriate for just the two of them to venture out. Ultimately, it was decided that he and Zhao Kun would descend together to search for food while the others remained above to wait. The two cautiously approached the stairwell on the 7th floor. Yangbin activated his true sight, confirming that the dormitory was devoid of zombies, and the ones in the adjacent corridors were sufficiently distanced. He signaled to Zhao Kun, then crouched down and stealthily made his way to the dormitory door. Seeing that it was ajar, he swiftly slipped inside. Zhao Kun mimicked his actions and quickly followed him in. However, due to his larger stature, Zhao Kun inadvertently made more noise, attracting the attention of two distant zombies who turned their heads curiously before shambling toward them. Once inside, Yangbin promptly locked the door, and the two began to rummage through the room. The dormitory was in disarray, indicative of a previous struggle, and the outcome was all too predictable. After a thorough search, they finally unearthed 2 buckets of instant noodles, a few sausages, and a loaf of bread. Is this all? It's hardly enough for one person, Zhao Kun complained. Having anything at all is fortunate. Who would stockpile an abundance of food in a dormitory? Yangbin replied. True. So shall we head back? Not yet. We need to find some weapons. Without them, we are at a severe disadvantage, Yangbin insisted. His steel pipe was nearly useless now, and even the ladder had broken. They were left without any substantial weaponry. Although his physical condition had significantly improved, and he believed he could handle ordinary zombies even unarmed, facing multiple foes without a weapon was indeed a daunting prospect. Zhao Kun reflected on this with a sense of understanding. However, after searching through the dormitory, he found no suitable weapons. Where did you get that steel pipe before? Yangbin inquired. I had it from my previous outings, kept hidden under the bed for potential fights, but instead of using it for that purpose, it ended up being utilized against zombies. The most frustrating part is that I hardly got the chance to use it before someone tricked me into giving it away. Zhao Kun lamented. How can you say tricked? Don't you think it serves a greater purpose in my hands than in yours? Yangbin replied awkwardly. Indeed. Great enough to have rendered my pipe unusable. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Otherwise, if the pipe hadn't been damaged, it would have been us in jeopardy. Never mind. I want to dwell on how you deceived me regarding the pipe. Clearly, this dormitory harbors no weapons. Where shall we procure some? If not, we might as well dismantle the beds, Yangbin suggested, casting his gaze towards the ladder of the bunk bed. The ladder was made of iron and was of just the right length. If they could take it apart, removing the central rungs would yield 2 excellent iron rods. Don't bother, it's welded in place. Without tools, it won't come off, Zhao Kun remarked. Ignoring him, Yangbin approached the ladder to examine the welding points closely. The ladder was fixed to the upper bunk and below. One iron pipe was welded to the ladder's lower step, while the other end was attached to the lower bunk's frame. This welding merely served to stabilize the ladder, not to bear weight. Upon observing this, Yangbin felt reassured. Perhaps in the past he would have struggled, but now, with his enhanced physical prowess, he might just succeed. With this thought, Yangbin grasped the base of the ladder and forcefully yanked it outward. To Zhao Kun's astonishment, the welding point between the iron pipe and the ladder was cleanly severed. Goodness, have you taken something to enhance your strength? Zhao Kun exclaimed, eyes wide. This welding was only meant to secure the ladder. It wasn't particularly strong. A little force is enough to break it, Yangbin replied casually. Is that so? Zhao Kun, skeptical, approached another bed and mimicked Yangbin's actions, pulling at the ladder's corner with all his might, yet it remained steadfast. Refusing to be deterred, Zhao Kun tugged several times, but the ladder stood immovable. Is this what you call a little force? Zhao Kun retorted, exasperated. You must be quite famished and lacking strength. Yangbin chuckled. If it were that easy to break, the ladder would have been destroyed long ago. Once the lower section was freed, the upper part was simple. Yangbin grasped the ladder and shook it a few times until the welding points above quickly gave way. Before long, an iron ladder of approximately 6 feet was in Yangbin's hands. He swung it a few times, feeling somewhat awkward, but it would have to suffice for now. Once they ascended, removing the remaining rungs would yield 2 fine iron rods of the same length. Here, take it. Yangbin handed the ladder to Zhao Kuan and then approached another bed, methodically dismantling a second ladder. With this, they would have 4 iron pipes to work with. Yangbin remarked with a smile. Just then, a sudden banging noise from outside startled both men. Yangbin quickly activated his true sight and peered out, only to see 2 zombies relentlessly pounding on their dormitory door. How could zombies have come here? Yangbin furrowed his brow. Could they have seen us just now? I don't know. What should we do now? Zhao Kuan replied anxiously. What else can we do? We must charge out. Otherwise, if they continue knocking like this, more zombies will come, and we'll find it impossible to escape, Yangbin stated solemnly. All right. Zhao Kuan nodded in agreement. After enduring numerous battles, he no longer questioned Yangbin's judgment. Deep down, he had come to acknowledge Yangbin's capabilities. I'll lead the way, and you follow with the supplies, Yangbin instructed. Understood. Chapter 12. A single strike. After finalizing their plan, Yangbin tightened his grip on the ladder and approached the door, signaling to Zhao Kuan with a glance. Zhao Kuan nodded and abruptly flung the door open. Before the 2 zombies could react, Yangbin swung the ladder forcefully at them, sending both tumbling outside. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Yangbin's strength. Seeing Yangbin rush out, Zhao Kuan followed suit without a moment's hesitation. The 2 fallen zombies quickly regained their footing and charged at them once more. Yangbin swung the ladder again, his formidable strength knocking the zombies down once more. However, the commotion soon attracted the attention of the entire horde in the corridor. Instantly, over 20 zombies came barreling towards them. Run, Yangbin shouted, and the pair dashed towards the stairwell, pursued by the cacophony of the ravenous horde. Soon, they reached the rooftop door, but Yangbin suddenly halted. I'll hold the line here. You take the supplies up and distribute them. Why aren't you coming in too, now that we're at the door? Zhao Kuan asked, frowning. The long ladder is broken and won't hold against the iron door. If these 20 zombies burst onto the rooftop, we're finished. The stairwell is narrow enough to face only 3 zombies at a time, making it the most strategic position to defend. I'll hold them off. And you hurry back once you've finished distributing the supplies, Yangbin replied earnestly. Zhao Kuan glanced back at the approaching zombies, nodded in agreement, and without further protest, pushed open the iron door and ascended to the rooftop. Almost immediately, a swarm of zombies surged forward, and Yangbin swung the ladder with all his might. The leading zombies were knocked down, and those behind them stumbled over the fallen. Yet, the relentless zombies showed no fear. After falling, they charged again. Yangbin could only continue to strike them down relentlessly. However, as more and more zombies approached, the pressure on him intensified. The fallen zombies in front would quickly be replaced by those pushing from behind, relentlessly charging forward without fear of death. The few individuals on the rooftop observed this dire situation, not daring to delay, and hastily dealt with the food. Zhao Kuan picked up the ladder that Yangbin had disassembled from the bed, while the lean monkey grabbed a high stool. Meanwhile, Lao He and Chun Hao directly broke the already fractured wooden ladder in half, each taking a segment and rushing over to assist. It must be said that their survival thus far was significantly attributed to their cooperation, although their relationship was not particularly harmonious when faced with the zombies. They all exerted their utmost effort, with no one attempting to cheat or slack off, which was precisely why Yangbin was willing to continue collaborating with them. With their arrival, Yangbin felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Although there were only 5 of them against over 20 zombies below, they occupied a favorable position, armed with weapons, which temporarily thwarted the zombies' advance. Bingo! Here, Chun Hao said, pulling half a piece of bread from his pocket and offering it to Yangbin. When it came time to share food, he had taken the bread directly, but had only taken a few bites, leaving the rest behind. Yangbin smiled and shook his head, saying, You eat. I'm not hungry. He was not surprised by Chun Hao's actions, as this was characteristic of him, always thinking of others since childhood. However, he thought to himself, hadn't Chun Hao also gone without food since last night? After enduring so many battles, how could he not be hungry? Really not hungry? When have I ever been polite with you? You should eat more. Or you won't have the strength to fight the zombies, Yangbin insisted. All right, Chen Hao said, not wanting to be difficult, and promptly stuffed the bread into his mouth. Yangbin, we can't keep this up. These zombies don't tire, but we do, Zhao Kun remarked, frowning as he watched the relentless surge of zombies. Yangbin nodded, contemplating for a moment before saying, you all hold them off. I'll take care of the ladder. Okay. Returning to the rooftop, Yangbin picked up a brick and smashed down the 3 crossbars of the ladder, quickly revealing 2 iron pipes. Although these pipes were not solid, their walls were quite thick, making them sturdy enough. Once back at the staircase, he handed one of the iron pipes to Chun Hao and addressed the group. You all hold them off. I'll deal with them. With that, Yangbin focused on the foremost zombie, and with a swift motion, he thrust the iron pipe forcefully into the zombie's skull. With his immense strength, the pipe pierced through the zombie's head, embedding itself within. Instantly, the zombie's movement ceased, and its body slowly crumpled to the ground. Wow, Bin Gu is amazing, Chun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The others were equally stunned. Everyone understood how tough a skull could be. Yet Yangbin had managed to penetrate a zombie's head with a blunt iron pipe. What extraordinary strength that required. Yangbin extracted the pipe from the zombie's skull and laughed. Not bad. Quite effective. Let me give it a try, Chun Hao exclaimed with excitement, and then fiercely thrust a metal pipe at one of the zombies' heads. The pipe accurately struck the zombie's skull, but unlike Yangbin, he did not penetrate it. Instead, he merely created a dent, causing blood to spurt forth. All right, you all just hold them off. I'll take care of the killing, Yangbin declared. Fine, Chun Hao replied awkwardly as he retracted the pipe. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yangbin adeptly began to dispatch one zombie after another with the metal pipe. As the number of slain zombies increased, Yangbin's technique became increasingly refined, and with each strike, a zombie's head was inevitably pierced. However, despite Yangbin's rapid eliminations, the horde of zombies showed no signs of dwindling, as the commotion attracted more of them. Zombies from the 7th floor, who had been hiding in the dormitories, as well as those from the 6th floor near the stairwell, began to converge. The stairwell was quite different from the rooftop. Fighting atop the roof muffled the sounds below. And even if the zombies occasionally heard something, they merely looked up, lacking the intelligence to ascend to the rooftop. In contrast, the noise in the stairwell easily revealed their location to the zombies, prompting not only those from the 7th floor, but also those from the 6th floor to join the fray. As time passed, Yangbin's tally of slain zombies grew. Yet he began to feel the weight of his arms, struggling to lift them. Although his physical condition had significantly improved, the effort required to pierce a zombie's skull with a metal pipe demanded substantial force each time. Such intense combat would be taxing even for an Iron Man. Fortunately, as the bodies of the zombies accumulated in the stairwell, it became increasingly difficult for the ones behind to ascend. After a while, the stairwell was nearly completely blocked by the corpses, and finally, no more zombies could make their way up. Yangbin plopped down onto the ground, his hands trembling, barely able to lift them. Bin Gu, are you all right? Chun Hao asked with concern. I'm fine, just extremely fatigued. I just need a moment to rest, Yangbin replied, shaking his head. Perhaps due to their experiences, the sight of the stairwell piled high with zombie bodies did not incite nausea among the group. However, their faces were pale as paper, possibly due to the reluctance to vomit after having finally eaten something. Chapter 13. Clearing the zombies, the group returned to the rooftop once more, and aside from Yangbin, everyone else was equally exhausted. Preventing the zombies from ascending had proven to be quite physically taxing. Yangbin pulled out his phone, hoping to check for any recent updates online, only to discover that the battery was dead. With a hint of resignation, he tucked the phone back into his pocket, realizing that the cheap battery was indeed unreliable. Howsy, see if there's any news online, especially any official announcements. It's already past 4 in the afternoon, and we should have received some updates by now. Considering the apocalypse has already lasted for over half a day, he urged. Chun Hao quickly turned on his phone to check, and soon a look of excitement spread across his face, only to dim shortly thereafter. What is going on? Your expression is quite the roller coaster, Yangbin inquired with curiosity. Bin Gu, the officials have indeed released a statement, but unfortunately, it's not particularly useful, Chun Hao replied with a wry smile. What does it say? The authorities claim that zombies are not to be feared, urging everyone to bravely take up arms against them. Once the internal matters are resolved, they assure that rescue efforts will commence, so there is no need for concern. Chun Hao remarked, indeed, this sounds very official. Yangbin chuckled. It seems we cannot rely on the authorities. Zhao Kun sighed. However, there is some truth in their words. If one possesses weapons, an ordinary person should be able to handle regular zombies. The real question lies in whether one has the courage to act. True, but this world is not devoid of fierce individuals. I suspect that during this time, many have already faced off against zombies, Yang Bin observed. You are correct, Brother Bin. There are numerous videos online showcasing groups forming to combat zombies, Chen Hao added. Even on campus, there are videos of several dormitory buildings spontaneously organizing teams to fight back against the undead, Shouho remarked. Is there no such group in our building? Chen Hao inquired. Aren't we one such group? Yang Bin replied with a smile. Well, it seems futile to hope for outside assistance, Chen Hao conceded. Not necessarily. Perhaps those on the lower floors have already taken action. Let us rest for an hour, then devise a plan to clear the remaining zombies on the 7th floor. Check how many survivors remain, and search for food and water, Yang Bin suggested. The group nodded in agreement and promptly laid down on the rooftop to rest, having already exhausted themselves from facing dozens of zombies. An hour later, Yang Bin sat up, stretching his arms, still feeling some soreness. But at least he was ready to fight. During this time, Zhao Kun had modified his ladder into 2 iron pipes, one for himself and one for Lao He. As for Shouho, he picked up the steel pipe that Yang Bin had bent earlier and managed to straighten it out using a brick, making it barely usable. Let us go, Yang Bin declared, leading the way toward the stairwell. Upon entering, the stench of blood was overwhelming, a nauseating odor that assaulted their senses. They braved the foul scent and peered downwards. At the bottom of the staircase, which was piled high with corpses, 2 zombies were relentlessly attempting to climb upward. But the stairwell was blocked, preventing their ascent. How do we get down? Zhao Kun asked. Yang Bin pointed to the handrail. The stairwell is blocked. We can only jump from here. Are you sure? It's nearly 3 meters down. We could break our legs, and there are 2 zombies below. Are you suggesting we deliver ourselves to them? Zhao Kun retorted. Yang Bin shook his head. I will go first. Once I deal with these 2 zombies, you can follow. Without further ado, Yang Bin vaulted over the railing and leaped down, landing with a slight crouch to absorb the impact, stabilizing himself in the corridor on the 7th floor. His improved physical prowess was not merely about strength, but encompassed comprehensive enhancements. A height of 3 meters posed little challenge for him. Upon spotting the unexpected meal, the 2 zombies lunged excitedly at Yang Bin. He swiftly thrust the iron pipe, piercing one zombie's skull, then delivered a powerful kick to the other, sending it crashing to the ground. Immediately, he extracted the pipe and forcefully drove it into the skull of the fallen zombie. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, captivating the gaze of those above. Impressive, several exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Enough with the flattery, come down, Yang Bin remarked, observing them. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, clearly intimidated. Shaking his head, Yang Bin dragged 2 zombie corpses over and said, Is this sufficient? I shall go first. Chen Hao stepped forward, inhaling deeply as he vaulted over the railing and leapt down. His feet landed upon the zombie bodies, cushioning his fall without incident. Though 3 meters high may seem daunting for an average person, understanding how to dissipate force renders it manageable. The true challenge lies in overcoming one's own fear. Hauzi has certainly gained courage, Yang Bin chuckled. Of course, I cannot tarnish your reputation, Chen Hao responded, puffing out his chest. Seeing Chen Hao take the plunge, Zhao Kun and the others exchanged glances before resolutely following suit. Alas, the unfortunate zombies, having met their demise, were now being used as footrests, barely avoiding the indignity of being stepped upon. The corridor on the 7th floor was devoid of zombies, though many still lingered within the rooms. With 20 dormitory rooms on each floor, 10 flanking the stairwell, accommodating 4 individuals each, there were at least 80 people per level. They had dispatched approximately 60 zombies, including some from the 6th floor, suggesting that at least 20 to 30 remained on the 7th, potentially including some survivors. Let us clear each room one by one, Yang Bin proposed. Agreed. Yang Bin led the group to the left, arriving at the entrance of the first dormitory, which stood ajar. Inside, no zombies were present. They rummaged through the room, discovering only half a bottle of mineral water and a pack of chewing gum, with no other food in sight. Male dormitories are not as prone to hoarding snacks as their female counterparts, so food is a rare find, reliant on sheer luck. Yang Bin took a swig from the mineral water and passed it to Chen Hao, who then shared it with Zhao Kun. At this moment, none were particularly finicky. Thirst outweighed any concerns about sharing, as water proved far more precious than food. After a round of sharing, the half bottle was depleted. Yang Bin then dismantled the room's ladder, fashioning it into 2 iron pipes, handing one to the lean monkey while replacing his own, which had become misshapen from excessive use against zombies. The group, now chewing gum, strolled leisurely toward the second dormitory. This room, too, was empty, and after a brief search, they moved on. They continued through several dormitories without encountering any zombies, likely because those near the stairwell had fled in response to the commotion. Upon reaching the 5th room, they finally encountered a tightly shut door. Yang Bin activated his true sight, revealing 3 zombies feasting on a dismembered corpse within. He signaled to the others and, with a swift kick, forced the door open. 3 bewildered zombies, engrossed in their meal, stared blankly at the suddenly opened door. Before they could comprehend the situation, a group of individuals burst in, wielding makeshift weapons. By the time the zombies snapped out of their stupor, it was already too late. 2 of them had their skulls pierced by Yang Bin, while the third met its end at the hands of Chun Hao and Zhao Kun, who together managed to sever its neck. Lacking Yang Bin's strength, they could not crush the skull, so they opted for stabbing the neck, a method surprisingly effective, as targeting the neck proved far simpler than aiming for the head. After conducting a brief search of the dormitory, the group pressed further inside. At last, in the 8th room, they discovered 4 survivors. In this dormitory, all 4 individuals had miraculously avoided becoming zombies and had successfully survived. Upon seeing Yang Bin and his companions, the 4 were instantly overwhelmed with excitement, believing they had been rescued. However, a single statement from Yang Bin doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Grab your weapons and join us in slaying the zombies. Chapter 14, Happy Birthday. No way. The 4 occupants of room 708 shook their heads in unison. Zombies eat people. Why risk our lives when we can simply wait it out? One bespectacled gentleman suggested, if we remain silent and hidden, the zombies won't find us. What if rescue takes a few days? Zhao Kun furrowed his brow. Not a problem. We have plenty of food in our dormitory. We can hold out for several days, another curly-haired survivor replied. At this, Yang Bin's eyes brightened. After scavenging numerous rooms and finding only a few scattered snacks, he was surprised to learn that these individuals had enough provisions to last for days. May we come in and sit for a while? Standing in the hallway might draw the zombies towards us. Yang Bin smiled. Come in quickly. The urgency in their voices was palpable. They feared attracting the zombies. Yang Bin led the group into the dormitory, and to their astonishment, they were greeted by a table laden with snacks, along with sodas, cakes, and more, an enticing sight that made Chun Hao and the others drool. Were you celebrating someone's birthday last night? Yang Bin inquired. Yes, it was my birthday, and they prepared a grand feast for me, the curly-haired survivor beamed. Happy birthday. Yang Bin replied warmly. Without hesitation, he moved to the table and began to indulge, displaying a familiarity that was almost comical. Happy birthday. Chun Hao and the others echoed, following suit as they rushed to the table, devouring the food voraciously. Thank you. The curly-haired survivor stammered in gratitude. Wait a minute, they've eaten our food. What will we have left? The bespectacled man realized the gravity of the situation as he watched the others devour the feast. Stop. The other survivors quickly reacted, rushing over to reclaim their food. However, by the time they arrived, the table was nearly stripped bare by the ravenous newcomers. Not only were they stuffing their mouths, but they were also pocketing the food. Are you all bandits? The curly-haired survivor exclaimed in anger. Of course not. We are merely celebrating your birthday. Yang Bin mumbled with a soda in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. My birthday has already passed, so there's no need for your celebrations. Provide us with food. Curly stared wide-eyed, his hair almost straightening from anger. The other 3 glared at the group as well. These people were utterly shameless. Having uttered such words while their bellies were full, they could hardly regurgitate what they had consumed. Yang Bin chuckled. However, I shall not partake in your provisions for free. After speaking, he approached the bed and swiftly dismantled the 2 ladders beside it, tossing them to the others, saying, This item is far more valuable than food in the apocalypse. With it, you might save your lives. The group stood in stunned silence, momentarily speechless, clearly intimidated by Yang Bin's strength. Yang Bin then pocketed 2 bags of drunken peanuts and led the group away. If you lack the courage to slay zombies, then secure your doors well. I hope you can endure until rescue arrives. Once the crowd had departed, the remaining few in the dormitory dared to speak. These damn bandits have consumed several days' worth of our food. How can we await rescue now? Another chimed in. Indeed, They are severing our means of survival. Outside in the corridor, the group happily drank Sprite and indulged in cake. This is delightful. Yongbin, are we being too excessive? Zhao Kun frowned. Excessive? Heh. Do you genuinely believe rescue will come? Yongbin retorted. Even if it does, it would at least take 10 days to half a month. Do you think they can sustain themselves on this meager food for that long? No, came the reply. Then it's settled. We consumed their provisions. Yet I have also provided them with weapons, which, in relative terms, afford them a greater hope for survival. That makes sense, Zhao Kun nodded, evidently in agreement with Yongbin's reasoning. Subsequently, the group dealt with a few zombies in the adjacent dormitories before heading to the other side. After more than half an hour, they cleared all 10 dormitories on the right side, discovering some snacks, bottled water, clean clothing, and daily necessities amid their searches. Each person filled a backpack with the gathered items. Yes, the backpacks were also scavenged. The right side's 10 rooms held no survivors, highlighting the dismal survival rate. Across the entire 7th floor, nearly 80 individuals had existed, yet only 4 from dormitory 708 and 3 from Zhao Kun's group remained alive. The others had either turned into zombies or been devoured by them. With a survival rate of less than 10%, the mood among the group was exceedingly grim. However, this was partly due to the large number of residents in the school dormitory. Conditions elsewhere might be somewhat better. After clearing the 7th floor, the sun was close to setting, and the group decided to find a clean dormitory to spend the night, intending to contemplate their next steps in the morning. For now, their food and water supplies were sufficient, alleviating worries about hunger. Ultimately, they selected 2 undamaged dormitory rooms. Zhao Kun and his companions took one, while Yongbin and Chun Hao occupied the other. After tidying their quarters, Yongbin and Chun Hao laid down on the beds, utterly exhausted from the day's tribulations. Yongbin retrieved a charging cable he had scavenged and plugged in his phone, soon falling into deep contemplation. Brother Ben, do you think we can survive in this apocalypse? Chun Hao asked softly. Yes, Yongbin affirmed resolutely. Chun Hao nodded, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Watching apocalyptic films had once seemed thrilling, yet experiencing it firsthand revealed the profound terror of the ever-present possibility of death. Do not overthink. Focus on the path ahead. Soon, you will accompany me down to the 6th floor, Yongbin instructed. Why go to the 6th floor? Aren't we quite comfortable here? Chun Hao inquired, puzzled. While clearing out the zombies, I activated my special ability and glimpsed the 6th floor, inadvertently spotting a unique zombie in the corridor, Yongbin explained. A unique zombie? The kind that nearly annihilated our group of 5? Chun Hao asked, alarmed. Precisely. With such a zombie around, isn't it quite perilous? Why would we venture down? Chun Hao questioned, his confusion evident. Do you not realize why my strength has surged so dramatically? Yongbin suddenly posed. I've been meaning to ask. How did your strength increase so significantly? Could it be due to that crystal? Chun Hao's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, consuming that crystal has substantially enhanced my physical prowess. Yongbin affirmed with a nod. This crystal may very well be the key to surviving this apocalypse. Therefore, we must gather more before others become aware. Yongbin stated resolutely. Brother Ben, you mean this crystal is exclusively found on unique zombies? Chun Hao queried. Yes. Despite having slain numerous zombies, we have encountered only one. This indicates that unique zombies are exceedingly rare. Encountering one is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Understood. Should we involve them? Chun Hao gestured toward the room where Zhao Kun and the others resided. There is no need. Our relationship with them is merely cooperative. As long as there are no conflicting interests, everything is manageable. However, once interests are involved, complications are inevitable, and I cannot allow them to take this from us. Very well, when shall we descend? Let us rest for a while before descending, and try not to disturb them. Agreed. Chapter 15. The second crystal in another room. Kun, have you noticed that Yongbin's strength seems to have increased significantly? The thin monkey whispered. Yes, I've noticed for quite some time. His strength is now absurdly immense. Zhao Kun replied, furrowing his brow. What is going on? Initially, he was fierce, but we 3 could surely overpower him. Now, I feel that even if the 3 of us united, we would be overpowered, Old Hay remarked darkly. If I am not mistaken, it likely stems from the red crystal he extracted from the zombie's head, Zhao Kun contemplated. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the thin monkey and Old Hay reflected on the possibility. Now that you mention it, it truly seems plausible. It appears that his strength increased after consuming that substance. But how did he know that such a thing existed in the zombie's head? And how could he dare to consume it? Old Hay questioned, perplexed. This is also the aspect I find perplexing. They both seemed somewhat extraordinary. They were scratched, yet did not transform into zombies. Moreover, did you notice that during the afternoon's zombie clearing, Yangbin seemed to know in advance whether zombies were present, consistently preparing accordingly? Zhao Kuan noted. Indeed. I observed that as well. I had intended to inquire about it, but ultimately decided against it. The thin monkey nodded. Upon reflection, it seems both of them are rather peculiar. Should we truly continue associating with them? Old Black furrowed his brow. Zhao Kuan pondered for a moment and replied, it is better to stick with them before we leave the dormitory. At least our lives are somewhat safeguarded in their company. However, we must devise a way to obtain some crystals, as I do not wish to remain under his thumb. Indeed, rest assured, Brother Kuan. We will certainly assist you in acquiring them. In the stairwell of the 6th floor, Yangbin observed the zombies in the corridor with a frown. Although the battle on the rooftop had drawn some of the zombies away, there were still more than 10 lingering in the hallway, and among them was the special zombie, which troubled him greatly. While he felt confident in facing the special zombie alone, tackling it alongside so many others was utterly unfeasible. After a moment's thought, Yangbin turned to Chun Hao and said, Haozi, that special zombie is amidst that group, the tall one in black clothing. Do you have a way to lure it over or into a nearby dormitory? Chun Hao peeked at the distant zombies, contemplating before responding, I can give it a try. Be cautious. If it proves unfeasible, do not persist. Remember, using special abilities drains mental energy. If you start feeling dizzy, retreat immediately, or your invisibility will fail, Yangbin advised. With that, he pulled a handful of stones from his pocket and handed them to Chun Hao, having prepared them for attracting zombies. Rest assured, Brother Bin. I understand, Chun Hao replied, taking the stones and quickly vanishing from sight. Under Yangbin's keen gaze, Chun Hao cautiously approached, halting 5 meters away from the cluster of zombies. The zombies continued to wander aimlessly, oblivious to Chun Hao's presence. Seeing this, Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief and tossed a stone into a nearby dormitory. The sound quickly startled several zombies, and 2 of them rushed into the dormitory. Noticing the effectiveness of this tactic, Chun Hao repeated the process, successfully luring away 7 or 8 zombies. At this point, the special zombie had become exposed. Chun Hao stepped back a few paces and tossed a stone at its feet. The special zombie glanced curiously at the stone on the ground, but remained motionless, appearing somewhat more intelligent than the ordinary zombies. Undeterred, Chun Hao continued to retreat while tossing stones. Finally, the special zombie succumbed to its curiosity and began to follow, albeit with 2 other zombies trailing closely behind. This development caused Chun Hao some distress. He simply wished to lure the special zombie, not a trio. After several attempts, he found that the 2 zombies followed the special one like shadows, no matter where it went. With a sense of resignation, Chun Hao looked toward Yangbin, who had also noted the situation. Yangbin signaled for Chun Hao to bring them along and then ascended the staircase, taking refuge around the corner. With Yangbin's approval, Chun Hao carefully continued to toss stones, gradually leading the 3 zombies to the corner of the stairwell. At this moment, Yangbin firmly grasped the iron pipe, poised for action. As 3 zombies approached in an instant, he thrust the pipe forward with great force, piercing the skull of a common zombie. Instantly, the zombie's head was penetrated, and it collapsed to the ground. It was not that Yangbin wished to avoid the special zombie. Rather, he was acutely aware that he could not dispatch it with a single blow, and facing the attacks of 3 zombies simultaneously would be perilous. Thus, he opted to eliminate one first. As Yangbin struck, the other 2 zombies became aware of his presence and lunged toward him, particularly the special zombie, which moved with remarkable speed. Yangbin withdrew the pipe and executed a sweeping strike against both zombies. The common zombie was sent tumbling down the stairs, while the special zombie only staggered back a step before launching itself at him once more. Yangbin swiftly jabbed the pipe forward, accurately hitting the zombie in the head. However, this time, unlike the common zombie, the pipe did not penetrate completely. It merely created a hole, unable to delve deeper. The special zombie possessed superior strength, speed, and resilience compared to its common counterparts. It was evident that piercing the special zombie's skull with a blunt pipe would not be an easy feat nevertheless. Yangbin was mentally prepared. Upon realizing his initial strike had failed, he quickly withdrew the pipe and swung it down again, forcing the zombie to retreat. At that moment, the common zombie that had fallen was getting back up, rapidly charging at him. but was halted by the sudden appearance of Chun Hao. The two skirmishes commenced simultaneously in the cramped stairwell, where wielding the iron pipes proved cumbersome. Fortunately, the zombies employed a rather simplistic combat style, incessantly lunging at their adversaries, and the length of the pipes kept them at bay. Yongbin repeatedly forced the special zombie back, delivering blow after blow to its head. Finally, after striking it 7 or 8 times, the sound of shattering bone echoed, and Yongbin's pipe finally pierced through the skull of the special zombie. It ceased its movements and slowly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chun Hao had also managed to snap the neck of his opponent. At that moment, a roaring sound emanated from below, indicating that their commotion had indeed attracted the attention of the zombies on the 6th floor. Yongbin hastily reached into the skull of the special zombie and soon extracted a red crystal. "Let us go." The two quickly ascended the stairs, retreating to their dormitory before the zombies could detect them. Chapter 16. Chun Hao's advancement in the dormitory. Chun Hao gazed at the red crystal in Yongbin's hand, astonished. "Brother Ben, does this really have the potential to significantly enhance one's strength?" "Indeed," Yongbin nodded, then directly handed the crystal to Chun Hao. "You'll find out for yourself." "What? For me?" Chun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "If not for you, then for whom?" Yongbin rolled his eyes. "Brother Ben, I think you should consume it. If you take another, your strength might increase further, and then these zombies will be a mere trifle," Chun Hao insisted, offering the crystal back to Yongbin. "What? Do you wish to be a burden while I do all the heavy lifting?" "Brother Ben, that's not what I meant. I merely believe it would be better for you to consume it. It feels somewhat wasteful for me to take it," Chun Hao murmured. Yongbin sighed, patting Chun Hao's shoulder, and said, "Haozi, we are in an apocalypse now. To survive in such a world, one must possess strength. You are the only person I trust to watch my back. Therefore, we must advance together. If I improve while you remain stagnant, you will inevitably become a burden, which I am certain you do not wish to become. Indeed, I have no desire to be a burden." "Then it is settled. It's merely a crystal. Once your strength increases, we shall have no trouble acquiring more together." "Very well, I shall consume this one." Chun Hao was not one to hesitate. Once he understood, he accepted the crystal, wiped it on his body, closed his eyes, and swiftly placed it into his mouth. Soon, the energy crystal dissolved into energy and integrated into Chun Hao's being. After a while, he opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and his face radiated excitement. "How marvelous! I feel as though I could slay a bull." "Take a moment to sense, see if anything new has emerged in your mind," Yongbin suggested. Chun Hao shut his eyes again, then suddenly opened them wide, gazing at Yongbin in disbelief. "Brother Ben, a depiction of the Big Dipper has appeared in my mind, identical to the one I saw in the sky last night." "Indeed, it is the same," Yongbin nodded. "What is the meaning of this? Why does the star map in my mind mirror that of the heavens?" Chun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "I am uncertain. After much contemplation, the only conclusion I can draw is that we may have unlocked a cultivation system." "What do you mean?" "The stars in the Big Dipper within my mind are all dim, yet by consuming an energy crystal, we have illuminated a corner of the first star, nearly doubling our strength. If I am not mistaken, as we light up more of this star map, our abilities will continue to grow, and perhaps we may even acquire various powers in the future," Yongbin pondered. "This sounds rather mystical," Chun Hao remarked, somewhat incredulous. "How do you perceive your invisibility? Is that mystical?" "Indeed. Then it stands to reason. Having extraordinary abilities makes the notion of cultivation quite normal, does it not?" "That seems to be the case. Now, do not dwell on it too much. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we must continue our battle." "Agreed." As night fell, a palpable atmosphere of fear enveloped the globe. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, drastically altering the global situation. In the span of a single day, bustling streets transformed into domains ruled by the undead, forcing humanity to seek refuge in hidden corners in search of survival. Chaos reigned within official circles as well. Many in positions of authority had succumbed to becoming zombies, and societal order lay in ruins. The roads resembled a scene of a catastrophic accident, strewn with vehicles in disarray, while zombies wandered amidst them. From within the houses, muffled cries could occasionally be heard, as everyone remained hidden, too fearful to venture outside. Of course, there were those who bravely stood against the zombies, but they were a minority. The average person would feel their legs weaken at the sight of a zombie, let alone engage in combat with one. In such dire circumstances, the population of humanity is dwindling rapidly, and virtually every industry has come to a standstill, leaving everyone in a state of existential dread. On the first day of the apocalypse, chaos ensued worldwide. In the depths of night, the sky once again revealed the constellation of the Big Dipper, yet the brightest star, Polaris, was conspicuously absent, and the enigmatic crimson celestial body had not reappeared. The groans of zombies gradually faded, and the world fell into an eerie silence. Humanity could scarcely recall the last time a night had been so profoundly quiet. Aside from a few streetlights stubbornly flickering, the glow of countless homes had vanished. As families cowered behind tightly shut doors, afraid to switch on their lights. Bars and nightclubs, once vibrant hubs of nightlife, were now firmly locked. Zombies lifted their heads, gazing at the heavens where the Big Dipper shone. Faintly, it seemed as if the starlight was drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to slowly merge within them. Besides the zombies, various mutated beasts also stared up at the Big Dipper, as wisps of spiritual energy gradually flowed into their beings. Early the next morning, Yongbin rose with the dawn, casually reaching for his phone, only to discover he had received a message. Upon opening it, his face brightened with joy, for the message was from Hu Wenliang. He was still alive. Excitement surged through Yongbin as he quickly opened the message. "Brother Bin, are you all still alive? The apocalypse has arrived. Lubo has turned into a zombie. I managed to escape by hiding in the restroom, but it seems he has discovered my whereabouts. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. If you are still alive, find a place to hide and do whatever it takes to survive." Reading Hu Wenliang's words, Yongbin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Lubo had ultimately succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie. Yet, it was a relief that Hu Wenliang was still among the living. "How's he? Wake up!" Yongbin exclaimed, giving Chun Hao's bed a gentle kick. "What is it, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao groggily sat up. "Wenliang is still alive," Yongbin replied with palpable excitement. "Really?" Chun Hao exclaimed, his surprise evident as he sat upright. "What about Lubo? He has turned into a zombie," Yongbin whispered. "Well, at least Wenliang is alive." Chun Hao managed to force a smile. "Yes, he is hiding in the restroom and is in dire straits. We must devise a plan to rescue him," Yongbin declared. "Agreed." The two swiftly made their way to the restroom, quickly washing up and donning a set of clean clothes scavenged from their surroundings. Their previous garments were tattered and stained with blood, discarded before they went to sleep the previous night. With their backpacks slung over their shoulders, they approached the dormitory of Zhao Kuan and the others. After knocking on the door, it was soon opened by the lean figure of Shouho. The others had already prepared and were waiting for them. "What is the plan for today?" Zhao Kuan inquired. "We intend to go to the third floor to rescue someone. Are you coming with us?" Yongbin stated directly. Zhao Kuan furrowed his brow. "To reach the third floor, we must traverse the 654 series of staircases. If we proceed this way, we will undoubtedly alert the zombies on these floors. If we are flanked from above and below, it will be disastrous. Indeed, it is perilous. Which is why I asked if you would join us. If you choose not to, Chun Hao and I will go alone." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Kuan ultimately shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you on this risky venture. I must be responsible for Shouho and Lao He." "I understand." Yongbin nodded. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. In truth, it was not particularly amicable, and the other party had no obligation to accompany them on this perilous venture. "Thus, I shall accompany Chun Hao. You must exercise caution." After Yongbin spoke, he departed with Chun Hao. "Yongbin, I hope you both survive," Zhao Kuan remarked, observing their retreating figures. "Rest assured, even if you perish, we shall remain unscathed." Yongbin waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 17. Ascending to the third floor. "Brother Bin, do you possess any certainty?" Chun Hao inquired anxiously as they reached the stairwell. "Who would dare claim certainty in such circumstances? However, our abilities have both advanced, and with our extraordinary powers, we should be able to attempt it," Yongbin replied. "Shall I slip down invisibly to assess the situation?" "There's no need. Your invisibility cannot be sustained for long, and we have no knowledge of the number of zombies below. Should you inadvertently encounter one, it could spell disaster. Our cooperation is paramount." "Very well." Cautiously, the two proceeded downward. The sixth floor stairwell was devoid of zombies, but upon reaching the fifth floor, they were confronted with an unwelcome sight. 3 zombies were staggering in the stairwell. Eliminating these 3 would be trivial for them, yet any engagement would inevitably produce noise, attracting a horde of zombies, which would be troublesome. Even with their current prowess, being encircled would lead to their demise. "What should we do, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao turned to Yongbin. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Bin suggested, if possible, let us avoid confrontation. Try to use stones to lure them away. Understood. Shenhao nodded, then turned invisible and cautiously descended. Be careful, do not make a sound. Indeed. Shenhao gingerly approached the zombies from behind, producing a stone and tossing it into the corridor in hopes of diverting their attention. However, rather than the stairwell zombies moving, the commotion attracted others from the corridor. Both were left in a state of frustration upon witnessing this turn of events. Shenhao, undeterred, threw another stone to the opposite side, only to have 2 more zombies emerge, while the 3 in the stairwell remained unperturbed, fearing further attempts might draw even more zombies. Shenhao hesitated to throw any more stones. Under these circumstances, unless he could venture down and toss a stone directly into the corridor, persuading these zombies to vacate the stairwell seemed implausible. However, with the 3 zombies positioned directly in the middle of the stairwell, Shenhao would have to navigate past them, akin to walking a tightrope. Although the zombies were not aligned side by side, they were perilously close to one another and ambled about, presenting a significant risk of accidental contact. Yang Bin was preparing to call Shenhao back for further deliberation when, gritting his teeth, Shenhao resolutely continued his descent. Yang Bin was taken aback, realizing it was too late to call him back. He tightened his grip on the iron pipe, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. With painstaking slowness, Shenhao descended step by step, drawing ever closer to the zombies, causing Yang Bin's heart to race in his chest. At this moment, Shenhao exhibited remarkable composure. The instant the first zombie ambled past him, he took a decisive step forward, deftly bypassing it and gradually approaching the second zombie. Patiently, he awaited the creature's departure before stealthily maneuvering past it. However, at that moment, several zombies approaching from behind began to meander towards Shenhao's position. Both Shenhao and Yang Bin were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Should they converge, a confrontation with Shenhao would be inevitable. In a critical moment, Shenhao swiftly produced a few stones and tossed them behind the advancing zombies. The creatures halted, turning their heads in confusion before wandering off in the direction of the sound. Both Yang Bin and Shenhao let out a sigh of relief. The leading zombie had nearly brushed against Shenhao. Had it not been for Shenhao's extensive experience, that alarming encounter would have undoubtedly caused him to lose his composure. The group of zombies, now accompanied by a third, departed, allowing Shenhao to swiftly press himself against the wall, reaching the corner before once again tossing a handful of stones into the corridor, successfully diverting the zombies' attention. Even the 2 lingering on the staircase curiously followed suit. Before long, the zombies in the stairwell had vacated the area, prompting Shenhao to beckon Yang Bin, who quickly descended. The pair hastily arrived at the corner between the 5th and 4th floors. "Hatsi, refrain from such reckless behavior next time," Yang Bin admonished. "Rest assured, Bin Gu. I am confident," Shenhao replied with certainty. "Confidence? You nearly kissed a zombie just now." That was purely coincidental," Shenhao said, feeling awkward. "Next time, consult me before doing something like this," Yang Bin insisted sternly. "Understood," Shenhao murmured. Yang Bin nodded and activated his true vision to survey the area below. The staircase on the 4th floor was devoid of zombies. However, several were swaying in the corridor. This posed no challenge for them. Shenhao rendered himself invisible and easily drew the zombies into a nearby dormitory by tossing a few stones. The duo quickly descended the stairs. But just as they reached the corridor on the 4th floor, Yang Bin halted. "What's wrong?" Shenhao inquired quietly. "A group," Yang Bin replied darkly. "All in the stairwell?" "Yes, they are. Dining." "Dining?" Shenhao momentarily failed to grasp the situation. "Yes, a tall one with fair skin. It must be that effeminate one from room 312, Yang Bin explained. "Eating people?" Shenhao finally connected the dots. "Zombies can't possibly be dining on rice." "Bin Gu, I've noticed your increasingly peculiar observations. What is so peculiar about that? Haven T, we encountered such scenes numerous times. Yet, I've never seen you scrutinize them so intently. Identifying a person by just a leg. A routine operation. If one day you were to be consumed, I would recognize you by a mere bone. Enough of that. The pressing issue is that those creatures are indulging themselves and likely want to leave anytime soon," Yang Bin said, furrowing his brow. "Shall we wait then?" Shenhao suggested. "Wait. Our position is painfully precarious. If the zombies from the 4th floor come our way, we're done for. You may be able to turn invisible, but I cannot. What shall we do then?" "Charge down, straight to our dormitory," Yang Bin exclaimed. "Isn't that too perilous? What if we encounter a horde of zombies below?" That would spell disaster for us. We have no choice. Being trapped in the corridor with zombies above and below us would be a far worse fate, Yangbin reasoned. All right, I'll follow your lead. Stay close to me. Given our strength, we should be able to push through without much trouble, he added. Yangbin gripped the iron pipe tightly, his gaze fixed on the zombies below, engrossed in their meal. Noting that they were oblivious to his presence, he made his move, leaping down and landing a foot squarely on one zombie's head, vaulting over a cluster of others feasting in the stairwell. Chunhao followed closely, seizing the opportunity to spring off the same zombie's shoulder and propel himself forward. A chorus of growls erupted as the zombies, sensing the presence of the living, abandoned their meals and lunged toward the two. Chapter 18. Hu Wenliang. The pair raced to the third-floor corridor, only to be met with a chilling sight. The passage was teeming with zombies, an estimated 30 to 40 in total, with nearly 20 occupying the left side alone. Haozi, it's time to fight for our lives. I'll take the lead. You cover the rear, Yangbin declared with gravity. Understood, Chunhao replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Yangbin tightened his grip on the iron pipe and charged forward. The zombies ahead quickly lunged at him. Yangbin thrust the pipe forward, piercing the skull of the first zombie with a swift motion. However, he noticed with concern that the resistance felt stronger than that of the zombies he had encountered previously. There was no time to ponder. He kicked the incapacitated zombie aside, taking down several others in the process, and pressed on. Before long, the zombies were scrambling to their feet, once again pursuing them, while the horde from behind drew nearer. Chunhao emulated Yangbin, his pipe striking swiftly. Though not as adept, his enhanced physical prowess allowed him to dispatch the leading zombie with a decisive blow to the head, sending it sprawling. The two fought with a combination of limbs and the iron pipe, constantly striking and kicking the advancing zombies away. After dispatching several, Yangbin was convinced that these zombies were indeed more formidable than those from the previous day. Their strength, speed, and resilience surpassed those he had faced before. Could it be that the zombies downstairs were stronger? Or could they be evolving? Yangbin pondered. Hurry, I can't hold them off much longer. Chunhao's anxious voice broke through his thoughts. Yangbin glanced back, his expression darkening. The zombies behind them outnumbered those in front, and they had now reached Chunhao, who found himself unable to thrust his pipe forward. Instead, he attempted to push them back, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. With blood oozing from his wounds inflicted by the relentless grasp of the zombies, he gritted his teeth and braced himself. Haozi, hold on. Yangbin let out a fierce roar as he plunged the iron pipe in his hand into the skull of another zombie. Without hesitation, he leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature sprawling several meters away, causing a cascade of fallen zombies behind him. Let us go. With no time to deliver a finishing blow, Yangbin swiftly stepped over the fallen undead and sprinted ahead. Chunhao suddenly pushed forward and quickly followed suit. Ahead, Yangbin transformed his stabbing motion into a swinging arc, knocking down one zombie after another as he charged forward. Chunhao kept pace, and just as they were about to reach dormitory 308, a fallen zombie suddenly clutched Chunhao's leg and bit into his ankle. Hiss! Chunhao gasped sharply, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Haozi! Yangbin was taken aback, his iron pipe struck with precision, dispatching the zombie that had bitten Chunhao. He then hoisted Chunhao up and used his shoulder to shove aside several more zombies, crashing into the dormitory and swiftly securing the door behind them. With a roar, just as they began to catch their breath, a sudden scream echoed within the dormitory, revealing yet another zombie lurking inside. Lu Bo. Upon seeing the creature, a wave of sorrow washed over both men. 3 years as roommates had forged a strong bond between them, and witnessing their former friend transformed into a zombie was a heart-wrenching sight. Yet, Lu Bo, now devoid of recognition, charged at them with fervor. I'm sorry, brother. Yangbin sighed deeply, his iron pipe striking decisively, piercing Lu Bo's neck. He refrained from targeting the head, at least preserving a semblance of dignity for his friend. As Lu Bo fell to the ground, both men felt a profound sadness. They had slain countless zombies, yet this was the first time they had to take down someone they once called brother. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of frenzied pounding on the door reverberated, shaking it violently, as the zombies behind them showed no intention of letting them escape. The two quickly gathered their wits and dragged a nearby bed to brace against the door. Just as they secured it, a familiar voice emerged from behind. Binge Haozi. Hu Wenliang's head poked out from the restroom, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing them. Liangzi. The two men shared in the excitement as they embraced the third man. I thought I'd never see you again. Hu Wenliang's eyes glistened with emotion. Indeed, it is a great relief to see you alive. Chunhao echoed his sentiments. Soon, they parted, and Hu Wenliang looked at the two with confusion. The outside is swarming with zombies. How did you make it back? You have no idea the trials we endured to come back for you. Chunhao exclaimed, extending his leg to reveal a gruesome wound, flesh torn and bloodied. How's you? Seeing the injury, Hu Wenliang's eyes welled up with tears. I'm so sorry, Haozi. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have sent you that message. If you turn into a zombie, I will accompany you. Enough of that. You're no woman. Who needs such tragic devotion? Hurry and fetch something to bandage my wound. It hurts terribly. You're on the verge of becoming a zombie. And you're worried about bandaging? You've turned into a zombie, while I am perfectly fine, Chunhao remarked with an eye roll. But it's all right, Liangzi, Haozi is unharmed. At that moment, Yang Bin approached with bandages, alcohol, and some healing ointments he had retrieved from the cabinet. These supplies were remnants of his previous preparations, as he often worked at construction sites where minor injuries were inevitable. Thus, he had developed a habit of keeping some medicine on hand. However, just as he was about to tend to Chunhao's wounds, he suddenly paused. When he activated his true sight to examine Chunhao's injury, he inadvertently caught sight of Hu Wenliang, and this revelation left him momentarily stunned. Hu Wenliang possessed an ability, a healing ability no less. What a remarkable coincidence! Yang Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. What coincidence, Bingo? Chunhao asked, puzzled. This guy Liangzi also has an ability. Isn't that remarkable? Really? Chunhao said, his excitement palpable. What are you two talking about? What ability? Hu Wenliang looked at them both with a bewildered expression. Liangzi, try placing your hand over Haozi's injury and focus on healing him, Yang Bin instructed. What is this about? Hu Wenliang appeared even more confused. Just do as I say. Yang Bin replied with a smile. Oh, fine. Hu Wenliang nodded, then crouched down, placing his hand over Chunhao's wound, concentrating on the thought of healing him. Before long, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a white light suddenly emanated from the point where Hu Wenliang's hand met Chunhao's injury. They were further astonished to witness the wound on Chunhao's foot slowly but visibly healing, returning to its original state in no time. Incredible, Chunhao marveled. Even Yang Bin looked on in awe, finding the spectacle utterly unbelievable. What on earth is happening? Hu Wenliang was equally bewildered. Yang Bin explained all he knew to Hu Wenliang, finally giving him some understanding. So, in this apocalypse, not only are there zombies, but also superhumans? Hu Wenliang's eyes widened in disbelief. One could say that, Yang Bin replied. This is simply astounding. By the way, Liangzi, Lu Bo has turned into a zombie. How did you manage to survive? Did you just happen to be in the restroom? Yang Bin inquired curiously. No, that night your phone woke me, and I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to play games, thinking I would just play a couple of rounds before sleeping. But I kept losing, which only fueled my frustration and desire to stay awake. I played until past 4, finally winning a game. Just as I was about to quit and sleep, I noticed a bright light outside my window with a hint of red. Curious, I stepped outside, and you won't believe what I saw. Hu Wenliang exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Did you see the Big Dipper and a crimson star? Yang Bin asked tentatively. How did you know? Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Is it possible that we all witnessed the same phenomenon? Chunhao chuckled. All right, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. Seeing that spectacle completely eradicated my sleepiness, and I remained transfixed until the stars disappeared before returning to the dorm. As dawn broke, upon returning to the dormitory, I was met with the unsettling sight of Lu Bo's body trembling uncontrollably. Despite my incessant calls, he remained unresponsive. I watched in horror as his skin began to decay. In my panic, I attempted to reach you, but the calls failed to connect. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze, reminiscent of the zombies portrayed in films. Terrified, I hastily retreated to the restroom, repeatedly dialing emergency services, yet to no avail. Eventually, I stumbled upon news of a zombie outbreak online, leaving me too frightened to emerge from the restroom. Hu Wenliang, still shaken, remarked, you witnessed the very genesis of a zombie. Chunhao expressed his astonishment. Meanwhile, Yang Bin fell into deep contemplation. He possessed a unique ability, as did Chunhao and Hu Wenliang, all sharing the common experience of witnessing the Big Dipper and the Crimson Stars. Could their powers be linked to this phenomenon? Chapter 19. The School Broadcast Bang. 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 The dormitory door continued to be relentlessly battered by the encroaching zombies, seemingly fixated on Yang Bin and the others, persistently assaulting the entrance. The trio watched as the beds shook violently, hastily dragging another one into position for reinforcement, buoyed by the strength of Yang Bin and Chun Hao. With 2 beds propped against the door, the tremor subsided, and they finally exhaled in relief. "Hey, do you have any food?" Hu Wenliang asked awkwardly. "I haven't eaten in nearly 2 days." Having hidden in the restroom for a day and a night, he was now famished. "Yes," Yang Bin replied, retrieving his backpack and revealing a bounty of food and water, all scavenged from their surroundings. "Wow, did you rob a store? How did you acquire so much?" Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. "Something like that. Hurry and eat," Yang Bin urged. Without hesitation, Hu Wenliang seized a package of bread and a bottle of mineral water, devouring them ravenously. Watching him eat with such fervor, Yang Bin chuckled. Hu Wenliang's ability provided them with a significant advantage, with him among them. Their chances of survival were bolstered. In this apocalyptic world, injuries were inevitable, and their lack of medical knowledge posed a grave risk. Basic first aid could suffice, but serious injuries would present a daunting challenge, especially with no hospitals in sight. Thus, Hu Wenliang's ability was nothing short of miraculous at this moment. After a considerable time, Hu Wenliang finally felt satiated, a look of contentment gracing his face as he remarked, "It's wonderful to have something to eat." Indeed, securing food in the apocalypse is no simple task. "We scavenged an entire floor of the dormitory to find these supplies," Chun Hao proudly stated. "Impressive," Hu Wenliang commended, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Bin, what should we do next? Those zombies are still blocking the door. We can't venture out." Chun Hao expressed his concern. "Don't worry. They can't breach the door. Let us take a moment to rest. In time, some zombies will disperse, and when there are fewer, we can devise a plan to exit." Yang Bin reassured them. "Understood. Haozi, it seems you've sustained quite a severe injury as well. Let me assist you with treatment." Hu Wenliang observed the gruesome wounds on Chun Hao's hands. "All right." Chun Hao nodded, quickly rolling up his tattered sleeves to reveal a series of deep gashes. "You both came together, yet here you are, covered in injuries while Bin remains unscathed. How can I possibly compare myself to him? If I possessed his remarkable prowess, I wouldn't be calling him brother. However, I must admit, Liangzi, your extraordinary ability is indeed impressive. I shall no longer fret over injuries." Chun Hao exclaimed, gazing at his unblemished arm with excitement. Hu Wenliang was about to respond when suddenly, darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the table in time. "What's wrong?" Chun Hao inquired with curiosity. "I don't know. I just feel a bit dizzy and weak," Hu Wenliang replied. Perplexed, "It must be the result of continuous use of your ability. A little rest should suffice," Yang Bin interjected. "Ah, so using my powers can lead to this? No wonder I felt perfectly fine, yet suddenly became dizzy." "This won't do, Liangzi. Your ability lacks endurance," Chun Hao teased. "The consumption of energy is substantial. In the beginning, it cannot be sustained for long periods, but it appears that improvement comes with enhanced strength," Yang Bin explained. "Indeed, I have noticed that as well." Chun Hao nodded in agreement. "All right, let us all take a break, especially you, Liangzi. You haven't slept for 2 nights. Your eyes are bloodshot. Rest for a while, and we'll wake you later." "But what about the zombies outside?" "No worries. They cannot enter with the bed blocking the way. You can lie down while they rock you to sleep." "Very well, I shall rest." Hu Wenliang nodded and promptly collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Konggu. "Do you think Yang Bin and the others can survive like this?" the skinny monkey asked. "I am not sure, but they should be fine. Yang Bin is quite clever," Zhao Kun replied. "So, shall we continue to scavenge for food on the 6th floor? Our supplies will only last until tomorrow, and if we don't gather more, we will be left starving. Just the few of us won't suffice, unless we bring those 4 from room 708 along. Those cowards won't dare. No worries. Their food is running low as well. When hunger strikes, they will inevitably seek us out." Haha, true enough. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, shadows flitted through the various dormitory buildings of the school. After a day and night, many could no longer bear the pangs of hunger and were compelled to risk venturing out in search of sustenance. However, amidst the throngs of zombies within the dormitories, the challenge of finding food was evident. One misstep could lead to becoming a delivery for the undead. Fortunately, by noon, the school's broadcast system suddenly blared, successfully attracting a majority of the zombies. The undead are particularly sensitive to sound. Upon hearing the broadcast, hordes rushed toward the source of the noise. Thankfully, the zombies could not comprehend the content of the broadcast, which was delivered by a school official urging the surviving students to gather at the dining hall. The school boasted 4 dining facilities, but when one mentions the main cafeteria, everyone understands it is the one capable of accommodating 3,000 diners. And it is also the nearest to the dormitories. This official likely recognized that the zombies would not understand human speech, which is why he dared to make the announcement over the airwaves. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the students wore expressions of astonishment. The school had not abandoned them. However, although the dining hall was the nearest to the dormitory, a considerable distance still lay between them, rendering the journey anything but simple. Soon, the campus forum buzzed with activity once more. Students from Building 16, still alive, responded, urging a collective gathering to venture to the dining hall. Those from Building 12 announced the creation of a group chat, inviting everyone to discuss the best route. The adjacent dormitory residents planned to assemble downstairs for safety in numbers. Individuals from various dormitory buildings engaged in discussions on how to reach the dining hall. Likewise, students from Building 21 began posting as well. How many of us remain in Building 21? Let's tally our strength and head to the dining hall together. Before long, numerous comments flooded in, and upon counting, it was revealed that only 53 residents of Building 21 were still alive, excluding a few silent individuals like Yongbin. On average, only 7 or 8 remained per floor, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "In our building, some have already begun clearing out the zombies. They've eradicated all the zombies on the 7th floor and can lead us." Is that true? Are there really such formidable individuals? Indeed. There are no zombies left on the 7th floor, but those few individuals are rather unscrupulous. They took all our food. How could they do that? Stealing food from fellow students is simply reprehensible. Exactly. In this apocalypse, when everyone is struggling for sustenance, how can they rob others? Such individuals were roundly condemned, with some standing on moral high ground, pointing fingers at Yongbin and his companions, as though they had committed heinous acts. At that moment, Yongbin and Chunhao were scrolling through their phones, utterly speechless at the unfolding scene. Is it such a crime to have eaten a few pieces of cake? How have we become so villainous? Chunhao lamented. There is no need to pay heed to these people. They are merely envious of what they cannot have. If confronted, they would likely act even more atrociously than us, Yongbin replied, shaking his head. Indeed, I concur. So, Brother Bin, shall we venture out? The number of zombies outside has significantly decreased. With our capabilities, we should manage just fine. Not so fast. Having many people isn't necessarily advantageous. Let us observe the situation first. Understood. Chapter 20. The scapegoat on the forum, someone finally suggested. Let us set aside that matter for now and focus on how to reach the dining hall. It was then that someone remembered the pressing issue. Since they can eliminate zombies, let us have them guide us to the dining hall. Yes, I believe that is a good idea. Those upstairs, who are those individuals? There are 3 from our floor, Zhao Kuan and his companions from room 716. The other 2 are unfamiliar and likely don't reside on this floor. Is Zhao Kuan here? If so, please respond. Meanwhile, in a dormitory on the 7th floor, Zhao Kuan and his companions wore expressions of displeasure. These people just labeled us as heinous criminals, and now they expect us to lead them to the dining hall, treating us as if we are their benefactors. The lean monkey remarked, exasperated. That is not entirely fair. There is strength in numbers, and going together provides mutual support, increasing our chances of success, Old Hay countered. What do you think, Kuan? Let us ignore them, Zhao Kuan replied. However, we must also venture to the canteen, as our provisions will not last much longer. Since everyone shares this sentiment, would it not be more prudent to go together? Old Hay remarked in confusion. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Yet larger goals often come with greater peril, Zhao Kuan replied. Nevertheless, hiding indefinitely is not a viable solution. The online discourse has gone mad. Let us observe the situation before making any decisions, Zhao Kuan said with a hint of irritation. How is it that these individuals have not recognized Yang the Mad? Should we expose him? Old Hay suggested. If you wish to court death, by all means, give it a try. Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes in response. As if sensing the approach of the zombies, the school authorities wisely broadcast announcements, amplifying the volume significantly. An increasing number of zombies gravitated toward the source of the broadcast. resulting in fewer undead lingering in the dormitory. Many students within began to stir restlessly. Finally, the students from dormitories 4, 5, and 6, closest to the canteen, initiated their actions. A group of students banded together, wielding an assortment of weapons, brooms, clothes poles, benches, and even fruit knives. Occasionally, one might spot individuals armed with steel pipes or even sabers, for among university students, there are always a few restless spirits. Most zombies had already vacated the premises, and those encountered in the vicinity were swiftly subdued by the mob. While many hesitated to engage, a handful of daring souls led the way, successfully guiding their peers to the canteen. Witnessing their success ignited a fervor among others, prompting various dormitory residents to take action. Consequently, there were both triumphant and disastrous outcomes, with some groups facing complete annihilation. Although the zombies were drawn away by the broadcast, they were not blind. Upon sighting the living, they would inevitably prioritize them as prey. The school's loudspeakers, aside from the one atop the academic building, were hidden throughout the campus, nestled in the grass and trees. Thus, while the zombies had departed from the dormitories, they remained scattered across various locations. A single misstep could lead to a fatal encounter. Despite the high mortality rate, this represented a glimmer of hope for survival, prompting many to take the risk, especially those who were unbearably hungry, eager to reach the canteen for sustenance. At that moment, on the campus forum, beneath the post for Building 21, many users expressed their frustration in the comments, noting the absence of Zhao Kuan and his companions. This Zhao Kuan is nothing but a coward, they scorned. He only knows how to seize his classmates' food. If faced with zombies, he would cower like a child. Indeed, claiming that the zombies on the 7th floor were vanquished by them is likely a deception. I witnessed many zombies leaping from the building yesterday, probably of their own volition. What a bunch of cowards. Upon reading these remarks, Zhao Kuan and his friends were nearly driven to throw their phones in anger. I cannot tolerate this any longer. Let us go to room 708 and teach those rascals a lesson. Old Hei's face darkened considerably. It is unjust that we bear the blame for Yang Bin's initial aggression. I cannot swallow this indignation, said the thin monkey. Let us go. I too yearn to unleash my fury. Even Zhao Kuan stood up at this moment. Thus, the group made their way directly to dormitory 708. Bang, bang, bang. The imposing figure of Lao Hei rapped on the door. What do you want? Curly Hair asked in trepidation upon catching sight of their furious expressions through the window. We're not up to anything. Didn't you ask us to escort you to the cafeteria? Let us go, Zhao Kuan replied, suppressing his anger. Really? The bespectacled boy was skeptical. The demeanor of these individuals hardly suggested they were there to guide them to the cafeteria. Of course, many from other dormitories have already gone. Do you wish to join us, or shall we leave you behind? Zhao Kuan pressed. Yes, of course we want to go. The 4 in the dormitory, fearing abandonment by Zhao Kuan and his companions, hurriedly opened the door. However, as soon as the door swung open, regret washed over them upon seeing the wicked grins on Zhao Kuan's face. What are you planning? Don't go overboard. Before long, anguished cries echoed from dormitory 708. Despite the presence of 4 individuals within, they were utterly powerless against Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions, having faced numerous battles against zombies. Zhao Kuan and his friends were far beyond the capabilities of these timid souls. Minutes later, Zhao Kuan and his companions emerged from the dormitory, looking quite satisfied, while 4 battered figures lay trembling on the ground behind them. Let us go. There aren't many zombies around at the moment. We should make our way to the cafeteria, Zhao Kuan suggested. Should we take the others with us? The thin monkey inquired. We'll go our way. Let them be. All right then. Once they departed, Curly Hair and the others quickly scrambled to their feet. They've left. They're likely heading to the cafeteria. Let us hurry and follow them. Although they harbored immense resentment towards those who had assaulted them, they understood that these individuals were indeed capable of fighting zombies, and following them was far safer than venturing out alone. Meanwhile, beneath a post on the campus forum regarding Dormitory 21, news quickly emerged. They've gone to the cafeteria. Soon, those hiding in their dormitories cautiously emerged, each one following suit. In Dormitory 308, Yangbin shook his head as he observed the updates on the forum. Zhao Kuan can't seem to remain calm. Now that the zombies have mostly dispersed, with weapons and experience in battling them, they should be fine reaching the cafeteria if they proceed with caution, Chunhao remarked. If it's just a few of them, they'll undoubtedly make it. However, if a throng follows behind, that presents a different scenario. Indeed, a larger group is a bigger target. But they're all classmates. It's better to take them along. Especially since staying behind might lead to starvation. You do well to abandon such thoughts. We're in an apocalypse. Looking out for our own family and friends is already a challenge. We can't concern ourselves with others. Even the slightest hint of compassion could lead us to ruin. Understood. So, Brother Bin, when shall we go? Yang Bin glanced at the still slumbering Hu Wenliang and contemplated. We have enough provisions. Let us stay in the dormitory for another night and reassess tomorrow. It may not be wise to head to the cafeteria, given the potential crowd. The food there won't last long. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 21. The encounter at dormitory 21. Zhao Kuan and his companions descended the stairs, effortlessly dispatching a few zombies they encountered along the way. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Kuan glanced back at the throng of people following them, a frown creasing his brow. Ultimately, he said nothing and continued onward. Navigating through several dormitory buildings, they soon arrived at a verdant area where, not far off, a cluster of zombies appeared perplexed, milling about a concealed speaker, seemingly bewildered by the human sounds they could hear, yet could not see. Zhao Kuan gestured, signaling his companions to circumvent the disturbance. The followers, acutely aware of the perilous situation, held their breath and remained silent. However, with a large group, unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise. Someone inadvertently stepped on the heel of the person in front, causing them to stumble, which led to a domino effect of falls. Damn it! Zhao Kuan exclaimed upon witnessing the chaos. As expected, over a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes turned in their direction, and the zombies charged excitedly toward them. The sight of the approaching horde sent the group into disarray, with some fleeing in panic. Everyone stop. Whoever runs will be the first to face my wrath. Zhao Kuan bellowed, brandishing his weapon in preparation for battle. Having endured numerous skirmishes, Zhao Kuan and his two companions remained composed, swiftly retrieving iron pipes. The others, startled by his authoritative tone, quelled their fears upon seeing him ready for combat. With over 50 individuals present, they held a numerical advantage against the 10 or so zombies. Soon, the zombies surged forward, and Zhao Kuan and his companions were the first to strike, thrusting their pipes towards the necks of the advancing undead. Their combat experience shone through as all three successfully severed a zombie's neck. Unfortunately, the rest of the group lacked such expertise, wielding an assortment of weapons, many of which were inadequate. Frustratingly, some individuals bore no weapons at all, merely carrying backpacks and laptops. As the zombies pressed in, some bravely attempted to defend themselves, while others succumbed to fear, their legs turning to jelly. When it came to keyboard warriors, they were formidable, yet faced with real zombies, they faltered. Fortunately, their numerical superiority, combined with Zhao Kuan and his companions' prowess, eventually led to the demise of all the zombies. However, the victory was not without cost, as 6 individuals had sustained bites from the undead. Observing their wounds, Zhao Kuan furrowed his brow and declared, "You must either leave on your own, or I will have to eliminate you now. No, there must be a way. I refuse to become a zombie." The bitten individuals exclaimed in terror. "Indeed, there must be a solution. Please don't abandon us," they pleaded. Yet, the very comrades who had stood shoulder to shoulder moments ago began to distance themselves from the afflicted. "You should really leave. It would be more dignified this way." "No, you can't do this. We are in this together." We agreed to head to the cafeteria, yet the others remained unmoved, regarding them as though they were the bearers of a plague. Moments later, several individuals began to display signs of grotesque decay, their expressions contorted in agony, and their eyes gradually turned a sinister shade of crimson. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone was taken aback. At that instant, Zhao Kuan and his companions struck with ferocity, their iron pipes piercing through the necks of the afflicted, instilling terror in the hearts of the onlookers. However, none dared to voice their concerns, fearful that they might meet a similar fate. If you want to survive and reach the cafeteria, be cautious. Should we encounter another situation like that, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhao Kuan bellowed in fury, resuming his march towards the cafeteria. For a while, the journey proceeded without incident, with Zhao Kuan and his companions effortlessly dispatching the occasional zombie they encountered. Yet, as they approached the cafeteria, they found themselves besieged by a horde of zombies relentlessly pursuing a group of terrified individuals, the number of undead being alarmingly high, at least 100. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Kuan's expression darkened considerably. Retreat. However, the fleeing group had spotted them and, like desperate souls grasping at a lifeline. They hastily made their way toward Zhao Kun and his companions. "Help us, fellow students. There are so many zombies." "Damn it," Zhao Kun cursed, then urgently instructed Lao He and Shou Ho, "Run. We cannot assist them." The trio swiftly fled, with the rest of the group instinctively following suit. A vast swarm of zombies hot on their heels. "What should we do, Kun Go? We won't escape," Lao He exclaimed. Panic etched on his face as the zombies drew nearer. "This way to the library." Zhao Kun quickly pivoted, heading in the direction of the library. At this moment, everyone regarded Zhao Kun as their pillar of hope, following wherever he led. A frantic rush ensued toward the library, encountering sporadic zombies along the way. Though their numbers were manageable, swiftly subdued by Zhao Kun and his allies with their iron pipes. Upon finally reaching the library, they discovered the door was locked. "Break the door down," Zhao Kun commanded, launching his iron pipe against the lock with fervor. However, the library's lock proved exceptionally resilient, with several attempts yielding no results. Lao He and Shou Ho hurriedly joined in to assist. "Help us!" The sounds of desperate screams echoed from behind, indicating the zombies were closing in. "Hurry!" The urgency in the air escalated. "Stop whining and help," Zhao Kun shouted. All right. At last, amidst the frenzy of their collective efforts, the lock finally gave way. Zhao Kun swiftly flung the door open, and a throng of individuals surged inside. Once the majority had entered, a few remained outside, ensnared by the grasp of the zombies. Without hesitation, Zhao Kun slammed the door shut. "Quickly, bring tables to barricade the door," he called out. Yes. In their panic, the others scrambled to comply, bringing tables to fortify the entrance. The door resounded with violent knocks. "Open up. You can't do this. We haven't made it inside. This is murder. Please, open the door. I don't want to die." The voices outside became a cacophony of desperation, many displaying expressions of anguish. Yet, no one within dared to suggest opening the door. At that moment, silence enveloped the group. Faced with the choice between their own survival and the lives of others, everyone opted for the former. Before long, the cries from outside gradually diminished, clearly indicating that those trapped outside had met their demise. Within the library, only a little over 30 individuals remained. This encounter had resulted in a direct loss of more than 20 lives, casting a shadow of despair across everyone's faces. Yet, the most disheartening aspect was that, despite the significant losses, they had not yet reached the cafeteria. The library offered no sustenance, and in comparison, the dormitory seemed far more comfortable. At that moment, many found themselves filled with regret, lamenting that had they known it would come to this, they would have chosen to stay indoors. Zhao Kun and his companions wore expressions of profound distress, unable to fathom that this would be the outcome. "What should we do next, Kun Go?" the lean monkey whispered. "I don't know. We can only wait and see if these zombies will leave," Zhao Kun replied. "Such bad luck," Lao He remarked. "This isn't merely a matter of misfortune. It is our own fault," Zhao Kun asserted. "Why? If Yangbin were here, he certainly wouldn't have allowed these people to follow." Chapter 22. The Search for Special Zombies. Dormitory 308. "It seems those people have left," Yangbin observed, gazing out the window. "Yes, it appears so. I suspect we are the only ones left in this dormitory building," Chunhao commented. "Wake Wenliang. We must continue to scavenge the dormitory," Yangbin instructed. "Bingu. So you intend to stay in the dormitory for another day just for this?" "Of course not. It's primarily because the bed is more comfortable," Yangbin chuckled. "Moreover, after the zombies depart, those individuals will likely have already looted the nearby dormitories, so we won't find much. However, our main objective this time is not to seek food, but to gather daily necessities, such as clothing, power banks, and lighters." "Understood," Chunhao nodded, promptly rousing Hu Wenliang. The three of them then moved the beds aside to exit. Inside the dormitory building, zombies were nearly absent. The intercom still blared, playing energetic songs that particularly attracted the zombies. However, it would not be long before those speakers were destroyed by the zombies, at which point the creatures would roam freely. The trio methodically searched room by room, occasionally encountering a stray zombie, but this posed no challenge for them. After spending over 2 hours scouring the 16th floor, they discovered, as Yangbin had predicted, that while food was scarce, they had amassed a backpack brimming with daily supplies. "Let us return these items to the dormitory before heading out," Yangbin suggested. "Where to?" Chunhao and Hu Wenliang inquired, curiosity etched on their faces. "To find special zombies." Upon hearing Yangbin's words, Chunhao's eyes lit up. while Hu Wenliang appeared bewildered. Nevertheless, he refrained from asking further questions and simply followed along. After securing their findings, Yangbin equipped Hu Wenliang with an iron pipe, and the three then ventured outside. While others concealed themselves from zombies, the trio actively sought them out, a peculiar undertaking indeed. However, this was precisely within their capabilities. Even if others were aware that special zombies possessed crystals within their brains, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them. Special zombies bore an indistinguishable resemblance to ordinary ones, making them virtually impossible to discern, save for their enhanced strength. Yet, it was impractical to test the strength of every zombie they encountered. In this regard, Yangbin possessed an undeniable advantage. With the activation of his true vision, he could discern even the special zombies concealed within a horde. After the trio departed from the dormitory building, they soon encountered a cluster of zombies gathered around a loudspeaker, listening to music. Yangbin glanced at them and shook his head, continuing to walk in another direction. After traversing for a considerable distance, they encountered several waves of zombies. Yet none were of the special variety. Fortunately, with the aid of his true vision, Yangbin was able to detect the zombies in advance, allowing them to evade danger and minimize risk. After a lengthy journey, they only confronted a handful of unavoidable zombies, which the two of them dispatched. Finally, as the trio passed through a small grove, Yangbin suddenly halted, a look of surprise illuminating his eyes. "Have you found something?" Chunhao inquired excitedly. "Indeed. But it is somewhat inappropriate for children," Yangbin replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" "In the grove, a lone man and woman, you understand," he teased. "Goodness! How audacious!" Hu Wenliang exclaimed with wide eyes. "You're easily shocked. Back in my day with Xia." "Stop. No need to reminisce about your glory days. Xia is with someone else now," Yangbin bluntly interjected. "There are two zombies. The female is a special one, and the male is ordinary. I'll take care of the female, you handle the male, and Liangzi, stay behind. Let us be swift and decisive, so we don't attract other zombies." Yangbin instructed earnestly. "Understood. Let us move." The group swiftly penetrated the thicket, which was so dense that it obscured the view from the outside. No wonder they had been so brazen. Had it not been for Yangbin's true vision, they might never have discovered them. Once inside, they quickly spotted their targets. But the sight of the two zombies left Chunhao and Hu Wenliang wide-eyed. "Goodness, this truly is inappropriate for children," Chunhao marveled. "Could they have transformed mid-act?" Hu Wenliang speculated, equally astonished. "It's quite possible. Enough chatter, they're coming for us." The two zombies, lacking any sense of shame, lunged excitedly at the suddenly appearing humans. However, their trousers were only down to their ankles, and after a few strides, both zombies collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the trio broke into a cold sweat. "Now I understand why they weren't drawn to the sound of the broadcast. They simply couldn't run," Chunhao lamented. After falling, the two zombies struggled to rise again, only to stumble and fall once more. The female zombie's top had been hiked up considerably, exposing her ample bosom, which made contact with the ground with each tumble. "I hope she doesn't get hurt," Hu Wenliang remarked. "She won't. Those are quite soft," Chunhao, with some experience, assured him. "Enough talk. Let us finish this quickly before more zombies arrive," Yangbin urged. Agreed. In an instant, the two sprang into action, aiming for the heads of the two zombies. Having dealt with so many zombies before, this was the first time they found it so effortless. Chunhao dispatched the male zombie with a single blow, while it took Yangbin 7 or 8 strikes to subdue the female zombie. As special zombies possessed significantly greater physical strength than their ordinary counterparts, Yangbin felt that this particular zombie possessed a physical strength even greater than the two unique zombies he had dispatched the previous day. It was contrary to the norm for a woman's physical prowess to surpass that of a man. Could it be that zombies indeed evolve? Yangbin pondered, a sense of urgency creeping into his thoughts. Alas, Hu Wenliang gazed at the fallen female zombie and lamented. "If you wish to lose your virginity, now would be the time. Strike while the iron is hot." Yangbin jested. "Ugh, I am not that depraved, and I have reiterated numerous times, I am not a virgin," Hu Wenliang retorted, flustered. "Yet you have claimed that you have never even touched a woman's hand. If you are not a virgin, then who is?" Yangbin quipped as he inserted his hand into the zombie's cranium and soon extracted a crimson crystal. "Is this what you refer to as an energy crystal?" Hu Wenliang inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, take it quickly and consume it," Yangbin instructed, handing the crystal to Hu Wenliang. "Ah, for me?" Hu Wenliang exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Otherwise, among the three of us, you are the weakest. Do you wish to remain a burden? Very well. Hu Wenliang acknowledged the significance of the crystal, offering a grateful glance to the two before meticulously cleaning it, and, with his eyes closed, swallowing it whole. Shortly thereafter, the trio of formidable individuals set out once more in search of exceptional zombies. Chapter 23. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The reach of the school's broadcast had diminished significantly, evidently due to numerous speakers being destroyed by zombies. Students in the dormitory had either ventured to the cafeteria or perished along the way. Naturally, some were too afraid to leave and remained hidden within their rooms, likely hoarding some provisions. A portion of the populace, like Zhao Kuan and his companions, had been compelled to seek refuge elsewhere. Nonetheless, many still managed to enter the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria doors were firmly locked, and all the glass windows were boarded up with newspapers, rendering the interior completely obscured from view. Inside, a throng of individuals jostled together, the atmosphere chaotic and reminiscent of a bustling market, filled with incessant cries and commotion. The school officials worked tirelessly to maintain order. Yet the students, teetering on the brink of despair, were unresponsive. Above, the principal surveyed the disheartening statistics with a grim countenance. Among the faculty and student body of over 30,000, fewer than 2,000 had made it to the cafeteria, a reality he found difficult to accept. Are there still survivors unaccounted for? The principal inquired. There must be. However, the area outside the cafeteria is teeming with zombies, and even if there are survivors, they cannot reach us, a director sighed. Sigh, the principal exhaled deeply. Very well, let us serve the students their meals. They must be famished. Understood. Soon, trays of food were delivered to the counter, and upon sight of the meals, the crowd momentarily ceased their sobbing, surging forward in a frenzy. Students, do not push. Form an orderly line. There is enough for everyone, the principal implored through a megaphone. However, the students, driven by their ravenous hunger, could hardly heed his words, some even attempting to scramble up onto the windowsill to seize the food. In exasperation, the principal had no choice but to instruct the cafeteria staff to remove the food. At this moment, the students began to regain their senses, ultimately forming an orderly line. The cafeteria staff once again brought forth the meals. Soon, those at the front, brimming with excitement, gazed eagerly at the dishes before them, exclaiming, "I want this, and please add a bit more rice." However, the cafeteria worker did not acquiesce to their demands, instead serving a single scoop of rice and a spoonful of potatoes before turning to the next in line. What does this mean? I have funds on my meal card. You could simply charge me for a full day's worth. Indeed, who could possibly be satisfied with such a meager portion? In an instant, the cafeteria erupted into a cacophony once more. Students, quiet down. Quiet down. The principal proclaimed through a megaphone. I understand everyone is hungry, but as you can see, we are currently enduring one of the most arduous and darkest periods in human history, with food in critically short supply. We do not know when aid will arrive, but we must steadfastly believe that our nation will not abandon us. We need to ration our meals so that we may sustain ourselves for a few more days, thereby nurturing hope for the arrival of rescue. Upon hearing the principal's words, the crowd gradually quieted, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. Soon, those who had received their meals began to devour their food ravenously, perhaps for the first time feeling that the school meals were exceptionally delectable. Many finished their portions, even licking their plates clean, still unsatisfied. Observing the scene of students voraciously consuming their meals, the principal turned to the cafeteria worker and inquired, "Based on the current number of students, how much longer can we sustain the rice and vegetables?" The worker pondered briefly and replied, "If we ration the rice, it might last around 7 or 8 days. However, the vegetables spoil quickly. We typically purchase them fresh each day. Although our numbers have significantly decreased, many vegetables cannot be stored for long, so we can probably only last 3 or 4 days." Frowning at this information, the principal felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He could not fathom the consequences if aid did not arrive before their food was depleted. From now on, let's prepare smaller quantities to extend our supplies as long as possible. Understood, the worker nodded, his brow furrowed, realizing they might have to resort to cooking porridge. Inside the library, over 30 individuals sat weakly on the floor. Even though they had escaped the clutches of the zombies, they still faced the pressing issue of hunger. As there was nothing to eat in the library, outside, the zombies remained a constant threat, rendering any attempt to venture out futile. Many felt a pang of regret, wishing they had stayed in their dormitories instead. Just then, a sudden rustling sound captured everyone's attention. They turned to see a curly-haired student holding a bag of instant noodles, having just opened it and preparing to eat. Suddenly sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him, he looked up, only to be met with the eager gazes of those surrounding him. "What are you all doing?" he asked timidly. "You have food? Share some with us," they urged. "Yes, as fellow students, we should help one another." As they approached him, the curly-haired student, feeling a twinge of fear, stammered, "I only have this one package." As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of people rushed forward, snatching the instant noodles from his grasp and thoroughly searching his backpack and person. "What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine," the curly-haired boy shouted. However, at that moment, the crowd was oblivious to his cries. Those who had initially accused others of stealing from their classmates transformed into ravenous wolves, stripping the curly-haired boy of every possession. The other three from dorm 708, who had intended to snack, quickly concealed themselves upon witnessing the scene. Yet, their furtive actions did not go unnoticed, as those who had failed to procure anything turned their attention to them. In no time, the three found themselves in the same predicament as the curly-haired boy, thoroughly plundered. "Good," exclaimed the tall black boy and the lanky monkey, feeling a sense of vindication. "I didn't expect them to have food." Zhao Kun chuckled. Although the group refrained from joining the fray, they offered no assistance, silently observing the chaos. "Such is human nature," Zhao Kun sighed, then retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack and began to eat. His actions instantly attracted those who had been left empty-handed. As they crept closer, Zhao Kun brandished a bloodied iron pipe, casting a cold glance their way. "Try coming any closer." The crowd halted, fear evident in their eyes as they regarded the iron pipe, its crimson stains suppressing their greed. They were certain that this individual was capable of murder. With their advance thwarted, Zhao Kun proceeded to eat in full view of everyone. The tall black boy and the lanky monkey also took out some food to consume, their hunger having reached a peak after the earlier skirmish. Though the onlookers gazed greedily at their food, none dared to approach. Witnessing this, the curly-haired boy and his companions felt utterly despondent. Was it not clear that they were being bullied due to their weakness? Chapter 24. The Art of Assassination. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his companions commenced their quest for special zombies. With the school bustling with people, zombies were plentiful. Nearly every stretch of their path revealed one. Before long, Yang Bin spotted yet another unique zombie. "Look at that group of zombies over there. One of them is special." He pointed towards a cluster of zombies meandering on the grass. There were over 20, likely drawn by the sounds from the loudspeaker, which had already been destroyed by them. "Over 20? That's troublesome," Chun Hao frowned. "Yes, especially since there are several other waves of zombies nearby. If we take too long, we could easily attract them all." "Should we eliminate them then?" Hu Wenliang inquired. "Of course, special zombies are not easily found," Chun Hao replied. "Haozi, see if you can lure away a portion. Fewer would make it easier to deal with the remainder." "All right, I'll give it a try." Chun Hao then rendered himself invisible and stealthily approached the group of zombies. Upon nearing them, he tossed a few stones near the horde. However, while this tactic had proven effective in the dormitory, it yielded no results on the grassy expanse. A stone fell silently onto the grass, failing to attract any attention from the zombies. After numerous attempts proved futile, Chun Hao reluctantly returned. "We cannot lure them," he admitted awkwardly. "It seems we have no choice but to engage them directly," Yang Bin replied with resignation. "Not so fast. Perhaps I can first attempt the assassination technique I have been researching," Chun Hao suddenly proposed. "Assassination technique? What on earth is that?" Yang Bin inquired, puzzled. "Just wait a moment while I gather my strength," Chun Hao smiled, withholding further details. "All right, I look forward to your performance," Yang Bin responded cheerfully. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Chun Hao stood up. "I'm ready to go. You all hold back until you hear from me. Is this reliable? Don't overexert yourself," Yang Bin cautioned. "Fear not. I have mentally rehearsed this countless times," Chun Hao assured him. "Then be careful," Yang Bin nodded in agreement. Once more cloaked in invisibility, Chun Hao swiftly approached a group of zombies. This time, he did not hesitate but advanced directly to one of them, wielding a metal pipe that struck with lethal precision. However, the moment he attacked, his form became visible. The horde of zombies paused momentarily, but soon their instinct kicked in, and they roared toward him. Anticipating this, Chun Hao retreated immediately after dispatching the zombie, disappearing once more after a few hurried steps. Under Yang Bin's watchful gaze, Chun Hao lightly tapped his toes, minimizing the sound of his footsteps. The softness of the grass further muffled his rapid escape, making it nearly silent. His flight was not in a straight line. He deftly maneuvered around to avoid the oncoming zombies. The group, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their target, began to wander aimlessly, their limited intellect unable to comprehend how he had vanished. Soon, they resumed their mindless shuffling. Meanwhile, Chun Hao circled to another zombie's side, striking again with his iron pipe, delivering another fatal blow before swiftly retreating into invisibility once more. The zombies were left disoriented, unable to locate his elusive presence. This indeed was the assassination technique he spoke of. Yang Bin was genuinely impressed. "Brother Hao is incredible," Hu Wenliang exclaimed, unable to see Chun Hao's hidden form. He only witnessed Chun Hao appearing abruptly, eliminating a zombie, and vanishing again, only to reappear elsewhere, each kill executed with flawless precision. After successfully slaying 9 zombies in succession, Chun Hao could no longer endure the exertion. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a clear indication that he had pushed his powers to their limits. Gritting his teeth against the encroaching vertigo, he hurried back to the safety of the green belt where the others were hiding. Once there, he quickly dispelled his invisibility and collapsed onto the ground. "This takes a tremendous toll on my energy," he said weakly. "Nonetheless, you performed remarkably, Hao. You've taken down nearly half of them," Yang Bin praised. "Indeed, Brother Hao, you are astounding," Hu Wenliang added, admiration evident in his expression. "It was necessary, but I fear I will be unable to use my powers for at least half an hour now," Chun Hao lamented. "It's all right, there are only 13 left. Once you rest, we can proceed with a direct assault," Yang Bin proposed. "Agreed." After a brief respite, Chun Hao rose to his feet. Although his abilities were temporarily incapacitated, it did not hinder his capacity for combat. The trio then charged towards the horde of zombies wielding iron pipes. As they approached, the zombies quickly took notice of their presence and surged towards them with eager fervor. Once in close proximity, the 3 unleashed their iron pipes with precision, swiftly dispatching 3 of the undead. However, at that moment, the remaining 10 zombies lunged forward. The trio withdrew their pipes, transitioning from thrusting to sweeping motions, forcefully striking at the encroaching horde. Under their formidable strength, the zombies before them were sent sprawling backward. It was then that a special zombie made its presence known. While the others staggered back several paces, this particular one only retreated 2 steps. "I'll handle the special zombie. You two take care of the rest," Yang Bin declared. The other 2 nodded in agreement and promptly charged at the remaining zombies, while Yang Bin thrust his iron pipe aggressively towards the special zombie. The open expanse of grass allowed him to wield his weapon without restraint, thrusting, swinging, and smashing in a relentless barrage against the special foe. Before long, Yang Bin had shattered the special zombie's skull, causing its body to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang each dispatched 2 more zombies, leaving only 5 remaining. Yang Bin quickly extracted the crystal from the defeated special zombie's head and hurried to join his companions in eliminating the last of the zombies. "Let us go." After finishing their grim task, the trio swiftly departed, fleeing to a safer distance. Once they had found refuge in a zombie-free area, Yang Bin produced the special crystal. Before he could speak, Chun Hao interjected, "Brother Bin, don't hesitate, just consume it." "Yes, Brother Bin, hurry and eat it. We want to see what changes occur," Hu Wenliang urged. "All right," Yang Bin replied with a nod, showing no reluctance. After cleansing the crystal, he swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, the crystal transformed into energy that surged through his body. However, once the energy had fully integrated within him, Yang Bin furrowed his brow. "What's wrong, Brother Bin? Is it ineffective?" The 2 inquired, observing his expression with curiosity. Yang Bin shook his head. "There is indeed an effect, but it's not as pronounced as I had anticipated. I initially thought that consuming the second crystal would illuminate the second star on the celestial map. Yet it remains dark. Nonetheless, my strength has increased, albeit not as markedly as after the first crystal." "I see. That's fine. As long as your power has grown. That's what matters," Chun Hao reassured him with a smile. "I suspect I may need more crystals to activate the second star. Perhaps it requires a greater quantity," Yang Bin hypothesized. "I think that's plausible. Let us keep searching. The school is vast, and with so many zombies around, we shouldn't struggle to find more," Hu Wenliang suggested. "Agreed. Let us move on." Chapter 25, Do zombies swim? Outside the library, Brother Ben, are you sure this will work? Chenhao asked, eyeing the 100 or so zombies ahead and swallowing hard. Well, we must give it a try. It's not every day we encounter a special zombie, Yongbin replied, feeling uncertain as the daunting number of zombies loomed before them. Haozi, why not employ your assassination technique slowly? Hu Wenliang suggested. With this number, even if I resort to assassination, there's nowhere to hide. They would swarm me instantly, Chunhao replied helplessly. Then what should we do? Yongbin activated his true sight and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I have a plan. What plan? Both men turned to him simultaneously. Yongbin pointed toward the back of the library. Isn't that Yusen Lake over there? The arch bridge in the middle of the lake is only about 25 meters wide. If we lure these zombies to that bridge, it will be much easier to fight them there. We can simply push them into the lake. But that bridge is over 1,000 meters away. What if we run into other zombies along the way? That would be disastrous, Hu Wenliang frowned. I just took a look. There aren't many zombies between the library and Yusen Lake. However, I couldn't see everything due to the distance and the many obstacles. So I suggest we go ahead and clear the zombies on the way. Haozi, you stay here, and once we've cleared the path, you can bring the zombies over. With your current physical condition, as long as there are no obstructions ahead, those zombies won't be able to catch you, Yongbin explained. The reason for having Chunhao lead was, of course, due to his ability to become invisible. Even if an accident occurred, he could escape. All right. Chunhao nodded without hesitation. Yes, the one on the left wearing the blue t-shirt and with a crew cut is the special zombie. Pay close attention. It doesn't matter if the others come or not, but we cannot let this one get away. Understood. Chunhao nodded again. After their discussion, Yongbin led Hu Wenliang toward Yusen Lake. Just as Yongbin had said, there were not many zombies on the road. They dealt with every zombie they encountered to prevent any hindrance for Chunhao. Soon, they arrived at one of the school's scenic spots, Yusen Lake. The view was splendid, with rows of willow trees lining the lakeshore and benches placed beneath them. In the past, many students enjoyed coming here to read, as it provided a refreshing atmosphere. It was also a popular dating spot, often filled with couples sitting side by side on those benches. However, at this moment, the two men clearly had no time to appreciate the scenery. They made their way to the arch bridge and sent a message to Chunhao. Upon receiving the message, Chunhao picked up a stone and, becoming invisible, approached a group of zombies. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters away, aimed at the special zombie, and hurled the stone. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the special zombie's head. Although it did not draw blood, the blow was substantial. The special zombie let out a fierce roar, causing the entire horde to panic momentarily. Hello? Chunhao revealed himself and politely greeted them. Upon seeing a living person suddenly appear, the group of zombies surged toward Chunhao with enthusiasm, especially the special zombie, whose blood-red eyes fixated on him. Seeing that his plan had worked, Chunhao turned and fled, with a massive horde of zombies wildly pursuing him, creating a truly spectacular scene. In the library, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "What are these zombies doing here?" As someone caught sight of the scene through the crack of the door, Zhao Kuan hurried over and, upon witnessing the zombies indeed moving away, was filled with exhilaration. They are really leaving. How splendid. Prepare yourselves. Once they have gone far enough, we shall depart. He instructed his companions, Old Black and Skinny Monkey. Understood, came the reply. Chunhao led a throng of zombies towards Yusen Lake, with Yongbin and his group having cleared the path of any undead, thus avoiding unforeseen complications. With his enhanced physical prowess, Chunhao moved significantly faster than the zombies, effortlessly guiding them to their designated rendezvous. At this moment, Yongbin and Hu Wenliang were already poised for battle. You've worked hard, Haozi. Do you not wish to take a moment's respite? Yongbin inquired. No need. It's merely a short distance, and I'm not fatigued yet, Chunhao replied. The trio stood at the apex of the arch bridge, a span of 25 meters that they could effectively defend. Wouldn't inserting an image enhance the atmosphere? Soon, a horde of zombies charged towards them, but due to the bridge's limited width, they could not all surge forward at once, resulting in many of the frontline zombies being knocked into the lake below. Fortunately, the water was not deep, and the zombies quickly emerged. One by one, the zombies lunged onto the arch bridge towards the three. Yongbin was the first to strike, sweeping his iron pipe across, sending several zombies tumbling off the bridge and into the water. Although the bridge had guardrails, they were only 70 centimeters high, and Yongbin's strength easily dispatched them over the edge. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang joined in, smashing the advancing zombies down as well. Haha, Brother Ben. You're quite clever. This method is truly effective. Shenhao laughed. Indeed, it's far simpler than slaying zombies, Hu Wenliang chimed in. You two are celebrating too soon. Yang Bin suddenly interjected. What's wrong? They inquired. Take a look below, he said with resignation. The two quickly glanced down, and their expressions turned to one of astonishment. What the hell? These zombies can swim. They observed as the fallen zombies paddled their arms in the water, slowly making their way to the shore. To be fair, it wasn't swimming in the traditional sense, as their heads remained submerged, with their hands moving instinctively. The crucial point was that they were not afraid of drowning. They merely needed to paddle. Damn it! So all our efforts were in vain. Shenhao exclaimed, at a loss for words. Yang Bin felt equally helpless. As this was unexpected, he had assumed that the mindless zombies would perish upon falling into the water. However, their ability to swim meant that their efforts to eliminate them were rendered futile, as the zombies would simply emerge and continue their assault. Alas, it seems we cannot afford to slack off. Let us resume the fight, Yang Bin said with resigned determination. All right, Shenhao and Hu Wenliang responded, exchanging rueful glances before shifting their tactics from sweeping to stabbing. Fortunately, with the three of them leveraging their advantageous position, dispatching the zombies was not overly challenging, though it was somewhat exhausting. One by one, the zombies fell beneath their iron pipes, staining the bridge with blood. After eliminating over 30 zombies, the special zombie finally charged forth. Yang Bin gripped the iron pipe tightly, suddenly exerting force as he thrust it violently into the skull of the special zombie. Despite the immense resistance, the iron pipe pierced through the zombie's head, delivering a fatal blow. After consuming the second crystal, Yang Bin's strength surged once more. Even the special zombie could not withstand his full force. Chapter 26. Conflict in the dormitory. With the special zombie collapsing, Yang Bin swiftly kicked the zombie behind it down, then dragged the body of the special zombie over, eliminating the need to turn back and search through corpses. Half an hour later, all the zombies were vanquished. The bridge was strewn with bodies, and the lake water was nearly stained crimson with blood. The three of them sat down on the ground, utterly exhausted. After a while, Yang Bin finally rose and approached the body of the special zombie, skillfully extracting the crystal from its head. Before he could speak, Shenhao interjected, Brother Ben. No need to ask us. Hurry and consume it to see if you can illuminate the second corner. Indeed, Brother Ben. I too am quite curious, added Hu Wenliang. Yang Bin nodded, not hesitating as he swallowed the crystal whole. However, after a short while, Yang Bin frowned once more. What's wrong, Brother Ben? Has it not illuminated yet? Shenhao inquired. Not yet. Yang Bin shook his head. Has your strength increased? Yes, but it's not as effective as the previous one. Yang Bin responded with a hint of resignation. It's all right, as long as there is an increase. If necessary, we can consume a few more. It will eventually light up, Shenhao reassured him. After resting for a while, the group stood up and made their way toward the dormitory. By this time, the sky had darkened, making it clear that continuing their fight was not feasible. Upon returning to the dormitory building, they were surprised to find that the residents of their dormitory had returned. A group of people stood at the entrance, their faces solemn as they prepared to ascend the stairs, evidently just arriving back. The appearance of Yang Bin and his companions immediately captured their attention. Zhao Kuan and the others, upon seeing Yang Bin, exhibited expressions of resentment. Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kuan, puzzled, and asked, Why are you back? Oh, it's a long story filled with tears, Zhao Kuan replied with a bitter smile, then recounted the events of their journey. The area outside the cafeteria is swarming with zombies, making it impossible for us to enter, so we had no choice but to return. Well, that does sound rather unfortunate. Yang Bin empathized. If it weren't for a fool who led those zombies away, we would probably still be trapped in the library, Lao He remarked, shuddering at the memory. Upon hearing this, Shenhao became displeased. I say, hey Z, who are you calling a fool? I didn't mention you. Damn. It wouldn't be you who led them away, would it? Lao He exclaimed, his eyes widening. What do you think? I saved your lives, now? Tell me how to thank me. Shenhao laughed. It really was you? How did you manage to escape from over 100 zombies chasing you? It's simple. I just killed them all and then escaped. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Kuan and the others were left speechless, yet they did not doubt Shenhao's claim. For they understood that with Yang Bin's madness, it was indeed a possibility. However, Zhao Kuan and his companions held steadfast beliefs, while others were evidently skeptical. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, discontent brewed among the crowd. What a boast. Over 100 zombies, all slain? Why not claim you can fly? They scoffed. So you mean to say that we, a multitude, are inferior to just a handful of you? Truly, you have a talent for exaggeration. Another chimed in. While we risked our lives outside, you were cowering in your dorms. What pretense is this? Upon hearing their remarks, Zhao Kun and his companions felt a wave of numbness wash over them, quickly replaced by expressions of sympathy. How audacious these individuals were. This time, the four from dormitory 708 silently exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. They instantly recognized Yang Bin and Chun Hao but chose silence. Their experiences in the library had unveiled the true nature of these people, and they felt no inclination to alert them. Brother Bin, my hands are itching, Chun Hao remarked, casting a glance at Yang Bin. Then take action. Do not spare me any consideration. With that, Chun Hao strode directly to the two most vociferous individuals, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as the blow sent the man crashing to the ground, losing 2 teeth in the process. How dare you strike me? Another exclaimed. What gives you the right to hit someone for merely boasting? Seeing Chun Hao's aggression, the crowd erupted in discontent. Ignoring their protests, Chun Hao swiftly dealt another slap, sending a second individual sprawling. How audacious! The crowd bristled with indignation, realizing they were being publicly humiliated. Zhao Kun, what do you have to say? Despite their anger, they sought Zhao Kun's opinion, as he was familiar with these individuals. Zhao Kun's formidable presence had instilled a sense of caution among them. Thus they felt compelled to respect his viewpoint. If you wish to court disaster, do not involve me. Zhao Kun replied bluntly. What do you mean? Came the chorus of confused voices. I mean, if you seek your own demise, I will not hinder you. But do not drag me into your folly. Zhao Kun decisively distanced himself from the group. Who does this madman think he is to provoke? He must be tired of living. The onlookers were taken aback by Zhao Kun's reaction. They had witnessed his ferocity firsthand throughout their journey, as he had dispatched the majority of the zombies. Yet, here he was, seemingly intimidated by these individuals. A realization dawned on many. It was evident that this group was not to be trifled with. However, clarity brought forth rashness in the two who had been struck. Rising from the ground, one seized a fruit knife, while the other snatched a steel pipe from a nearby companion, aiming a strike at Chun Hao's head. I'll make you pay, they shouted. With a cold smirk, Chun Hao swung his iron pipe, intercepting the attack and sending the assailant crashing to the ground. In swift succession, he delivered a powerful kick to the other, propelling him several meters away. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The force behind that kick was astounding. Zhao Kun and his companions exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken truth. Chun Hao's strength had indeed surged. The two individuals sprawled on the ground were evidently gravely injured. Unable to rise for quite some time, their eyes directed at Chun Hao filled with trepidation. This is merely a lesson for you. Remember to choose your words with care in the future, Chun Hao stated nonchalantly. Having uttered this, he returned to stand behind Yang Bin, and the group proceeded upstairs, with those in front hastily stepping aside. It then dawned on them that the assailant was not the leader. Could the one in front be even more formidable? As they departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Zhao Kun glanced at the two fallen figures and shook his head, remarking, Consider yourselves fortunate. Had the madman Yang intervened, you would likely have met your end. Does he even dare to kill? Someone chuckled. Huh, what kind of world is this? Is taking a life truly so difficult? At his words, a chill ran through everyone present. Indeed, the world had changed, and human life seemed to have lost its value. Limbs and bodies littered the streets, with the possibility of one's own fate similarly grim. Henceforth, caution in conversation was paramount. The beaten duo, shaken, closed their mouths, refraining from further discussion. Chapter 27. The third day of the apocalypse, Yang Bin and his companions returned to their dormitory, retrieving several packets of bread and water from their backpacks, their hunger evident after venturing out without provisions at noon. Brother Bin, our food supply is dwindling. We might only last until tomorrow. It appears we must seek sustenance, one remarked. Indeed, we need to consider where to procure food, Yang Bin replied. Observing Zhao Kun and the others, it was clear that the cafeteria was no longer a viable option. It was evident that with so many congregating at the cafeteria, a horde of zombies would be drawn there, rendering entry or exit impossible. It seems our decision to forego the cafeteria was fortuitous. Certainly, if we had entered, escaping would have been one matter, With so many inside, how long would the food last? Yangbin shook his head thoughtfully. Moreover, if rescue does not arrive, those trapped within the cafeteria will face dire consequences. That is a concern for the school administration. We should focus on where to find food. I have thought of a place where we might obtain provisions, Chunhao interjected. Where? The supermarket. With so many supermarkets on campus, if we were to claim one, it could sustain us for 10 days or even half a month. Indeed, the supermarket is an excellent idea. Let us plan to go there tomorrow. Yangbin decisively concluded. Yes. By the way, how? Check online for any information regarding the crystals. All right. Chunhao promptly opened his phone, scrolling for some time before responding. I found nothing. The internet is filled only with pleas for help, videos of groups slaying zombies, and tutorials on combating them. Yangbin nodded in agreement. Either no one has discovered it yet, or those who have are keeping silent, as everyone prefers to reap profits quietly, just like us. Well then, let us retire early. We shall continue the fight tomorrow. Yes. In the deep of night, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, and one by one, the zombies fell silent. In the zoo, the beasts, as if awakened to their primal instincts, effortlessly breached the iron bars, reclaiming their freedom. On the third day of the apocalypse, in the early morning, Yangbin and his companions changed into fresh attire and had a modest meal before stepping out of their dormitory. As they descended the stairs, they were taken aback to find a throng of people gathered below, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Yangbin furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhao Kun, "What is the situation?" Zhao Kun replied with a wry smile. "These individuals are so starved that they wish to venture out in search of food at dawn, only to be driven back by zombies. Now, they are hoping you will lead them outside. I certainly lack the capability to escort such a multitude of burdens." Yangbin retorted without hesitation. "We are not burdens. We dare to confront the zombies. Indeed, we are no longer afraid of the undead." Another chimed in. "Huh. Then how did you return in such a disheveled state?" Chunhao laughed. "That was because the zombies have grown stronger, and we were unable to contend with them." Came the hasty response from the group. "Do you truly expect me to believe that?" Chunhao chuckled. "It is the truth. I am not deceiving you." The group protested fervently. Yangbin's expression shifted, and he said, "Let us proceed and investigate. As for them, if you can keep up, then follow. However, I must warn you in advance, it is perilous to accompany us. Do not expect me to come to your rescue." Upon hearing his words, the crowd hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, Zhao Kun and his two companions swiftly followed. Observing this, the others clenched their teeth and resolved to follow suit. The broadcast had fallen silent since the previous evening, perhaps because the authorities deemed it futile, given that most of the loudspeakers were now inoperative and the announcements could not travel far. As Yangbin and the others ventured a short distance from the dormitory, they encountered two zombies feasting upon a corpse. Upon spotting the living, the zombies charged toward them with fervor. Yangbin was the first to act. Wielding a metal pipe with force, he smashed one zombie's skull, then swiftly dispatched the second with a similar blow, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. All present gaped in astonishment. Could exterminating zombies be this effortless? Even Chunhao and Hu Wenliang were taken aback. They had always employed the method of stabbing zombies with pipes. Yet this was their first encounter with such a crushing technique. Evidently, Brother Bin's prowess had significantly advanced. At that moment, Zhao Kun and his companions gazed at Yangbin with a mix of awe and trepidation, clearly sensing the widening gap in their abilities. Yangbin, puzzled, looked at the group of wide-eyed onlookers and remarked, "Do you not perceive any improvement?" The crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. To dispatch zombies with such ease was nothing short of miraculous. The previously discontented murmurs faded, as they feared the repercussions of provoking him. "How about we take a turn trying?" Zhao Kun suggested suddenly. They had battled numerous zombies. If their strength had indeed escalated, they would soon discover the truth. Very well. Yangbin nodded in agreement. Not long after they ventured forth, they encountered 5 more zombies. Upon sighting the living, the creatures lunged forward with frenzied intensity. Yangbin refrained from engaging, while Chunhao, Hu Wenliang, and Zhao Kun simultaneously took action. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang thrust their iron pipes directly into the zombie's skull. Yet their initial efforts did not deliver a fatal blow. Frowning, they exerted additional force, finally penetrating the zombie's head and dispatching it. In contrast, Zhao Kun and his companions found themselves in a more precarious situation. Their iron pipes aimed at the zombie's neck failed to sever it. Instead, the immense strength of the zombie sent them staggering backwards several paces. Fortunately, their combat experience proved advantageous, and they persisted, thrusting again. To the astonishment of onlookers, Zhao Kuan and his team were repeatedly knocked back by the zombie while continuing their attempts to strike its neck. Ultimately, after 5 or 6 relentless thrusts, they succeeded in breaking the zombie's neck. Once the threat was neutralized, they returned to the crowd, with Zhao Kuan expressing a sense of foreboding. These zombies have indeed grown significantly stronger, approximately 50% more formidable than at the outset. Yangbin nodded, affirming his suspicions that the zombies were indeed evolving and seemed to gain strength daily. Such a development implied that even with food, humanity could not remain concealed indefinitely. Extinction would be inevitable if this continued, Yangbin mused. At that moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. The realization that the already challenging zombies could become even stronger cast a pall over their spirits. Let us proceed, Yangbin declared, shaking off his thoughts, determined to focus on the path ahead. Chapter 28. Sever him. With Yangbin's keen observational skills, the group encountered numerous zombies along their journey. Yet they were typically outnumbered by no more than 3 or 5 at a time. Yangbin adeptly avoided any groups exceeding 10. Soon, they arrived at a small supermarket, the closest to their dormitory. The sight of it elicited excitement among the group, for it signified the promise of sustenance. "Oh, it's not locked?" Chunhao remarked in surprise. "Someone has locked themselves inside," Yangbin explained. "Ah, that makes sense. Should we attempt to enter? Let them inside. We shall seek other supermarkets instead. We have done our part by bringing them here," Yangbin suggested. "Agreed," he added, turning to Zhao Kuan. "You all stay here, since there are people inside. Let them open the door for you. We will search elsewhere for food." "All right," Zhao Kuan nodded, though he longed to accompany Yangbin. He understood that after declining Yangbin's earlier offer to rescue others, their chances of becoming allies again were slim. Although Yangbin had said nothing at the time, Zhao Kuan sensed the deliberate distance being maintained. Shortly thereafter, Yangbin departed with Chunhao and Hu Wenliang. The rest remained fixated on the supermarket, unconcerned with Yangbin's whereabouts. Before long, someone approached to knock on the door. However, after a prolonged period of knocking, silence echoed from within. Inside the supermarket, 7 or 8 individuals huddled in quiet anticipation, choosing not to respond to the persistent knocks. Eventually, the individuals outside resorted to forceful attempts to breach the door. Upon hearing the clattering noise, the patrons within the supermarket were startled, fearing that a collision might attract the nearby zombies. Reluctantly, a few individuals opened the supermarket doors. As the entrance swung open, a throng of people surged in, eagerly beginning to scavenge for food. The existing customers attempted to intervene, yet faced with a significantly larger crowd, they had no choice but to surrender. Yangbin and his companions were unaware of the events unfolding behind them, as they were already en route to a larger supermarket. As they walked, Yangbin searched for special zombies. Perhaps by fortune or due to an increase in their numbers, he soon spotted one, accompanied by a small cluster of 7 or 8 zombies. Without hesitation, he led his 2 companions toward the group. Soon, they clashed, with Yangbin striking first, using a metal pipe to crush one zombie's skull, swiftly followed by a direct thrust that dispatched another. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang also sprang into action, quickly eliminating the zombies before them. In mere moments, for zombies had been vanquished. At that moment, the special zombie lunged at Yangbin, with his metal pipe still extended. He had no time to withdraw it, and instead kicked the creature away. He then extracted the pipe, and, before the special zombie could regain its footing, pierced its skull with a swift strike, delivering a fatal blow. Although he had yet to activate his second ability, he had consumed 3 crystals, significantly enhancing his strength. Such special zombies could now be dispatched with a single strike. Meanwhile, Chunhao and his companion had dealt with the remaining zombies, the entire encounter taking less than a minute. Yangbin approached the fallen special zombie and extracted the crystal, offering it to Chunhao. "Would you like to consume another?" he inquired. However, Chunhao shook his head, replying, "Brother Bin, I feel my current strength is sufficient for now. We need high-end combat power to ensure our safety, so it would be best if you took it." "Indeed, Brother Bin, your enhanced strength has made things considerably easier for us. We are eager to see how formidable your power becomes once you activate your second ability," they added. Considering their words, Yangbin nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall save it for you until I reach the second tier." With that, he swallowed the crystal. He sensed a slight increase in strength, yet it was minimal, less effective than the previous one. Frowning, Yangbin pondered how the second ability could be activated. After considerable contemplation, he resigned himself to the notion that he could only proceed step by step. "Let us continue," he urged, and they moved forward, avoiding zombies whenever possible, and dispatching those they could not evade. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, Wume Supermarket, the largest in the vicinity of their school. However, it too had been secured from the inside. Yangbin activated his true vision and peered within, soon revealing a peculiar expression on his face. "What is it, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I've encountered an acquaintance," Yangbin responded. "An acquaintance? Who?" "Your old flame, Lucia." "Indeed, and there is also your rival." Hu Wenliang chuckled, eager to delve into the situation. "Is it just the two of them?" Chun Hao inquired once more, a flicker of sadness in his gaze. "No, there are approximately 20 individuals," Yangbin replied. "However, that does not hinder your ability to confront him. Li Zi and I stand as your staunchest allies." "Exactly, Hao Zi. Confront him. Let us see who dares to intervene." Chun Hao inhaled deeply and declared, "Let us proceed." The group arrived at the supermarket entrance and knocked on the door. The bustling sounds of the supermarket abruptly ceased, indicating they were unwilling to admit anyone further. Yangbin chuckled before delivering a powerful kick to the shutter door, creating a sizable hole. He then pried open the opening with his bare hands until it was wide enough for them to enter. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang hastily followed suit. Inside the supermarket, a multitude of eyes widened in shock at the sight of the newcomers, clearly startled. "What is the meaning of this? You've damaged the door. What if zombies come?" A sharply dressed, handsome man approached, his face contorted with anger. "Ah, my apologies. We knocked, but received no response. I assumed it was unoccupied. It appears you'll need to find another location," Yangbin replied with a grin. "Zombies are everywhere. There aren't too many places to relocate. Fix the door quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." The man retorted angrily. "And how would you express your rudeness?" Yangbin asked nonchalantly. "I'll break your legs and toss you out," the man coldly declared. "Oh, I see. While I may not have mastered door repairs, I certainly know how to handle people," Yangbin countered. "What do you mean?" The implication was clear as a dull thud resonated through the air. The man was sent sprawling several meters away, curling into a ball. Chapter 29. The Supermarket Turmoil. Brother Hao. The others gasped in surprise. Several women rushing to assist the fallen man, while the remaining men brandished steel pipes, glaring menacingly at Yangbin. "How dare you strike, Brother Hao? Are you seeking death? Do you intend to make a move?" Yangbin brandished the bloodied iron pipe, his tone icy. The group hesitated, intimidated by Yangbin's imposing presence, and momentarily refrained from advancing. Meanwhile, the injured man, with the help of his companions, struggled to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Yangbin. "You dare to strike me? You're asking for death. Eliminate him." Just as a confrontation loomed, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chun Hao. A pure-looking woman in a green dress, astonished, gazed at Chun Hao. It was none other than Lucia, Chun Hao's ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing Lucia's voice, Chun Hao's body stiffened. Despite having resolved to move on, the pain lingered. She had been the love of his life for 3 years. Letting go was far from easy. "I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be Shia's former loser boyfriend. What is this? Haven't you suffered enough from the last humiliation? You're back for more?" The man's eyes gleamed with derision upon seeing Chun Hao. He was clearly Wang Yue Hao, the object of Lucia's infidelity. "Chun Hao, you should leave. We are no longer possible." Lucia cast a cold glance at Chun Hao, evidently assuming he had come to seek her out. Chun Hao let out a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, "I am but a fool, still harboring the delusion that you might reconsider. So, you still have lingering thoughts about my dear Xia, huh? Huh. Xia is certainly not someone of your caliber," Wang Yue Hao proclaimed with an air of arrogance, his hand carelessly resting on Lucia's waist. "You're merely wearing second-hand shoes. And look at how proud you are." Yangbin chuckled, then patted Chun Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Forget that woman. She is no longer pure. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps it would be wise to confiscate the tools of her betrayal. I support you. Indeed, Haozi, I stand by you." Chun Hao shook his head, replying, "Enough. We are now mere strangers. There is no need to rekindle old ties. Come on, Bin Gu, let us procure some food." "All right then." Yangbin acquiesced with a shake of his head. However, while they chose to overlook certain individuals, some seemed intent on courting disaster. "Huh, a loser is a loser, only knowing how to cower. Do you think the food here is meant for people like you? Break their legs. How dare you strike me?" I'll make sure you leave here on stretchers. Upon hearing Wang Yuehao's words, those who had hesitated now clenched their teeth, seizing iron pipes and charging at them. Oh, self-inflicted misery leads to ruin. Yang Bin sighed, swinging his iron pipe effortlessly, knocking the foremost man to the ground, leaving him unable to rise. With another sweep, the pipe struck 2 more men in the chest, causing them to spit blood and stumble backward. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang sprang into action as well. Wielding their steel pipes against the throng, anyone struck by them fell and remained down. In a short while, over 10 individuals lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Witnessing this scene, the remaining onlookers stared in shock at the 4 of them. What kind of monsters were these individuals to have dispatched so many in mere moments? Chen Hao strode toward Wang Yuehao. What do you intend to do? I am the heir of the Wang group. If you dare to act recklessly, you will face dire consequences. Wang Yuehao exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice as he retreated. Yes, Chen Hao, do not act impulsively, Lu Xia added nervously. You care for him that much? Chen Hao inquired, directing his gaze at Lu Xia. He is my boyfriend. Do not harm him. Huh. The term boyfriend sounds utterly jarring coming from your lips. Is it not his wealth that draws you to him? In this apocalypse, what use is his money? He is nothing but a useless wretch now. Chen Hao replied coldly, then turned his attention back to Wang Yuehao. I had no desire to entangle myself with you. Yet you insist on courting your own demise. Very well, let us settle this score. With that, Chen Hao delivered a swift kick aimed at Wang Yuehao's lower body. A chilling scream pierced the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Remember, in your next life, to keep such things in check and not let them run amok. Wang Yuehao, now helpless, writhed on the ground, his trousers rapidly becoming stained with blood. Chen Hao you. Lu Xia widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Chen Hao, clearly taken aback by his ruthlessness. What? Do you wish to join in? Chen Hao replied coldly, instantly rendering her speechless. A smile spread across his face, dissipating the burdens weighing on his heart, and he turned to stride towards Yang Bin and the others. The onlookers stared at him in sheer terror, too frightened to make a move. Well done, Haozi, Yang Bin remarked, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Hao shook his head in response. Let's go, we need to gather provisions. Soon, the 3 of them ventured into the supermarket, leaving behind a group of panic-stricken individuals. Wang Yuehao continued to wail in agony, while Lu Xia contemplated approaching him to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, clearly drawn by Wang Yuehao's cries, attracting nearby zombies. The sound struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Quick, barricade the door. A woman shouted in alarm. First, gag him. Another urged. Lu Xia hastily covered Wang Yuehao's mouth, while 3 other women hurriedly pushed a nearby shelf against the door. Wang Yuehao glared at Lu Xia with fury. I've been incapacitated, and you won't even let me scream? However, the violent banging against the shuttered door soon silenced him, as the shelf trembled precariously. A few men with lesser injuries struggled to their feet and pushed another shelf into place. This scene did not escape the notice of Yang Bin and the others inside the supermarket, but they paid it no mind. In a place like this, even if zombies broke in, they posed no threat to them. Meanwhile, the group busily stuffed their backpacks with food, bread, bottled water, biscuits, and more, filling them to the brim. They needed to venture out to gather crystals and could not remain in the supermarket indefinitely, so it was prudent to stock up on provisions. Yang Bin took a swig from a bottle of soda and remarked, there are quite a few zombies outside now. It might be troublesome when we head out. We should have silenced him earlier. It was merely a cornering. It shouldn't have come to this. Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. One must be ruthless when the time calls for it. That is how one survives in the apocalypse. Nevertheless, such behaviors cannot be easily altered. We must take our time. Chapter 30. Second-tier zombies. After satisfying their hunger and thirst at the supermarket, the group shouldered their backpacks and stood up. The nearby crowd, upon seeing Yang Bin and his companions rise, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing another beating. However, their concerns proved unfounded, as Yang Bin and his comrades were indifferent to them. Brother Bin, how do we get out? Hu Wenliang inquired. Let us check the back. I recall this supermarket has a rear exit. Let us see how many zombies are lurking there. After reaching a consensus, the group made their way towards the back of the supermarket. Although they enjoyed the comfort of food and drink within the supermarket, they were acutely aware that comfort was a luxury reserved for the dead. The zombies were evolving, and if they did not enhance their own capabilities, annihilation awaited them. Not long after, a few individuals discovered the back door. Bin, employing his keen vision, glanced outside. Although a number of zombies lurked about, they were not overly abundant. Given their collective strength, breaking through should pose no challenge. The back door was similarly locked, but Bin deftly picked the lock and swung the door open. The sound of the opening door quickly attracted several nearby zombies, which began to lunge towards them with guttural roars. In an instant, they sprang into action, dispatching the creatures with remarkable speed. "We must hurry. Other zombies will surely be drawn by the noise," one urged. "Agreed," Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded. And the trio swiftly made their way into the distance. Whether intentional or not, Bin left the door ajar as they departed. With their exit, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group remaining in the supermarket. The pressure Bin and his companions exerted was immense. Despite their numbers nearing 20, they were no match for the formidable strength of the few. Furthermore, the brutality displayed by this group left several incapacitated on the ground. A few of the men tended to Wang Yuehao's injuries, administering a rudimentary bandage since no medical supplies were available in the vicinity. However, the sight of his mangled state elicited a shudder among the onlookers. It was a horrific sight, marking the birth of yet another unfortunate figure in a land already beset by calamity. In such a condition, even prior to the apocalypse, recovery would be improbable without some form of prosthetic. With a sudden slap, Wang Yuehao struck Lu Xia across the face in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You wretched woman. This is all your fault." Lu Xia, taken aback, clutched her face in disbelief. She never anticipated that this man would place the blame upon her. Another resounding slap followed. "What are you staring at, you shameless hussy? If I am rendered incapable, you shall not escape unscathed." At that moment, Wang Yuehao shed his pretense of civility, revealing his true nature, no longer the gentleman in Lu Xia's presence. With his manhood lost, he felt no obligation to maintain appearances. Blood trickled from Lu Xia's lip, a testament to the force behind his strikes. Faced with the contempt in Wang Yuehao's gaze, Lu Xia bowed her head, silenced by the weight of her regret. She found herself lamenting the folly of forsaking the man who had devoted 3 years to her care for someone like him. "I will make them pay dearly for this," Wang Yuehao seethed. However, just then, a noise erupted from behind, causing him to fall silent, fearing that Bin and the others had returned. Moments later, 2 figures emerged before them, and horror washed over the group upon recognizing them. Zombies? How did they get in here? Panic ensued. Damn it, the back door must have been left open. The zombies, spotting the crowd, surged forward with frenzied excitement. The group hastily armed themselves with pipes, preparing to fend off the oncoming horde. Yet, in no time, more and more zombies flooded in, overwhelming the already injured individuals. Meanwhile, Bin and his companions were making their way toward the cafeteria, where the concentration of zombies was greatest, hoping it would facilitate their search for the unique undead. As they journeyed, zombies continuously emerged, and despite Bin's efforts to evade most of them, many were still unavoidable. The school housed over 30,000 individuals, with at least 27 to 8,000 zombies roaming about, making encounters almost inevitable. Were it not for Bin's eye of true sight, he would have hesitated to venture outside carelessly. The group soon arrived near the cafeteria and gasped at the sight of the surrounding zombies. "There must be at least a few thousand here," Hu Wenliang remarked, swallowing hard. "Surely, these individuals are trapped to death," Chun Hao added, equally astonished. "It seems prudent to avoid densely populated areas in the future," Bin murmured. The others nodded in agreement. Activating his eye of true sight, Bin surveyed the zombies, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. "What is it, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao inquired. "There are nearly 100 special zombies among them," Bin replied solemnly. "So many?" Chun Hao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. "Indeed, it is evident that the number of special zombies has increased," Bin continued. "And among them, there exists one particularly unique zombie." "In what way is it unique?" another asked. "While the crystals in the heads of other special zombies are merely the size of grains of rice, this particular zombie possesses a crystal approximately the size of a mung bean." "Could it be that there are different types of special zombies?" "This is my first encounter as well. If I am not mistaken, the special zombies we previously encountered were of the first tier, while this one is likely a second-tier zombie," Bin stated gravely. "Does that mean it will possess greater strength?" The others exclaimed, eyes wide. "Certainly," Bin nodded, feeling a weight in his heart. He had initially believed that his strength was sufficient to deal with these zombies, only to discover that even stronger variants existed. It appeared that the zombies were indeed evolving continuously. Ordinary zombies gradually transformed into first-tier zombies, while first-tier zombies would eventually evolve into second-tier zombies. If humanity continued to hide, annihilation was inevitable. Yangbin frowned. Should we disclose information about the crystals? Shenhao asked. After some contemplation, Yangbin responded, disclosure is necessary, otherwise humanity will surely face extinction. However, we should refrain from being the ones to announce it, as it would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble for us. The military has likely been busy clearing out zombies these past few days, equipped with various powerful weapons that make dealing with zombies relatively straightforward. They have probably discovered the crystals already. Let us wait for the official announcement. It would be more beneficial. Indeed. So should we continue fighting? What for? Let's change locations. This place is untenable. All right then. The group swiftly departed from the area. Inside the cafeteria, complaints erupted. Why is it porridge again? This is hardly filling. I want proper food. Exactly. Eating porridge every day, do they want us to starve? Many were becoming increasingly agitated due to their hunger. If you're not eating, then keep quiet. If you're able, go find food outside, someone retorted. Right. Just be grateful for what you have. Do you not understand the current situation? Still dreaming of a life of luxury. You're destined to eat porridge. The school must have food, but they refuse to distribute it. If we do not fight for it, how can we ever be full? The outside world is overrun with zombies. Even with provisions at hand, we must ration our food, for no one knows when rescue will arrive. If we continue consuming at this rate, we may perish from hunger before help reaches us. The crowd is divided into two factions, embroiled in ceaseless disputes, causing the principal to furrow his brow in concern. It is only the third day of the apocalypse, and the situation has already deteriorated to this extent. What shall we do if this continues for several more days? It must be said that the principal is undeniably responsible, as he immediately thought of the students' welfare even in this dire time, gathering them in the cafeteria to prevent starvation. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Chapter 31. Conditions for ascending to the second tier. After leaving the cafeteria, Yangbin continued to lead Chun Hao and the others in search of special zombies. It must be noted that there were indeed more special zombies today than yesterday. After more than half an hour, they successfully eliminated 2 special zombies once more. Yangbin consumed both crystals, bringing his total to 5, yet he still failed to illuminate the second horn. Furthermore, as he consumed more, the efficacy of the crystals diminished, and the final crystal's enhancement was tragically meager. Yangbin furrowed his brow, sensing that the next one might prove entirely ineffective. Brother Bin, haven't you illuminated it yet? Chun Hao inquired, puzzled. No, let's try another one, Yangbin replied. All right. The two had no objections. For them, Yangbin's enhancement equated to their own. They resumed their search and soon discovered another one. However, its numbers were rather daunting. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. Thus, Chun Hao's assassination skills came into play once again. After expending his energy twice, he stealthily eliminated over 20 zombies, while the remaining ones were forcefully dispatched by the group. Though they sustained some injuries, Hu Wenliang was present and quickly healed them. Yangbin extracted the crystals once more and, under the eager gazes of his companions, swallowed them. How about it, Brother Bin? Did you illuminate it? Chun Hao asked anxiously. Yangbin shook his head. Still not working? It's not that it doesn't work. Rather, it is ineffective, Yangbin replied with a bitter smile. Ineffective? Yes, there was nearly no enhancement. How could this happen? Both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang furrowed their brows in contemplation. After pondering for a moment, Yangbin suddenly had an epiphany. I think I may have figured it out. What do you mean? If I am not mistaken, to illuminate the second horn, one must require second-tier crystals. Yangbin stated earnestly. Second-tier crystals? Yes. The ones we just saw outside the cafeteria. I think that could be possible, Chun Hao agreed. Shall we go after them? Hu Wenliang proposed. First, let us see if there are any second-tier zombies elsewhere. We should avoid that area unless absolutely necessary, as it can be deadly, Yangbin cautioned. Understood. They resumed their search. In the following period, they encountered several first-tier zombies, and the crystals obtained were distributed to Hu Wenliang and Chun Hao, significantly enhancing their strength. However, they still had yet to encounter any second-tier zombies. After spotting only one second-tier zombie among thousands in the cafeteria, it was clear that finding another would not be an easy task. Bingo! I believe our current method is ineffective. We ought to seek a higher vantage point, which may facilitate our search. Shenhao remarked. Ah, indeed. Let us proceed to the Zhongyuan building. The Zhongyuan building stands as the iconic edifice of the academy, towering above all others, and typically, students are not permitted to ascend. The group cautiously approached the base of the building, only to find the entrance securely locked. However, this posed little challenge for them. A metal rod was deftly inserted into the lock, and with a gentle pry, it yielded. Let us go. Close the door behind us and ascend, Bingo instructed. The Zhongyuan building boasts a total of 18 floors. An elevator is available, but it is inoperative at this hour. Thus, they were left with no choice but to climb. Fortunately, given their enhanced abilities, ascending 18 flights proved to be a manageable endeavor. Upon reaching the rooftop, they were greeted with a sweeping panorama, the entire campus laid out before them. How could I have overlooked such a splendid location? Yangbin muttered, somewhat disheartened. It wasn't he accessible before. Discovering it now is better than never, Shenhao chuckled. Yangbin nodded in agreement, activating his true sight to survey the campus for zombies. This vantage point was advantageous, yet distant from the ground, and the mental energy required to discern the minuscule crystals within the zombies' heads from such heights was considerable. After only a brief observation, Yangbin began to feel dizzy and promptly ceased his efforts. Goodness, this drain on my energy is quite alarming, he remarked with a wry smile. It is understandable, considering the elevation and the distance, he mused. After resting for over 10 minutes, he stood once more, resuming his search. After several attempts, he finally spotted a second-tier zombie beneath one of the dormitories. Found it. Let us go eliminate it, he exclaimed. All right, the others replied, quickly descending the stairs. Under Yangbin's guidance, they soon arrived at the base of the dormitory, where the second-tier zombie awaited. Its appearance was similar to that of an ordinary zombie, yet there was an unsettling impression that it possessed a degree of agility unlike its counterparts. There are a total of 11 zombies. I will distract the second-tier one while you swiftly deal with the others and come to my aid, Yangbin declared, feeling uncertain about confronting the second-tier zombie alone. Understood. Let us go, the group shouted, charging towards the horde of zombies. As they emerged, the second-tier zombie immediately detected their presence and lunged towards them. Yangbin advanced boldly, aiming his metal rod at the zombie's head. Meanwhile, Shenhao and Hu Wenliang swiftly maneuvered towards the 10 zombies behind them. Just as Yangbin's rod was about to strike the zombie's head, it unexpectedly tilted aside. Though the blow ultimately connected, it startled Yangbin, as he recalled the countless mindless zombies he had dispatched before. None had shown any instinct to evade attacks. However, this particular zombie exhibited a degree of awareness, a foreboding indication of its capabilities. It was merely a second-tier zombie. What would happen if they encountered a higher tier one? The difficulty of dispatching zombies would undoubtedly increase significantly. The rod ultimately struck the zombie's head, but only penetrated partially, allowing it to shake free and lunge at Yangbin with its gaping maw. Yangbin swiftly transitioned from thrusting to swinging the rod, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's skull. The zombie's head was crushed, blood oozing forth, yet it seemed to have little effect. Yangbin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the bent iron pipe in his hand, a wry smile appearing in his eyes. It appeared that this tool had outlived its usefulness. With the enhancement of his strength, this hollow iron pipe evidently could no longer meet his requirements. Zombies, it seemed, cared not for the condition of one's weapon, and soon lunged at him once more. Yangbin hastily sidestepped. The zombie, undeterred by its failed attempt, charged again, its speed far surpassing that of a first-tier zombie. The iron pipe in Yangbin's hand was now so warped that it was ineffective for striking or thrusting. It could only serve as a means of defense. However, the second-tier zombie possessed tremendous strength, forcing Yangbin to stagger backward with each blow. In a fleeting moment, he found himself nearly bereft of any capacity to retaliate, sustaining several wounds in the process. Fortunately, not long after, Shenhao and Hu Wenliang managed to dispatch the remaining zombies and rushed over to assist him. With the three of them together, the situation was finally stabilized. Chapter 32. Second tier. The trio worked in perfect harmony, with Yangbin and Hu Wenliang focusing on fending off the zombies' assaults, while Shenhao relentlessly jabbed at the zombie's neck with his iron pipe. After enduring several grueling minutes of combat, Shenhao's iron pipe finally succeeded in severing the neck of the second-tier zombie. The three of them collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. This battle had proven exceedingly difficult. It seems we need to acquire new weapons, Hu Wenliang remarked with a hint of resignation as he observed the bent iron pipe in his grasp. The hollow pipe had held up remarkably well under the circumstances. Indeed, it has performed admirably given its condition, Shinhao added. Where, then, shall we procure new weapons? To be honest, I'm quite accustomed to this iron pipe, Yongbin mused. I was just contemplating this. We could either seek a fire axe, which would surely be effective against zombies, delivering a decisive blow to the neck. Or we could venture to the gym to obtain some barbells. Those would be sturdy enough to shatter a skull with a single strike. I am inclined to pursue a barbell as well. I feel quite at home with the iron pipe, but how about you? Yongbin inquired. I agree. A barbell would be advantageous, especially when confronted with multiple zombies at once, Shinhao responded. Yes, I think so too. The fire axe is rather short, and would likely leave me drenched in blood, Hu Wenliang nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall head to the gym shortly. The three quickly reached a consensus. Yongbin approached the fallen zombie, and before long, he extracted a crystal the size of a mung bean from its head. Shinhao and Hu Wenliang looked on with curiosity as Yongbin held the crystal, although they could not discern its properties. They sensed that this crystal was significantly more potent than the previous ones. Activating his true sight, Yongbin examined the crystal in his hand. Composed of energy, this crystal contained a far greater reservoir of power than those he had encountered before. A flicker of fervor ignited in Yongbin's eyes as he wiped the crystal on his body and swallowed it whole. Upon entering his body, the crystal instantaneously transformed into a vast surge of energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. In the star map within his mind, the second corner of the first star was illuminated. As this corner shone forth, an even more formidable energy flooded back into his being, and Yongbin felt an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration. After a considerable period, the energy was fully absorbed. Yongbin clenched his fists, feeling the immense power surging within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Prior to consuming the crystal, the force of his punch was approximately 50 to 60 kilograms. However, upon illuminating the first horn, his strength surged to over 100 kilograms. Having ingested some crystals along the way, he ultimately reached an estimated 200 kilograms. Now, with the second horn glowing, his strength experienced yet another substantial enhancement, now at least exceeding 300 kilograms. Sensing the formidable power within him, Yongbin felt a thrill of exhilaration. This significantly increased his chances of survival in the apocalypse. It appeared that my assumptions were indeed correct, as more stars on the star map illuminated. One's strength would correspondingly amplify. In his mind, there were 9 stars, each possessing 5 horns. Each illuminated horn represented a considerable boost in power. He wondered if fully illuminating a star would yield unexpected surprises, and what it would be like to illuminate all 9 stars. Brother Bin, how are you? Shinhao and Hu Wenliang looked at Yongbin with curious expressions. The second horn has been illuminated, Yongbin replied with a smile. Has your strength increased significantly? Yes, quite a bit. I estimate that my punch now possesses at least 300 kilograms of force. That's fantastic. Brother Bin has improved. Our chances of survival are more assured now. Shinhao exclaimed joyfully. Let us not be overly optimistic. The next enhancements will be increasingly challenging. Yongbin cautioned with a shake of his head. No matter how difficult it may be, I believe we can survive, Shinhao asserted resolutely. Indeed, we should be like the zombies. Illuminating 1 horn represents the first tier, while 2 horns signify the second tier. Next, we need to elevate you both to the second tier. Each of you has consumed 3 crystals already. By ingesting 2 more first-tier crystals, you can reach the pinnacle of the first tier. Then, consuming 1 second-tier crystal will elevate you to the second tier. However, while first-tier crystals are manageable, second-tier zombies are exceedingly rare, which presents a challenge, Yongbin remarked, his brow furrowed. Don't worry, Brother Bin. The strength of the zombies is evolving. There were no second-tier zombies today, but by tomorrow, there should be some, Shinhao replied. True, Yongbin nodded. It's getting late. We should resolve our weapons situation and head back to the dormitory. The nights are too perilous. Agreed. Soon, the group made their way towards the gymnasium, which was quite a distance away. Their weapons were mostly rendered useless, and they dared not move too swiftly. Under Yongbin's guidance, it took them over half an hour to reach the gymnasium. The lock on the gym was of the chain type, and they exerted considerable effort to unlock it. Upon entering, they proceeded to the equipment room, where they pried open the door. Instantly, a variety of sporting equipment appeared before their eyes. However, with clear objectives in mind, they directly sought out several barbells, removing the weight plates and assembling 3 18-meter barbell rods. Weighing them in their hands, satisfaction spread across their faces. These rods were made of alloy steel, solid and significantly heavier than the previous iron pipes, providing an excellent grip. This feels fantastic. There's no need to worry about bending them, Chunhao remarked with a smile. With this newfound strength, coupled with my advancement to the second tier, should I encounter a second-tier zombie again, I could undoubtedly shatter its skull with a single strike, Yongbin confidently asserted. Had I possessed such formidable weapons earlier, I would not have endured such a grievous beating. As dusk approached, it was time to return to the dormitory. Indeed, armed with weapons, the group felt significantly more assured. They recklessly smashed any zombies they encountered along the way, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. This weapon is exhilarating. The impact is utterly satisfying, Chunhao exclaimed with enthusiasm. These ordinary zombies are classified as non-tiered. Is it truly honorable for you two, who are at the first tier, to bully the non-tiered? Over there stands a first-tier zombie. Let us test our skills. Yongbin pointed towards a nearby cluster of zombies. Absolutely. The two rushed towards the horde of zombies. The brainless creatures, upon noticing the approaching duo, eagerly lunged at them, only to meet their tragic fate. The two wielded their makeshift weapons with fervor, and any zombie struck by them had its skull shattered, meeting an instant demise. In less than a minute, more than a dozen zombies, including a special one, were dispatched by the two. Which one is the special zombie? Chunhao inquired, turning to Hu Wenliang. I didn't pay attention. It was all just a chaotic flurry of blows, and they all perished, came the reply. How do we identify the crystal? We'll have to ask Brother Bin. Seeing the two clueless individuals, Yongbin shook his head in exasperation and pointed to one of the corpses. Chunhao quickly dashed over and extracted the crystal. Who among us shall consume this? It matters not. Either of us would suffice. Howsy, you should take it. You need to advance further. When we encounter hordes of zombies later, your skills in assassination will be invaluable, Yongbin suggested. All right then. Chunhao, without hesitation, wiped it and promptly placed it in his mouth. After Chunhao absorbed the energy, the group resumed their journey back to the dormitory. Their detour to slay zombies had delayed them, and by the time they arrived, night had fallen. Inside the dormitory, silence reigned, as the others likely remained at the supermarket. Understanding the dangers of venturing back, not everyone possesses their level of prowess to roam freely in this apocalyptic world. Of course, strength is one aspect, but it is Yongbin's true vision that truly emboldens them. Without that ability, they could easily find themselves surrounded by hordes of zombies, and no amount of strength would save them then. Chapter 33. The Secret of Zombie Advancement. Upon returning to the dormitory, the group unpacked the food from their backpacks and indulged in a hearty meal. They had filled 3 large bags with provisions from the supermarket, sufficient to sustain them for 2 or 3 days. Their dormitory was well stocked, brimming with supplies, all scavenged, allowing them to live comfortably for the time being. Let us take a moment to rest, and later we shall venture out to investigate, Yongbin suddenly suggested. But it's already dark. What is there to see? The two looked at Yongbin in confusion. It seems these zombies do not enhance their abilities during the day, yet every night they appear significantly stronger by morning. We must uncover the reason. If we can discover a method, perhaps we too could advance, Yongbin reasoned. That makes sense. We should indeed venture out to investigate. Agreed. A few individuals lay upon the bed, instinctively retrieving their phones to scroll through their screens. The mobile signal remained intact, a piece of fortuitous news for humanity, as it allowed them to bolster each other's spirits. Shall we indulge in a game or two? Hu Wenliang suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Yongbin inquired. A game? Of course. It's quite dull at the moment. If you can manage to find teammates and opponents, I will admire you, Yongbin retorted with an eye roll. Well, I suppose I can at least play against AI, Hu Wenliang replied. You can play by yourself. Both Yongbin and Chunhao shook their heads, acknowledging Hu Wenliang's gaming obsession. However, as soon as Hu Wenliang launched the game, his expression darkened. I can't get into the game. Isn't that rather expected? It's commendable that Penguin can maintain communication at all, Yongbin remarked. All right then. Been good look. At that moment, Chunhao suddenly handed over his phone. The three gathered around the device, where a video unfolded before them, a group of people battling zombies. Suddenly, one individual at the forefront conjured a ball of flame that instantaneously struck a zombie, igniting it in a blaze that soon consumed its form. Witnessing this spectacle, the trio was visibly shaken. The comments below exploded with reactions. Some attributed it to special effects, others to magic, while a few speculated about supernatural abilities. Opinions varied widely. Yet one thing was undeniable. The video had skyrocketed in popularity. In this desolate apocalypse, it served as a tranquilizer, offering a glimmer of hope to the despairing masses. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken truth in one another's eyes. A supernatural being, Chunhao asserted gravely. Indeed, and it appears to be fire-based, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Yangbin noted earnestly. Goodness, that is what true supernatural ability looks like. I feel as if our powers are rather paltry in comparison, Hu Wenliang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Who says so? If it came to a fight, I could easily eliminate him with my invisibility, Chunhao retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Well, I suppose mine and Binji's abilities are somewhat lacking, Yangbin admitted. Without my powers, would we be living this comfortably? He added, exasperated. That is a fair point. Hu Wenliang conceded. In truth, our abilities are not weak. They may even be rarer than his. It's just that our powers aren't combat-oriented, making their efficacy less apparent in battle. However, in this apocalypse, our chances of survival far exceed his, Yangbin explained. Exactly. Do you really think your powers are insignificant? In this desolate hospital setting, what awaits them if they sustain injuries? I dare say that anyone who learns of your abilities would be eager to recruit you into their ranks, Chunhao insisted. Huh, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, Hu Wenliang chuckled. Yet, we do lack combat-oriented abilities. If we encounter someone with such powers, we must devise a way to bring them into our fold, Yangbin remarked. Indeed, but the human heart is overly complex these days. Finding someone with combat abilities who won't stab you in the back is quite a challenge. We must take our time. With my discerning eye, I am certain we will find such a person, Chunhao affirmed. Huh, truly, they agreed. Let us rest. We shall venture out tonight to investigate further. At 11 o'clock that night, the three rose once more and exited the dormitory. Utilizing the faint glow of the remaining streetlights, they soon spotted a few zombies lurking nearby. 3 individuals concealed themselves behind a flower bed, observing several zombies, yet after a prolonged vigil, they discerned no remarkable differences. The zombies continued to stagger about aimlessly. Appearing no different than during the day, Chunhao remarked with a frown. Let us observe a while longer. Today we must uncover the reason behind the zombies' enhancement. Yangbin suggested. Very well. Thus, the trio patiently maintained their watch over the zombies, waiting for an entire hour. As the clock struck midnight, the previously aimless zombies abruptly ceased their movements and quietly raised their heads towards the sky. Witnessing this peculiar behavior, Yangbin and his companions instinctively followed their gaze. The Big Dipper, they exclaimed in hushed tones. Could it be that the Big Dipper only reveals itself at midnight? Yangbin pondered. Why can't we see the North Star? Hu Wenliang inquired, perplexed. It seems to have fallen, Chunhao responded. That night, in a daze, I saw what appeared to be the North Star, which emerged only after it had plummeted, a crimson celestial body. Indeed, I saw it too, but now the crimson star is also obscured, Yangbin remarked with some confusion. In ancient times, the North Star was referred to as the Ziwei Star. Its movement foretold significant events. If the Ziwei Star has fallen, it surely heralds great turmoil. Hu Wenliang mused, his brow furrowed. With the world nearing its end, is it not already in turmoil? Yangbin replied, contemplating the nearby zombies, which seemed to be engrossed in a peculiar state. He activated his true sight and observed that wisps of transparent gas appeared to be flowing into the zombies' bodies. Could this be spiritual energy? Yangbin speculated. If so, it explains why these zombies grow stronger each night. But how do they possess the knowledge to absorb spiritual energy? Why do humans not? He scanned the area but found no trace of spiritual energy emanating from their direction. Haozi, Liangzi, concentrate on the Big Dipper in the sky, Yangbin suddenly instructed. Understood. Upon hearing Yangbin's command, the two raised their heads, earnestly gazing at the celestial formation. Yangbin, meanwhile, activated his true sight, scrutinizing the vicinity around them. After a short while, he noticed that faint wisps of spiritual energy began to flow into both of them. However, the amount of spiritual energy surrounding them paled in comparison to that of the zombies. My neck is quite sore from looking up, Hu Wenliang lamented, rubbing his neck and shaking his head. Yet, as he shifted, the spiritual energy surrounding him vanished instantaneously under Yangbin's watchful eyes. Now I understand. Yangbin's face lit up with excitement. Let us ascend to the rooftop. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the upper floors. Despite their many questions, the two followed closely behind. Chapter 34. cultivation methods. The trio rushed to the 7th floor, and upon reaching the rooftop, they were immediately overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from the stairwell, causing their vision to dim. The pile of corpses remained, and after several days of fermentation, the stench was unbearable. Yangbin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, forcing him to climb up using the handrail. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the rooftop, a few individuals hastily closed the door, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Had they lingered any longer, they would have succumbed to asphyxiation. Brother Bin, what are we doing on the rooftop? Chen Hao inquired, perplexed. Stargazing. Stargazing? The two exchanged bewildered glances. I just used my abilities to observe those zombies. When they gazed at the Big Dipper, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. I encouraged you to try as well. When you focus on the Big Dipper, a similar energy will enter you. This might be a method of cultivation, so we should give it a shot, Yang Bin explained earnestly. Really? Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the two widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Yang Bin nodded. Subsequently, the three found a clean spot and lay down, earnestly gazing at the Big Dipper in the sky. Before long, strands of spiritual energy began to flow into their bodies. Notably, the amount of energy surrounding Yang Bin was significantly greater than that of the other two, whether due to his innate talent or his second-tier status, or perhaps a combination of both. The trio felt little, and had it not been for their trust in Yang Bin, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang might have given up. Staring at a singular object, especially a luminous one, was quite taxing on the eyes. Even though they had all surpassed the first tier, they could not endure beyond 20 minutes. In contrast, Yang Bin appeared unfazed, maintaining his unwavering gaze upon the heavens. The two refrained from disturbing him, taking a brief respite before again directing their attention skyward. They soon found themselves resting every 20 minutes. While Yang Bin continued to fixate on the sky without a single break, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Initially, they believed Yang Bin's superior strength allowed him to endure longer, but it was evident that it was not merely a matter of strength. However, they quickly reconciled this with Yang Bin's talent, understanding that his gifted eyesight offered him an advantage. Thus, the three spent the entire night on the rooftop, observing the stars. Due to the strain on their eyes, they nearly succumbed to sleep several times, yet the prospect of enhancing their strength spurred them to persist. During this time, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang lost count of how many breaks they took, while Yang Bin hardly rested, only briefly closing his eyes. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper gradually faded from view. The trio could no longer withstand the drowsiness. As soon as they closed their eyes, they fell into slumber. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the issue of food reached a critical point. Most households had only 2 or 3 days' worth of provisions, and by the 4th day, many had depleted their supplies. With food scarcity looming, some ventured outside in search of sustenance, while others resorted to seizing what was nearby, making theft a commonplace occurrence. In the absence of legal constraints in this dystopian reality, humanity's darker nature began to surface. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the strength of the zombies escalated once more, and several teams that had previously been able to clear them suffered significant losses, forcing them into hiding. The so-called instructors who once taught people how to combat zombies have now fallen silent. Online, videos of battling zombies have dwindled, while cries for help have surged, permeating the internet with an air of despair. Amidst this bleak atmosphere, the authorities unexpectedly announced a momentous revelation that could determine the fate of humanity. According to the official statement, a specific subset of zombies possesses heads containing red crystals. Consuming these crystals can significantly enhance human physical capabilities, enabling the easy defeat of ordinary zombies. Accompanying the announcement were images of the crystals, along with warnings that these special zombies are stronger than their common counterparts, necessitating group efforts for a chance at victory. The authorities urged individuals to bravely step forward to slay zombies, emphasizing that strengthening oneself is essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. Upon the release of this news, the internet erupted in excitement. In a time when humanity was nearly engulfed in despair, this announcement served as a beacon of hope in the darkness. Consequently, many began to venture out of their rooms to confront zombies, aspiring to obtain a crystal to enhance their prowess. Ambitious individuals even began to form alliances. Unbeknownst to them, 3 individuals resting on the rooftop remained oblivious to the unfolding events, having slept soundly until noon due to their exhaustion from the previous night. Yang Bin was the first to awaken, stretching languidly and assessing his physical state, his face lighting up with exhilaration. As he had anticipated, this regimen indeed enhanced his strength. He could feel that during the night, his power had increased by at least 30 kilograms. He nudged Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang awake, inquiring, "How do you both feel? Has your strength improved?" The two clenched their fists, their faces similarly reflecting excitement. "Indeed, it seems I've gained about 10 kilograms, Chun Hao responded. "Yes, I feel the same," Hu Wenliang added. Hearing their responses, Yang Bin furrowed his brow, noting the disparity in their gains. However, recalling that the two had needed frequent rest while he had barely rested, he felt reassured. From now on, we must consistently train like this. Even when news of the crystals breaks, we will remain ahead, Yang Bin declared. Agreed, the two nodded in agreement. Let us head down to eat and continue hunting zombies. Today, I aim for both of you to reach the second tier, Yang Bin stated. What about you, Bingo? I'm in no rush. We'll discuss my progress once you both reach the second tier. All right then. The trio then descended, returning to their dormitory to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. In this apocalypse, they seemed to be among the few living with such carefree ease. Bingo, I think we should consider relocating to a different dormitory. This one is cumbersome to access the rooftop, and even with the door closed, an unpleasant odor still wafts in from above, Chun Hao complained. Indeed, I noticed it too. It's quite unbearable, Hu Wenliang agreed. All right, let us pack our things and find a more suitable dormitory, Yang Bin replied. How about we move to the graduate dorms? I've heard they have double rooms with complete amenities, far better than ours, and they also have a rooftop, Chun Hao suggested. Sounds good, let us go there. Yang Bin nodded in agreement. A few individuals hastily organized their belongings, clothing, food, and daily necessities, filling several backpacks, with each person carrying one in front and one behind. Once everything was neatly packed, they departed from the dormitory building towards the graduate student housing area. Chapter 35. New domicile. Along the way, they encountered an abundance of zombies. Although this path had been cleared multiple times, the erratic movements of the zombies ensured that they would return after a while. The group discerned from the zombies' running speed that their strength had significantly increased. Ordinary individuals, unless armed with effective weaponry, would find it exceedingly challenging to prevail against them. Furthermore, the number of special zombies had notably risen today. In just over 20 minutes, they had already encountered several, a stark increase compared to the previous day. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had both reached the pinnacle of the first tier in strength, and with access to second-tier crystals, they could ascend to the next level. While passing through a cluster of dormitories, they unexpectedly stumbled upon another group of over 20 individuals, all tall and wielding the iron pipes they had previously used, engaged in combat with a swarm of zombies. What astonished them most was the presence of two remarkably strong individuals, whom they estimated had achieved first-tier strength. Could they be aware of the crystals? Hu Wenliang pondered aloud. Howsy, check online, suggested Yang Bin. All right. Chun Hao quickly retrieved his phone and soon looked up, saying, Brother Bin, you were right. The authorities announced the existence of crystals this morning. That explains it. I was wondering how these people suddenly gained the courage to hunt zombies. Hu Wenliang remarked. Profit is the essence that overcomes all obstacles. Just like us, had we not known that the zombie crystals could enhance our strength, would we still venture out each day? Wouldn't it be far more comfortable to hide in the dormitory? Yang Bin replied. Indeed. I suspect that people everywhere are now emerging to hunt zombies for crystals. This is a positive development. At least humanity has a glimmer of hope for survival. If we continue to hide, extinction is inevitable. Yes, it seems we must also strive harder. We cannot allow ourselves to be caught up by others, Chun Hao declared, clenching his fist. Let us go? Yang Bin preferred to avoid excessive interaction with others, especially in such dire times. However, just as they were about to leave, the other group noticed them. Hey, fellow students, are you also here to hunt zombies? No, we're just taking a stroll. You're quite the jokester. With zombies lurking everywhere, who would be out for a leisurely walk? I see you're all armed. You must be here to hunt zombies as well. Why not join us? It's always safer in numbers. We just took down 2 special zombies, and 2 of our members have already consumed crystals. So we can easily handle ordinary zombies. The leader, a tall man dressed in basketball attire, smiled, casting a casual glance at the backpacks and barbells the others carried. If we join you, how will the crystals be divided? Yang Bin inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. We'll divide them equally. I believe that with our combined strength, everyone will soon possess crystals, the man replied with a grin. Well, I wish you good fortune. We shall abstain from joining. Otherwise, we have to share more. Yangbin said with a smile. How could it be? I observed you wielding a 20-kilogram barbell as a weapon, suggesting you possess considerable strength. If you were to join our ranks, our team's prowess would undoubtedly soar. Should your capabilities be formidable, perhaps we could prioritize the crystals for you. Thank you. But that won't be necessary, Yangbin replied with a smile, promptly leading his companions away. As they departed, discontent flickered across the faces of many in the group. They seemed unaware of the folly of their arrogance. Soon enough, they would learn the harsh realities when confronted by the undead. Indeed, our well-intentioned invitation was met with ingratitude. Soon they might find themselves lamenting their decision. The leader of the group furrowed his brow and turned to a similarly imposing man beside him. Sijia, what do you think prompted their refusal? Our team is relatively strong, yet they rejected us so decisively. I observed their unwavering composure throughout. They displayed no trace of fear. Such individuals are either exceedingly confident or oblivious to the terrors of this apocalypse. Judging by their demeanor, it is clear they belong to the former category, Sijia replied. Indeed, it appears we must acquire more formidable weaponry. That barbell they possess seems far superior to our iron pipes. However, the distance to the gym is considerable, and venturing there could prove perilous. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Yangbin and his companions continued their journey toward the graduate dormitories, encountering little resistance along the way, as if effortlessly slicing through obstacles. Brother Ben, it seems that group has taken a liking to our backpacks. Chunhao remarked with a grin. Is that not to be expected? Who wouldn't covet such ample supplies? Their restraint in not acting on their desires is commendable. Yangbin replied with a chuckle. They ought to be grateful for their prudence. If they were to make a move, those 20 or so would be no match for us, Chunhao asserted. Let us keep a low profile and refrain from speaking such truths, Yangbin cautioned. Understood. Before long, the group arrived at another dormitory area, the residence of graduate students. Without delving into the interior, the surrounding environment appeared significantly more tranquil than their previous location. Let us settle on the 7th floor. It will be convenient to access the rooftop, Yangbin suggested. Agreed. They sought out a more secluded dormitory building and ascended directly to the top floor. This structure seemed devoid of inhabitants, though they encountered a few zombies who unexpectedly lunged at them as they made their ascent. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they found that most dormitory doors had been compromised, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Fortunately, they discovered a room at the far end with a relatively intact door. After tidying the room for a brief stay, they prepared to make it their temporary abode. The graduate dormitory boasted superior amenities compared to their previous quarters, complete with a washing machine, water heater, and even a modest balcony. Once their belongings were arranged, they readied themselves to venture out, as others were already engaging the zombies. They could not afford to be idle. Brother Ben, what if someone arrives while our belongings are here? Chunhao suddenly inquired. Indeed, even if we lock the door, it could still be forced open. Perhaps we should attract a few of those little creatures to guard the entrance, Yangbin suggested. How do we accomplish that? Simple. We can lure them to the 2nd floor, then jump down ourselves. Ordinary zombies seem incapable of climbing walls. Sounds good. Several individuals descended the stairs, bringing along a few zombies to the 2nd floor, and soon, they leapt down from the 2nd floor with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the zombies in the corridor continued to howl, yet they remained unable to break free. Subsequently, Yangbin and his companions resumed their search for special zombies to eliminate. Today, the number of special zombies had significantly increased, constituting at least 1/5 of the total. From a mere 1% on the first day to 1/5 by the 4th day, the escalation of zombies was remarkably swift. In no time, they managed to dispatch several first-tier zombies again. Yangbin consumed another crystal, curious to see if the first-tier crystal would still be beneficial for a second-tier zombie. The outcome was evidently futile. Chunhao also tried one, to no avail. What should we do with these, Bingu? They seem to have lost their usefulness, Chunhao lamented, holding the remaining crystals. Let us keep them for now. Although they are ineffective for us, they are highly coveted by others. If we decide to expand our team later, they may prove advantageous, Yangbin replied. All right. Chunhao nodded and promptly stowed the crystals in his bag. Let us skip the first-tier zombies and directly seek out the second-tier ones, Yangbin suggested. Shall we head to the Zhongyuan building again? Yes. Chapter 36. The Gamble of Humanity. The group ascended the Zhongyuan building once more. Yangbin immediately activated his true sight. surveying the surroundings. The Zhongyuan building provided a panoramic view of the entire school, and under his true sight, he could discern every nook and cranny with clarity. Unlike yesterday, the school today was not solely populated by zombies. After a thorough observation, he spotted several groups engaged in combat against the zombies, comprising both boys and girls. It seems the allure of the crystals is indeed substantial, Yangbin remarked with a sigh. Matters that influence our survival are undoubtedly compelling, Chunhao concurred. If it weren't for the majority being trapped in the cafeteria, that number would likely be exponentially higher, Yangbin asserted. I wonder if those confined in the cafeteria harbor resentment towards the school authorities. No need to ponder. They surely do. Even if the intentions of the school leaders were well-meaning, the resultant circumstances are evidently unacceptable to the students, Yangbin stated. As Yangbin had anticipated, chaos had erupted in the school cafeteria. Following the official announcement regarding the crystals, the already disgruntled students erupted in outrage. They had come here expecting not to go hungry, only to find themselves consuming meager porridge daily, never satiated. With zombies surrounding the premises, venturing outside for crystals became impossible. Watching numerous videos online showcasing individuals who had gained remarkable strength after consuming crystals, even shared on the campus network, only exacerbated their frustration. These students began to angrily denounce the school authorities. It's all your fault. If you hadn't summoned us to the cafeteria, we might have been living carefree outside. Instead, we're forced to consume this insipid porridge. Are we being raised like livestock? They completely overlooked the fact that they had initially sought refuge in the cafeteria due to a lack of food. Without the school's porridge, many could have succumbed to starvation. The principal, observing the enraged students, felt a profound sense of despair. Had he erred? Perhaps, if it were not for an overwhelming concern for their safety, this predicament would not have arisen. The end is indeed terrifying. In the Zhongyuan building, Yangbin did not take long to identify several targets. As anticipated, there were numerous second-tier zombies today. Within just a short span, he spotted over a dozen, though some remained within a horde, making it difficult to act. The ones he had set his sights on were, however, manageable. Targets confirmed, let us proceed. The three swiftly descended the stairs and made their way towards the first target. Upon nearing the vicinity, they discovered that a group of individuals had already approached the zombies. Yangbin frowned. He had initially chosen this target due to the presence of others nearby, fearing they might engage first, yet he had still arrived too late. He was not particularly concerned about being outpaced by these individuals. Truth be told, the 20 or so of them were unlikely to subdue the second-tier zombies. His primary fear was that their shouting would attract the surrounding zombies, complicating their own efforts. At this moment, it was too late for Yangbin to intervene, as those individuals had already rushed towards the zombies. They likely believed that 20 of them could easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. Upon spotting the crowd, the zombies surged forward eagerly, with the foremost being a second-tier zombie. The leaders of the group, one wielding a fire axe and the other a broadsword, struck at the zombies. It must be said, those brave enough to face zombies possessed some skills. At the very least, they were well equipped. However, their misjudgment would exact a grievous toll. The weapons of the two men struck the zombie's skull, perhaps against a first-tier zombie. There might have been a chance of success. Yet, the creature before them was a second-tier zombie. While their blows did fracture its skull, it was insufficient to deliver a fatal wound. In an instant, the zombie pounced upon one of them, sinking its teeth into his neck. The formidable strength of the second-tier zombie left him utterly defenseless. The sight horrified the others, as the man with the broadsword swung fiercely at the zombie, leaving a cut across its back. Yet, it proved ineffective, as the zombie immediately turned and lunged at him. This individual reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time to evade the attack. A special zombie. It must be a special zombie, one with crystals, he exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. They had already slain several zombies. Finally, they had encountered a special one. But can we defeat it? Someone voiced their fears. If others can, why can't we? Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot bring it down. If we slay it, we will rise. The man declared loudly, though others felt trepidation. The thought of gaining immense power from the crystals soon overcame their fears, and they charged at the zombie. They had ventured out to hunt zombies for crystals. How could they possibly retreat upon encountering a special one? What they did not realize was that special zombies also came in varying tiers. Soon, the group engaged the zombies in battle, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the monstrous foes. However, these assaults had little effect on the second-tier zombies. Each strike they made resulted in almost certain death for their opponents, and in a brief moment, several had already perished. Second-tier zombies were beyond their capability to defeat. It was the other 4 ordinary zombies that were dispatched by the others in a frenzy. Brother Ben, why don't we intervene? We could acquire the crystal and also lend them a hand. After all, they are fellow students, Hu Wenliang said with a hint of compassion. Yangbin glanced at him and suddenly remarked, do you believe that if we save them, they will not only be ungrateful, but will also attempt to seize this second-tier crystal from us? Surely not. They must understand they stand no chance against this zombie. If they continue fighting, they will all perish, Hu Wenliang replied. Hee, let us make a wager. If what I say is true, you shall never mention rescuing anyone to me again. If not, I will wash your underwear for a month, Yangbin proposed. Hu Wenliang, still a student and inexperienced, viewed the prospect of saving these individuals as a mere act of goodwill, overlooking the complexities of human nature. Unlike Chun Hao, who accepted Yangbin's words without question, Hu Wenliang retained a sense of skepticism. Thus, Yangbin seized this opportunity to impart a lesson. From the frenzied expressions of the crowd, he discerned their fervent obsession with the crystal. They would not perceive any act of salvation, but rather view it as an attempt to pilfer their prize. All right. Hu Wenliang nodded, not because he doubted Yangbin, but rather because some truths must be witnessed firsthand. On the battlefield, over half of the 20 or so individuals had already fallen, with several injured. Their fate was all but sealed, destined to join the ranks of the undead. At this moment, panic ensued among the group as they abandoned thoughts of the crystal and began to flee in desperation. However, the zombies were relentless, pursuing them with unyielding determination. Chapter 37. Could it be a cat? The speed of the second-tier zombies far surpassed that of these individuals, and it appeared that the leader was about to be overtaken. Just then, a barbell suddenly soared through the air, crashing into the zombie's chest, the immense force pushing it back several paces. Following this, 3 individuals emerged from behind a nearby wall. Yangbin swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the barbell. At that moment, the zombie rose once more, lunging directly at Yangbin. With a disdainful huff, he swung the barbell with force at the zombie's head. With a resounding crack, the bone shattered, and the zombie's skull was obliterated, akin to a watermelon being smashed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched across their faces. The zombie, which had proved insurmountable for over 20 of them, had been vanquished by this individual with a single blow? Yangbin, as if he had accomplished a trivial task, hoisted the barbell onto his shoulder and approached the fallen zombie to extract the crystal, which he then pocketed, preparing to depart with the 2 others. Brother, that crystal is ours too, right? The leader, wielding a tang knife, suddenly grew anxious upon witnessing Yangbin's actions. We have lost so many lives for this crystal, and yet you wish to take it away upon your arrival. Is this not inappropriate? Yangbin remained silent, wearing a smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive as he gazed at Hu Wenliang. Upon hearing these words, Hu Wenliang's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he retorted, if it weren't for us, you would have been slaughtered by the zombies. We saved your lives, and instead of expressing gratitude, you audaciously seek the crystal? Such claims are unfounded. Had we not incapacitated the zombie, would you have been able to dispatch it so easily? Interjected another member of their group. Zombies cannot simply be incapacitated. Hu Wenliang was at a loss for words. Look at its wounds. Those are all inflicted by us. You merely landed the final blow, clearly benefiting from our efforts. His frustration rendered him speechless. It is common knowledge that zombies can only be defeated by targeting their heads. Any other attack is futile. Yet these individuals had the audacity to argue otherwise. Observing Hu Wenliang's expression, Yangbin chuckled and shook his head, then patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder, saying, how does it feel? Like I've ingested something revolting. Hu Wenliang replied with a bitter smile, truly disgusted by the shamelessness of these people. Do you know how to deal with such individuals? Yangbin inquired with a smile. Hu Wenliang numbly shook his head. I will teach you. Watch closely. Yangbin, wearing a broad smile, approached the group ahead and declared, do you wish to share this crystal? Yes, we have contributed as well. Quickly, let us discuss how to divide it. The leader of the group responded. Very well. Let me show you, Yangbin replied, and indeed, he produced the crystal. Upon seeing it, the leader's eyes ignited with fervor, and he swiftly reached out to seize it. Bang! A shadow of a club swept through the air. Ah! A scream erupted as the man's outstretched hand fell limply, shattered beyond recognition. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that he would resort to such brutality. How dare you? The man, undeterred, grasped a dagger and lunged at Yongbin. Another bang resounded as Yongbin struck again. The man's head exploding like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Unable to comprehend Yongbin's audacity to commit murder in broad daylight. Though the apocalypse, Chunhao swiftly adjusted his mindset. After pondering for a moment, Hu Wenliang nodded and said, I understand. That's good to hear. Now, let's depart. A horde of zombies is approaching, Yongbin stated. All right. The group moved to a safer location, where Yongbin handed a crystal to Chunhao, saying, Haozi, you should advance to the second tier first. Okay. Without hesitation, Chunhao accepted the crystal and consumed it. In no time, he too achieved the second tier, making 2 of the 3 now at that level. Let us proceed to the next. The group wasted no time and swiftly headed towards their next target, primarily to avoid a repeat of the previous encounter. Although it posed little threat to them, it was still quite unpleasant. Fortunately, there were no adversaries at the second target. Among the more than 10 zombies, there was a second-tier zombie and 2 first-tier ones, indicating the significant presence of special zombies. Thankfully, this arrangement posed little danger to the trio, and within several minutes, they eliminated all foes, collecting 1 second-tier crystal and 2 first-tier crystals. Hu Wenliang also successfully advanced to the second tier, leaving all 3 at the same level. Let us go to the next one. The group set off towards another target. This one was located beneath a willow tree near Yusen Lake, and it only had 2 zombies, making it the easiest to dispatch among their targets. However, just as the trio neared Yusen Lake, a shadow suddenly leapt down from a tree, lunging towards Yongbin, who was at the front. The unexpected turn of events left the 3 momentarily stunned. In a critical moment, Yongbin could only raise his arm to shield himself. The intense pain caused Yongbin to gasp, revealing 4 deep wounds on his arm, exposing bone. He barely had time to assess his injury before he turned to confront his assailant. The sight instantly shocked them. What on earth? How could there be a tiger at school? Chunhao exclaimed. Is it possible that it's a cat? Hu Wenliang suggested. Is your cat that large? Chunhao replied with wide eyes. Yet, it was indeed a cat, an orange one. Lizzie wasn't mistaken. It really is a cat, Yongbin stated. But this cat is enormous. I've never seen, nor even heard of, something like it. Clearly, this cat had mutated. Yongbin observed the orange cat with blood-red eyes, speaking gravely. Be cautious. This cat is no ordinary foe. Chapter 38. The transformation. The 2 wished to say more, but the cat did not afford them the opportunity. It swiftly launched another attack, darting towards Chunhao with astonishing speed. Chunhao swung a barbell towards the oncoming orange cat, but struck nothing but air. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder as he too was marked with 4 deep scratches. I missed. This creature is too swift. Chunhao winced. Cats are naturally quick. And it must be even faster after mutation. Hu Wenliang frowned. Yongbin also furrowed his brow, judging by its strength. This cat seemed to be no more than second tier, but its speed was alarmingly unmatched. At this moment, the disadvantages of the barbell became apparent. While wielding such a heavy barbell against zombies was exhilarating, delivering a decisive blow to their heads, it proved nearly futile when confronted with the speed of these mutated beasts. Let us set down the barbell and use our fists, Yongbin suggested. Both nodded in agreement, discarding the barbell aside, and clenched their fists, their gaze fixed intently on the orange cat ahead. This cat stood over 60 centimeters tall and nearly a meter long, which explained why Chunhao had initially mistaken it for a tiger. He had never encountered a feline of such considerable size. At that moment, upon noticing their movements, the orange cat exhibited a mocking glint in its eyes. Damn, this cat is mocking us. Chunhao exclaimed, visibly irked. Can we tolerate this? We cannot. Let's take it down. The 3 sprang into action, lunging towards the orange cat on the ground. However, the cat swiftly propelled itself away, inflicting several wounds upon Hu Wenliang in the process. Why does this creature's claws hurt so much? Hu Wenliang frowned. It seems this cat has a sense of fairness. Sharing the pain equally, Chunhao chuckled. You still have the presence of mind to jest? We need to figure out how to fight. At this rate, we'll be toyed with to death, Hu Wenliang retorted, rolling his eyes. Yongbin, too, wore a grave expression as he observed the orange cat, recognizing its astonishing speed, which rendered them unable to land a hit. It would indeed be quite the spectacle if 3 second-tier powers were to be outmatched by a mere cat. Yongbin activated his true sight, hoping this ability would allow him to discern the creature's movements. Otherwise, they might truly meet their demise. Soon, the orange cat sprang into action once more, launching itself towards Yongbin. Under the influence of his true sight, while the creature's speed remained formidable, it was not entirely elusive. Just as the cat seemed poised to strike Yongbin's face, he swiftly threw a punch, catching it off guard and landing a blow squarely in its abdomen, sending it flying. Brother Ben is amazing. Witnessing this, both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang felt a surge of joy. They had finally struck the creature. The orange cat hit the ground, but quickly regained its footing. Its gaze towards Yongbin now tinged with surprise, clearly unprepared for the fact that it had been struck. It began to tread cautiously, pacing back and forth at a distance, searching for an opportunity. Yongbin, not daring to relax for even a moment, maintained his focus on the creature, awaiting its next assault. As for taking the initiative, that was out of the question. They wouldn't even graze its fur. Brother Ben, how did you manage to hit it just now? Chun Hao whispered from the side. I activated my ability, Yongbin replied with a hint of resignation. No wonder. Chun Hao nodded, having presumed Yongbin possessed some clever trick. Instead, it turned out to be an enhancement he could not mimic. After several minutes of a tense standoff, Yongbin felt his endurance waning when the cat suddenly launched another attack. This time, it did not charge directly at him. Instead, it leapt onto a tree, using its legs to propel itself once more, accelerating towards Yongbin. Yongbin, with his eyes of true perception pushed to their limits, captured every movement of his opponent with crystal clarity. Clenching his fist tightly, he struck fiercely as soon as the creature's paw grazed him. The orange cat's fur bristled in alarm as it attempted to evade the impending blow, but it was too late. A deep thud resonated as Yongbin's fist connected with the cat's side, delivering a much heavier blow than the previous one. The cat tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before struggling to rise. As it regained its footing, the cat instinctively sensed danger, its fur standing on end, and hastily attempted to dart aside. However, it was still too slow. A figure materialized behind it, and in the instant it leaped up, a fist came crashing down on its head. With a resounding thump, the orange cat was sent sprawling once again, skidding several meters away. The assailant was none other than Chun Hao, who had stealthily concealed himself while the cat was unsuspecting. Just as the cat attempted to rise, it was pinned down by Hu Wenliang, who had been lying in wait. In quick succession, Yongbin and Chun Hao rushed over, their 3 large feet pressing down on the cat, immobilizing it completely. MD, dare to catch me? Let us see how you can still act arrogant now. Chun Hao exclaimed excitedly. This creature is far more challenging than any zombie, Yongbin replied with a wry smile. Indeed, had it not been for you, Brother Ben, we would have truly been at a loss, Hu Wenliang remarked. Mew. Under the weight of the 3, the orange cat thrashed wildly. Yet, its strength paled in comparison to theirs, rendering it unable to escape. How should we deal with this? Chun Hao inquired. Kill it. Are you suggesting we let it go? Aren't you afraid it will scratch you? Hu Wenliang chuckled. Let us put it down. This creature has a crystal on its head that seems different from those of zombies, Yongbin asserted. All right, Chun Hao nodded, picking up a barbell and preparing to strike the cat's head. The orange cat appeared to comprehend its impending fate, devoid of fear or pleas. Its gaze reflected a hint of relief mixed with nostalgia. It was astonishing to witness such a myriad of emotions in a mere cat. Just as Chun Hao was about to bring the barbell down upon the cat, Yongbin suddenly called out, Wait. Chun Hao quickly halted. It was no easy feat to stop a 20-kilogram barbell mid-swing. He had to swiftly alter its trajectory, sending it crashing into the ground beside the cat's head. The impact sent dust swirling, demonstrating the force of the blow. The orange cat stiffened, clearly startled. Ouch, my poor back. Brother Ben, could you please speak up sooner next time? You nearly caused me serious injury, Chun Hao complained, rubbing his back. My apologies, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yongbin replied awkwardly. Looking down at the cat, he mused. This creature seems quite different from the others. It appears to possess a high degree of intelligence. Do you think it's possible to keep it as a pet? Brother Ben, you truly have a bold imagination. I can assure you that the moment we ease our grip, it will vanish without a trace. Chun Hao responded confidently. You're right. Never mind then. Let us just eliminate it. Agreed. Chun Hao raised the barbell once more. Mew mew. At this moment, the once resigned orange cat suddenly began to meow urgently, as though it had something to convey. What could it mean? Who could possibly know? Could it have understood our words? Unlikely, right? However, to the astonishment of the 3, the cat actually nodded, its eyes filled with an unmistakable urgency. Goodness, could this creature have developed intelligence? Chapter 39. Little Orange. It was presumed that this cat had previously been domesticated, having spent considerable time with humans. Coupled with its mutations, it seemed to have developed an understanding of human speech. Hu Wenliang speculated. Yangbin nodded in agreement with Hu Wenliang's words, then crouched down to gaze at the orange cat and inquired, "What do you mean? Do you wish for us to release you and become our pet?" The orange cat nodded vigorously. "Why should I trust you? What if we let you go and you run away?" To be honest, Yangbin was rather keen on having such a pet. It would be a significant asset. However, without a guarantee of loyalty, it would be better not to have one at all. The orange cat pondered for a moment, then lifted its neck. At that moment, the others noticed a small bell hanging from its collar. Due to its increased size, the bell was tightly constricted, hidden within its fur, which they had previously overlooked. "Do you want me to remove this bell?" Yangbin asked, somewhat perplexed. The orange cat nodded, its gaze conveying the sentiment of relinquishing something extraordinarily precious. Curiously, Yangbin grasped the bell and yanked it off, examining it in his hand. It appeared to be an ordinary bell, yet the look of reluctance in the orange cat's eyes as it gazed at the bell was unmistakable. It was a gift from its owner, the one it cherished most dearly. Despite the discomfort it caused, it had never considered removing it. While most cats are notoriously wild, there are also gentle ones among them. This cat had been with its owner for 8 years, the two having relied on each other, forming an exceptionally close bond. Alas, with the advent of the apocalypse, its owner had suddenly transformed into a zombie, which had driven the cat to become fierce and aggressive, even attacking Yangbin and his companions. However, due to its past with its owner, it did not inherently reject humans. In fact, it longed for companionship. Initially believing it was doomed, upon hearing the other's words, it eagerly sought to express its intentions. In its mind, offering its most cherished possession was a gesture of sincerity. Yet Yangbin remained perplexed, wondering how he could trust it. Nonetheless, witnessing the longing in the cat's eyes as it looked at the bell stirred something within him. He then turned to Chun Hao and the others, saying, "Why don't you loosen your grip? Bingu, you can't possibly believe it, can you? Let us give it a try. If it attempts to play tricks, we can deal with it again. If we manage to catch it once, we can catch it twice." Yangbin replied confidently. Although the creature was swift, it could not escape his keen observation. Very well. The two released their hold, ready to act at a moment's notice. As they did, the orange cat swiftly flipped onto its feet, but did not attack or flee. Instead, it gazed intently at the bell in Yangbin's hand, and then obediently laid down at his feet. Witnessing this scene, the others were left in a state of astonishment. Yangbin tentatively reached out to stroke the head of the orange cat, which did not shy away and seemed to relish the affection. A wave of joy surged within Yangbin as he declared, "From now on, I shall call you Little Orange." "Brother Ben, what a splendid name you've chosen." Hu Wenliang feigned enthusiasm. "Hee, it was a necessity," Yangbin replied. "Is this truly acceptable?" Chun Hao inquired, still tinged with concern. "It remains uncertain for now. We shall observe for a while before making any conclusions." Yangbin echoed his apprehensions. "Indeed, if we were to have such a pet, it would significantly enhance our capabilities. Of course, otherwise, I would have simply disposed of it. Let us proceed to find that zombie." Agreed. The trio made their way back to the Reinhardt Lake, with Little Orange eagerly trailing behind. Soon, they encountered a second-tier zombie rendezvousing by the lake. "Little Orange, go," Yangbin commanded, eager to test the efficacy of this new companion. If it proved ineffective, he would eliminate it without hesitation. The orange cat seemed to sense Yangbin's intentions, instantly lunging at the zombie. In a swift motion, it pounced upon the second-tier zombie, delivering a lethal strike to its neck, causing blood to spray profusely. The zombie roared and swiped at the orange cat, but its speed was remarkable. No matter how the zombie clawed, it could not make contact. With each attack aimed at the zombie's neck, it wasn't long before the cat severed the zombie's head, leaving it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. "Quite impressive," Chun Hao remarked in awe. Yangbin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is formidable. Let us proceed to extract the crystals." As they approached, they noticed that the orange cat had dispatched another ordinary zombie. Upon seeing Yangbin and the others, the cat leapt in front of Yangbin, as if seeking recognition. "Well done, Little Orange," Yangbin praised, affectionately patting its head. Chun Hao moved to the fallen zombie and smashed its skull with a swift blow, extracting the crystal within. "This crystal should be given to Brother Ben first," Chun Hao suggested, glancing at Hu Wenliang. Absolutely, Hu Wenliang concurred. Here you go, Brother Ben. Chen Hao handed the crystal to Yang Bin, who accepted it without hesitation. They were both at the second tier now, and it was indeed time for him to advance. As he consumed the crystal, he felt the energy swiftly integrate into his very being. Indeed, to reach the second tier, one requires second-tier crystals for enhancement, Yang Bin mused. Feeling the surge of power, the next second-tier zombie is near the girls' dormitory. This is the last one we can engage, as the others are in overwhelming numbers, he noted. Brother Ben, if we deal with this second-tier zombie today, we will have accomplished quite a bit. New second-tier zombies are likely to emerge by tomorrow, Chen Hao remarked. Let us go then. As they approached the girls' dormitory, their eyes brightened at the sight that greeted them. Although all were zombies, those clad in pajamas, with their chests bouncing, were undoubtedly more visually appealing than the zombies near the boys' dormitory. Ah, we should have come here to hunt zombies much earlier, Hu Wenliang quipped. Are you genuinely interested in slaying zombies? Yang Bin regarded him skeptically. I suspect he merely wishes to see if there is any decay beneath those pajamas, Chen Hao chuckled. I can tell you no, Yang Bin replied. How do you know? I can see it. Brother Ben, let's exchange abilities. I will no longer deride your power as inferior. This is anything but trivial. It is truly a divine skill. Hu Wenliang expressed with eager anticipation. Alas, it cannot be exchanged. Let us proceed to hunt some second-tier zombies. Yang Bin contemplated the location of the second-tier zombies and then led the two to the base of a dormitory. However, when they gazed ahead, they were left utterly astonished. Brother Ben, are you certain we can engage this? Chen Hao gulped nervously. Can I confess that I only saw about 20 when I first laid eyes on them? Yang Bin swallowed hard as well. Before them, the open ground was teeming with zombies, conservatively estimated to be at least 400 or 500. Perhaps someone lured them here, Hu Wenliang suggested. Indeed, there are fresh bloodstains in the center. It must have been some fool who shouted and attracted the surrounding zombies. Can we still fight? How can we combat this? For to 500 of them, with nearly 100 being first-tier zombies, if we are surrounded, unless we can fly, we stand little chance. Very well, it seems we shall have to wait until tomorrow. What if we send Little Orange to give it a try? It is swift. Perhaps it could eliminate that second-tier zombie amidst the horde. Upon hearing Chen Hao's suggestion, Little Orange immediately tensed up, eyeing him warily. Clearly, it understood the implication. Never mind. It's too perilous. Yang Bin shook his head, stating, it's not worth risking it. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, there should be plenty of second-tier zombies. Agreed. The group had just concluded their discussion and were about to head back when suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from behind them. They quickly turned to look, their faces paling in shock. A throng of girls was frantically sprinting towards them, pursued by a horde of zombies. At that moment, the girls spotted them and redoubled their efforts, shouting for help. Damn, the three exclaimed in unison. Soon, the 400 to 500 zombies ahead also heard the commotion and eagerly turned towards them. In an instant, the trio found themselves caught in a precarious situation, besieged from both fronts. This place, the girls' dormitory, was ill-fated. Hu Wenliang lamented. Chapter 40, A Grueling Battle. Brother Ben, what shall we do? Chen Hao asked, his voice tinged with panic as he surveyed nearly 1,000 zombies surrounding them. Their previous comfort stemmed from Yang Bin's true sight, which allowed them to evade large groups of zombies. Thus, they had never been encircled. Yet, with the school housing at least 27 or 28,000 zombies, it was inevitable that they would encounter overwhelming numbers. Being overrun by zombies was the most common occurrence in this apocalypse. It was nothing short of a miracle that they had survived thus far while roaming outside daily. At this moment, Yang Bin felt an immense weight of anxiety. He had not anticipated such a predicament upon visiting the girls' dormitory. They found themselves in a most awkward position, with 400 to 500 zombies blocking their path ahead. While behind them, the women, accompanied by a vast swarm of zombies, continued to rush towards them. On both sides stood dormitory buildings. To the right, the rear of the dormitory offered no path for escape, while the left side presented the front of the building, yet its entrance lay amidst a throng of zombies. The group of women likely sought refuge in the dormitory, unaware that a considerable horde of zombies also infested this area. Haozi, Liangzi, prepare for combat. We must charge towards that entrance. Once we enter the dormitory, we will be safe, Yang Bin declared earnestly. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang exchanged apprehensive glances at the distant entrance, their faces etched with concern. There stood 400 to 500 zombies ahead. However, they understood that this was their only option. If the zombies converged from both sides, their chances of survival would diminish to virtually none. Get ready, charge. Upon Yang Bin's command, he was the first to dash forward, with Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang hastily following suit. Before long, they found themselves engaged with the horde. Yang Bin swung his barbell rod, striking down the first few zombies. The sound of skulls shattering echoed as he pulverized the heads of the 3 zombies in front of him. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Before those 3 could entirely collapse, the subsequent wave lunged towards them. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang swiftly joined the fray, delivering powerful blows to the advancing undead. The trio fought fiercely, pushing forward, only to find themselves completely surrounded. With their backs pressed against one another, each took charge of a different direction, launching relentless attacks against the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, Little Orange had already scaled the wall. It was evidently impossible to confine a cat within a built environment. Watching the feline leisurely perched on a second-floor window, the 3 could only express envy. Such a biological advantage was incomparable. As for coaxing it down to assist, that would be futile. In this scenario, Little Orange was of no help whatsoever. Zombies lunged at them with frenzied aggression, forcing the trio to swing their barbell rods in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Each swing resulted in multiple zombies being dispatched, yet more would immediately surge forth. These zombies exhibited no fear, relentlessly charging, including a number of first-tier zombies, which significantly heightened the trio's sense of pressure. The barbell rod, while a weapon of considerable power due to its forceful swings, demanded immense energy, especially amidst such a vast horde. Each strike drained their strength, and the rod's lack of agility rendered it cumbersome when zombies closed in. While a few dozen zombies would pose no threat to them, the relentless wave of hundreds proved insurmountable. Once zombies closed the distance, they inevitably bore the marks of their onslaught. Yang Bin, leading the charge, felt the weight of immense pressure. The dense mass of zombies ahead made it exceedingly difficult to carve a path through. As he felled one zombie, another would take its place almost immediately. The trio could only inch forward gradually. The women behind had also become aware of their plight, yet they continued to rush towards them, having lost all avenues of retreat. "Classmate, please help us. Together, our hope will be greater," shouted the lead woman, clad in athletic attire. It seems they might meet their demise even sooner. Chun Hao silently gazed at the terrifying horde of zombies behind the group of women, estimating at least 500 to 600 of them. In this dire situation, even Hu Wenliang had abandoned the thought of rescuing anyone, acutely aware that attempting to save others would only lead to their own downfall. As the zombies surrounding the trio caught sight of the women, a portion of them lunged forward, inadvertently alleviating some of the pressure on the men. However, this respite was merely temporary. Once the horde behind the women advanced, a far more daunting onslaught awaited them. Yang Bin was well aware of this predicament, his heart racing with anxiety. They were merely 5 to 6 meters from the entrance. Yet that distance felt insurmountably vast, as every movement had become exceedingly arduous. Soon, the group of women was completely engulfed by the horde, and silence ensued. The outcome all too evident. Such was the brutal reality of the apocalypse, a scene playing out in various corners of the globe, revealing the harsh truth that crystals were not easily obtained. To seek crystals was to be prepared for the possibility of losing one's life at any moment. The group had lost interest in the fate of the women, for the zombies pursuing them were now charging in their direction, causing immense pressure to mount on Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang. Witnessing this, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, seizing a barbell and thrusting it against the nearest zombie. Pushing with all his might, under his extraordinary strength, the zombies were forced to stagger back, colliding into those behind them. However, after pushing through over 20 zombies, Yang Bin found himself unable to continue. He had managed to shove them back by more than 3 meters, but the cost was substantial. With both hands gripping the barbell, he was unable to fend off the zombies on either side, who seized the opportunity to claw and bite at him, leaving him with wounds all over. "Brother Bin, switch positions," Chun Hao exclaimed, his eyes reddening, as he quickly pulled Yang Bin behind him, taking his place to shield against the incoming zombies. "Brother Bin, let me treat your wounds," Hu Wenliang urged anxiously. "No, let us get inside first. I can still hold on." Yang Bin gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. At this moment, they were less than 2 meters from the entrance, yet the zombies ahead were tightly packed, making it nearly impossible to advance. Suddenly, from above, the little orange cat, having been observing the chaos, leapt down and pounced on the heads of several zombies. darting about and viciously clawing and biting at them. Its action successfully diverted the attention of the zombies, many of them now targeting the little orange cat. Chun Hao's eyes brightened at this opportunity, and he charged forward, forcefully shoving aside the zombies in front of him, making a dash for the entrance. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang quickly followed suit, and the three of them rushed inside, hastily shutting the iron door behind them before sprinting towards the staircase. Chapter 41. No turning back. Inside the door, there were still numerous zombies, but far fewer than outside. The trio swiftly dispatched the obstructing zombies, successfully making their way into the stairwell, ascending rapidly until they reached the 4th floor. At that moment, Yang Bin could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the ground. Liang Zi, quickly assist Brother Bin to the adjacent dormitory for treatment. I will guard the staircase. Chun Hao urged anxiously. Understood. Hu Wenliang nodded, helping Yang Bin into the nearby dormitory. Upon seeing Yang Bin's numerous wounds, Hu Wenliang momentarily found himself at a loss for how to proceed. However, he soon noticed a massive gash on Yang Bin's shoulder, a result of a zombie bite that had taken a significant chunk of flesh. Had it gone a fraction further, it would have reached his neck. Hu Wenliang promptly placed his hands on the wound, and soon a white glow emanated from his palms, causing Yang Bin's injury to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. After ascending to the 2nd tier, Hu Wenliang's healing abilities had evidently improved significantly. In no time, the wound on Yang Bin's shoulder was restored to its former state. He then commenced treatment on the other bite wounds that Yang Bin had sustained. The injuries inflicted by the zombies were evidently far more severe than those from clawing. Each bite resulted in a considerable loss of flesh, with blood gushing uncontrollably. Immediate treatment was imperative, or else peril loomed. Were it not for Yang Bin's formidable strength, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely fighting against unconsciousness. Had Hu Wenliang not been present, he would surely have met his end. Meanwhile, the iron door downstairs could only withstand the onslaught of zombies for a brief period before being breached. A horde of zombies surged upward in a frenzied rush. Chun Hao, gripping a barbell rod, stood resolutely at the staircase, exuding an aura of invincibility. Before long, zombies reached the 4th floor, and Chun Hao swung the barbell rod, crushing their skulls with precision before kicking them down the stairs, causing a cascade of bodies to tumble below. The advantageous terrain of the staircase, combined with Chun Hao's 2nd-tier strength, allowed him to maintain his position at the stairway with relative ease. However, he too had sustained considerable injuries and, after such prolonged combat, was utterly exhausted. The 20-kilogram barbell rod drained immense stamina with every swing. His arms ached painfully, making even lifting it a challenge. Yet, thoughts of the severely wounded Yang Bin spurred Chun Hao to clench his teeth and persist. As the bodies piled up in the stairwell, the momentum of the zombies' assault was finally somewhat mitigated. Nevertheless, many of the zombies below were 1st tier, and they had begun to learn to climb the handrails, maintaining the pressure on Chun Hao. Inside the dormitory, Yang Bin's bite wounds were nearly healed, but Hu Wenliang, having expended too much energy, had become utterly fatigued. Without resting, Yang Bin quickly rose and made his way to the staircase. Upon observing Chun Hao struggling to hold the staircase alone, he seized the barbell rod and approached. Haozi, you need to rest, Yang Bin exclaimed. Brother Bin, you're all right? Chun Hao responded in astonishment. Yes, with Liang Zi here, I won't perish. Your condition is dire. Quickly take a break and leave this to me. All right. Chun Hao, not wishing to appear strong, nodded and retreated toward the dormitory, for he was indeed utterly exhausted. Once Chun Hao departed, Yang Bin took over his position, resolutely blocking the swarm of zombies at the stairwell. With his strength, these zombies were naturally unable to breach their defenses. Before long, the stairwell was completely blocked by the corpses of the undead. Watching as the last of the zombies ceased their advance, Yang Bin sat down heavily on the ground. This battle was undoubtedly the most arduous they had faced in recent days, even more so than the previous rescue mission for Hu Wenliang. And he himself had nearly paid the ultimate price. Struggling back to their dormitory, he found Hu Wenliang tending to Chun Hao's wounds. However, due to the extensive energy expended in treating Yang Bin, Hu Wenliang had to take considerable breaks between treating each of Chun Hao's injuries. Brother Bin, all done? Chun Hao inquired. Yes, the stairway is completely blocked. For the time being, zombies will not be able to ascend. However, it will be quite troublesome for us to go down, Yang Bin replied. That's all right. The most important thing is that we are all alive, Chun Hao responded cheerfully. Indeed, There was a moment I thought I might not make it, Hu Wenliang said with a bitter smile. We truly owe our lives to Little Orange. Had it not lured away the zombies in front of us, we might have met our end, Chunhao reflected. Speaking of which, where's Little Orange? At that moment, they realized that the cat had not followed them. I hope nothing happened to it. They exchanged worried glances towards the outside. Previously, their attitude towards Little Orange had been utilitarian. If it proved useful, it would be kept. If not, it would be disposed of. However, after this incident, their perspective had completely shifted, as it had saved their lives. Meow? Just then, a weak meow echoed, and soon after, a large orange cat stumbled into the room. Little Orange. The three exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the cat. At that moment, Little Orange was covered in blood and had numerous wounds, causing their hearts to race. Its injuries were nearly as severe as Yang Bin's. Quick, Hu Wenliang, treat Little Orange. Yang Bin urged anxiously. Right. Hu Wenliang hurriedly placed his hands on Little Orange to heal it. Meanwhile, Yang Bin took a crystal from his pocket and fed it to the feline. It seemed that mutated beasts were different from humans. Little Orange had reached the second tier, yet it could still consume first-tier crystals. Although it could not enhance its strength, it appeared to absorb the energy from the crystals to replenish its own depleting vitality, which made Little Orange quite fond of them. I never expected Little Orange to move so swiftly, yet still suffer such injuries, Chunhao remarked. Jumping on the heads of zombies is akin to dancing on a tightrope. With so many zombies clawing at it, there was hardly any place to land. It's fortunate it wasn't caught and killed outright, Yang Bin responded. True. They nodded in agreement. Before long, Hu Wenliang had managed to treat most of Little Orange's wounds, and only then did he take the time to tend to his own injuries, which were also considerable. After finishing with himself, Hu Wenliang collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Thank goodness for Hu Wenliang, Chunhao remarked, gazing at his comrades sprawled on the bed. Indeed, without him, with these severe injuries, one could only await death. Yang Bin said with a wry smile. This damned apocalypse truly takes a toll on lives. Oh no, Brother Bin, we forgot to bring any supplies. We will have nothing to eat tonight, Chunhao suddenly exclaimed. Yang Bin's expression changed as he realized the inconvenience of carrying a backpack. They had left all their belongings in their dormitory. To his dismay, upon venturing outside, they found themselves unable to return. Below them, thousands of zombies lay in wait, making it utterly impossible for them to go back in the short term. Who would have thought that even after reaching the second tier, we would still have to experience the pangs of hunger, Chunhao lamented. How about this? You stay here and guard Liangzi while I scour the dormitory for supplies, Yang Bin proposed. All right, came the response. Chapter 42. Someone in the dormitory. Upon exiting the dormitory, Yang Bin began to rummage through each room. He had always been curious about what the girls' dormitory was like and had long wished for an opportunity to see it. Ironically, during the apocalypse, he found himself with the chance to explore the girls' dormitory. He had presumed it would be cleaner and more orderly than the boys' dormitory, but he soon discovered he was mistaken. The disorder within surpassed that of the boys' quarters. Perhaps it was the work of the zombies, but the sight of undergarments strewn about was somewhat eye-watering. Moreover, this was a revelation. Were girls now so liberated? Yang Bin sighed bitterly as he surveyed the disheveled room. Yet he had no choice but to search for food amidst the chaos of flying lingerie. After an extensive search, he found nothing edible. As he had anticipated, there was no food left. If there had been, it had long been scavenged by others. He scoured several dorm rooms in vain, finding an array of items. Even a single contraceptive pill, but no food whatsoever. Yang Bin sighed in resignation. At this rate, it seemed they would indeed go hungry. Having thoroughly searched the fourth floor with no success, Yang Bin ascended to the fifth floor, methodically inspecting each room. Ultimately, he came across a pack of chewing gum, which he had discovered by using his powers to search through a pocket of a garment. What on earth? How did these people manage to scavenge so thoroughly? Yang Bin grumbled. Upon reaching the sixth floor, he was about to continue his search when he unexpectedly found one door securely locked. Activating his true vision, he peered inside and saw 4 girls armed with iron pipes, their faces betraying vigilance as they watched the entrance, clearly alerted by his footsteps. The bloodstains on the pipes suggested they had slain zombies. Their dormitory appeared relatively tidy, and numerous snacks lay scattered across the beds. If he were not mistaken, these girls had thoroughly cleaned out the food supply in this dormitory building. Realizing this, Yang Bin understood there was no need to ascend to the 7th floor. It would yield no further discoveries. He contemplated for a moment, but refrained from approaching, knowing that food was present sufficed. They had eaten earlier in the day, and currently, their hunger was manageable. With their physical condition, going a night without food would not have dire consequences. If they still had not devised a means of escape by the following day, he could return to borrow some food from them without issue. Having memorized the location of this dormitory, Yongbin turned and descended the stairs. Inside, upon hearing the footsteps recede, the four girls breathed a sigh of relief. Not a zombie. It shouldn't be. Could it be a person? But there's no one left in our building. It cannot be those individuals below, can it? It seems implausible that they could still be alive. However, nothing is impossible. They managed to breach the dormitory amidst the onslaught of hundreds of zombies. So their survival is not entirely surprising. But what if it truly is them? If that is the case, even if they intend to assault you, you would have no choice but to comply, as we would lack the means to resist before them. Do not assume I jest. In the absence of legal constraints, anything can transpire. Well, since they have not approached, does that imply they have not detected us? The adjacent dormitories have their doors wide open, while ours remain securely shut. Do you believe they might have noticed us? Then why did they leave? I do not know. In any case, we must be cautious and conceal our belongings. Sister Ching-Ching, how could they possess such formidable prowess? If I am not mistaken, they are likely the second-tier evolvers mentioned by the authorities. Second tier? Indeed. The only individuals capable of surviving the assault of hundreds of zombies are likely second-tier evolvers. I never anticipated that our school would witness the emergence of 3 second-tier evolvers so swiftly. The members of the Taekwondo Club, who boast of being the strongest team at the school, would likely be obliterated if they encountered those 3. Remember, should they return, do not resist. Preserving your life is paramount. Yongbin returned to the 4th-floor dormitory, where Hu Wenliang remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Chunhao sat on the bed engrossed in his phone, and Xiao Juzi lay asleep. Brother Ben, how did it go? Did you find anything? Chunhao inquired promptly upon Yongbin's return. I suppose I did. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor, and they have food. If we become truly famished, we could ask them to lend us some, Yongbin replied. In this apocalyptic world, where food is so scarce, who would lend out their provisions? Chunhao rolled his eyes. I sensed that they might. Yongbin wiped the barbell rod. I think so too, Chunhao nodded. All right, let us rest. We still need to go to the rooftop tonight to gaze at the stars. By the way, Brother Ben, the authorities just released information online regarding the strength of zombies and the classification of humans. Oh, how is it classified? Yongbin asked with curiosity. As you previously mentioned, both zombies and humans are defined by 1st-tier and 2nd-tier classifications. Currently, only 1st-tier and 2nd-tier zombies have been identified, with no evidence of 3rd-tier zombies yet. According to the official data, 1st-tier strength ranges from approximately 100 to 200 kilograms, while 2nd-tier strength is between 300 to 500 kilograms. The existence of peak 2nd-tier entities has been confirmed? Yongbin furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, we wield iron rods, while they employ machine guns and artillery. How can we compare? Indeed, the authorities hold an undeniable advantage in this regard. At present, the internet is flooded with posts about crystals. Many individuals have acquired crystals that enhance their strength, yet even more have sacrificed their lives in the process. This is quite normal. It feels as though this apocalypse is akin to a grand cleansing. And one cannot help but wonder how many will ultimately survive, Yongbin sighed. Indeed, Bingu, the campus forum has become quite lively. We have become a topic of discussion ourselves, Chunhao remarked with a bitter smile. Your expression suggests that it is not a favorable situation? Yes. It must be those scoundrels spreading rumors this afternoon, claiming we committed murder for crystals. The campus network is now rife with denunciations, he replied. Had I known, I would have dealt with them all, Yongbin said coldly. Is there any information about us? Surprisingly, yes. They described our appearances. And our overly enthusiastic class monitor exposed us, Chunhao sighed. That fellow has always held a grudge against us. Never mind, let them say what they wish. These individuals have yet to truly grasp the harshness of the apocalypse. Once they do, they will understand our kindness. Chapter 43. Collaboration. The group slept from dusk until nearly midnight, rousing themselves at 11:50 p.m. By this time, Hu Wenliang had also recovered. The 3 young men and their feline companion made their way to the rooftop. The iron gate to the dormitory rooftop was still locked, indicating no one had ventured up before. Using a barbell, they pried open the lock and secured the door behind them. Finding a clean spot, the 3 of them laid down, awaiting the appearance of the Big Dipper. At the stroke of midnight, The Big Dipper emerged punctually in the sky. Having experienced it once before, the group quickly found their rhythm. Little Orange, the cat, also lifted its head, entranced by the celestial display. A gentle stream of spiritual energy began to flow into their bodies. Below, thousands of zombies simultaneously raised their heads to gaze skyward, and the night gradually fell silent. Most of the remaining humans, exhausted, drifted into slumber. After several days of exploration, humanity had discerned a pattern. In the late hours of the night, zombies would quiet down and cease their search for humans. This was a time for humans to rest. As on the previous night, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang would take turns watching and resting, while Yang Bin remained steadfastly focused throughout. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper vanished, and Yang Bin once again increased his strength by over 30 kilograms, while Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang gained around 10 kilograms each. The trio and their cat descended, locked the door to their dormitory, and collapsed onto their beds and sleep. This time, they awoke after 9 o'clock, for they had important matters to attend to. They needed to devise a plan to leave their current location. Bingo, the zombies below have not dispersed. How do we escape? Chen Hao asked, his heart racing at the sight of the densely packed zombies below. If they haven't left, then we must eliminate them all, gradually whittling them down using the stairwell. Yang Bin replied solemnly. They cannot remain trapped here forever. We need to go out and strengthen our abilities. However, the stairwell is too cramped. It would take an eternity to clear even 100 corpses. We should divide our tasks. One person will handle the zombies in the stairwell, while the other two will drag the bodies to the adjacent dormitory. We can take our time. We will eventually finish it. Agreed, the two nodded. By the way, Bingo, didn't you mention there are 4 girls upstairs? Perhaps we could call them down to assist with moving the bodies? The 3 of us shall take on the task of extermination, while the 4 of them can manage the transportation. That should expedite the process, wouldn't it? Indeed. That is a viable plan. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. How daring you are to propose that those delicate girls handle the corpses. If they agree, it would be quite extraordinary, Hu Wenliang remarked, seemingly at a loss for words. Just offer them a few crystals, I assure you. Not only will they transport the corpses, but they would even perform dissections if asked. Do you believe it? Goodness, how could I have overlooked that? Let us proceed. Little Orange, you stay in the dormitory or entertain yourself elsewhere. Try not to come out if others are around. Meow, Little Orange called out, then swiftly leapt away down the corridor, disappearing from sight. Brother Ben, do you think it might run away? Chun Hao inquired with a hint of concern. It shouldn't. If it wanted to flee, it would have done so yesterday when we were in danger. That is true. The trio made their way to the tightly locked dormitory door on the 6th floor, and Yang Bin approached to knock. Who is there? The 4 girls inside the dormitory were startled, their expressions tense as they stared at the door. We are the ones who entered this dormitory yesterday. Please open the door. We wish to discuss a matter with you, Yang Bin stated. The girls inside exchanged glances, understanding and anxiety evident in their eyes. What should we do, Sister Qingqing? They've really come. I don't want to comply, a cute-looking girl lamented. The girl named Qingqing took a deep breath. What is meant to be will be. If it is a calamity, we cannot evade it. Open the door, for it will not deter them. All right. A shorter girl cautiously approached the door and opened it. Upon seeing 3 blood-soaked men standing outside, she was taken aback. This is the girls' dormitory. Yang Bin and his companions had no other clothing available. Hence they remained in their attire from the previous day. As the dormitory door swung open, Chun Hao and the others were pleasantly surprised. The girls were quite attractive, especially one tall woman, whose beauty suggested she was likely the class beauty. At that moment, the tall girl, Qingqing, stepped forward and politely asked, Hello, what brings you here? Actually, we are preparing to clear the zombies downstairs. If you have no other engagements, would you join us in transporting the corpses? Yang Bin was unaffected by their beauty, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the 4 girls inside wore expressions of disbelief. Who would suggest that girls immediately start moving corpses? Had they not known these individuals were formidable, they would have been inclined to protest. Qingqing suppressed her urge to retort, maintaining her smile. I'm afraid we won't be able to assist you with that. Oh, what a pity. I was considering offering each of you 2 crystals if you agreed to help. Since you are unwilling, we shall have to manage on our own. Yang Bin replied with feigned regret, preparing to depart with Chun Hao. Wait. The girls, who had initially seemed reluctant, now widened their eyes in excitement, exclaiming, Are you serious? Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, Yang Bin assured them. All right, we will help. The girls exclaimed enthusiastically. Well then, let us proceed, Yongbin declared, leading the way downwards. As they gazed at the retreating figures, another girl quietly inquired, Sister Qingqing, can we trust them? They have no reason to deceive us. Let us go. This may indeed be our opportunity. Qingqing responded with enthusiasm, promptly leading her companions to follow suit. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they were met with a daunting sight, stairs filled with a horde of zombies. A pallor washed over the faces of the girls, yet they did not falter. After enduring the apocalypse for so many days, their resilience had strengthened. Yongbin casually retrieved 4 crystals from his pocket and offered them to the girls, stating, consider these 4 as a deposit. After consuming these crystals, your strength will increase, allowing you to move the corpses more swiftly. These crystals had been excavated from the very corpses before them the previous day, although they were of no immediate use to him. He deemed it wasteful to let them go unused. The girls stared wide-eyed at Yongbin's nonchalant demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. This was an object of desire for countless individuals, yet he so casually bestowed them upon them? Truly, wealth knows no bounds. Hastily, the girls accepted the crystals, their voices trembling as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. While these crystals might have lost their significance for Yongbin and his companions, for them, they represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Special zombies were not easily vanquished, and with their numbers, a lack of manpower rendered them nearly insurmountable. As the strength of zombies escalated, the prospects for ordinary humans grew increasingly bleak. In that moment, each crystal was akin to a life-saving elixir for the girls. Enough with the reverence. Quickly consume them and start moving the corpses, Yongbin urged. Understood, they replied, hastily wiping the crystals before consuming them. As the energy from the crystals coursed through them, they ascended to the first tier of strength. Subsequently, the girls instinctively rushed to relocate the corpses. Though this task posed a significant challenge, the allure of the crystals made it seem trivial. Yongbin and his companions were not idle either. Together, they transported the bodies to an adjacent room. As the corpses were cleared away, the staircase below was revealed, and soon a horde of zombies surged upward. Thus, Yongbin and his 2 companions took on the task of dispatching the zombies, while the 4 girls focused on moving the bodies. Their collaboration proved to be quite harmonious. Chapter 44. The loss of mobile signal on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Over half of the zombies had transformed into first-tier zombies, and the ratio of second-tier zombies had also significantly increased. The destructive capabilities of the zombies surged, rendering ordinary doors nearly ineffective against their assaults, thus exacerbating the human survival environment. Although it appeared that the chances of acquiring crystals had improved, the reality was far more challenging. In any given horde, more than half were first-tier zombies, making them nearly impossible for typical groups to handle. More critically, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, mobile signals ceased to exist. It was unclear how other cities fared, but in Xingqing, the signal was gone. Without mobile connectivity, access to external information and communication with family and friends became impossible, leaving individuals already in despair feeling even more desolate. The issue of food scarcity intensified, and with the disappearance of mobile signals, the darker aspects of human nature began to magnify at an alarming rate. Starved beyond endurance, those who dared not confront the zombies turned their gaze towards their companions. Meanwhile, some individuals who had experienced an elevation in their abilities through crystalline augmentation found their inner desires swelling. In the cafeteria, the disappearance of mobile signals led to an explosive eruption of emotions among the students. No longer content with mere bowls of gruel, they yearned for a hearty meal. They stormed into the kitchen, fighting fiercely for sustenance, disregarding the presence of teachers and school authorities. In that moment, all semblance of order within the cafeteria was lost. The principal, witnessing this chaos, let out a resigned sigh. He understood all too well that such an escalation would only hasten their demise. Yet, he also recognized his inability to control the students any longer. Outside, a plethora of zombies lingered, growing progressively stronger with the passage of time, rendering their hopes of escape increasingly bleak. Without external rescue, they faced the grim prospect of being trapped within the confines of the cafeteria. The principal could only fervently pray for swift assistance. Meanwhile, the teams engaged in battling zombies at the school had dwindled from over 10 to a mere 4. Most had perished the previous day. Among these 4 teams was one comprised of the physical education students that Yongbin and his group had encountered. Their numbers had swelled from 20 to over 30, with nearly 20 having attained the first level of evolution. Another team was formed by members of the Taekwondo Club, boasting over 20 individuals, most of whom had also reached the first level. Yet another team, led by a group of female athletes from the physical education department, numbered between 70 to 80, with many having achieved the same evolutionary milestone. The final team consisted of Zhao Kuan and the residents of Dormitory 21. Zhao Kuan and his companions were among the first, alongside Yang Bin, to learn about the crystals and to successfully slay zombies. After being taken to the supermarket by Yang Bin's group, they had feasted before Zhao Kuan, accompanied by those equipped with weapons, ventured out to hunt zombies. That expedition resulted in the elimination of 2 special zombies, propelling Zhao Kuan and Lao He to the first level. The following day, upon the official announcement regarding the crystals, the residents of Dormitory 21 clung to Zhao Kuan for support, thus forming their team. At this moment, the 4 teams remained cautiously hidden in the shadows, awaiting the appearance of the zombies. Having learned from the bloody lessons of the past, they refrained from wandering aimlessly, opting instead to lie in wait for the undead to approach. In a different part of the campus, within the female dormitory 12, Yang Bin and Lu Qingqing, along with her companions, continued to methodically eliminate zombies. With Yang Bin and his 2 allies guarding the stairway, not even second-level zombies could breach their defenses. Lu Qingqing and her fellow students had become adept at transporting the corpses, perhaps never having imagined they would engage in such grim tasks. Yet, at this moment, they found a peculiar satisfaction in their actions, for, as Lu Qingqing stated, this was their opportunity. The formidable prowess of Yang Bin and his companions left them in awe. The terrifying zombies before them seemed as easily vanquished as mere fowl. Following such individuals, who could fear the absence of crystals, in just a few hours, they had already felled over 200 zombies. Among them, it was likely that some possessed crystals, unbeknownst to them. More than half of the corpses they had dragged into the dormitory contained crystals. Suddenly, a formidable foe appeared. As they were engaged in battle, Yang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A second-tier zombie? Indeed. Let us take it down. A voluptuous female zombie pushed through her fellow undead, lunging towards the trio. However, before she could strike, 3 barbell rods smashed down upon her forehead. With a resounding thud, her skull shattered. This second-tier zombie never had a chance to retaliate before meeting her demise. Yang Bin dragged the lifeless body closer, skillfully extracting the crystal from her brain. After wiping it off, he tossed it into his mouth. They had previously agreed that Yang Bin would prioritize his own strength enhancement. Once he could no longer benefit from second-tier crystals, they would then elevate Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's abilities. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further. The girls were witnessing Yang Bin and his companions extracting crystals for the first time and were taken aback. Having dispatched so many zombies without observing them collect crystals, the fact that they took this one indicated its exceptional nature. Especially upon seeing the crystal, significantly larger than those depicted online, they exchanged astonished glances. A second-tier crystal. Once ingested, the crystal transformed into energy, merging within Yang Bin's being, further augmenting his strength. He clenched his fist, assessing his newfound power, which had surged to approximately 400 kilograms. Excellent. Yang Bin smiled and continued to vanquish more zombies. The group persisted until past 1 in the afternoon. But exhaustion and hunger finally set in. Let us halt the collection of corpses for now, block the staircase, and take a break, suggested Yang Bin. All right. The girls complied obediently. Soon, the stairwell was filled with zombie bodies, and the 3 companions plopped down onto the ground. Though these barbell rods are effective, they are exceedingly heavy. Prolonged use is exhausting, Hu Wenliang panted. I feel the same. My arms can barely be lifted, Chun Hao replied with a wry smile. It's all right. Once your strength increases, it will be easier, Yang Bin reassured them. He was not as fatigued as the others, given his superior strength. Brother Bin, should we ask the girls to fetch something to eat? I'm absolutely famished, Chun Hao whispered to Yang Bin. They had only consumed a small meal the previous noon and had not eaten since. While one could endure a day without food while lying idle, it was a different story when engaged in intense physical exertion. Yang Bin nodded and turned to the girls. Do you have any food? Can you bring us something to eat? Just as one girl was about to respond, Lu Qingqing quickly pulled her behind her and said with a smile, Yes, we'll go get some for you. With that, she led the other girls upstairs. This Lu Qingqing seems quite astute, remarked Chun Hao with a grin. Indeed. She is quite clever, Yang Bin agreed with a nod. Chapter 45. A short film upstairs. The short-haired girl who had just been stopped looked puzzled and said, Sister Ching. These provisions were hard-won. If we give them away, what will we eat? Indeed, Sister Ching, another demure girl wearing glasses interjected. They surely haven't seen our supplies, right? Even if we don't inform them, they wouldn't know. You all are far too naive, Ching admonished. If we tell them we have nothing, and they come up to search and find something, what do you think will happen? I can assure you, they have undoubtedly searched other rooms. And they will certainly realize those rooms have been rummaged through. Do you think they won't suspect us? Yes, exactly. Although we have hidden our food, they can certainly surmise that our dormitory contains provisions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking us. The difference between them discovering it themselves and us voluntarily offering it is monumental. Do you understand? Understood. The other three girls nodded in agreement. Rest assured, even if we share our food with them, we won't starve. Once they have cleared the zombies downstairs, we can venture out to find more food. Don't forget, we are now first-tier evolved beings. Moreover, haven't you noticed? They seem to look down upon even the ordinary crystals. As long as we perform our duties well and exhibit good behavior, they might even grant us a few additional crystals. At that point, our strength will increase further, and we need not worry about finding food. Lu Qingqing smiled. Indeed. Sister Qingqing, I will follow your lead. However, remember not to be clever. If they offer us something, we accept it without hesitation. If they do not demand anything, understood? Lu Qingqing said sternly. Understood. Soon after, the group took most of the food and water from their dormitory, consisting primarily of bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. Yangbin looked at the large pile before him and smiled. Turning to Lu Qingqing, you are quite astute. Rest assured, we will not take advantage of your generosity. We will give each of you a crystal in return for this meal. How does that sound? Really? The four girls' eyes widened in excitement. Of course, Yangbin nodded. For them, the crystals were invaluable, especially after having slain over 300 zombies that morning, with at least 100 of them being first-tier zombies. Retrieving the crystals would undoubtedly be laborious. Wonderful, thank you. The girls blushed with excitement. Indeed, Sister Qingqing was correct. After consuming some food and resting for a while, they resumed their hunt for zombies. This time, the three took turns, continuing until past 6 in the evening, ceasing only when darkness fell. Throughout the day, they had exterminated over 700 zombies, their hands sore from the relentless effort. Among these, at least half were first-tier zombies. And they encountered 3 second-tier zombies, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yangbin consumed all the second-tier crystals, and combined with the one he had eaten the previous day, he had now ingested 4 second-tier crystals. As with the first-tier crystals, the effects diminished over time. By the time he consumed the 4th crystal, he had only gained an increase of around 30 kilograms of strength. However, at this moment, Yangbin found himself perplexed. The officially released data suggests that the peak strength of the second tier should be around 500 kilograms. However, he feels that his current strength has already reached that mark. Though lacking precise data, the figures seem fairly comparable. Could it be that the second tier only requires the consumption of 4 crystals to reach its limit? Or is it perhaps due to my training? Yangbin pondered. It shouldn't be. I believe the second tier crystals should still be effective. Could it truly be the result of my training? Regardless, I shall practice once more tonight to ascertain the truth. Yangbin once again produced 4 crystals and handed them to the few women, as promised to cover their meal expenses. You may return now. We shall continue tomorrow. Thank you so much. The women expressed their gratitude. No need to thank me. It is merely a mutual exchange, Yangbin replied with a smile. Once Lu Qingqing and the others departed, Yangbin and his companions glanced at the several rooms piled high with zombie corpses, an unsettling sensation creeping over them. Brother Bin, shall we proceed on our own? What other choice do we have? Why not invite them to join us? I doubt they would dare to hoard any. It's unnecessary. They are unaware of how many crystals lie within. If they were to see such a quantity, it might stir feelings of imbalance, and they may not work with the same diligence. Moreover, crystals are still a scarce resource. It's best if no one knows we possess so many, Yangbin explained. But why do we need so many first-tier crystals? Hu Wenliang inquired, perplexed. Little Orange needs to consume them, and if we intend to expand our team in the future, the more we have, the better, Yangbin responded. All right then, let us proceed. I will direct. You two can search. Why should it be you? I know which corpses contain crystals. Do you wish to search each one individually? The group collaborated and spent over an hour extracting all the crystals, totaling 368, which left the two feeling quite exhausted. All right, let us store the crystals and return to rest. We still need to rise tonight to gaze at the stars. Understood. The three switched dormitories, as the previous one near the staircase had been repurposed for zombie storage. Once lying on the bed, Yangbin instinctively took out his phone, only to realize it had no signal. Well, it seems this device can now only serve as a flashlight, Chunhao remarked with resignation. Did I not suggest you download some films? I didn't have the time. What a pity, Yangbin sighed, lamenting that his phone was of poor quality and nearly full, rendering further downloads impossible. Hey, while you lack, I have, Hu Wenliang declared proudly. Haha, you're the best. Quickly show us. The two hurried closer. All right, Hu Wenliang, not one to hold back, open the media player. Do you want to watch foreign films or domestic ones? The island films. The two chimed in unison. Very well. Hu Wenliang swiftly located an island film. However, when the figure of Sadako appeared on screen, both Yangbin and Chunhao immediately lost interest. What's wrong? This horror film is quite fitting. Do you not have any romantic films? Chunhao asked with wide eyes. Oh, that kind of film? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hehe, do you have any? None. Brother Ben. I feel like hitting something. So do I. Subsequently, anguished cries echoed through the dormitory, sending the girls upstairs into a trembling panic. At 11:50 p.m., the trio, accompanied by a cat, ascended to the rooftop once more to gaze at the stars, remaining there until the early hours of 5 o'clock. Yangbin, sensing the surge of power within him, found his confusion deepening. Today, he too had gained over 30 kilograms of strength. His power now surpassed 500 kilograms. Yet the third corner remained unlit, indicating he was still at the second tier. Could it be that cultivation allows one's strength to exceed its limits? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yangbin's eyes. If this were the case, their abilities would far surpass those of others at the same level. Chapter 46. A chance bestowed upon you on the sixth day of the apocalypse. Ordinary zombies were seldom sighted outside. They were mostly first-tier zombies. Those who had not obtained crystals for enhancement in the early stages now found it nearly impossible to acquire them through their own efforts. Ordinary individuals struggled to combat even a single first-tier zombie, let alone a horde. Of course, possessing a firearm would change the equation entirely. However, gun control in China is extraordinarily stringent, making it unlikely for ordinary citizens to possess firearms. Moreover, even if one had a gun, standard handgun ammunition is limited, and the noise it produces is too alarming to use recklessly. As a result, those who had been too timid to venture out and confront zombies in the early days could now only cower in corners, helplessly awaiting rescue. But is rescue truly so simple? In a conference room in Star City, several high-ranking officials were engaged in fervent discussion. We must initiate rescue efforts immediately. Every day that passes sees countless civilians perishing. We cannot afford to delay any longer. A young man clad in military uniform exclaimed. Star City has a population of over 10 million, and no one can ascertain how many remain alive. However, it is certain that the number of zombies exceeds 8 million. Our current ammunition is utterly insufficient, a middle-aged man countered, shaking his head. Lack of ammunition is no excuse. We can engage them in close combat. I cannot stand idly by while civilians are slaughtered by zombies. The young man insisted. Close combat. Are you trying to get the soldiers killed? If surrounded by zombies, none of you will return. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. If I feared death, I wouldn't be a soldier. I'm just a simple man, not as clever as you all. My purpose in the military is to serve the people. The people need us now, and I must step forward. The man declared resolutely. Xiaohu, calm down. I understand your feelings, we feel the same way. However, it is precisely in such circumstances that we must remain composed, setting aside whether we can rescue them. Even if we manage to do so, how will we accommodate them? We must consider their needs for food, sanitation, and shelter. It is not merely about rescuing them, stated the leading middle-aged man. Then what do you propose? The urgent priority is to establish a sufficiently large survival base to provide civilians with a safe haven, and then use broadcasts to inform them to come, he continued. Are you suggesting they come on their own? Yes, indeed. While rescue is essential, it must be conducted in phases. We cannot save everyone at once. Our current military strength and weaponry simply do not allow for it. Thus, it would be best if they could make their way here themselves. Do you believe that ordinary people possess the capability to arrive? Xiaohu remarked coldly. If they cannot make it, I hope they can endure until help arrives. Just as Xiaohu seemed poised to say more, the leader interjected. All right, it is settled. Now we shall deliberate on the establishment of a survival base. Very well. In the girls' dormitory at the school, Yongbin stood in the corridor, gazing down at the horde of zombies with a grave expression. What is troubling you, Brother Bin? There are merely first-tier zombies below, yet there are 7 or 8 second-tier ones. The rate at which these zombies are evolving is rather alarming. Indeed, it appears we must hasten our efforts. Yes. Summon those girls down. Let us continue our extermination. Understood. Once the girls descended, the group embarked once more on their journey of slaughter. After a morning's labor, they successfully eradicated all but 300 of the zombies. As the last of the zombies ceased their advance, the 3 of them felt a profound sense of relief. Oh, finally, we are no longer trapped here. Chun Hao exhaled in relief. Indeed, I've come to realize that female zombies are no different from their male counterparts. After witnessing so many, one could feel nauseated. In alignment with Yongbin's observations, among the 300 zombies, 8 were second tier. After consuming 2 more crystals, Yongbin found that any further consumption yielded no additional effect. It appeared that to reach his limit, he needed to consume 6 second-tier crystals. Upon doing so, Yongbin's strength had nearly reached 600 kilograms, surpassing the officially stated 500 kilograms by a full 100. It seemed that his 3 nights of training had coincidentally led him to this precise figure. It seems the power gained from training is indeed supplementary, Yongbin mused inwardly. At this rate, I shall begin to exhibit extraordinary prowess. The remaining second-tier crystals were shared between Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang, significantly enhancing their strength once more. After dispatching the zombies, Yongbin retrieved a dozen crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls, saying, "You have performed admirably. Here are some additional crystals. I hope you can survive in this apocalyptic world." However, to Yongbin's surprise, the girls, who would typically be elated at the sight of the crystals, hesitated to accept them immediately. Lu Qingqing looked at Yongbin earnestly and asked, "May we accompany you?" Yongbin was taken aback and inquired, "Why do you wish to follow us?" "Because we wish to survive," Lu Qingqing replied resolutely. Observing the determined expressions on Lu Qingqing and the other girls, Yongbin contemplated before shaking his head. "We are not yet ready for too many companions. With your current strength, as long as you dare to confront the zombies, survival should not be an insurmountable challenge. Should we meet again and you have grown stronger, I will consider your request." Disappointment flickered in the girl's eyes upon hearing Yongbin's words. "Fear not, I believe we can survive. When we meet again, we shall not disappoint you." Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling at Yongbin. As Yongbin gazed at Lu Qingqing before him, he couldn't help but admire her tenacity. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly proposed, "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Today, the zombies we have slain should yield quite a number of crystals. Since we must depart and lack the time to excavate, we shall bestow them upon you, hoping you may flourish. Are you truly giving them to us?" The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. With so many corpses, it stands to reason there are at least a few dozen crystals. "Well, take your time to dig. I hope that when we meet again, you won't disappoint me," Yongbin remarked before leading Chun Hao and the others downstairs. For them, the first-tier crystals had become somewhat inconsequential, now that they could leave. It was prudent to forego the time spent on excavation and instead seek out second-tier zombies to enhance their strength expediently. Watching the trio's retreating figures, the girls felt a tumult of emotions. "They are truly remarkable," murmured the charming girl. "Indeed, but why do they not allow us to accompany them?" Lu Qingqing observed the trio and silently vowed, "I will make certain you see my worth." "All right, let us quickly search for crystals." After 2 days of hauling corpses, their courage had grown, and they no longer felt discomfort while searching for crystals. However, as they continued their excavation, their astonishment deepened. How can there be crystals in every corpse? Did the authorities not state that only a select few zombies possess crystals? Could it be that we have only encountered special zombies? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same shock. This was truly a monumental opportunity. Chapter 47. Have you all reached the second tier? Meanwhile, Chun Hao inquired, "Brother Bin, I feel that those girls are quite capable. They are efficient and do not ask excessive questions, and they are beautiful. Why do you not want them?" "It is not the right time to bring too many people. The more individuals there are, the greater the demand for resources, which does not benefit us unless they possess abilities. Otherwise, it is unnecessary. Then why bestow those crystals upon them? If we do not give them, must we mine them one by one? Now that we can venture out, wouldn't it be more rewarding to slay more second-tier zombies instead?" "That is a valid point. There are first-tier zombies everywhere. We are not in need of first-tier crystals. Hence, it is wiser to do a kind favor. Lu Qingqing is quite astute. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, they may indeed surprise us, making this gesture quite meaningful. Are you not concerned they may turn against us in gratitude? She is clever, lacking significant conflict of interest. She is unlikely to oppose us. While they may astound us, they cannot surpass us. I retain that confidence, Yangbin chuckled. Brother Bin, sometimes I feel you do not act like someone in their 20s. Hu Wenliang remarked. Liangzi, you have known Brother Bin for 3 years. How can you still view him as your peer? He merely appears to be in his 20s. Chenhao laughed. Enough of this banter. Up ahead is a small shop. Let us procure some food. After we eat, we shall head to the Zhongyuan building. We will not return to the dormitory at noon. Today, I aim for each of you to reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier and, if possible, seek out any 3rd-tier zombies, Yangbin declared. Agreed. Several individuals arrived at the small shop, only to discover that it had been commandeered. Inside, there were 4 people. No matter how the trio knocked, the door remained steadfastly shut. In exasperation, Yangbin delivered a forceful kick to the door, flinging it open. What are you doing? The occupants were taken aback. Do not panic. We merely wish to take a few items and depart. Yangbin reassured them with a smile. Absolutely not. Everything here belongs to us. You cannot take anything. A frail man positioned himself defiantly before the trio. Step aside. Do not compel me to resort to violence. Yangbin's tone was icy. We 1T move. Bang. A figure was sent flying, while Yangbin, as though nothing had transpired, proceeded to the shelves and began to gather supplies. You lot are nothing but a band of marauders. The other 3 glared at them indignantly. Would you like to join him in flight? Yangbin cast a cold glance at them, prompting an immediate silence. The trio collected some food and a few bottles of water before swiftly departing, opting not to linger with these individuals as they were pressed for time. After consuming their provisions, they arrived at the Zhongyuan building, only to be dismayed to find the main entrance firmly shut. It was evident that someone was inside. There's nothing to eat here. What could they possibly be doing? Chenhao remarked in disbelief. They likely intend to observe the distribution of zombies. If I am not mistaken, they might be a team tasked with exterminating them, Yangbin surmised. Ordinary people would not venture here unless they were part of a zombie hunting squad. Should we wait for them to descend, or simply kick the door down? Let us kick it down. Who knows when they come out? Agreed. Chenhao nodded and delivered a powerful kick to the door, only to find it remained obstinately shut. What on earth are they using to brace it? It's surprisingly sturdy. They might have replaced the latch with iron pipes. Quite cautious of them. Allow me. Yangbin stepped forward and launched a fierce kick at the door, which yielded a crack, revealing 4 iron pipes bracing it. As Yangbin had surmised, they had indeed replaced the wooden latch with iron pipes, but under Yangbin's immense strength, all 4 pipes bent. After several more kicks, he succeeded in forcing the door open. The group then ascended to the rooftop, where they indeed found a gathering of individuals deep in discussion. There were over 20 of them, each wielding weapons, iron pipes, fire axes, and steel rods. Most notably, each person was smeared with blood, evidently having slain numerous zombies. Upon spotting Yangbin and his companions, their eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting any visitors. How did you get up here? Demanded the muscular leader. Furrowing his brow. We came in through the door, Yangbin replied nonchalantly. Impossible. I changed the latch. There's no way you could have opened it. The man expressed disbelief. Those 4 iron pipes are in place. Even a 2nd-tier zombie couldn't break through. Then how do you suppose we ascended? Yangbin smiled. Currently, I am the one posing the questions. You would do well to answer truthfully. Spare me the jesting. The man retorted coldly. And what if I choose not to? It seems you have yet to recognize the perilous nature of the post-apocalyptic world. Allow me to inform you that even if we were to slay you, your demise would be in vain, for no one will champion your cause. Do not presume that we are still in the days before the cataclysm. The man sneered coldly. Slay us? You likely lack the capability. Yangbin's tone turned equally frosty. Oh, quite audacious are we? It appears you too are evolved beings. But what of it? Among the 20 or so of us here, who isn't an evolved one? To act so brazenly in our presence, you clearly fail to grasp the current state of affairs. Second brother, teach them a lesson. Let them understand that even among evolved beings, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Understood. A burly man stepped forward, brandishing a steel pipe. A mocking grin etched upon his face as he approached Yangbin and his companions. Kneel. He barked, swinging the steel pipe directly at Yongbin's feet. With a resounding thud, the second brother was abruptly knocked back, crashing into a throng of onlookers. How dare you strike again? All of you, attack together and eliminate them. The leader fumed. Instantly, over 20 armed individuals surged towards the trio. Yongbin and his companions exchanged a cold scoff and seized their own barbells, launching them at the advancing crowd. Upon contact, anguished cries erupted. While these attackers exhibited some degree of prowess, their strongest member barely reached the peak of the first tier, rendering them vastly outmatched. Under the barrage of the barbells, they could scarcely endure, and with a single blow, several were sent sprawling to the ground. Particularly, Yongbin, with a force of 600 kilograms, wielded his barbell with such ease that even the slightest strike could incapacitate or severely injure. Though the 20-kilogram barbell became tiresome after prolonged use, it was undeniably exhilarating to wield in combat. With each inch of length affording greater strength, and bolstered by the barbell's weight, these assailants barely grazed the trio's attire before they were swiftly brought to the ground, moaning in agony. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief at this unfolding scene. He could scarcely fathom that these three individuals possessed such formidable strength. You've reached the second tier? Impossible. We've slain countless zombies and have yet to attain the second tier. By what right do you claim to be second tier? The leader seemed reluctant to accept this harsh reality. Yongbin merely smiled, offering no explanation. Compared to their own zombie kills? Not to mention the thousands they had dispatched in just the past 2 days, how could these individuals possibly compare? Furthermore, reaching the second tier is not merely a matter of numbers, but hinges on encountering second-tier zombies. In this regard, none could rival Yongbin and his companions, for their hunts were meticulous, while others relied largely on chance. It was evident that this group lacked such fortune, or perhaps they simply had not slain enough zombies. Howsy, since they wish to teach us a lesson, perhaps you should enlighten them as well, so they understand that strength varies even among evolved beings, Yongbin remarked nonchalantly. Understood. Chunhao chuckled, stepping forward to deliver a kick towards the opponent. However, the adversary reacted swiftly, retreating 2 steps to evade the blow. Humph, what a being second tier. I am a practitioner of free fighting. You do not intimidate me. The man seized the fire axe from the ground and swung it towards Chunhao. With a cold smile, Chunhao met the attack with a barbell rod, the 2 weapons clashing together with a sharp sound. The fire axe was sent flying. So, it's a fight you want? Chunhao scoffed, discarding the barbell rod and launching a kick towards his opponent. The man quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. With a resounding impact, Chunhao's foot struck the man's arm with tremendous force, sending him several meters away, crashing against the wall. Blood surged within the man, a trickle escaping from the corner of his mouth. How can he be this strong? He thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had reached the peak of the first tier, he had assumed that someone at the second tier, even if stronger, would not possess such overwhelming power. Years of practicing combat skills should have compensated for any disparity. Yet, facing Chunhao, he realized the extent of his opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. Little did he know, Chunhao was not merely a newcomer to the second tier. Aren't you the one who practices combat skills? Go on. Chunhao taunted. Damn it. I refuse to believe the gap is truly that vast. The man suppressed the turmoil within him and charged at Chunhao once more, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful punch aimed at Chunhao's head. Chunhao raised his arm effortlessly to block the blow, then retaliated with a kick to the man's abdomen. The man was sent flying, rolling on the ground and spitting blood repeatedly. Pathetic, Chunhao remarked, shaking his head. You. If we were both at the second tier, I could kill you like a dog. The man retorted coldly. Is that so? Chunhao replied with a chilling laugh, suddenly vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. A dull thud echoed as the man was once again hurled backwards, crashing into the wall. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at Chunhao. A supernatural being, he gasped, before losing consciousness. Even if we are both at the second tier, how long could you possibly last against me? Chunhao proclaimed proudly. Observing Chunhao, Yongbin remarked incredulously. He's merely at the first tier, yet he's resorting to supernatural powers. This guy is insufferable. He must be taught a lesson. He shrugged. Well, if he wants to use them, so be it. No one will know. But Haven T, they already figured it out? Hu Wenliang questioned. But the dead cannot speak. Yongbin replied coolly. Bingu, do you mean? They wish to kill us, so we need not show them mercy. Remember, once enmity is established, it is wise not to leave any threats behind, for they may one day bring disaster upon us. But there are over 20 of them here. Hu Wenliang hesitated. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? In the face of apocalypse, one must be ruthless. Chen Hao asserted. Then it's settled. You have dealt with countless zombies, yet never with humans. This lot is yours. Understood. Chen Hao nodded and strode directly towards the group. He trusted Yang Bin's decisions implicitly and never questioned his judgment. After a moment of struggle, Hu Wenliang followed suit. Please, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs. We implore you. We are all classmates. Do not take our lives. A group of individuals knelt on the ground, fervently pleading. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hao inhaled deeply and raised the barbell overhead to strike down. Hu Wenliang's eyes flickered with a moment of compassion, yet he steeled himself and lifted the barbell as well. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, but soon, silence enveloped the area. Bloodied, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang returned to Yang Bin's side. Chen Hao's expression remained largely unchanged, while Hu Wenliang bore a weighty countenance. Yang Bin placed a reassuring hand on Hu Wenliang's shoulder and said, Liangzi, I hope you grasp that in this apocalypse, to survive, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, no matter our strength, we shall inevitably meet our demise at the hands of others. Brother Bin, I understand, but I struggle with the weight of this in my heart. I will find a way to adjust, Hu Wenliang replied resolutely. Good. That's reassuring. Yang Bin nodded before approaching the window, activating his true sight to gaze below. Their ascent was not intended for murder. They sought zombies instead. After expending considerable energy multiple times, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What is it, Brother Bin? Chen Hao inquired softly. I spotted a third-tier zombie. Yang Bin exclaimed. Third tier? Chen Hao's eyes brightened. Is there a way to deal with it? Yang Bin shook his head. It appears unattainable. Strangely, I have seen 3 third-tier zombies within the entire school, each surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of other zombies. What's so strange about that? A large number of zombies increases the likelihood of higher-tier zombies emerging, Chen Hao remarked. Perplexed. Perhaps, but I sense it is not so simple, Yang Bin replied, his brow furrowing. Why do you say that? I suspect that third-tier zombies possess the ability to summon nearby zombies. Yang Bin stated gravely. That cannot be. Both Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang regarded Yang Bin with disbelief. Aren't zombies devoid of intelligence? How could they possibly summon their kind? Perhaps I am overthinking it, but if it is true, eliminating a third-tier zombie will be exceedingly difficult. Yang Bin sighed. It must be a coincidence. If we cannot contend with these, let us refrain for now. New third-tier zombies should emerge tomorrow, and we shall see then. Indeed, let us proceed to eliminate second-tier zombies and elevate your prowess to the pinnacle of the second tier first. Agreed. After their discussion, the group departed from the Zhongyuan building. Yang Bin identified 10 second-tier zombies that could be defeated from above, and upon descending, he led his companions to dispatch them one by one. Once they had slain all 10 second-tier zombies, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang finally reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Like Yang Bin, their strength surpassed 500 kilograms, a result of their diligent training. After vanquishing the zombies, the trio returned to their dormitory. As they were currently unable to confront the third-tier zombies, they opted to rest early and assess the situation come morning. Chapter 49. Slaying the third-tier zombie. Upon returning to their dormitory, the 3 consumed a light meal, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and retired for the night. The graduate dormitory is a double occupancy arrangement, featuring only 2 beds, with desks beneath and beds above. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang share one bed, while Yang Bin occupies the other alone. As for the little orange cat, it mysteriously disappears during the day but returns at night. Yang Bin provided it with a blanket, allowing it to curl up and sleep behind the door. Animals possess a heightened sense of alertness compared to humans. With its presence, even in the event of danger, it would likely detect it at once. At precisely 11:50 p.m., the 3 of them rose to the rooftop to gaze at the stars, remaining there until dawn at 5 o'clock before retreating to their dormitory for some much-needed rest. As Yang Bin had anticipated, although their consumption of crystals had reached a plateau, their cultivation remained unrestrained, still allowing for advancement. He was uncertain whether this progress had a ceiling, but for the time being, there was still room for improvement. After waking again around 9, they proceeded with their morning routines. Such a structured lifestyle felt far removed from the chaos of the apocalypse. Once they had finished, the trio made their way to the Zhongyuan building, with a singular objective in mind: to locate and confront the third-tier zombies. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yangbin activated his true sight to survey the zombies below. After a considerable duration, he withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. "How has it been, Go?" Chunhao inquired. "There are 5 more third-tier zombies today, but as was the case yesterday, each third-tier zombie is surrounded by at least several hundred others. I observed that some zombies that were previously scattered have now congregated around the third-tier zombies. Therefore, I can deduce that third-tier zombies possess the ability to summon nearby zombies, or that the nearby zombies instinctively gravitate towards them." Yangbin replied solemnly. Upon hearing Yangbin's words, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang exchanged worried glances. If that's the case, killing a third-tier zombie will be quite challenging. Indeed, it poses a significant problem. However, we must take action. The longer we delay, the more complicated the situation will become. If third-tier zombies are already this formidable, I cannot fathom what a fourth-tier zombie would be like. Even if it possesses the ability to command other zombies, I would not be surprised. Should that time come, and we have yet to enhance our strength, it will be exceedingly difficult. Bingo, what do you propose we do? I just observed that the third-tier zombie by the laboratory has the fewest surrounding zombies, approximately 300. We should target it. 300? Is that a manageable number? The two looked at Yangbin with wide eyes. Don't look at me like that. That's the least number. The others are upwards of 500. All right, but does that 300 include any second-tier zombies? Yes. There are about a dozen second-tier zombies among them. Is this truly feasible? If we can find a way into the laboratory, there are numerous tables and equipment that could prevent them from encircling us, making it possible to engage them. However, we cannot ascertain the strength of the third-tier zombie, which introduces an element of uncertainty. Therefore, my focus will be on the third-tier zombie while you handle the others. Understood. The two nodded earnestly. After confirming their target, the group descended once more. Under Yangbin's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the laboratory's entrance. With no cover in sight, they were quickly detected by the horde of zombies as soon as they appeared. As the echoes of frantic roars resounded, a horde of zombies charged recklessly towards the group. Do not linger in battle. Head for the laboratory. With that, the trio and their feline companion hastened towards the entrance of the lab. Fortunately, these zombies were not positioned at the lab's entrance, sparing them a direct confrontation. However, just as they neared the door, the undead began to surge from the sides. Armed with a barbell, they swung wildly, swiftly dispatching the oncoming zombies. After eliminating over 20 of the creatures, they finally reached the entrance. The laboratory door, made of aluminum alloy, was a repulsive outward opening model. Yangbin, straining with all his might, found himself unable to force it open. As the zombies lunged forward, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang instinctively positioned themselves to shield him, holding back the advancing horde. Seizing one end of the barbell, Yangbin struck with ferocity at the gap between the two doors. After several relentless blows, he finally managed to pry the fissure open. "Let us go." With a vigorous pull, he flung the door wide, and the 3 of them, along with their cat, rushed into the laboratory. The zombies followed closely behind, streaming in like a relentless tide. Those who had intended to guard the door realized the futility of their efforts and hastily retreated inside. The laboratory was expansive, cluttered with tables and experimental apparatus. The group maneuvered swiftly amidst the furniture, while the zombies crashed through, toppling tables and scattering equipment, thereby slowing their advance. Taking advantage of the obstacles, the trio periodically struck back, diminishing the number of zombies encroaching upon them. At that moment, a zombie leaped onto a table and lunged at them with alarming speed. A Tier 3 zombie. Yangbin's expression sharpened as he swung the barbell fiercely at the creature. The impact resonated as the barbell struck the zombie, repelling it momentarily, though Yangbin was forced to stagger back a few steps. Such formidable strength. He murmured, "Brother Bin, can you handle this?" Chunhao inquired quietly. "No worries, leave this one to me. Focus on the other zombies." Understood. The repelled Tier 3 zombie charged at Yangbin once more. He swiftly retreated, leading it towards a less crowded area. The sheer number of zombies in this vicinity made combat arduous. Soon, Yangbin found himself at the farthest corner of the laboratory, but the relentless zombie followed closely, lunging at him without hesitation. In a flash, Yangbin pivoted, thrusting the barbell toward the creature's head. Just as he was about to land the blow, the zombie unexpectedly tilted its head, causing Yangbin's strike to miss entirely. The zombie, undeterred, barreled into him, knocking him to the ground and aiming to bite his neck. In that critical moment, Yangbin quickly wedged the barbell into the creature's mouth and forcefully pushed it away, rolling to escape its grasp. Damn it! After slaying so many zombies, to be overpowered by one. He lamented, his expression growing more serious. He had not anticipated that a Tier 3 zombie would possess the cunning to evade attacks, significantly raising the difficulty of their struggle. The zombies showed no mercy, surging towards Yongbin once more, leaving him no time to ponder his next move. Yongbin rolled again to evade the incoming lunge, swiftly seizing the barbell and striking fiercely at his opponent's head. At a critical moment, the adversary astonishingly raised an arm to shield its head. With a resounding thud, the arm shattered instantly, yet the residual force still struck the zombie's skull, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Yongbin's strength was not something an ordinary second tier could contend with. Despite having its arm crushed, the zombie seemed undeterred, lunging forward once more. Yongbin swung the barbell again, delivering another punishing blow. With a loud crack, another arm was obliterated, and the zombie's body was repelled once again. This time, how would you defend yourself? Seizing the opportunity, Yongbin launched an offensive, bringing the barbell down upon the opponent's head once more. This time, the zombie could not evade. The barbell landed squarely, shattering its skull and sending blood splattering everywhere. With Yongbin's power combined with the formidable barbell, even a third-tier head could not withstand such force. Chapter 50. Third-tier zombies exhibited significantly superior physical strength, power, and speed compared to their second-tier counterparts. Most notably, they had developed an instinct to protect their heads, making them considerably more challenging to defeat. Yongbin sighed, glancing over at Chun Hao and his companions, who were systematically eliminating zombies behind their cover without immediate concern. Approaching the corpse of the third-tier zombie, he extracted the crystal nestled within its head. This crystal was somewhat larger than a second-tier crystal, slightly exceeding the size of a soybean. Holding it in his hand, he could sense the energy contained within, even without the aid of his true vision. After wiping the crystal clean, he swallowed it whole. Almost instantly, a surge of immense power flooded his body, illuminating the third angle of the first star in his mind. The overwhelming energy continuously fortified Yongbin's physique. After an extended period, the energy was completely assimilated. Yongbin clenched his fist, a gleam of excitement gracing his features. His strength had undoubtedly surpassed 800 kilograms. The sensation of enhanced power was exhilarating. With a sigh of appreciation, Yongbin grasped the barbell and strode towards Chun Hao and the others. "Brother Ben, is it done?" Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yongbin approach. "Yes." Yongbin nodded, sweeping the barbell horizontally and smashing the heads of several incoming zombies. "Third tier? Truly impressive," Hu Wenliang remarked. "Enough of the flattery, let us move swiftly," Yongbin urged. After more than an hour, the trio successfully eliminated all the zombies and retrieved every crystal. "Brother Ben, shall we continue hunting third-tier zombies?" Chun Hao inquired. "Indeed, but the other third-tier zombies will be far more formidable," Yongbin pondered for a moment. "Let us first check behind the teaching building for any opportunities." Agreed. The three departed the laboratory, making their way towards the teaching building. However, just as they had traversed halfway, a sudden tremor beneath their feet startled them, accompanied by distant roars echoing from afar. The trio was taken aback, and Yongbin swiftly activated his true sight to peer into the distance, his expression shifting dramatically. "What's the matter, Bingo? The zombies in the cafeteria have gone berserk. Thousands of them are charging. We must find a place to hide." "Understood." The three hastily took refuge in a nearby multimedia classroom. "Who has the audacity to provoke the zombies in the cafeteria?" Hu Wenliang exclaimed in astonishment. "Rats. A horde of rats larger than cats." Yongbin replied with a wry smile. "Rats? Isn't that Little Orange's favorite?" Chun Hao glanced at Little Orange, who at that moment was licking her lips, seemingly eager for the chase. Yongbin delivered a sharp rap on Little Orange's head. "Behave yourself. Hundreds of rats could gnaw you down to the bone. Don't think that these rats still fear cats." "Meow?" Little Orange protested pitifully but complied, settling down. "How could these rats possibly clash with the zombies?" Chun Hao inquired in confusion. "It seems the rats are merely seeking a change of scenery, only to be pursued by the zombies upon their emergence," Yongbin chuckled. "It appears that mutated beasts and zombies are arch-nemesis. Perhaps humanity is not caught in a dire predicament after all. You're overthinking it. All three factions are enemies. But for now, humanity is the easiest target." "All right then." The tumult lasted for over 10 minutes before the remaining rats scurried back underground, bringing the chaos to an end. Yangbin activated his true sight once more. Gazing towards the cafeteria, his eyes lighting up. A golden opportunity. What opportunity? Chun Hao and the others hastily gathered closer. The zombies near the teaching building have all gone after the rats, yet the third-tier zombies have not pursued. So, the third-tier zombies are isolated? Not exactly isolated. But there are merely a handful of them remaining. Then what are we waiting for? Let us take them down. Chun Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Let us make it quick. After we finish, we must flee. I fear those zombies will return. Agreed. The group dashed towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, 70 to 80 individuals were hiding in a classroom, secretly observing the scene. Vivi, the zombies have dispersed, leaving only a few behind. Should we take action? Yes, attack, commanded a woman resembling a muscular Barbie. Immediately, the group of 70 to 80 individuals stealthily exited the classroom, cautiously advancing towards the cluster of zombies. In no time, both parties converged simultaneously. Yangbin and his companions were taken aback by the sudden emergence of such a large group. The opposing crowd was equally astonished to see Yangbin and his friends. At that moment, the few dozen zombies near the cafeteria, upon spotting the throng, charged directly at them, completely disregarding Yangbin and his companions. Prepare for battle, shouted the woman resembling a muscular Barbie, and in an instant, 70 to 80 individuals surged forward to confront the horde of zombies. This group consisted of both men and women, all of whom were evolved beings, most having consumed more than one crystal, with 2 having already reached the second-tier evolution. 70 to 80 evolved beings swiftly overpowered the 40 to 50 zombies, driving them back relentlessly. Bingo, what should we do? Seeing the situation unfold, Chun Hao expressed his anxiety. We must take action, regardless of anything else. We must eliminate that third-tier zombie. Without hesitation, Yangbin charged towards the foe. This formidable team possessed great strength, and with some sacrifice, they could undoubtedly vanquish the third-tier zombie. As a fellow classmate, how could he bear to witness them suffer losses? Thus, he resolved to assist in slaying the third-tier zombie. At that moment, the third-tier zombie was already engaged in combat with the leading figure, the Iron Barbie. To Yangbin's astonishment, the Iron Barbie was holding her ground against the third-tier zombie remarkably well. Something was amiss. Activating his true sight, Yangbin scrutinized the adversary, and soon a look of understanding graced his face. It was indeed a power-type ability user. No wonder she was so formidable. As he observed the zombies falling one by one, he realized that the others from the opposing side were approaching to lend support. Without further hesitation, Yangbin decisively struck. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies clashed with the enemy, he swung his weapon from behind, delivering a crushing blow. The sound of cracking skulls and the splatter of blood followed. The unexpected turn of events left the Iron Barbie momentarily stunned. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Yangbin swiftly extracted the crystal and tucked it away. You. The Iron Barbie pointed at Yangbin, fury etched across her face. How could you do this? What is the issue? I was helping you. Yangbin feigned innocence. Who asked for your help? Hand over the crystal. I killed the zombie. It's only right that I take the crystal, Yangbin asserted with conviction. What is going on, Sister Weiwei? At that moment, others had cleared the remaining zombies and gathered around. He stole my crystal, the Iron Barbie accused, pointing at Yangbin. As her words echoed, the others quickly surrounded Yangbin and his companions. Chapter 51. The Cafeteria Incident. Classmates, isn't it inappropriate to seize the crystal in this manner? A handsome young man addressed Yangbin and his friends. Seize? I killed the zombie, so I am entitled to the crystal. Where's the notion of theft here? Yangbin replied nonchalantly. The young man furrowed his brow and turned to the Iron Barbie, inquiring, did he kill this zombie? Yes. Then he taking the crystal seems reasonable enough. But this is a third-tier zombie, the Iron Barbie whispered. Well, this complicates matters. The young man suddenly became alert and turned back to Yangbin. Regardless, without us detaining the other zombies, you wouldn't have been able to kill this one. Moreover, Weiwei also contributed significantly to its defeat, so you certainly cannot claim the crystal for yourself. Yangbin shook his head. To be honest, without you, we probably would have finished it even quicker. Stop boasting. Sister Weiwei, why be so polite? Just take it from him. Another member of the group voiced his displeasure. The Iron Barbie, named Tang Weiwei, frowned and looked at Yangbin. That crystal is very important to us. How about this? I'll give you all the others on the ground. I just want that one. What do you think? Not acceptable. I adhere to my principles. I only take what I have slain myself. You may keep the ones you killed, Yangbin replied calmly. Make your people step aside. Don't force me to take action. Who do you think you are? 3 individuals dare to exhibit such arrogance. Jinxiong, be silent. Tang Weiwei admonished sharply, then turned back to Yang Bin and inquired, what must you do to relinquish this crystal to me? Forget it. This crystal is certainly not yours to claim. Of course, you may instruct your people to seize it, but I hope you can withstand the consequences. Yang Bin's voice turned frosty. Tang Weiwei fixed her gaze upon Yang Bin, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed and addressed the others. Step aside. Weiwei, no. Move aside. Faced with Tang Weiwei's ire, the others reluctantly parted to create a path. Yang Bin smiled faintly and then departed with Chun Hao and the others. Weiwei, why did you let them go? That is a Tier 3 crystal. If you could attain Tier 3, our chances of survival would increase significantly. The handsome man who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow. Do you think I do not desire it? However, in a genuine confrontation, we may not stand a chance against them. Tang Weiwei replied helplessly. How could that be? There are only 3 of them. How could we, a group of 70 or 80, possibly lose? The man expressed disbelief. The leader among them is at least Tier 3. Even if I were to confront him, my odds of winning would be less than 10%. Tang Weiwei stated gravely. Impossible. Did you misjudge? How could someone reach Tier 3 so swiftly? The man's eyes widened in astonishment. I cannot be mistaken. He crushed the skull of a Tier 3 zombie with a single blow, something I could never achieve, and it appeared he was not even exerting his full strength. Thus, this individual's prowess is undoubtedly at least Tier 3, Tang Weiwei said with a serious tone. They are merely 3 in number. If one has attained Tier 3, do you think the other 2 would be any less formidable? The man found it hard to accept. It is crucial to note that Tang Weiwei is an ability wielder who amplifies strength, having effortlessly dispatched a Tier 1 zombie even before her evolution. Why would the adversary be stronger than them? As Tang Weiwei gazed at the retreating figures, she murmured to herself, we shall meet again, and at that time, you will comprehend. However, before her words could settle, the departing trio abruptly turned back and sprinted towards them. A bewildered crowd watched as they approached. Hurry! Let the people inside the cafeteria open the door, Yang Bin shouted. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the crowd was thrown into panic, and soon they beheld a horde of zombies surging towards them. Holy cow! The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and they dashed to the side door of the cafeteria, frantically pounding on it. Open the door! Quickly, open the door! Inside the cafeteria, a group of individuals who had previously been despondent wore expressions of surprise upon hearing the knocking, and soon someone attempted to open the door. Do not open the door. Who dares to open it? I will chop him up. A man wielding a kitchen knife growled threateningly. Instantly, those who intended to open the door obediently crouched down once more. At this point, the atmosphere within the cafeteria had transformed entirely. The previous struggle for food had escalated into a chaotic battle involving thousands, and while the zombies had yet to enter, the internal structure had already crumbled. This conflict resulted in dire consequences, with dozens dead and hundreds injured. Ultimately, a group of students who were prone to fighting banded together, establishing themselves as the dominant force within the cafeteria. Some arrived armed, while others seized kitchen knives from within. After mercilessly slaying dozens, they instilled a deep sense of fear among the rest. Subsequently, they commandeered the kitchen, indulging in a lavish feast. Initially, they had no intention of sharing with others, but fearing a backlash, they ultimately permitted the chef to serve gruel to the remaining individuals. Those who dared to voice dissent faced brutal beatings, even having their limbs severed. Eventually, the others fell silent, deterred from expressing any further objections. Having previously subsisted on gruel, they swiftly resigned themselves to the grim reality. However, their acceptance only emboldened this ruthless group, who began to lash out at anyone they found displeasing. Even those who had criticized them or spoken ill of them, including teachers, suffered their wrath. They even began to lay hands on some female classmates. The principal attempted to intervene but was severely beaten, and before his very eyes. They dragged a protected girl to the back, leaving little doubt as to her fate. The principal shouted for assistance, yet everyone bowed their heads in silence, opting for self-preservation. Ultimately, he collapsed from a combination of fury and despair, never to rise again. From that point on, this group grew increasingly lawless, their suppressed malice fully unleashed. It became commonplace for girls to be dragged into the kitchen, with no one daring to come to their aid. Those who did were either beaten to death or left incapacitated, and soon, no one was willing to intervene. everyone chose to safeguard their own well-being. Initially believing they could only escape this dire situation upon the arrival of rescue, they were unexpectedly greeted by the sound of knocking at the door. The presence of someone knocking suggested that the zombies outside might have dispersed, igniting a flicker of hope within many. Yet, upon seeing the fierce gazes of the group inside, none dared to open the door. Chapter 52. He grew desperate outside. Yongbin and his companions had returned to the cafeteria. Still no response. Yongbin exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. No, the people inside are unresponsive, Tang Weiwei replied, shaking her head. With your strength, can't you just kick the door down? Yongbin retorted, exasperated. I'm afraid of damaging it. What if we can't fend off the zombies afterward? Tang Weiwei replied sheepishly. Damn, you're still thinking about that? If you don't kick it down soon, the zombies will be the ones helping you out. Yongbin scoffed, then delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! Despite exerting over 800 kilograms of force, the door remained steadfast, leaving Yongbin astonished. He then activated his enhanced vision to peer inside, discovering that the entrance was barricaded with tables and chairs. Seriously, do they have to be this extreme? Yongbin muttered. However, he understood. Had it not been for these obstacles, the zombies might have breached the premises long ago. After contemplating, he called out, open the door. We are here to rescue you. The zombies have left, and you can come out now. Tang Weiwei and the others stared wide-eyed at Yongbin, incredulous at his audacity. Yet, what astonished them further was that, almost immediately after his declaration, the sound of tables and chairs being moved echoed from within. The word rescue was sufficient to make those inside forget their fears. They had persevered, after all, in anticipation of salvation. The ruthless individuals, upon hearing the arrival of rescuers, were taken aback and sought to hinder their progress. However, the majority had already sprung into action, rendering them powerless to intervene. Yongbin observed the movements of those within, glancing at the encroaching horde of zombies, his heart racing with anxiety. With the zombies closing in, some tables and chairs remained in place, unrelocated. Unable to wait any longer, Yongbin delivered a forceful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, scattering the furniture behind it. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria, hastily shutting the door behind them. Quickly, move the tables and chairs, shouted several individuals bracing the door. Yet, the occupants inside stared blankly at the intruders. Didn't you say the zombies had left this area? You took too long to open the door. The zombies have returned. Yongbin replied calmly. Can we still get out? Not for now. Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's group was numerous, and they swiftly repositioned the tables and chairs to fortify the door. A collective sigh of relief was released, for the 5,000 zombies were no laughing matter. Subsequently, the group surveyed the cafeteria, their brows furrowing in dismay. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, and a corner was piled with corpses. This was far from what they had anticipated. Moreover, those present wore expressions of numbness, many still bearing wounds. What transpired here? Tang Weiwei inquired, her brow furrowed. Yet, no one responded. All heads bowed in silence. She approached a girl who was quietly weeping and asked, what happened? The girl seemed poised to speak, but suddenly glanced in a particular direction, quickly averting her gaze. Unable to voice her thoughts. Following the girl's line of sight, Tang Weiwei noticed a group of individuals standing coldly, observing everyone, who quickly donned smiles upon her gaze. Did you do this? Tang Weiwei gestured toward the pile of corpses in the corner. Impossible. Just 2 days ago, a fierce battle erupted here over food. These individuals were merely collateral damage. The leading man chuckled nervously. The newcomers wielded bloodied weapons, instilling a sense of caution in him. Is that so? Tang Weiwei turned to a nearby person. Yes, the individual nodded hastily. Tang Weiwei furrowed her brow, sensing that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Weiwei, with over 1,000 people in the cafeteria, a battle over resources was inevitable. We cannot intervene in this matter, remarked a man beside her. Tang Weiwei nodded, still troubled. Meanwhile, Chunhao turned to Yongbin. Brother Bin, what do you think? I feel there is something amiss here. Indeed, there is something quite fishy, Yongbin replied coldly. He then directed his gaze toward Tang Weiwei. Fat woman, would you like to check behind the kitchen? At his words, the group's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes narrowing menacingly at Yongbin. Where am I fat? I am robust. Tang Weiwei glared at him indignantly. Ah, very well, robust woman. I have a name, and it is Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei declared in a fit of rage. All right, Tang Weiwei, would you care to take a look in the kitchen? What is there? She queried. You shall discover it upon entering. Very well. Tang Weiwei nodded and led her companions towards the kitchen. At that moment, the group of smiling individuals suddenly blocked their path. Now that you've arrived, you may remain outside. There will be food for you. As for anything else, do not concern yourselves. The leader of the group, having discarded his prior jovial demeanor, spoke coldly. What if I insist on intervening? Tang Weiwei retorted icily. Then it shall not bode well for anyone. Is that so? Just based on your word? Tang Weiwei scoffed, and with a swift kick, sent the man flying. How dare you lay a hand on me? The men behind him instantly drew their weapons, glaring fiercely at Tang Weiwei. In turn, her companions also brandished their weapons, pointing them at the adversaries. Tension hung thick in the air. Although the opposing group outnumbered Tang Weiwei's, their morale was no match. Tang Weiwei's team consisted largely of first-tier fighters, most of whom were at their peak, along with 2 second-tier members, while their opponents were merely a band of ferocious commoners, clearly inferior in rank. Stand aside, Tang Weiwei commanded coldly. The group before her hesitated but did not yield. Attack! Tang Weiwei ordered decisively. Her companions charged forward, and soon, the two factions clashed. However, what transpired was less a battle and more a one-sided affair. The opposing group was utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and within 2 minutes, they were all left sprawled on the ground. Tang Weiwei stepped over them and entered the kitchen. I must admit, having a larger team does lend a certain gravitas, Chen Hao remarked suddenly. Indeed, Yangbin nodded in agreement. We must devise a means to expand our team, but we cannot act recklessly. Quality over quantity. My requirement is simple. They must possess special abilities. You call that simple? After all, we are aiming for a high-end approach. Very well, with your presence. I have no doubt we will find those with abilities. Alas, it is unfortunate that the stout woman already has a team. Otherwise, she would have been quite appealing. Yangbin stated. Who is stout? That is called being healthy, Hu Wenliang interjected. Do you fancy this type? Yangbin asked with a grin directed at Hu Wenliang. Not at all. Hu Wenliang faltered. If you fancy her, just admit it boldly. Do not be shy. Truth be told, she is quite attractive, albeit a bit robust. However, that contrast pairs nicely with your slender frame. Wangzi, fear not. I shall teach you some techniques for wooing women. It will guarantee her affection. Chen Hao patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder encouragingly. No, what you possess is not wooing techniques but rather servile techniques. In the end, you end up with nothing. I refuse to learn from you. Should you dare to speak of this again, do you believe I will not retaliate? All right, he's riled up now. Chapter 53, The Frenzied Woman. After a considerable time, Tang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen, her expression exceedingly grim. You shall pay for this. She seethed, trembling with rage as she glared at the group. The countenances of the other teammates were equally grim. In this apocalyptic scenario, where death was inevitable, why suppress oneself? I dare say many men present yearned to act upon such impulses, yet they lacked the courage to take that decisive step. The leader of the group exclaimed frantically, Today, we concede defeat before you, but can you truly escape? The cafeteria's provisions are nearly depleted, and outside lurks a horde of zombies. We shall all perish from starvation. Awaiting rescue? Is that even plausible? Even if aid were forthcoming, you would not endure until that day. This is no concern of yours, MOU. Kill. Tang Weiwei responded coldly. As her words echoed, a handsome man beside her advanced, wielding a fire axe that he swung directly at the adversary. A massive head soared into the air, eliciting terrified screams from numerous onlookers. Bingo! What on earth lies within that has so enraged this woman? Chen Hao inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. A group of naked women, tormented beyond recognition, Yangbing sighed. Then those perpetrators truly deserve their fate. Before long, several females from Tang Weiwei's team emerged, guiding a dozen dazed women, their expressions vacant and faces ashen. Yet, upon sighting the fallen men, the women's demeanor shifted to one of madness, and they lunged at them, biting without hesitation. Get away! The cafeteria echoed with anguished cries. After a prolonged struggle, the bitten men managed to extricate themselves, though each bore the marks of bloodshed, some even having flesh torn from their bodies. Following their frenzy, the women collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Alas, in this world's end, if a woman lacks strength, beauty becomes a curse, Yang Bing lamented, shaking his head. Indeed. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang concurred, nodding in agreement, lamenting the plight of the several attractive women before them. With a clang, several tang knives were tossed before the group of women, accompanied by Tang Weiwei's icy proclamation, "What good is weeping? Arm yourselves and slay those who have wronged you." The women, taken aback, glanced between Tang Weiwei and the knives strewn on the ground, momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't long before a few of them rose, seizing the Tang knives and charging at the men with fervor. In that instant, they forgot their fear. Their eyes were ablaze with vengeance. They could never erase the atrocities inflicted upon them. The scars upon their chests, the pain in their lower bodies, served as constant reminders of their humiliation. Blood splattered, and the air was filled with screams. In no time, several men were reduced to a gruesome state, silenced, while a few women were drenched in blood, yet continued their relentless assault. The others, horrified by this spectacle, hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the chaos. The ferocity of women unleashed was indeed terrifying. Soon, those men were nearly minced into a pulp. Only then did the women halt, the madness in their expressions gradually fading as they beheld their gruesome handiwork, prompting them to retch. At that moment, most individuals in the cafeteria lay on the ground, succumbing to nausea, for the scene had transcended the threshold of what any sane person could endure. "Do not kill me. I have erred, and I shall never dare again." The remaining ruthless individuals, who moments ago displayed an air of invincibility, now trembled in fear. Death itself is not terrifying, yet the thought of being ground into a pulp is truly dreadful. These people knelt upon the ground, incessantly bowing their heads in remorse. A few women picked up sabers, but ultimately lacked the courage to strike. Tang Weiwei shook her head, and then addressed the women who had just acted. "From now on, you shall accompany us." Thank you, thank you." The women had genuinely experienced the harshness of the apocalypse and understood the significance of being part of a formidable group. Other women gazed at Tang Weiwei with expressions of anticipation, yet she did not return their gaze. Instead, she looked towards Yang Bin, who was observing from the sidelines. How should we deal with the remaining individuals? Yang Bin had not anticipated that they would seek his opinion, though, considering the woman's demeanor, it was likely a test of his judgment. Just kill them. Why keep them around? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Very well." Tang Weiwei nodded and instructed her followers. "Eliminate them all." "Understood." The group advanced towards the remaining individuals. Soon, cries of agony and pleas for mercy filled the air. Tang Weiwei's team showed no mercy. The apocalypse had persisted for many days, well past the time for leniency. Otherwise, they could not have survived outside for so long. Killing humans was akin to slaying zombies. The only distinction lay in the fact that humans were easier to dispatch, yet zombies were not necessarily less terrifying. At times, humanity could be far more fearsome than the undead. Before long, the cries subsided, and those individuals ultimately paid for their transgressions. Over 1,000 spectators in the cafeteria witnessed the scene, some with satisfaction, others in fear, and many rendered numb by the spectacle. After the execution, Tang Weiwei turned to Yang Bin once more. "What shall we do next? The outside world is teeming with zombies, and it seems we cannot escape. We just inspected the kitchen, and indeed, the provisions are scarce. With over 1,000 people here, even if we subsist on porridge, we can last at most 3 days. If it were just us, could we not extend our rations a few more days?" Yang Bin remarked with a chuckle. "You?" The attendees gaped at Yang Bin in disbelief. "Relax, I was merely jesting," he replied with a smile. "However, with so many people, it truly is a waste of resources." "How can you speak so? What do you mean by wasting food? You are no better than those you condemn, thinking of hoarding provisions for yourself." The nearby individuals erupted in indignation at Yang Bin's words. "Am I mistaken?" he retorted. "These supplies would only prolong your lives by 3 days at most. And then what? If rescue does not arrive, you will still perish from hunger after those 3 days. Why squander these resources? If we consume them ourselves, we could sustain ourselves for at least a month, providing a better chance of survival until help arrives. How can you be so selfish? On what grounds do you claim the food for yourselves?" "Precisely on what grounds?" "On the strength of our fists." Yang Bin replied coldly, addressing the crowd. "You are but a group of bullies, preying on the weak. What were you doing when those individuals acted without restraint? Now, they have all suddenly emerged. What? Do they think we are more agreeable than others?" Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, some opened their mouths but found themselves at a loss for words. Their faces flushed with anger. Previously, the victims were not among them, hence their silence. However, now that their own interests are at stake, how could they refrain from speaking out? Chapter 54. The last meal. You aren't truly planning to hoard the food and deny them sustenance, are you? Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yangbin. I wouldn't stoop to such a level, but these individuals have grown too complacent. They must be instilled with a sense of urgency. What do you mean? We cannot remain in the cafeteria indefinitely. We must venture outside. Yet, the thousands of zombies outside are a barrier we cannot overcome alone. We must coordinate a collective effort. However, knowing there is still food available, these people will not dare to risk their lives until they are utterly out of options. But you must understand, the zombies are evolving daily. If we wait for 3 more days, the outside may very well be overrun by second-tier zombies, making escape utterly impossible. Understood. Tang Weiwei nodded. However, even if we charge out together now, the losses will be substantial. At least half will perish, and if these individuals lack the courage to act, total annihilation is a real possibility. Yangbin sighed. If this were 2 days ago, it would have been manageable, as most were mere ordinary zombies, but now, nearly all are first-tier zombies, and he lacked confidence in these people. Yet, he had no choice but to rally everyone, with over 1,000 individuals. If each could eliminate just one, it would total over 1,000. But if they relied solely on themselves to achieve this, who knows how long it would take. Moreover, even if these people are too timid to slay zombies, merely holding them at bay would significantly alleviate their burden. Hearing Yangbin's words, Tang Weiwei fell into silence, the prospect of losing half of their forces weighing heavily on her heart. Yet, she knew he spoke the truth. With each passing day, their chances of survival diminished. And ultimately, all would meet their demise. After a long pause, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you propose we do? You have a large group. Send your people to cook, and today we will prepare all the rice." Cutting off their retreat while ensuring they have a hearty meal to regain their strength for battling zombies. Agreed. But we need weapons to fight zombies, right? Where will we find weapons for so many people? The table legs in the cafeteria are iron. Once we finish eating, we can simply dismantle them. That seems plausible. Why are you so dim-witted? Perhaps you should team up with our Lianzi. Otherwise, I fear you won't survive the apocalypse. Yangbin sighed. Dim-witted? Tang Weiwei exclaimed, pointing at herself in disbelief. She had always been the core of the team, with nearly all the strategies originating from her, which had allowed their group to thrive in this dire situation. Now, with someone calling her dim, how could she accept it? Yet, she had to concede that this man before her indeed seemed a touch more astute, leaving her at a loss for how to retort. Meanwhile, the handsome man beside Tang Weiwei observed Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang with keen vigilance. He was uncertain which one was Lianzi, but he was certain it was one of these two. However, he quickly discerned who it was, as the slender man blushed upon hearing Yangbin's words. How could the woman I desire possibly pair with you? The man thought to himself. Tang Weiwei forcefully suppressed her anger and said through clenched teeth, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Even in a world devoid of men, I, Tang Weiwei, can survive the apocalypse. Do not speak so definitively. My friend Liang is quite capable. You may find yourself in need of his assistance one day." Yangbin chuckled. "If he truly possesses such abilities, we shall see." Tang Weiwei retorted before departing with her companions. "Brother Ben, how could you act thus? Isn't this chaotic matchmaking?" Hu Wenliang remarked, both amused and exasperated. "Admit it. Do you not feel even the slightest attraction to her?" "I do, but that does not justify such reckless behavior. This approach is counterproductive," he replied. "You know nothing. If Brother Ben does not act this way, she would not even know who you are. At least now she glanced at you." Chen Hao interjected. "I would rather she had not seen me," Hu Wenliang sighed. "Liangzi, I have conceived a plan for you to win her over," Yangbin proposed suddenly. "What plan?" Hu Wenliang had yet to speak when Chun Hao, filled with excitement, inquired. "I shall incapacitate that woman, and then you can heal her. Perhaps she will feel indebted and offer herself to you," Yangbin suggested sagely. "What a ludicrous idea. It would be better for Liang to use force directly," Hu Wenliang countered. "Using force may not be wise. Liang may not even be her match, for she is quite strong. Enough. You two cease concocting such absurd schemes. This is an apocalypse. Our priority is to find ways to survive, not to discuss frivolities," Hu Wenliang stated with exasperation. "Very well, but I must inform you, Liang, that the handsome fellow beside that woman harbors feelings for her. He is in close proximity, leaving you at a disadvantage," Chun Hao remarked. "A disadvantage is merely that. It is merely our first encounter, not akin to your obsessive love for Lucia. Why are we discussing me, since we have strayed onto this topic? I understand Brother Ben's intention. You wish for me to pursue her and, in turn, have her join us," thereby gaining a formidable ally. However, such matters cannot be rushed. They must unfold naturally. All right, as you wish, Yongbin shrugged, shifting the topic as he activated his true vision to scan the cafeteria, filled with over 1,000 people. After a considerable time, Yongbin withdrew his gaze, shaking his head in resignation. Over 1,000 individuals, yet not a single ability user among them. Is the probability truly this low? Initially, he believed that the chances should be higher since the 3 of them in the dormitory possessed abilities. This realization revealed that they had merely been fortunate, or perhaps they owed their gratitude to Chen Hao. His single phone call had resulted in the emergence of 3 ability users. Had it not been for that call, they might have already succumbed to slumber, perhaps becoming zombies in their dreams. Even if they did not turn into zombies, they would likely have been assimilated by Lu Bo. Reflecting on this, Yongbin felt an unexpected urge to express gratitude to Lu Xia. How splendid indeed. After a considerable time, Tang Weiwei and her companions brought forth several large buckets of rice and a generous platter of potatoes. The aroma of the rice wafted through the dining hall, capturing the attention of everyone present, who gazed eagerly at Tang Weiwei and her team. I trust everyone is hungry. Today, there is plenty to eat, Tang Weiwei proclaimed with enthusiasm. Really? That's wonderful. An electrifying excitement rippled through the crowd. After so many days, they could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Gratitude shone in the eyes of all as they looked at Tang Weiwei and her companions, unaware that this might very well be their last meal. Yet, even if they had known, they would have eaten, for this was their sole opportunity. Chapter 55, Cutting off the path in the dining hall. Apart from those still queuing for food, the majority had already filled their bowls with rice and small plates of potatoes, savoring their meal with great satisfaction. After so many days, this meal was undoubtedly the most delicious of all. The potatoes, once despised before the apocalypse, now felt as exquisite as delicacies from the sea or mountains. Yongbin and his friends each sat at a table with a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes, not out of a desire for favoritism, but simply because the kitchen had only potatoes left. After days of bread and biscuits, I never realized how delightful rice could be, Chen Hao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, the potatoes are also quite fragrant. It seems there are culinary experts in their team, Hu Wenliang mumbled. You haven't had vegetables in so long that anything tastes good to you. These potatoes were simply boiled in a large pot, seasoned only with oil and salt. Where do you see any culinary expertise? Yongbin replied, slightly exasperated. Well, it seems you know a thing or two about cooking, Brother Bin, Hu Wenliang conceded. Brother Bin has been cooking for himself since he was 10 and has even worked part-time in a hotel kitchen. Do you think he lacks culinary skills? Chen Hao rolled his eyes in response. Okay, I'll let that slide, Hu Wenliang said, feeling a bit awkward. There is a certain advantage to having many people around. Meals can be prepared so quickly, Chen Hao reflected. Yes, Tang Weiwei certainly possesses a knack for managing her team. Those individuals exhibit remarkable execution, Yongbin asserted earnestly. I agree, but I firmly believe you are even stronger than she is, Brother Bin, Chen Hao stated resolutely, never doubting Yongbin's capabilities. I share that belief, Hu Wenliang echoed. Enough flattery, hurry and eat. Once you're done, Haozi, you must consume this crystal. We will likely need to forge ahead, and despite the crowd, the pressure in front will be immense. You need to elevate to the 3rd tier as soon as possible. Understood. Chen Hao nodded, quickly finishing his rice before taking the crystal from Yongbin and swallowing it without hesitation. After a while, Chen Hao had completely absorbed the energy of the crystal and ascended to the status of a 3rd-tier evolver. At the onset of the apocalypse, having 2 3rd-tier members in a team would undoubtedly overpower 99 of other teams. An hour later, nearly everyone in the dining hall had finished their meal, leaving their plates spotless. At that moment, Tang Weiwei stood once again and called out, Has everyone eaten their fill? Yes, we are satisfied. Thank you, beautiful Tang. The crowd responded in unison. During this time, everyone had come to know Tang Weiwei's name, as they all attended the same school and were bound to have acquaintances among one another. For her valor in vanquishing villains and rescuing the group of women, coupled with her efforts in preparing a hearty meal for everyone, Tang Weiwei has earned an admirable reputation in the eyes of all. However, after ensuring everyone was well fed, she bore the burden of delivering some disheartening news. The meal they had just enjoyed was made from the last of the rice in the kitchen, and there was now no food left. What? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present turned to shock. Although they had initially harbored doubts, the enticing aroma of the rice had caused them to dismiss any worries. Now, Tang Weiwei's revelation struck them like a thunderbolt. If you do not believe me, feel free to check the kitchen, she urged once more. As her words hung in the air, many rushed into the kitchen. After some time, they emerged one by one, their faces pale and drawn. The kitchen was devoid of rice, and not even a single leaf of vegetable could be found. The floor was cleaner than their ashen faces. Why would you do this? A number of them began to question Tang Weiwei. The food in there, even if consumed as porridge daily, would only last us 3 days at most. Instead of starving for 3 days, wouldn't it be better to have a hearty meal? Tang Weiwei replied with a smile. If we could live for 3 more days, perhaps rescue would arrive. By doing this, you are effectively cutting off our only chance. Those who had just been filled with gratitude now glared furiously at Tang Weiwei and her companions. Rescue, rescue, always thinking about rescue. Do you not know how to save yourselves? Are you simply going to wait for death if help does not arrive? Tang Weiwei retorted with anger. We will be leaving shortly, if you wish to come with us. Think of a way to detach the table legs for weapons and join us in our charge. If you prefer to remain here and wait for death, then do as you please. With that, Tang Weiwei turned her attention back to her comrades, beginning to strategize. As her words settled, the expressions of those present shifted continuously. To be honest, after so many days, they had long ceased to harbor much hope for rescue. They simply were not ready to confront that reality. People often behave this way. Until the very last moment, they do not consider fighting with all their might. Although they had been subsisting on little more than porridge in the cafeteria, at least they were not starving, and each day offered a flicker of hope that rescue might come. Now, however, with food depleted, remaining here meant only the certainty of starvation. It was at this juncture that the gravity of their situation began to dawn on them. They understood that venturing out was their only pathway to survival. With someone willing to lead them, this was their singular opportunity. If they let it slip away, waiting for death would be their only option. No one wished to await their demise, and soon enough, individuals began to detach the table legs. They flipped the tables over and kicked with force. With a few more kicks, the legs could be broken off. If necessary, they would call for assistance from others. In no time, the table legs were removed. While not particularly sturdy, they would serve as adequate weapons. Once armed, the group turned their gazes towards Tang Weiwei. Excellent. It appears none of you wish to remain here waiting for death. If that is the case, we shall charge out together. However, I must preface my words with a warning. This endeavor is fraught with peril. Prepare yourselves mentally. Those who lack the courage to confront the zombies should remain here in safety. Otherwise, venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Is there anyone who fears facing the undead? Tang Weiwei shouted. No one. The individuals below exhibited resolute expressions. Having chosen to engage in this gamble, they were determined to overcome any challenges that lay ahead. Tang Weiwei nodded and approached Yangbin. At that moment, the crowd realized that this formidable woman seemed to be seeking the opinion of that individual. If I am not mistaken, the decision to cook all the rice was undoubtedly his idea, for he had previously expressed a desire to hoard all the food for himself. Many gazes directed at Yangbin were tinged with hostility. It was perplexing why Tang Weiwei would consult the opinion of someone leading a mere trio when she commanded a group of 70 or 80. Her team members shared the same sentiment, noting how their typically composed and decisive leader seemed to lack confidence after encountering him. It appeared essential to distance themselves from this trio, thought the handsome man named Mou. Chapter 56. Breaking out of the cafeteria regardless of the thoughts of others. Tang Weiwei had already reached Yangbin. When shall we commence? Yangbin activated his true sight, scanning all 4 directions. He observed that the zombies were least concentrated at the entrance they had initially entered, and notably, there were no third-tier zombies in this vicinity. The other 2 directions were far more perilous, establishing this area as the optimal point of egress. Grant them 10 minutes to prepare. After that, we will charge through the side door. I will lead my team ahead, while yours will cover the flanks and bring up the rear. Opening a path ahead is quite challenging. Are you certain the 3 of you can manage? Tang Weiwei inquired, her skepticism evident. If you doubt our abilities, feel free to lead the charge yourself. I have no objections, Yangbin replied, dismissively waving his hand. Were it not for the lack of ability in others, he wouldn't have taken on this responsibility. My intention is not to question your capabilities. Rather, I wonder if 3 individuals are sufficient given the heightened danger ahead. Then why not join us at the front? Having more people would indeed be advantageous, Yangbin suggested. Very well, Tang Weiwei assented with a nod. Let us finalize this arrangement. Remember, our primary objective is survival. Make it clear to everyone that no one is to attempt to retrieve crystals. Anyone who dares to stop for that purpose will be dealt with severely. Yangbin stated coldly. Why don't you deliver that message? Your authority carries more weight. Yangbin chuckled. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat as though she was being relegated to the role of an assistant. 10 minutes later. Are you ready? Yangbin called out to the throng behind him. Every individual nodded gravely. Yangbin glanced at Tang Weiwei, who confirmed with a nod, with a wave of her hand. Her teammates swiftly began to clear away the tables and chairs. In an instant, Chun Hao yanked open the door. Yangbin surged forward, using the barbell to strike down several unsuspecting zombies at the entrance before charging ahead. Behind him, Chun Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Tang Weiwei quickly followed suit. Soon, the remainder of the group was in hot pursuit. A sudden surge of people appeared, instantly invigorating the hordes of zombies, which then frenziedly lunged toward the crowd. The group formed a triangular formation, with Yangbin leading the charge at the forefront, wielding a barbell rod with fierce determination, swiftly dispatching one zombie after another. On either flank, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang efficiently neutralized the zombies rushing from the sides, while Tang Weiwei, clutching a fire axe, suddenly felt somewhat inconspicuous. Eventually, she retreated slightly to join the others in combating the zombies attacking from the flanks and rear. As Yangbin pressed deeper into the fray, the rest soon engaged in close-quarters combat with the undead. Perhaps due to prior mental preparation or a newfound clarity of purpose, everyone now gripped table legs, pounding relentlessly at the oncoming zombies. Although their attacks lacked precision and order, they effectively kept the zombies at bay for the moment. Herein lay the advantage of sheer numbers. Facing 4,000 to 5,000 zombies, if they all targeted Yangbin and his few companions, exhaustion would inevitably claim them. But with so many sharing the burden, at least they were spared the peril of being encircled. Yet these zombies were no ordinary creatures. Confronted with relentless waves of first-tier zombies, these ordinary humans struggled to withstand the onslaught. Soon casualties began to mount. One by one, people were overwhelmed, bitten, and devoured, eliciting anguished cries from their comrades. However, as more fell victim to the carnage, the survivors seemed galvanized, their initial fear transforming into a wild frenzy. There was no turning back, fight or perish. Casting aside all dread, they battered the advancing zombies with unyielding ferocity. Ahead, Yangbin had lost count of how many he had slain, yet the endless tide showed no sign of abating. Each fallen zombie was swiftly replaced by another, rendering his advance painstakingly slow. Fortunately, Yangbin had reached the third tier. Endowed with over 800 kilograms of strength, he stood like a war deity amidst the horde, immovable and resolute. No matter how many zombies surged forward, he held the line without yielding an inch. Though his progress was sluggish, he steadfastly led the entire group onward. Many were awestruck by Yangbin's formidable prowess, finally understanding why even the formidable Tang Weiwei heeded his commands. Tang Weiwei herself was deeply astonished. Being closest, she keenly sensed Yangbin's immense power. Though she had suspected he was third tier and believed her own abilities were not far behind, it became clear that the gap between them was vast and insurmountable. In a direct confrontation, she doubted she could withstand even a single blow from him. What shocked her most were the other two beside him, whose strength was equally extraordinary. 3 individuals, 2 at the third tier and 1 at the pinnacle of the second tier. Such might was truly terrifying. The rest of Tang Weiwei's team fell silent. Previously, when Tang Weiwei had suggested their group might not be a match, they had been skeptical. Now, reflecting on it, they shuddered with fear. Were it not for Tang Weiwei's intervention, few would have survived this ordeal. The battle raged on relentlessly, the crowd gradually thinning as the teams steadily pushed outward, breaking through the encroaching horde bit by bit. In light of the prevailing circumstances, it appears that a bold dash forward would likely prove successful, perhaps with losses less significant than those anticipated by Yangbin, as he did not foresee the utter madness of these individuals. However, just as everything seemed to unfold smoothly, a person, having been felled by a zombie, inadvertently grasped a crystal. Driven by an instinct for survival, he abandoned the pre-departure rules and swiftly consumed the crystal. Almost immediately, the crystal transformed into energy, merging within him. Just as he was on the brink of being bitten to death by a zombie, he suddenly unleashed formidable strength, casting the zombie aside and instantly rising to deliver a crushing blow with an iron pole that felled the creature. This spectacle captivated many. prompting their eyes to dart around in search of similar opportunities. Before long, a man who had been bitten and was on the verge of transformation into a zombie, in a desperate gamble for survival, extracted a crystal from the head of a fallen zombie and quickly ingested it. To the astonishment of onlookers, his body gradually returned to normal, completely evading the impending threat of zombification. It had been mentioned online that a first-level evolved being could resist the energy erosion of first-level zombies, and it turned out to be true. At this point, the crowd could no longer remain passive. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of zombies. Securing a crystal not only promised a significant enhancement in strength, but also alleviated the fear of becoming a zombie upon sustaining injuries. In that moment, the rules established by Tang Weiwei were entirely forgotten. In their hearts, they believed that becoming stronger would enhance their chances of escape. Thus, they began to covertly collect crystals, escalating to outright theft. By the time Yang Bin and his companions recognized the chaos, it had spiraled beyond control. Damn it! Yang Bin cursed vehemently. His greatest fears had indeed materialized. Why aren't your people keeping watch? Everyone is preoccupied with the zombies. Who has the time to monitor them? Tang Weiwei replied helplessly. At that moment, the scramble for crystals had thrown their formation into disarray, and under the relentless onslaught of zombies, the group quickly fragmented into several clusters. Without Yang Bin to lead the way, those who had been separated could be declared lost. Those who wish to survive, follow me. Those who seek their doom, go after the crystals. Yang Bin shouted furiously, subsequently disregarding the others and hastening his own efforts. Everyone, keep up. Ignore those people. Tang Weiwei called out to her teammates, quickly falling in step with Yang Bin. Some individuals, still possessing a modicum of clarity, hurriedly followed suit. As those who had managed to seize crystals lifted their heads, they were met with a surrounding throng of zombies. Chapter 57. The escape. With the numbers significantly diminished, the pressure on the group intensified. Chen Hao joined Yang Bin's side, and both abandoned their defensive stances, launching a fierce assault against the horde of zombies. With the desperate efforts of two third-level evolved beings, the group surged forward at an accelerated pace. Moments later, Yang Bin delivered a powerful kick, toppling 7 or 8 zombies, and then, stepping upon their fallen forms, he broke free from the encirclement. The individuals behind him promptly followed, escaping before the zombies could regroup for another assault. Once there were over 1,800 of them, but now fewer than 500 remained, suffering a loss of more than 2/3. Run to the teaching building, Yang Bin shouted, swiftly sweeping a barbell to repel a swarm of advancing zombies. The remaining survivors, all of relatively astute minds, dared not linger upon hearing Yang Bin's command and frantically sprinted toward the teaching building. Yang Bin and his companions, alongside Tang Weiwei, followed suit, simultaneously fending off the pursuing undead. In no time, the group burst into the teaching building and quickly ascended the stairs, fortifying the stairwell. For Yang Bin and his companions, combating zombies in the stairwell was second nature. The stairwell of the teaching building was considerably larger than that of the dormitory, and fortunately, their numbers were sufficient. Together with Tang Weiwei and Mou, both second-tier evolved beings, they effectively secured the stairwell. The 5 of them, weary and spent, stood guard at the stairway while the others hastily took refuge in the classrooms. Yang Bin shook his head. He had initially intended to lower his standards and recruit some teammates from among these individuals, but it now seemed unnecessary. After half an hour, the stairwell was completely barricaded, and the 5 collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. This time, they were truly worn out. Even Yang Bin felt incapable of lifting the barbell. After a while, they regained their composure, and Tang Weiwei turned to Yang Bin, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you. We owe our survival to you. Don't mention it. We were merely trying to escape ourselves. You were incidental. Yang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, without you, we would never have made it out. Tang Weiwei replied earnestly. Fully aware of the ordeal they had faced, their team had dwindled from around 70 or 80 to just over 40, nearly having their numbers. It was evident how arduous the journey had been for Yang Bin and his companions, who had forged ahead. She knew she could never have made it through. I'm quite curious, with just the 3 of you, how did you manage to elevate your strength to such a level in such a short time? I haven't seen any special abilities among you, Tang Weiwei inquired, puzzled. That is something I cannot disclose. After all, you are not Liangzi's wife. Yang Bin replied with a hint of humor. I spoke out of turn, Tang Weiwei responded, somewhat speechless. Yang Bin smiled and fell silent. The group sat on the ground to rest, all bearing considerable injuries. However, with others present, Yangbin hesitated to allow Hu Wenliang to provide treatment, as his abilities were rather unique. If exposed, it could lead to considerable complications, so they would have to wait until they returned to the dormitory for treatment. After more than half an hour of respite, Yangbin rose to his feet. All right, night is approaching, we must depart. I do not wish to spend the night in a classroom. The stairwell is completely blocked. How do you plan to leave? One questioned. We can jump out of the second-floor window. The teaching building is not as enclosed as the cafeteria. There are plenty of exits, Yangbin replied. What about them? I am not their guardian. It is sufficient that I brought them along. Yangbin rolled his eyes. Well then, are you not going to collect the crystals? Tang Weiwei pointed at the bodies in the stairwell. They are yours as a gift. Yangbin chuckled and then led Chun Hao and the others toward another classroom. The first-tier crystals no longer captivated their interest. They now yearned to return to their dormitory to nurse their wounds. Weiwei, let us keep our distance from them. Mo whispered as he watched the group depart. Why? I find them exceedingly perilous, he murmured, cautious not to voice his fear of Tang Weiwei being whisked away by them. In truth, it wasn't entirely unfavorable. Although Yangbin appeared cold and unfeeling, he was not devoid of compassion, having at least ensured the group's safe exit. Reluctantly acknowledging that both his strength and abilities surpassed his own, Tang Weiwei concluded that cultivating amicable relations with such individuals could be advantageous. In this apocalypse, having more allies would enhance their chances of survival. All right, Mo conceded, unable to argue further, and resolved to remain vigilant lest someone truly snatch her away. Yangbin and his companions approached a classroom window, peering down below. The educational building loomed higher than the dormitory, with a drop of approximately 35 meters from the second floor. While this height might seem daunting, for those at the second and third tiers, it was merely a triviality. Below, a dozen zombies roamed, presenting little concern. Yangbin leaped down first, and upon his descent, the zombies quickly converged upon him. With a few casual swings of his barbell, he dispatched them all effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang followed suit, and the group cautiously made their way back to the dormitory. Once inside, the trio collapsed onto their beds, too fatigued to move. After a considerable time, Hu Wenliang finally rose to tend to their injuries. Though none bore fatal wounds, they were beset with numerous lacerations that required prompt treatment. After over an hour, during which they took several breaks, Hu Wenliang managed to heal their injuries, only to succumb to exhaustion himself and drift off to sleep on the bed. Yangbin and Chun Hao, however, felt revitalized. Thank goodness we have Liangzi here. What would we do if others were injured? Chun Hao suddenly remarked. The physical constitution of evolvers has indeed improved, enhancing their recovery capabilities. As long as they avoid fatal injuries, minor wounds will heal within a few days. Nevertheless, having a healer is undoubtedly preferable. Thus, Liangzi's powers should be kept discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed. Brother Bin, what shall our next course of action be? Should we continue to enhance our strength? Yes. I observe that others are expanding their ranks, clearly aiming to make a significant mark in this apocalypse. Should we not do the same? Patience. You must understand that the authorities will not tolerate any attempts at self-governance. Although their control has diminished, their power remains unparalleled. Not to mention, they undoubtedly possess the most evolvers. Therefore, we should refrain from crossing the official boundaries and observe how events unfold. For now, let us focus on strengthening ourselves. When true chaos ensues, we will be better positioned to contend. Understood, Brother Bin. Whatever path you choose, I shall follow you. Chun Hao declared resolutely. Good brother. Chapter 58. The Three Bandits at Midnight. The trio and a cat once again ascended to the rooftop to gaze at the stars. Regardless of the fatigue, it is imperative to persist in gazing at the stars each night, for this is the key to their advantage over others. They would often remain awake until 5 in the morning, then return to their dormitory for a brief slumber. In the following days, the group ventured out during the day to eliminate zombies, returning by night to rest and stargaze. Following the incident at the cafeteria, Yangbin became increasingly cautious, ensuring there was no danger before taking action. Fortunately, the number of third-tier zombies had been on the rise, although each third-tier zombie was often surrounded by numerous others. The increased quantity made it easier to find suitable targets. Over the course of 3 days, Yangbin and his companions successfully eliminated 8 third-tier zombies. After Hu Wenliang also advanced to the third tier, Yongbin consumed the remaining third-tier crystals, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of the third tier. At this stage, it required 7 third-tier crystals to reach the limit, and the quantity needed for each tier increased as one progressed, making advancement increasingly challenging. Upon reaching the peak of the third tier, Yongbin's strength surpassed 1,000 kilograms, exceeding 1,100 kilograms. This was beyond the limits of a human body. According to Yongbin's estimations, the strength of a third-tier individual should be around 700 to 900 kilograms. His ability to exceed 1,000 kilograms was undoubtedly due to the additional strength gained from his training. Each day, his training yielded over 30 kilograms of strength, accumulating nearly 100 kilograms every 3 days. Having trained for 7 to 8 days now, he had gained an additional 200 kilograms of strength, sufficient to overpower other third-tier adversaries. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had also enhanced their strength by over 80 kilograms. While this may not seem substantial, it was a result of consistent effort, and over time, such an advantage would become significant. The number of survivors within the school had dwindled to under 1,000, a staggering decline from the original 30,000. This figure still included 500 individuals who had escaped from the cafeteria. With Tang Weiwei's assistance, they had also successfully fled the teaching buildings. Numerous formidable teams had emerged within the school, many of whom had already reached the second tier and were capable of handling typical zombie hordes. As their strength increased, many began to harbor ambitions. And with food scarcity in the school, tensions arose as teams clashed over resources. Even Yongbin and his companions encountered several groups attempting to forcibly recruit them due to their smaller numbers, ultimately leaving their assailants in tears. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, within the graduate dormitory, Chen Hao lamented, "Brother Ben, we have run out of food. We must search for supplies today." He rummaged through his backpack with a sense of resignation. It seems there is scarcely any food left in the entire school. The larger supermarkets have been seized by those powerful teams, making it difficult to find anything, Hu Wenliang remarked with a frown. "It appears we may need to leave the school," Yongbin sighed. To be honest, he felt a tinge of reluctance to depart. Although the school was perilous, it was a closed environment, preventing zombies from entering, and was undoubtedly safer than the outside world. Furthermore, their familiarity with the campus meant that venturing beyond would significantly increase their survival difficulties. However, there was no alternative. The school provisions were limited, and remaining here indefinitely was not feasible. "Let us first seek out a larger supermarket to procure some supplies. We shall address today as sustenance and depart from the school tomorrow," one of them suggested. With their backpacks slung over their shoulders, the trio ventured out of their dormitory towards one of the larger supermarkets. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the doors firmly shut. Yongbin activated his keen perception, revealing that there were approximately 40 to 50 people inside. Yet, his primary concern was not the number of individuals present, but rather the availability of food. After surveying the exterior shelves, he noted that they were nearly bare, but the storage room within still held a considerable stock. "That suffices," Yongbin mused with a smile before approaching the door and knocking. "Who is it?" A startled voice called from within. "Fellow students, please open the door. We wish to retrieve some food," Yongbin responded courteously. "There is no food here. You should try elsewhere," came the reply from inside. "We can ascertain the presence of food ourselves if you allow us entry. Kindly open the door." "This barrier is rather flimsy. Damaging it would not bode well," Yongbin insisted. "Whether there is food or not, it is not your concern. Get lost. If you dare damage the door, I will end you," a man retorted angrily. But no sooner had he spoken, a loud crash echoed as a significant hole was torn in the rolling shutter door, revealing a foot stepping through. In an instant, 2 hands ripped the shutter apart, and the 3 figures strode in confidently. "Who dares to vandalize our door? Do you wish for death?" The leader, a man with brown hair, exclaimed in fury upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, another individual behind him tugged at his sleeve, fear evident in his eyes. "Li Gu, it's those 3. I care not who they are." The man responded defiantly, but his bravado faltered as he recognized the trio. "Captain Yang, I had no idea it was you. My apologies," he quickly stammered. "You know me?" Yongbin asked, puzzled. "Who in the school does not know you?" The man replied with a wry smile. "What is the situation? Am I truly that notorious?" You may be unaware, but our group conducted a survey of the most formidable teams within the school, and you 3 topped the list," he whispered. "Such rankings exist? Why was I not informed?" "Given your solitary nature, it is understandable that you were unaware," and this information is crucial for us, though perhaps not for you. Very well. I shall not dwell on these matters. Is there any food available? After a moment of hesitation, the man ultimately conceded, we have some provisions left. He then gestured to his companions. Go to the storage room and bring out the food. Quickly. Move. All right. They responded resignedly, knowing that food was essential for survival. And their own supplies were dwindling. No one desired to part with their rations, yet encountering these 3 bandits left them with little choice. Before long, they emerged with 2 crates, one filled with biscuits, the other with bread. Do you see? Is this sufficient? The man inquired cautiously. Yangbin tossed their backpacks forward. Please pack these for us, and do bring a few bottles of mineral water as well. Understood, the man replied, not daring to refuse. Before long, the 3 backpacks were filled to capacity. The man handed the bags and a few bottles of mineral water to Yang Bin and hesitated momentarily, saying, Captain Yang, given your capabilities, why not recruit a few more teammates? Currently, each team is at odds with the others. I believe your strength could easily consolidate the school's forces. Not interested, Yang Bin replied curtly, departing with his companions without a moment's hesitation. Brotherly, they took so much. When the boss returns, he will surely be furious with us, a young subordinate lamented. What can I do when faced with those 3 bandits? If the boss questions me, I will simply tell the truth. If he has the ability, let him go and find them himself, the leader responded. Chapter 59. The 4th stage zombie after leaving the supermarket. Yang Bin and his companions set out once more to hunt for 3rd stage zombies with Little Orange. Due to its size, Little Orange often attracted unusual stares from others. So Yang Bin instructed it to stay behind when people were around and entertain itself instead. Little Orange had now evolved to the 3rd stage, not through the consumption of 3rd stage crystals, but through its own efforts. It seemed that both mutated beasts and zombies possessed unique methods of advancement. While humans had yet to discover any means of evolution beyond relying on crystals for enhancement. However, Yang Bin had a feeling that humans might also be able to break through once they reached a certain level of cultivation. The school was a closed environment, preventing zombies from entering. After days of combat, the number of zombies had significantly decreased, no longer resembling the overwhelming horde that once greeted them upon stepping outside. Nevertheless, the remaining zombies had become increasingly formidable, with most gathering around the 3rd stage zombies, leaving very few solitary ones to encounter. Currently, the school harbored at least dozens of 3rd stage zombies. Any sighting of a large horde of zombies unmistakably indicated the presence of a 3rd stage zombie within. Thus, while 3rd stage zombies were easier to locate, they proved challenging to defeat. With their current strength, the trio could easily handle 100 or 200 zombies, engaging them head-on without fear. However, anything beyond that would be overwhelming, as 2nd stage zombies now constituted nearly half of the population, making them much harder to eliminate. With Yangbin leading, it did not take long for them to find a viable target. A group of over 200 zombies included a 3rd stage zombie, conveniently within their capacity to confront. Just as the 3 prepared to strike, a sudden roar echoed from nearby, prompting the horde of zombies before them to rapidly converge in that direction. What is happening? The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be a companion calling to them? Shenhao speculated uncertainly, but we haven't seen any zombies that can summon others. The zombies near the 3rd stage ones always gather on their own. It's not as if they are being summoned. Hu Wenliang expressed his confusion. Suddenly, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Let us go take a look. The 3, along with the cat, swiftly followed the horde of zombies towards the source of the commotion. In no time, they arrived outside the playground, where they witnessed thousands of zombies congregated together. Since the departure of the individuals from the cafeteria, the horde of zombies that had surrounded it gradually dispersed. And such a formidable gathering of the undead had not been witnessed again until now. To Yang Bin's astonishment, this resurgence was not instigated by humans, but rather by an unremarkable zombie at the center of the playground. At this moment, all the zombies fixated their gaze upon the central figure, seemingly awaiting its command. Yang Bin activated his true sight, and indeed, observed that the crystal within the creature's head was larger than that of a 3rd-tier zombie, approximately the size of a peanut. Undoubtedly, this was a 4th-tier zombie. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Bin's eyes. Defeating it would elevate him to the 4th tier. However, upon seeing the multitude of zombies, he felt a wave of apprehension. The challenge of slaying a 4th-tier zombie amidst such a vast horde was daunting. Moreover, within this assembly, there were 4 3rd-tier zombies, further increasing the difficulty. Nevertheless, Encountering a fourth-tier zombie was a rare opportunity, and the thought of relinquishing it was disheartening. If he could ascend to the fourth tier before leaving the school, their chances of departing safely would considerably improve. Brother Bin, is that a fourth-tier zombie? Chun Hao inquired softly. Indeed, Yang Bin nodded in affirmation. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes brightened at the revelation, though the sheer size of the zombie horde cast a shadow of concern upon their enthusiasm. Brother Bin, should we engage? Yang Bin surveyed the surroundings through his true sight. It appeared that the roar of the fourth-tier zombie had summoned nearby zombies, with no others in sight. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely affirmed, "Let us do it. Xiao Juzi, you go ahead and see if you can lure away some of the zombies." Upon hearing Yang Bin's command, Xiao Juzi widened her eyes, as if to question, "Are you sending me to my doom?" "Quickly, you are swift, they won't catch you." Led them towards the small grove, and once there, simply climb a tree. Meow. Xiao Juzi emitted a quiet meow and darted forward. Soon, a throng of zombies detected her presence, and in an instant, they charged after her. Xiao Juzi took off at a remarkable speed, with hundreds of zombies in pursuit. However, just as Yang Bin believed this strategy was viable, the fourth-tier zombie emitted another roar, prompting those that had chased after Xiao Juzi to return. "Goodness, this creature is cunning," Chun Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was evident that the fourth-tier zombie possessed a degree of intelligence, Yang Bin observed gravely. Before long, Xiao Juzi returned, casting a glance at Yang Bin that seemed to convey, "It's not that I wouldn't lure them, it's that they simply want to follow." "What do we do now?" Hu Wenliang asked. "Let us wait and see. This creature has gathered the surrounding zombies, likely with plans of its own." Agreed. The trio and the cat concealed themselves at a distance, silently observing the horde. Indeed, it wasn't long before, under the leadership of the fourth-tier zombie, a cluster of the undead began to scour various areas of the school. Several individuals hastily followed suit. At that moment, outside a supermarket, two factions stood at odds with each other. "This place has been claimed by us first. Kindly vacate," Zhao Kuan addressed the menacing newcomers. "In this world, strength reigns supreme. We have set our sights on this location, so you should leave," coldly declared Zhou Xiong, the leader of the Taekwondo club. "You are not significantly stronger than us. Should a conflict arise, even if you manage to prevail, you would undoubtedly suffer considerable losses." Zhao Kuan retorted icily. "Is that so?" Zhou Xiong chuckled derisively, then turned his gaze to Zhao Kuan's companions. "I offer you an opportunity. Those who wish to live should join our ranks. Each person who joins us will receive a second-tier crystal. Those who remain with your team, don't blame me for my ruthlessness when the time comes." As his words echoed, Zhao Kuan's companions suddenly exhibited wavering resolve. These individuals were inherently opportunistic, having initially gravitated towards Zhao Kuan's group due to their strength. They now found themselves tempted by the prospect of a more formidable faction. After all, the allure of second-tier crystals was significant, and remaining could cost them their lives. "My apologies, Kuan Gu, but I do not wish to perish." One individual quickly stepped forward, joining Zhou Xiong's ranks. With this initial defection, a growing number of Zhao Kuan's followers abandoned him, gravitating towards Zhou Xiong. Soon, apart from Old Black and the Thin Monkey, nearly everyone had crossed over. "Haha. Now I wonder how you intend to contend with me." Zhou Xiong laughed heartily. Zhao Kuan's expression darkened to an extreme, and he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "The supermarket is yours. Old Black, Monkey, we shall depart." With that, he turned to leave with his two companions. "Did I say you could leave?" Zhou Xiong's voice was icy. "What more do you want?" Zhao Kuan glared fiercely at Zhou Xiong. "Since they have joined my ranks, why not join us as well?" Zhou Xiong suggested with a smile. "Dream on," Zhao Kuan replied coldly. "Then do not blame me. In this apocalyptic world, I have no desire to leave potential threats behind. Attack!" With his command, dozens of Zhou Xiong's followers swiftly encircled Zhao Kuan and his companions. Just as the two sides were poised to clash, a tremor reverberated through the floor. Startled, everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Not far ahead, a horde of zombies charged towards them. The faces of all present turned pale, and they hastily abandoned their intentions of violence, retreating into the supermarket and securing the rolling shutter door. "Quickly, drag the shelves over to block the entrance," Zhou Xiong urged anxiously. The group sprang into action, dragging rows of shelves to barricade the door securely. Soon, the horde of zombies reached the supermarket entrance, violently battering against the door. As they watched the door quiver incessantly, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. How can there be so many zombies? Zhou Xiong's face was etched with grave concern. Who knows? There must be over 1,000 of them. It's utterly terrifying. Outside, after relentless efforts to breach the door, a 4th-tier zombie suddenly let out a roar, prompting 4 3rd-tier zombies to charge forward and crash into the entrance. A resounding crash echoed as the door slammed shut, dust cascading from above, and several shells collapsed in quick succession, leaving everyone pale with fear. Quickly, support the top, Zhou Xiong shouted, as a group of individuals braced themselves against the shelves behind the door. Bang bang. 4 3rd-tier zombies relentlessly pounded against the rolling shutter, warping it with their assault. However, with dozens of 2nd-tier evolved beings reinforcing the door, the zombies could not breach it. At that moment, a 4th-tier zombie unexpectedly approached, squatting down to grasp the bottom of the shutter and lift it upwards. What the hell? Nearby, Yang Bin and his companions stared in astonishment. This zombie actually knew how to operate a rolling shutter? Until now, zombies had only known to ram doors, incapable of opening them. The sight of this 4th-tier zombie adeptly lifting the shutter sent shivers down the spines of the 3 onlookers. How could one possibly survive in such circumstances? Those hidden within the supermarket were equally unprepared for this turn of events. As the shutter rose abruptly, their jaws dropped in shock. It was over. Despair etched across every face as the zombies surged forward, toppling the shelves at the entrance. Everyone, grab your weapons and fight, Zhou Xiong yelled, swinging an axe to cleave the head of the foremost zombie. The others quickly regained their composure, seizing their weapons to combat the invading horde. With a combined force of over 100, all seasoned in slaying zombies, they felt a flicker of determination amidst the despair. Yet, as the rolling shutter fully opened, an overwhelming tide of zombies poured in, swiftly breaching their defenses. A fierce battle erupted within the confines of the supermarket. Fortunately, the limited space prevented too many zombies from entering at once, allowing the defenders to hold their ground for the time being. Not far away, Yang Bin's eyes lit up at the sight. Let us attack from behind, he exclaimed, brandishing a barbell and charging forward, followed closely by his 2 companions. The trio swiftly maneuvered behind the zombies, swinging their barbells with fervor to eliminate the encroaching foes. Little Orange darted through the throng of zombies, snapping their necks with precision. Though her speed was her advantage, her strength was lacking. While 1st and 2nd-tier zombies were manageable, 3rd-tier ones proved to be a challenge. The zombies soon caught on to their presence, and with a roar from the 4th-tier zombie, the horde turned to charge at the 3. Undaunted, they swung their barbells with fervor, rapidly dispatching the oncoming zombies. With their main forces diverted, these lesser threats posed no real challenge for them. As their numbers dwindled, the 4th-tier zombie recognized the threat posed by the 4 fighters, realizing they were more formidable than the larger group inside. With a loud roar, the hundreds of zombies outside the supermarket turned to swarm them. What the hell? This isn't a game, Yang Bin cursed, decisively leading his comrades in a swift retreat. If the situation escalated like this, he had no intention of sticking around. A horde of zombies surged towards them, conservatively estimated to be at least 600 or 700 strong. Brother Bin, what should we do? Let's head to the library and lead them there. Then we can jump from the 2nd-floor window, Yang Bin suggested. Are you serious? Hee, our target has always been that 4th tier. Understood. The trio swiftly made their way to the library, with a massive swarm of zombies trailing closely behind. The library was vast, and the group navigated through the aisles, toppling rows of bookshelves, taking down as many as they could. Soon after, they rushed upstairs and unhesitatingly leaped out of the window. Yang Bin was the first to reach the library's entrance, promptly slamming the door shut. Let us go. They quickly retraced their steps back to the supermarket. Before long, they stood once again at the entrance. At this point, aside from the zombies inside the supermarket, there were fewer than 100 outside. Leave the 4th tier to me. You all hold them off. All right. The 3, along with a cat, charged towards the horde of zombies. The 4th tier zombie, upon seeing the returning group, displayed a look of confusion. Where did my large contingent go? However, Yang Bin did not afford it the luxury of contemplation. He swung his barbell towards its head with all his might. Roar! The 4th tier zombie bellowed, swatting Yang Bin's barbell aside with its hand, and immediately lunged at him. Startled, Yang Bin was taken aback, not expecting the creature to deflect his strike. Nevertheless, seasoned from countless battles, he remained composed. Just as the zombie was about to leap onto him, he delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. With a resounding thud, the force, exceeding a ton, sent the creature flying. The zombie rolled on the ground but quickly regained its footing, letting out a roar that caused the nearby zombies to abandon Chun Hao and his companion, turning their attention towards Yang Bin. What the hell? No code of conduct, Yang Bin exclaimed, sweeping his barbell and dispatching several approaching zombies. At that moment, the lurking fourth-tier zombie suddenly lunged at him. Yang Bin's gaze sharpened. Having just exerted his strength, he barely managed to dodge to the side. Though he evaded the attack, his shoulder was left bloodied and torn from the creature's grasp. Damn it! You all need to distract the other zombies, Yang Bin shouted to Chun Hao and his companion, then turned his serious gaze back to the fourth-tier zombie. This creature was indeed far more formidable than its third-tier counterparts. Chapter 61. New team members Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang swiftly intercepted the zombies charging towards Yang Bin, allowing him to confront the fourth-tier zombie without worry. Yang Bin touched his wounded shoulder, his expression grim. The claw had grazed the bone, rendering his left arm somewhat ineffective. Just then, the zombie lunged at him once more. Yang Bin seized the barbell and executed a sweeping strike. With a resounding impact, the attack was unavoidable for the zombie, striking it squarely in the chest. Under Yang Bin's immense strength, who knows how many ribs were shattered, sending the creature hurtling several meters away. Yet, the broken ribs seemed to have little effect on the zombie. It quickly scrambled back to its feet. However, it did not rush towards Yang Bin immediately. Instead, it cautiously observed him. Yang Bin remained still, returning the gaze. Ultimately, the zombie could no longer contain itself and lunged at Yang Bin the moment he deliberately averted his eyes. A smirk curled at the corner of Yang Bin's mouth as he swiftly countered with the barbell, striking the creature's head just as it was about to collide with him. The fourth-tier zombie possessed a strong instinct for self-preservation and instinctively reached out to grasp the barbell. Fortunately, Yang Bin's strength was formidable. Its attempt to seize the barbell only resulted in its hand being shattered upon impact. Yet, the zombie felt no pain and retaliated with its other hand, raking its sharp claws across Yang Bin's chest, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. Ignoring the searing pain, Yang Bin forcefully kicked it away and swung the barbell once more towards its head. With a resounding thud, the blow, originally aimed at the head, struck the shoulder due to the creature's last-minute evasion. Nevertheless, Yang Bin's tremendous strength sent the zombie crashing to the ground, not granting the creature any respite. As it attempted to rise, he brought the barbell down upon its head again. The impact sent blood splattering. Even the resilient skull of the fourth-tier zombie could not withstand the force of over 1,000 kilograms, resulting in its complete obliteration. With a sigh of relief, Yang Bin swiftly retrieved the crystal. Gazing at the fourth-tier crystal, no larger than a peanut, a smile finally graced his face. At that moment, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also dispatched the last few zombies outside and joined Yang Bin. Upon seeing the crystal in Yang Bin's hand, both expressed their delight. "Brother Bin, hurry and consume it. Let us see how powerful the fourth tier is," Chun Hao urged with a grin. "Indeed," Yang Bin nodded, then promptly swallowed the crystal. Almost instantly, a surge of immense energy coursed through his body, illuminating the fourth corner of the first star in his mind. An overwhelming strength resonated within him, leaving Yang Bin feeling invigorated. After a while, he finally absorbed the energy completely, clenched his fist, and wore a satisfied smile. "Approximately 1,500 kilograms," Yang Bin exclaimed joyfully. "Impressive. With that strength, you could probably lift a car," Hu Wenliang remarked with a chuckle. "Roughly so. Let us head inside and see what is going on," Yang Bin suggested. As the group ventured indoors, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Corpses of both zombies and humans littered the ground. Out of over 100 individuals, only a scant dozen remained, desperately clinging to life. If it hadn't been for Yang Bin and his companions, these people would likely have perished long ago. Inside the supermarket, there were still 60 to 70 zombies, among which were 2 third-tier zombies. It was apparent that the swift demise of the majority had been largely due to the presence of these 2 formidable foes. Upon noticing the newcomers, the remaining survivors were filled with joy. However, upon recognizing Yang Bin and his group, a sense of disappointment washed over them. They yearned to call for help, but were at a loss for words. After all, these 3 were notorious for their ruthless reputation. It seemed unlikely that they would seek assistance from them. Zhao Kuan gazed at Yang Bin and the 2 others, a hint of desolation etched upon his countenance. Once, they had been the earliest of comrades, united in the relentless pursuit of countless zombies. After parting ways, he had convinced himself that he was no less formidable than they were. Yet now, even the most ordinary of teams could drive them to the brink of despair, while this trio alone inspired trepidation among all. Such was the disparity. Initially, he had no intention of pleading for assistance. But witnessing the grievous injuries suffered by Lao He and Shou Ho compelled Zhao Kun to grit his teeth and address Yang Bin. Boss Yang Bin, could you spare us a life? If you rescue us, our lives will belong to you from this day forth. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Yang Bin recognized that among the group stood familiar faces. Previously, he had been too engrossed in the sight of zombies to notice who they were. Let us first collect those 2 readily available third-tier crystals, he replied. In no time, the trio charged towards a cluster of zombies. Like a tiger among sheep, each swing of their iron bars felled multiple undead. Yang Bin was particularly fearsome. Wherever he passed, not a single complete corpse remained within a 2-meter radius, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. Soon, a third-tier zombie abandoned its assault on a dozen others to target Yang Bin and his companions. As it lunged forward, Yang Bin struck it down with a single blow, while Chun Hao deftly retrieved the crystal. Within moments, the supermarket was cleared of the 60 to 70 zombies that had infested it. The group gathered the 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier crystals, neglecting the 1st-tier ones, of which there were far too many. The onlookers gazed at the crystals with envy. These were the very artifacts that could elevate 2 individuals directly to the 3rd tier. Who wouldn't covet such power? To date, only 2 or 3 team leaders in the entire school were known to possess 3rd-tier strength, with most others stagnating at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, as 3rd-tier zombies proved exceedingly difficult to vanquish. This difficulty arose not solely from the formidable strength of the 3rd-tier zombies, but also from the throngs of lesser zombies that invariably accompanied them, rendering it nearly impossible to slay one without a powerful team. Yet now, they watched helplessly as 2 3rd-tier crystals were claimed before their eyes, a sensation of profound discontent washing over them. Even the faintest glimmer of hope would drive them to take risks, but alas, these 3 were far too strong, extinguishing any flicker of possibility. At that moment, Zhao Kun, battered and weary, approached Yang Bin and his companions. Boss Yang Bin, thank you, Zhao Kun expressed earnestly. If you do not disdain me, my life shall henceforth belong to you. I shall do whatever you command, without a trace of disloyalty. Yang Bin regarded Zhao Kun thoughtfully. He did indeed need allies, yet initially, he had resolved to exclude non-ability users. However, after days of harsh reality, he recognized that exceptional ability users were scarce. Moreover, even if they existed, not all would be suitable companions, and those who were might not wish to join them. In terms of non-ability users, Zhao Kun and his companions were evidently the most fitting. They had collaborated before, and when faced with zombies, they had never faltered. Although their relationship had been somewhat strained, they had never resorted to deceit or treachery, and their integrity remained commendable. Upon reaching an understanding, Yang Bin smiled at Zhao Kun, extending his hand in a welcoming gesture, proclaiming, "From now on, we shall be brothers." Chapter 62. Nourishing the body's strength. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhao Kun's anxious heart finally found solace. He had never anticipated a day when his very survival would hinge on whether others deemed him worthy. Yet, after enduring the apocalypse for so long, he had come to accept reality. Only by aligning himself with the powerful could he hope to survive. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiong observed with a grim expression as Zhao Kun ingratiated himself with Yang Bin. Although he had exuded authority in front of Zhao Kun and the others, he was acutely aware that against the trio of formidable foes, even a crowd would offer no chance of victory. He had witnessed their merciless slaughter of 3rd-tier zombies, and it was highly probable that they had already ascended to the 4th tier. In just a few days, they had reached such terrifying heights. Members of their Taekwondo club acknowledged only strength, yet Zhou Xiong remained self-aware. Faced with a 4th-tier opponent, he had no hope whatsoever. He had initially thought he could remain inconspicuous, but with Zhao Kun now allied with the enemy, his invisibility was shattered. Just moments ago, he had nearly been killed by them, and he feared retaliation from this trio due to Zhao Kun's newfound connection. Behind Zhou Xiong stood 7 or 8 members of the Taekwondo club, along with 2 individuals from Dormitory 21. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 from Dormitory 21 stepped forward and greeted Yang Bin with a smile, saying, "Yang Bin, what a coincidence. We are with Zhao Kun. Perhaps we could join forces with you as well." Upon seeing these 2, Zhao Kun's expression darkened significantly, wishing he could eliminate these opportunistic individuals. However, he refrained from acting. fully aware that having chosen to follow Yang Bin, all decisions must rest with him. To assert himself would surely discomfort Yang Bin. Noticing Zhao Kuen's displeasure, Yang Bin inquired, "What is the situation with these two?" A look of disdain crossed Zhao Kuen's face as he recounted the recent events. After listening, a cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Betrayal was his greatest aversion. "Yang Bin, please don't take Zhao Kuen's word alone. We were merely acting out of necessity. There was no intent to betray," the two hastily explained. Yang Bin dismissed their pleas and turned to Zhao Kuen, asking, "How do you intend to handle this?" Zhao Kuen fixed his gaze on the two, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, which startled them. "Zhao Kuen, you aren't considering killing us, are you?" one asked, fear evident in his voice. "Zhao Kuen, we have been with you for quite some time. Surely this minor issue does not warrant such a response," the other added. Zhao Kuen raised the steel pipe, only to lower it once more. "Get lost, and do not let me see you again." "All right, we're leaving. They both exhaled in relief, abandoning any thoughts of joining, and hurriedly made their way toward the exit. With a resounding thud, two skulls shattered, their headless bodies collapsing to the ground. Yang Bin retracted the barbell, coldly stating, "Such individuals, what purpose do they serve if not to be eliminated?" The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by Yang Bin's ruthless disposition. Zhao Kuen felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that Yang Bin's intentions extended beyond mere vengeance. He was also articulating a stance regarding traitors. After dispatching the two, Yang Bin turned to Zhou Xiong and his companions. "I've heard you've been quite arrogant," he remarked. "Not at all. Absolutely not," Zhou Xiong retorted. "You've already bullied my brother, and you still claim there is no arrogance? But just moments ago, they were not your brothers," Zhou Xiong lamented. "That is irrelevant. They are my brothers now. You have wronged them, and this matter surely warrants a resolution." "What resolution do you seek?" Zhou Xiong replied solemnly, aware that there would be no amicable settlement given the demeanor of his adversary. "Here's the deal. Since this is your affair, resolve it among yourselves. Don't say I didn't offer you a chance. You will face Zhao Kuen in a duel. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, you will all remain." "Are you certain?" Zhou Xiong exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Although he and Zhao Kuen were both at the pinnacle of the second tier, he was a black belt in Taekwondo, undoubtedly confident he could best Zhao Kuen. Beside him, Zhao Kuen was taken aback and quickly interjected, "Brother Bin, perhaps we should reconsider this? Are you afraid?" "Not afraid, merely uncertain. I fear I may not be his equal," Zhao Kuen admitted awkwardly. "I do not wish to bring you shame. Just say whether you dare to fight." "I dare," Zhao Kuen replied earnestly. He understood this was Yang Bin's test. Even if he knew he might not prevail, he could not retreat. He would fight to the bitter end. "Well done," Yang Bin said, patting him on the shoulder, then turning to Zhou Xiong. "What is your stance?" "Agree, we must agree," Zhou Xiong hastily responded. "However, how can I be assured you will not go back on your word? What if you cannot bear the loss, or if your others intervene? Rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that this contest is solely between the two of you. It will be entirely fair and just. If you win, you may leave unscathed. My men will not lay a finger on you," Yang Bin asserted earnestly. "Very well, I hope you honor your word. Let us not be left in disgrace." "Fear not. My integrity remains intact," Yang Bin replied with a smile. "Since you have consented, let it be settled. You both appear significantly injured. Take 5 minutes to recover before commencing." "Agreed." Both parties nodded in unison, promptly sitting on the ground to recuperate. Zhou Xiong sneered at Zhao Kuen. "Humph, you think you can face me? I wonder where you found your courage." Zhao Kuen remained silent, keeping his eyes closed to restore his strength as quickly as possible. "Liang Zi, assist Zhao Kuen in tending to his injuries," Yang Bin instructed with a smile. "Of course." Hu Wenliang nodded and approached Zhao Kuen, extending his hand to the site of Zhao Kuen's wounds. Although puzzled, Zhao Kuen did not resist, allowing Hu Wenliang to touch him. Soon, a radiant white light emanated from their point of contact, and Zhao Kuen's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Observing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. An extraordinary ability. "A healing power," Zhou Xiong exclaimed. "That's cheating." "What cheating? Did I not say to take 5 minutes to recover? You agreed to that, did you not?" Zhou Xiong opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. The other party had indeed suggested a 5-minute respite for recuperation. Yet he had not anticipated such a method of healing. 5 minutes, in his estimation, would merely serve to restore some strength. However, if they continued in this manner, The opposition would quickly regain their vitality, while he remained grievously injured. Yet, he found himself unable to contest this. It was a proposal he had acquiesced to, and the other side seemed to have committed no infraction. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. Humph, even in my wounded state. I do not fear you, Zhou Xiong scoffed. Within a mere 2 minutes, Hu Wenliang had managed to treat the significant wounds on Zhao Kuen's body. Subsequently, Yang Bin withdrew a third-tier crystal from his pocket and presented it to Zhao Kuen, saying, "Here, consume this to replenish your strength." Chapter 63. Fairness? You cheated. Zhou Xiong bellowed, his voice cracking. This time, he could no longer contain himself. If it were merely a grievous injury, he could endure it through sheer will. But the notion of a second-tier injury against a fully capable third-tier opponent was utterly insufferable. Cheating? Not at all. It's merely a time for rest. And one must replenish their energy, right? Yang Bin replied with a smile. Is this truly what you call replenishing energy? Zhou Xiong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, you could partake as well. I have no objections. Zhou Xiong was immediately rendered speechless, for if he possessed a third-tier crystal, he would not still be a second-tier at this juncture. That doesn't count. This is unfair. Zhou Xiong protested loudly. Unfair? Ha! Such concepts did not exist before the apocalypse. Let alone after. I am granting you an opportunity for a one-on-one battle, which is the utmost fairness I can provide. Whether it counts is not for you to decide. You have 5 minutes. You could have sought ways to enhance your abilities. If you failed to do so, that is your predicament, not anyone else's. Yang Bin replied coldly. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Kuen gazed at the crystal before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. The very thing they had strived so hard to obtain was so casually granted to him, leaving him unsure whether to weep or to laugh. Hurry and consume it. If you still cannot prevail, then do not involve me in this. Yang Bin urged. Zhao Kuen did not hesitate, accepting the crystal with utmost seriousness, stating, if I still lose, just end me on the spot. He then swallowed the crystal. Before long, his strength soared to the third tier. All right, the time is nearly up. Let us begin, Yang Bin announced. Is there no way to avoid fighting? Zhou Xiong lamented. Certainly. I could simply declare you the loser, and you all may remain here, Yang Bin replied nonchalantly. Please, do not make me fight. Zhou Xiong was taken aback. Can we substitute another participant? Yes, the 3 of us. You may choose one. Yang Bin gestured towards himself and Chun Hao. Then I shall continue to battle him. Zhou Xiong nearly wept, never having envisioned a day when he would find himself in such a predicament. Soon, both sides took to the arena. Chun Hao handed Zhao Kuen the barbell in his grasp, saying, Your weapon is ineffective. Utilize this instead. Zhou Xiong's lips twitched as he looked at the fire axe in his hands, and then at the imposing barbell that stood at a height of 1.80 meters. Despair welled within him. Yet, he refrained from protesting further, for he understood that in the presence of that individual, dissent was futile. The power of decision rested with them. He could only passively accept his fate. Soon, both parties took their positions. Before Yang Bin could call for the start, Zhou Xiong surged toward Zhao Kuen in an instant, wielding a fire axe aimed directly at Zhao Kuen's neck. Yang Bin frowned but did not intervene. This was not merely a duel, it was a fight to the death. If Zhao Kuen failed to adapt swiftly, his chances of survival would be severely diminished. Fortunately, Zhao Kuen did not disappoint. Just as the fire axe was about to strike his neck, he preemptively brought down a barbell on Zhou Xiong's chest. The force was tremendous, sending Zhou Xiong flying, narrowly missing the fatal blow. Had Zhao Kuen still been at the second tier, Zhou Xiong might have been able to withstand the impact and sever Zhao Kuen's head. However, as a third-tier fighter, Zhao Kuen's strength was overwhelming. One strike from him was beyond Zhou Xiong's capacity to endure. Zhou Xiong, having fallen to the ground, quickly rolled to his feet. Yet, Zhao Kuen offered him no respite, charging at him once more, the barbell poised to strike again. In a critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised the fire axe to defend himself. A harsh clang echoed as his grip was jolted, the axe slipping from his hands. Zhao Kuen, seizing his advantage, lifted the barbell to bring it crashing down upon Zhou Xiong's head. Reacting swiftly, Zhou Xiong rolled aside, narrowly evading the blow, then leaped high, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Zhao Kuen's head. Zhao Kuen raised the barbell to block it. Zhou Xiong's foot struck the barbell directly, causing him immense pain that turned his face a ghastly shade of green. Zhao Kuen capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a side kick to Zhou Xiong's waist. sending him crashing to the ground once more. In an instant, he followed up, bringing the barbell down with ferocity. Defenseless, Zhou Xiong could only raise his arms to shield himself. A dull thud resonated as his arm was shattered upon impact. Yet, before Zhou Xiong could even utter a cry of anguish, Zhao Kuan swung again. No! Zhou Xiong screamed in terror, but it was too late. Zhao Kuan's strike landed squarely on his head. With a sickening crunch, Zhou Xiong's skull shattered like a watermelon. In his final moments, regret washed over him as he realized the folly of provoking Zhao Kuan. The fight concluded so swiftly that even Yang Bin was taken aback. It must be said, Zhao Kuan fought with ferocity, never allowing his opponent a chance to recover. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang were equally shocked, recognizing the ruthlessness of their companion. The 7 or 8 members behind Zhou Xiong stood frozen in fear, their faces pale as they gazed at the headless body. Suddenly, they dropped to their knees, bowing repeatedly before Yang Bin and the others. Please spare us. We had no choice. It was him who led us to this. Observing their desperate pleas, Zhao Kuan hesitated. Glancing at Yang Bin, with a sigh, Yang Bin remarked, when dealing with weeds, one must not leave roots behind. If we choose to kill, we must ensure there are no future repercussions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhao Kuan nodded. He recognized that these individuals could not be spared. Having enjoyed the benefits of Zhou Xiong's leadership, they must also bear the consequences of their association. Given Zhou Xiong's nature, they had likely committed numerous acts of bullying. Haozi, Lianji, lend a hand, Zhao Kuan instructed. Understood. This time, Hu Wenliang did not hesitate excessively. Some matters, once initiated, gradually become habitual. Amidst a cacophony of curses and anguished cries, it wasn't long before the remaining individuals were all dealt with. In truth, when Yang Bin instructed Hu Wenliang to treat Zhao Kuan, it was already predetermined that these people could not leave alive. He could not allow Hu Wenliang's extraordinary abilities to be exposed so swiftly. Yang Bin was not a man who relished bloodshed. Yet he understood all too well that certain individuals, once they become adversaries, must be eliminated thoroughly. Otherwise, even the most insignificant characters could bring about significant troubles. Hu Wenliang and his companions were still students, lacking maturity, yet he had experienced the treachery of human nature and would not be as naive as they. As the captain of the team, he bore the responsibility for their welfare. Chapter 64. Frenzied slaughter. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Zhao Kuan hurriedly dragged out Lao He and Shou Ho, who were concealed beneath the corpses. Brother Bin, could you allow Brother Liang to save Lao He and the monkey? Zhao Kuan pleaded. Both were gravely injured and remained unconscious. Had it not been for Zhao Kuan's desperate protection, they would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Yang Bin, observing their condition, was taken aback. It must be said that Zhao Kuan's loyalty to his brothers was commendable. Liang Zi, save them. All right. Hu Wenliang promptly approached, placing one hand over each individual's wound and commencing treatment. After several minutes, he had healed their severe injuries, leaving the minor ones to heal naturally. As he was beginning to feel somewhat drained himself, were it not for his third-tier abilities, he would have already collapsed. Before long, the two slowly regained consciousness. Looking around in confusion. Wonderful. You are finally awake. Zhao Kuan exclaimed excitedly. Brother Kuan, are we alive? They responded, incredulous, as they had thought their end was nigh. Yes, we are alive. Brother Bin saved us. Zhao Kuan recounted the recent events succinctly. The two hastily rose and knelt on one knee before Yang Bin. Thank you, Brother Bin. Brother Kuan's decision is our decision. From now on, our lives belong to you. They declared solemnly. What are you saying? We are brothers from now on. We will support each other and strive to survive in this desolate world. Yang Bin replied with a smile. Indeed. The group nodded earnestly. Now that we are more numerous, we should be able to tackle the third-tier zombies that we previously could not confront. Yang Bin remarked with a grin. Brother Bin, can you see the levels of the zombies? Zhao Kuan inquired suddenly. Yes, I possess the ability to see through. I can gauge the level of a zombie by the size of the crystal within its head, Yang Bin confirmed with a nod. Since they were now allies, there was no longer any need for concealment. It was no wonder Zhao Kuan nodded in understanding. He had previously suspected that Yang Bin had discerned the crystal extracted from that peculiar zombie's head on the very first day. If not for his ability to see, who would have imagined it? This power was akin to a divine skill in the apocalypse. It is essential to note that the strength of a zombie is imperceptible from its exterior. Every zombie appears identical, and only through confrontation can one ascertain their true capabilities. However, once the confrontation begins, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, leading many teams to suffer grievous losses due to misjudgments. Some teams aspiring to procure advanced crystals often discover, after vanquishing their foes, that the desired crystals elude them entirely, resulting in futile efforts. Thus, the ability to foresee the level of zombies is a coveted skill for any team. To their astonishment, this particular team comprises merely 3 members. Yet not only do they possess healing abilities, but they are also endowed with the power of clairvoyance, making their rapid advancement entirely unsurprising. Zhao Kuan and his companions felt an overwhelming excitement. Who would not wish to ally with a formidable team? Brother Hao, is your ability invisibility? Zhao Kuan suddenly inquired of Chen Hao. Indeed, Chen Hao replied with a smile, acknowledging that it was not unusual for others to deduce this after witnessing his power. You 3 are all endowed with abilities. Lao He exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Ben, is there some secret? Can we also become endowed with powers? Zhao Kuan gazed at Yang Bin with hopeful anticipation. Don't look at me. You're out of luck. Abilities likely manifested on the night of the apocalypse. If one had it that night, they do. If not, then they're out of luck. As for acquiring abilities afterward, I cannot say, Yang Bin responded, shaking his head. All right, the trio nodded, somewhat disappointed. Do not be disheartened. Abilities are merely a means to an end. With sufficient strength, one can be formidable even without them, Yang Bin reassured them. Indeed, they replied, nodding in agreement. Haozi, hand over the remaining 3rd-tier crystal to Lao He. Having one more 3rd-tier crystal will significantly enhance our odds against the zombies, Yang Bin suggested. Understood. Chen Hao promptly retrieved the 3rd-tier crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lao He. Thank you, Brother Hao. Lao He exclaimed, elated as he accepted the crystal. All 3 had already reached their peak at the 2nd tier, yet they had not encountered any 3rd-tier zombies, thus remaining stagnant. They never expected to join a team that would directly elevate them to the 3rd tier. This was an extraordinary boon. Lao He hastily consumed the crystal. Before long, Lao He's strength surged to the 3rd tier. With a team of 6, comprising 1 4th tier and 4 3rd-tier members. The addition of Xiao Juzi would result in 5 3rd-tier members, guaranteeing dominance over any opposing team. After half an hour, everyone's condition had nearly restored. Subsequently, they followed Yang Bin outside. Finding a horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds, particularly with 3rd-tier zombies, was challenging. However, if the criteria were relaxed to include 300 to 400, the school would yield numerous such hordes. Upon stepping outside, Yang Bin whistled, prompting Xiao Juzi to leap down from a building and join the group. Although Zhao Kuan and his companions were somewhat taken aback by Xiao Juzi's size, they had been forewarned by Yang Bin and thus were not overly surprised. Under Yang Bin's guidance, it did not take long for the group to locate a horde of approximately 400 zombies, among which was 1 3rd-tier zombie. Yang Bin had previously encountered this horde but refrained from attacking due to the lack of advantageous terrain. However, emboldened by the strength of his team and his own 4th-tier status, he felt confident in engaging them directly. Engage. Let us conclude this swiftly. With that, Yang Bin charged towards the horde of zombies. Others swiftly picked up their weapons and charged forward. Upon seeing them, the zombies immediately lunged in their direction. Yang Bin swung the barbell rod with great force, causing the head of the nearest zombie to explode. As a 4th-tier warrior, he felt no burden from the weight of the barbell, wielding it with a finesse reminiscent of the Monkey King brandishing his golden staff. The others were equally unyielding. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang, seasoned in high-intensity combat, fought with fervor. Zhao Kuan and his companions demonstrated commendable prowess as well, each armed with a fire axe. Their strikes swift and precise, targeting the zombies' heads with lethal efficiency. The 6 of them formed a protective circle, relentlessly dispatching the zombies that surged from all directions. After a brutal skirmish lasting over 10 minutes, they had vanquished more than 400 zombies, including 1 3rd-tier creature. Only Zhao Kuan and his allies sustained minor injuries, primarily due to the short length of their fire axes, which allowed the dying foes to inflict scratches before succumbing. Brother Hao, your barbell rods are truly remarkable, Old Black remarked enviously, eyeing their weapons. Indeed, it is a testament to foresight, Chen Hao replied with a grin. Do not envy. I shall procure some for you as well, Yang Bin chuckled. Now, let us swiftly clean the battlefield and prepare for the next encounter. Understood. With Yang Bin at the helm, they entered a frenzied mode of slaughter, continuing from noon until nightfall, ultimately slaying over 2,000 zombies. They collected 8 third-tier crystals, elevating the lean monkey to the 3rd tier and enhancing Chunhao's strength to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. This was Yang Bin's strategy: prioritize ascension, as the benefits of advancement were paramount. Once they all advanced, they would each reach their peak one by one, ensuring the team possessed high-tier combat power while preventing anyone from lagging behind. The decision of who ascended first lay solely with Yang Bin, and the others had no objections. Within their group, Yang Bin held absolute authority. Chapter 65. A scarcity of food. Upon returning to their dormitory, they divided the food acquired during their midday raid. Originally sufficient for 2 days, it was consumed in one due to the increased number of mouths to feed. While strength in numbers was advantageous, it also led to greater consumption. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan and his group had brought some provisions, yet for 6 individuals, it would only suffice for 1 meal the following day. It seems we must devise a plan to procure more food before we set off tomorrow, Yang Bin stated. Food is becoming increasingly scarce at the school. Virtually every supermarket has been ransacked multiple times, and the cafeterias have been stripped bare. Currently, only 2 large supermarkets remain, albeit occupied by the 2 strongest teams. Zhao Kun lamented. The strongest teams? Which ones? Yang Bin inquired with curiosity. One is led by the sports department, with a captain named Qin Wei. They were among the first to brave the zombies at the onset of the apocalypse, and this individual excels at rallying people. Their team has likely swelled to nearly 200 members, most of whom are 2nd-tier evolvers, while he himself has already reached the 3rd tier. Another team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei, who possesses extraordinary abilities, specifically in the realm of strength. She has now reached the 3rd tier of her powers and is remarkably formidable. Moreover, this woman is quite resourceful. It is rumored that she managed to rescue several individuals from the cafeteria, and many have since joined her ranks, bringing the total number of her team to over 200. The 2 teams have taken control of the school's 2 largest supermarkets. However, given their substantial numbers, their consumption is significant, and it is likely that even if food remains in the supermarkets, it is in short supply. Zhao Kuan remarked, "Hey Liangzi, your wife is quite impressive." Yang Bin chuckled, "Brother Bin, can we refrain from discussing this topic? You're such a coward. No wonder, at over 20 years old, you're still a virgin. Brother Bin has assisted you so many times. If you were a bit more proactive, perhaps you'd have succeeded by now." Chen Hao chimed in. "It's merely that she is somewhat pleasing to the eye. I wouldn't say I have any affection for her, so stop the frivolity." Liangzi retorted, "For a man, simply finding someone attractive is sufficient. If it were me, I would seize the opportunity without hesitation. That is precisely why you've been cuckolded. That is going too far. All right, you two, stop the bickering. This matter is for Liangzi to decide for himself. Tomorrow, we shall first visit Qin Wei to borrow some food, and then we will leave the school," Yang Bin stated decisively. "Brother Bin, why not go to Liangzi's wife instead?" Chun Hao inquired, puzzled. "It's too familiar. It would be awkward to ask." "That seems reasonable. Brother Bin, food is a lifeline for anyone right now, especially for Qin Wei. He is unlikely to lend it to us," Zhao Kuan asserted. "He will lend it," Yang Bin replied with a grin. Zhao Kuan paused for a moment, quickly realizing the implication. In this world, strength is paramount. "All right, let us retire early. We must awaken later to gaze at the stars," Yang Bin suggested. "Stargazing? What stars?" Zhao Kuan asked, perplexed. "You'll understand when you join us." "Very well." At the supermarket, a woman approached Tang Weiwei and whispered, "Sister Weiwei, there's little food left in the supermarket. We found hardly anything during our search today. If this continues, we may have no choice but to leave the school. Leaving is inevitable. The school's resources are limited, and we cannot remain here indefinitely." Tang Weiwei replied, "Have everyone pack their belongings. We shall depart in the next couple of days." "Understood. By the way, what is the status of the other teams?" Qin Wei's team still occupies the Wumei supermarket, but their food supply is likely dwindling as well. As for the other teams, they have probably begun to leave the school. "Oh, and Sister Weiwei, we discovered today that Zhou Xiong's team was completely wiped out. Surrounded by zombies? It appears so. But some individuals had crushed skulls while their bodies were intact, which doesn't quite resemble typical zombie behavior," the woman said uncertainly. "Crushed skulls?" Tang Weiwei frowned, suddenly seeming to recall something, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that they crossed paths with those individuals?" At the Wumei supermarket, a tall man reported to the equally tall Qin Wei, "Boss, I just accounted for the food. If we ration it, we might last around 2 more days. 2 days is rather insufficient. With the number of zombies in the school having diminished significantly, this is an opportune moment for advancement. I do not wish to leave the school so soon, Qin remarked, his brow furrowed. There is little we can do. It seems that other teams are likely out of provisions as well. Perhaps only Tang Weiwei and her group might still have something to spare. As for them, it is best to avoid confrontation. That woman possesses formidable powers. Tomorrow, let us send the brothers to search the surroundings once more. I anticipate that within the next couple of days, most will have vacated the school, so if we can linger for another day, we shall. Under the cover of night, Yang Bin and his companions rose, rousing Zhao Kuan and his group from the adjacent room. The 6 of them, along with the cat, ascended to the rooftop once again, seeking a clean spot to rest. Brother Bin, are you truly calling us up to the rooftop at this late hour merely to stargaze? Old Hay murmured, still drowsy. Yes. Indeed, we are to gaze upon the stars. Once the Big Dipper appears, concentrate intently upon it. This may enhance our abilities, Yang Bin replied. Gazing at stars to enhance our strength? How does that seem plausible? Shouho exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. If you place such faith in science, then perhaps you could enlighten us on the origins of zombies? Just focus your gaze. We are not so idle as to occupy you at such an hour. Chunhao chuckled. Very well. Before long, the Big Dipper re-emerged in the night sky. Yang Bin and his companions quickly fell into a focused state, while Zhao Kuan and his friends exchanged glances, their skepticism mingling with curiosity as they began to watch the stars. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, one voice questioned, Brother, what do you think these zombies are staring at when night falls? Who knows? Aside from those 9 stars, there is little else to behold. Do zombies have an affinity for stargazing? Could it be that this is their method of cultivation? Otherwise, why do they seem to grow stronger each night? Stargazing for cultivation? You must be jesting. Even novels would shy away from such absurdity. Indeed, let us take advantage of this quiet moment and retire early. We must rise at dawn to confront the zombies. I'll give it a try. It might prove beneficial. A short time later, one man lamented, Damn it. I am a fool. This is utterly pointless, leaving me with sore eyes and a stiff neck. Let us sleep. At 5 in the morning, as the Big Dipper vanished, Yang Bin and his companions awoke, stretching lazily before turning to Zhao Kuan and his friends. How do you feel? Zhao Kuan clenched his fist, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seems as though there has been some improvement. Old Hay and Shouho also displayed expressions of disbelief. Brother Bin, how did you come upon this discovery? Zhao Kuan asked, astonished. I had been curious as well, but never felt any enhancement. My ability allows me to perceive the flow of energy. When I concentrate on the stars, energy surges into my being. However, the influx of energy is minimal for humans. So the duration of observation is too brief to yield noticeable effects. One must maintain focus for at least 1 to 2 hours to truly feel the benefits. Yang Bin explained. I see. Brother Bin, your ability is truly remarkable, Zhao Kuan remarked enviously. All right, let us catch a few more hours of sleep. Agreed. Chapter 66. Swallowing the bitter pill at 9 in the morning, the group arose punctually, gathering their necessary belongings before venturing out. At the supermarket, Old Five instructed, You all, guard the supermarket well, do not let anyone approach. We are heading out to exterminate zombies. As Qin gazed ahead at a group of individuals, he confidently reassured. Rest assured, boss, we'll guard this place diligently. Besides, no one at school dares to provoke us now. The 5th member of the group spoke with self-assurance. All right, let us take our leave, Qin declared, preparing to depart. However, he suddenly noticed a few individuals approaching. Frowning, he scrutinized them closely and soon recognized the leader, his expression darkening. Is it them? In no time, Yang Bin and his companions reached the group. Yang Bin looked at Qin with a hint of confusion. Haven't we met somewhere before? Indeed, Brother Bin. We encountered them the day we changed dormitories. They even tried to recruit us, Chunhao replied. Oh, right, now I remember. No wonder they look familiar. Qin expression shifted several times before he plastered on a smile, saying, My apologies, Captain Yang. I didn't recognize you that day. What brings you here today? Nothing much, just looking for something to eat, Yang Bin replied with a smile. Qin smile faltered momentarily before he forced another smile. Captain Yang may not be aware, but this supermarket has long been claimed by us. Perhaps you should look elsewhere? Are you suggesting this isn't your family's establishment? Yang Bin chuckled. Come now, in this apocalypse, who cares whose property it is? It's all about who occupies it now, and I trust you understand that principle. Understood. So this supermarket is yours now. Indeed. Then could you spare some food for us? Just enough to fill these backpacks. Yongbin gestured to the bags on their backs. The expressions of the large crowd behind Qin Wei shifted instantly. They were already troubled by the lack of food, and now these individuals sought to take what little they had. The tension escalated, with several wanting to yell out. But a tall young man silenced them with a mere glance. Taking several deep breaths to suppress his anger, Qin Wei maintained his smile. Captain Yang, you arrived too late. We have no food left. In fact, we were just about to venture out to find some. Oh, well, you go ahead then. We'll search inside. And if we find nothing, we'll take our leave, Yongbin nonchalantly stated, turning to enter. Qin Wei swiftly positioned himself in front of Yongbin, his smile vanishing as a dark expression settled upon his face. Yongbin, do not push your luck. Push my luck? I don't see the issue. I merely seek to borrow some food. Is it really that unreasonable? We have a couple of hundred people waiting for food, and we have nothing to spare for you. It would be best if you left. If you refuse to lend me any, then I must declare this place as mine from now on. As you said, whoever occupies it claims it, so you should leave. This place is now under our control. Huh. They say your group is the one not to be trifled with in school. Today I shall see how you manage with so few people. Surround them. With Qin Wei's command, his followers swiftly encircled Yongbin and his companions. Oh, if you could lend, why must I resort to force? I'm not a bandit, Yongbin lamented, shaking his head. Attack. After Qin Wei finished speaking, he charged towards Yongbin, followed closely by the others who also launched their attacks. A dull thud echoed as Qin Wei was sent flying, colliding with 7 or 8 individuals along the way. Chun Hao and the others wasted no time, swinging their barbell rods, causing shadows to scatter, preventing any approach. 4th stage. Struggling to rise from the ground, Qin Wei gazed at Yongbin in disbelief. He had already reached the 3rd stage. The only possibility for someone to kick him that far was to be a 4th stage evolver. Yet everyone was still striving to ascend to the 3rd stage. How could anyone have reached the 4th? Nevertheless, the evidence lay before him, challenging his skepticism. Soon, he observed the battles around him, which were overwhelmingly one-sided. The astonishment on Qin Wei's face intensified. These individuals were all above the 3rd stage. Stop! He shouted urgently. What the hell are we doing? Upon hearing Qin Wei's command, those who had intended to charge forward retreated, realizing that this group was utterly formidable and impossible to contend with. Lao San, go and get them some food, Qin Wei instructed gravely. Understood. Lao San, without a moment's hesitation, hurried into the supermarket. Before long, he emerged with several large boxes of bread and biscuits. If we had done this earlier, there would have been no need for knives or guns, Yongbin chuckled. Qin Wei fell silent, unable to fathom the extent of their prowess. Help us fill these up. Place a bottle of mineral water on each side of every backpack. Yongbin tossed a few backpacks over. Lao San, without hesitation, called for assistance to help fill the bags. In no time, several backpacks were completely packed. Lao San handed the backpacks to Yongbin, cautiously inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" "Thank you," Yongbin replied with a smile. And soon the group swaggered away with their loaded backpacks. As they departed, the onlookers sighed in relief, yet felt a twinge of resentment. How could a mere 6 individuals bully so many of them? One day, I will settle this score, Qin Wei vowed fiercely. His strategist, Sijia, cast him a sidelong glance, frowning as he remarked, "This mindset is perilous and could lead our entire team into irrevocable danger." What? Do you believe we are inferior to them? Qin Wei retorted darkly. Yes, we cannot compare. They have elevated their strength with just a few individuals. I dare say there are few teams globally that can rival them. 4th stage. Consider this. Given 5 more days, could you achieve that? Sijia stated bluntly. Hearing Sijia's words, Qin Wei fell into silence. Let it go. It's merely a loss of some food. In truth, they only took a few backpacks, a loss of food for merely dozens of people's meals. How significant could it be? Don't jeopardize the entire team over this. As the leader, you must always consider the bigger picture, Sijia urged earnestly. But I cannot swallow this indignation. You must, even if it is hard to do so. Chapter 67. Yongbin drives boss. Where are we headed now? As they stepped out of the school gates, several individuals found themselves in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of their next destination. Does anyone live nearby and feel the need to check on home? Yongbin suddenly inquired. Upon mentioning this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. In this apocalyptic era, concerns for family were paramount, especially after communication had been severed, leaving them unaware of their loved one's conditions. Old He and I hail from Liaoji, while Shouho is from Bashu, all quite distant. With flights and high-speed trains now rendered inoperable, returning home is no simple feat, Zhao Kuan remarked with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Well, it seems that Haozi and I are somewhat closer, but it's still a daunting 400 to 500 kilometers. Getting back remains a significant challenge. Liang being from Jinling, has it even worse, Yangbin lamented. With 400 to 500 kilometers, securing a vehicle might allow for a return, though road congestion is inevitable. Congestion is assured. The highway leading to our hometown is perpetually crowded, regardless of the time. To return, we need not only contend with zombies, but also the sheer volume of traffic. Relying on national roads is even less feasible, Zhao Kuan sighed. That suggests we are unable to return in the near future, Zhao Kuan continued. Not necessarily. If we can establish official connections and perhaps utilize a helicopter, getting home could be quite manageable, Old He suggested. That option seems unreliable. You must understand that it is not merely zombies we face. There are also mutated beasts. If a mere cat can pose such a threat, it wouldn't be surprising if a mutated eagle were to incapacitate a helicopter. At that point, we would be in dire straits. Yangbin countered with a shake of his head. Indeed, it appears that longing to return home is a mere fantasy. We can only pray for prompt rescue from local authorities, Zhao Kuan concurred. If we want to return, we must strive to enhance our strength. Perhaps if we elevate our abilities sufficiently, we could scale walls and rooftops. At that point, flying home might even be an option. Brother Bin is right. Strength is the foundation of everything. I feel that if I were to run now, I could easily surpass Bolt. With enhanced strength, anything is possible, someone remarked. Then let us develop our skills here in Qingqing. We should seek a place to settle, preferably one with a villa. Before the apocalypse, I never resided in a villa. Now, it's essential to experience it, Yangbin declared. That sounds feasible. I have never lived in a villa either, Chen Hao agreed. How about we head to Jingyuan? I've heard it's filled with affluent individuals, with spacious villas that include gardens and pools. It would surely be quite comfortable, Shouho enthused. You actually know about this? Well, I used to wander around that area when I had free time, often dreaming of one day residing there, Shouho admitted awkwardly. You truly dare to dream. Fine. Today I shall make your dream a reality. Let us go there, Yangbin said, patting Shouho on the shoulder with a smile. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Bin. I never imagined my previous dream could come true in this apocalypse. Shouho exclaimed with excitement. However, Brother Bin, that place is somewhat far, he added. How far? Over 20 kilometers. Is that what you call somewhat far? 20 kilometers in this apocalypse is akin to being at the ends of the earth, Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes. Yang Bin's lips twitched. Traversing over 20 kilometers within the urban area of Qingqing seemed like a pipe dream. Don't fret, we won't need to navigate through the city. We can take the outer ring road, bypassing the urban center to reach there, Shouho quickly reassured them. Your research is quite thorough. Hee, it's just all right. In that case, going there is fine, but are there any shopping areas nearby? If there's nowhere to eat, then it's not worth it. Yes. There's a large Walmart supermarket about 5 kilometers from the community, which is one of the best in Star City. It has virtually all the daily necessities we might need. And there are plenty of other supermarkets in that area, so food will definitely be sufficient. The thin monkey certainly agreed. Well then, let us head there. I'm curious to experience the world of the affluent. No one else has objections. Who doesn't want to live a bit more comfortably? Let us go get a vehicle. All right. After confirming, they set off in the distance. Not far from the school, there was a bustling avenue. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a chaotic scene of vehicles strewn across the road. Most of these cars had veered out of control, crashing into roadside greenery or colliding with one another. Simultaneously, they spotted a number of wandering zombies. Upon seeing the group, these zombies charged excitedly towards them. Oh, there's actually a third-tier zombie, Yangbin exclaimed in surprise. That's great. A crystal delivered right to us, the others chuckled. They swiftly dispatched the dozen or so zombies that rushed forward, extracting the crystals and handing the third-tier crystal to Hu Wenliang. It wasn't favoritism on Yangbin's part. All of them possessed special abilities, and Hu Wenliang's healing could last longer as his strength increased. Zhao Kuan and the others had no objections. They positioned themselves appropriately, as long as Yangbin didn't mind them. After searching along the main road for quite a while, they finally located a relatively intact 7-seater SUV. The owner had turned into a zombie, but hadn't wandered far. After defeating the owner and securing the keys, they quickly got inside the vehicle. The 7-seater was just enough for the 6 of them plus 1 cat. Brother Bin, when did you get your driver's license? I had no idea. Chun Hao looked at Yang Bin in confusion from the driver's seat. Driver's license? Where would I get the money for that? Yang Bin replied, his eyes innocent. So, Brother Bin, have you ever driven before? Zhao Kuan cautiously inquired. No, but I used to work part-time at a car wash. Brother Bin, how about I drive? I have a license, Zhao Kuan suggested quietly. Have you driven after getting your license? No. Then it's the same, isn't it? Relax. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. I'll drive. You all can trust me. Yang Bin reassured them. The others looked at him with skepticism, but due to Yang Bin's long-standing impressive demeanor, they soon began to believe him. Until hey, why is there a pedal missing from this car? Yang Bin leaned down to examine. Brother, this is an automatic. It doesn't have a clutch, Zhao Kuan whispered. Oh, I see. It's the kind where you press the brake to start, right? Yang Bin, quite clever, managed to start the ignition quickly. Release the brake and press the gas. It's not moving? Brother, you didn't release the handbrake. Didn't you see the handbrake lever? This is an electronic handbrake. Zhao Kuan was almost in tears. The others, witnessing this scene, hurriedly tightened their seatbelts to ensure their safety. Oh, understood. With a quick press, I did not release it. I pressed the brake and then pressed it again, finally letting go. Haha, it seems I am quite clever after all. Here we go. Releasing the brake and stepping on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward in an instant. Bang! Chapter 68. Surrounded on Shenghua Avenue, a 7-seater SUV lay overturned, its wheels still spinning rapidly. Before long, 6 figures struggled to crawl out through the windows of the car. Cough, cough. So I say, do you believe me when I say I couldn't control the accelerator? Yang Bin awkwardly inquired. We believe you. Shall we find another vehicle for me to try again? This time, I will surely control it well. The others shook their heads vigorously, like a wave drum. Even Little Orange shook his head furiously. Brother Bin, even if we are evolved beings, we can't endure such recklessness from you. Chun Hao remarked with a frown. Indeed, Brother Bin. You should just enjoy the ride from the back, leave the driving to me. Zhao Kuan quickly added. Alright, it's not that I insist on driving, mainly. I want to see if there are any zombies ahead to anticipate any dangers. Yang Bin retorted cunningly. Then you can sit in the passenger seat and direct us. Fine, Yang Bin said helplessly. In truth, he was quite eager to drive, but alas, these fellows would not give him the opportunity. The group continued their search for another vehicle. Fortunately, there were plenty on the road, and it wasn't long before they found another commercial vehicle. This time, Zhao Kuan hurriedly occupied the driver's seat. Genuinely fearing Yang Bin would take the wheel again, the car started and moved forward slowly. Although Zhao Kuan had only obtained his driver's license and had never driven before, he had at least practiced at driving school, making him steadier than Yang Bin, albeit a bit slower. However, speed was not feasible on this road, cluttered with overturned cars and scattered zombies. Occasionally, they had to disembark to clear the zombies and move the vehicles blocking the way. Fortunately, they had enough strength. 2 people could lift and shift a car. At this rate, when will we arrive? Chun Hao complained. There's no choice. There are too many cars in this area. Once we get out of the city, it will be better. Consider it a zombie clearing exercise, Shouho suggested. How about this? For this stretch of road, let us not take the car. We will clear the path ahead while Zhao Kuan drives behind us, and we can take the car again after exiting the city. Yang Bin proposed. Agreed. Thus, they began their journey, clearing the way ahead. The road was wide, with houses spaced relatively far apart, and the zombies scattered. Primarily those transformed from the occupants of the vehicles, making the task manageable. Unbeknownst to them, despite the distance of the houses, the noise they created was rather significant. Not far away, a zombie clad in black fixated on them from within a nearby house. However, this zombie did not charge recklessly like the others. Instead, it turned and descended the stairs. On the road, Brother Bin, I think this method of exterminating zombies is quite satisfactory. There aren't any large hordes, and we occasionally encounter 3rd-tier zombies. It's much more comfortable than being surrounded by hundreds of zombies at school. Chun Hao remarked as if he had discovered a new world. I agree. Perhaps we should simply continue clearing the path. It's only about 20 kilometers after all. Lao He suggested. Yes, that works. Yang Bin replied somewhat distractedly. Uncertain of the reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet could not articulate it. The group continued their arduous journey, clearing a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Ahead, less than 2 kilometers away, lay an overpass. Once they ascended it, they could transition to the outer ring road, where the traffic would be considerably lighter. However, they abruptly halted, for in their path stood a horde of 700 or 800 zombies, effectively obstructing their advance. Yangbin furrowed his brow, not out of fear of the zombies, but because it seemed as though these creatures were deliberately awaiting their arrival. "We must retreat," Yangbin commanded sternly. The others exchanged puzzled glances, having never before witnessed such a serious demeanor from him. Although 700 or 800 zombies were indeed troublesome, it hardly warranted his severity. Nevertheless, they did not hesitate and quickly followed his lead. Yet soon, they found themselves halted once more, for a large mass of zombies had appeared behind them. Furthermore, hordes began to emerge from both sides, surrounding them from all directions. How could this happen? Why have all these zombies suddenly appeared? They were all taken aback. It was evident that a high-level zombie was orchestrating this ambush. A 4th-tier zombie? Yangbin pondered. No, a 4th-tier zombie lacks such capability. It must be a 5th-tier zombie. His expression turned gravely serious. A 5th tier? They all widened their eyes in disbelief, having scarcely encountered even 2 4th-tier zombies. Yet now they faced a 5th tier. How could a 5th-tier zombie exist merely 10 days into the apocalypse? Zhao Kuan swallowed hard. Zombies do not rely on consuming crystals like we do. They cultivate independently. And it is not uncommon for a few to possess extraordinary talents. What do we do now? The group's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated encountering such a scenario so soon after leaving the campus. Quickly, push a few vehicles together to create a barrier. This will lessen the impact of the zombies' assault. Yangbin swiftly devised a plan. The zombies were not rushing towards them en masse, but rather approaching slowly. Granting them some time, they quickly maneuvered nearby vehicles into position, forming a line, and then climbed atop the cars. Once elevated, their perspective broadened. But with this clarity came a more profound sense of dread, particularly for Yangbin, who discerned far more than the others. From all directions, at least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies approached, including dozens of 3rd-tier zombies and 2 4th-tier zombies. Most alarmingly, there was a 5th-tier zombie that Yangbin had yet to spot. He was unsure whether he stood a chance against the 5th-tier zombie. Likely not, as he had only just ascended to the 4th tier himself. In previous encounters with higher-tier zombies, he had been at the pinnacle of that tier, bolstered by the strength gained through cultivation, which had enabled him to combat higher-tier foes. Now, having just barely reached the 4th tier, he felt no certainty against a 5th-tier zombie. At this moment, the zombies had encircled them, and to their astonishment, they noticed that many of the zombies wielded weapons. MD, why does it seem that the school's zombies are more straightforward than those outside? The tall man swallowed hard. It must be commanded by a 5th-tier zombie. This complicates matters further. Yangbin's expression was exceedingly grave. Everyone, brace yourselves. This battle is perilous. No sooner had Yangbin's words left his lips than the zombies, as if receiving a sudden command, lunged wildly towards the group. The individuals stood atop the vehicle, forming a protective circle, wielding their weapons to fend off the relentless onslaught from all directions. The zombies attacked with fervor, but fortunately, their elevated position rendered them less vulnerable to the force of the assault. However, the vehicle below was being incessantly battered, and it likely wouldn't withstand for long under such pressure. The battle commenced with unparalleled intensity. The group consisted of seasoned fighters, and they managed to hold their ground against the 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. Yet, as the 3rd-tier zombies entered the fray, the conflict escalated to an alarming level of danger. Unbeknownst to them, in the distance, a dark zombie stealthily infiltrated the horde, gradually advancing towards them. Chapter 69. The soldier. The 3rd-tier zombies posed a challenge. Aside from Yangbin and Chun Hao, the others could not guarantee a decisive kill. Under such circumstances, failing to secure a one-hit kill meant facing an overwhelming wave of zombies. Soon, the lanky monkey encountered this dire situation. He was unable to eliminate the approaching 3rd-tier zombie promptly, resulting in a horde of zombies lunging at him, one seizing his leg and ruthlessly yanking him down. Thankfully, Zhao Kuan, quick on the uptake, swiftly severed the zombie's grasp with several well-aimed axe strikes. However, this delay allowed more zombies to close in, leaving Zhao Kuan bloodied and bitten, a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Gasping in pain, Zhao Kuan bit down hard to suppress a cry, wielding his fire axe to dispatch the advancing zombies. With Chun Hao's assistance, they managed to stabilize the situation once more. The battle raged on, Yet such incidents occurred intermittently, with the occasional appearance of third-tier zombies catching them off guard. Before long, everyone except Yang Bin had sustained varying degrees of injury. Yang Bin, with his prowess, remained largely unscathed, able to fend off both second- and third-tier zombies with relative ease. However, this precarious situation shifted dramatically with the emergence of a black-clad figure. Just as Yang Bin was in the throes of battle, a zombie adorned in dark attire suddenly lunged at him. Initially, Yang Bin paid little heed, swinging his barbell in response. The adversary raised a fire axe, striking the barbell with a resounding clang. Yang Bin's expression changed as he felt the tremendous force nearly topple him. Struggling to regain his balance, the zombie leaped onto the vehicle's roof, delivering a fierce axe strike aimed at his head. Yang Bin quickly raised the barbell overhead to block the blow. Another jarring clang resonated, and Yang Bin felt his arm tingle with pain, his body stumbling backward, ultimately falling from the vehicle's roof. Bingo! The others were instantly alarmed, desperate to assist, yet unable to extricate themselves from the fray. Fortunately, Yang Bin quickly propped himself up with the barbell on the ground, executing a swift rotation that allowed him to land securely on his feet. Almost immediately, he swept the barbell horizontally, fending off the approaching zombies. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a zombie lunged at him once more. Yang Bin raised the barbell to block the attack, but found himself forced back once again. A fifth-tier zombie. Yang Bin's expression turned grave. He knew that only a fifth-tier zombie could exert such pressure on him without the use of his special abilities. The surrounding zombies continued to swarm towards him, compelling him to clear them away. However, every time he made a move, the creature's axe would come crashing down, forcing him to defend himself urgently. In that moment, Yang Bin felt utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, conservatively estimated to be at least 2,000 kilograms. Each time he successfully parried the axe, his arms throbbed with excruciating pain. He was acutely aware that if this continued, he would surely meet his end here. Yet, he found himself unable to extricate himself from this dire situation. At that moment, he was ensnared within the deep encirclement of zombies, with Chun Hao and the others unable to assist, as they too were embroiled in their own arduous battle. A fourth-tier zombie was already attacking them, with only Chun Hao holding the line while the others defended against additional zombies. Damn it! Is it possible that I'm going to perish just after emerging? Yang Bin thought with reluctance. Just then, gunfire erupted not far away. A dozen armored vehicles approached swiftly, and over 100 soldiers clad in camouflage emerged, wielding assault rifles and unleashing a torrent of fire upon the zombies. The efficacy of the firearms remained formidable under the relentless barrage of rifle fire. Numerous first- and second-tier zombies fell. These soldiers clearly had extensive experience in combat against zombies, aiming directly for their heads. Inside the cockpit of the lead-armored vehicle, two men furrowed their brows at the unfolding scene. How could so many zombies gather here? Questioned a middle-aged man in military attire, exuding an air of authority. I don't know, but this is a crucial passage to Zhongxiang Academy. We must clear the way, replied a resolute young man in his late 20s. The middle-aged man nodded, picking up binoculars to survey the situation. There are people in the middle? He exclaimed in astonishment. People? That can't be possible. The young man beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. The middle-aged man handed the binoculars to him. Moments later, the young man's face revealed a look of incredulity. How could anyone survive for so long amidst such a horde of zombies? Increase the firepower. Those individuals are on the brink of collapse. The young man commanded urgently. Understood. Soon, the soldiers below began to unload several heavy machine guns from the vehicles. With the sound of rapid gunfire, zombies fell like wheat being harvested. The once despondent expressions of Yang Bin and his companions transformed into joy upon hearing the gunfire. Especially upon seeing the armored vehicles, their despair was instantly dispelled. In Huaxia, while certain officials may not always be trustworthy, one can undoubtedly rely on soldiers. Even in the apocalypse, the dark green camouflage still offers a sense of security. The fifth-tier zombie, relentlessly attacked by Yang Bin, displayed an unexpected semblance of fear upon witnessing the blazing heavy machine gun. Glancing at Yang Bin and then at his swiftly falling subordinates, this old foe astonishingly chose to flee. Yang Bin, observing the fifth-tier zombie disappearing amidst the horde, was taken aback. A fifth-tier zombie, capable of retreating? Humph, I shall remember this debt. Your crystal core shall be mine. Yang Bin seethed. Although he yearned to capture his adversary, He found himself in a state of weakness. Were it not for the sturdy barbell in his grasp, he might have been cleaved in two. His palms were already bloodied, and his arms trembled from the exertion. Under the relentless barrage of the heavy machine gun, a significant portion of the zombies fell within moments. Subsequently, these soldiers decisively stowed their firearms, drawing out their combat knives, as they charged towards the remaining zombies to engage in close-quarters combat. The decision to refrain from further gunfire stemmed from the dual concerns of potential friendly fire and the conservation of ammunition. With their current supplies dwindling, they could ill afford to waste bullets. Most of these soldiers were at the pinnacle of the second tier, with some having reached the third tier, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Their seamless cooperation allowed them to dispatch the zombies with remarkable speed, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Before long, in conjunction with Yang Bin and over 100 soldiers, the remaining few hundred zombies were eradicated. Among them, the fourth-tier zombie battling Chun Hao ultimately fell to his might, with its crystals swiftly collected by him. Following the extermination of the zombies, the soldiers promptly began gathering crystals. Yang Bin and his companions said nothing. These spoils rightfully belonged to them. At that moment, two individuals descended from the first military transport vehicle, approaching the group. Upon noticing the insignias on their uniforms, Yang Bin and his companions were astonished to realize that one was a lieutenant colonel and the other a colonel. Moreover, Yang Bin discerned that one was at the pinnacle of the third tier, while the other had attained the fourth tier. Indeed, the official forces were the most formidable. Chapter 70. Arrival at the destination soon. The two men reached Yang Bin and his companions. The leading colonel, a middle-aged man, regarded them with surprise, exclaiming that he had not anticipated encountering such youthful individuals. Youngsters, judging by your age, you must be university students, perhaps from Zhongxiang Academy? Indeed, Yang Bin nodded. Quite impressive. It seems that heroes emerge from the young, such strength at such a tender age. However, how did you find yourselves besieged by so many zombies? The middle-aged man inquired with curiosity. We intended to escape the school in search of a safer location, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a horde of zombies here. We were fortunate that you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have met our demise, Yang Bin replied with a wry smile. To endure for so long against thousands of zombies, your capabilities must be at least third tier. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining the military? The middle-aged man extended an olive branch. In the pre-apocalyptic era, recruitment was not so casual. However, in the current world, the official forces desperately needed powerful evolvers. Apologies, Commander. We have grown rather complacent and currently have no intention of joining the military, Yang Bin politely declined. There is no need to rush your decision. Take your time to contemplate. Should you choose to enlist, the military will provide you with crystals to enhance your abilities, which is undoubtedly safer than acquiring them independently. Although your strength is commendable, your numbers are rather limited, and situations like today are likely to recur. Thank you for your kind offer. We shall consider it. Yang Bin replied courteously. He had no desire to join the military. While it might offer greater safety, the stringent regulations were a deterrent, and he was not keen on surrendering any crystals they acquired for centralized distribution. Very well, ponder it well. By the way, how many survivors remain at your school? We are preparing to head there for rescue. There are approximately 600 to 700 left, he responded. Is that all? The middle-aged man's face fell, reflecting deep sorrow. A school that once housed over 30,000 now had merely a few hundred left. Such a catastrophic loss was indeed hard to bear. Come now. Let us board the vehicle and proceed to your school for the rescue. We would prefer not to go. We just escaped from the school, and our injuries are not suited for further exertion, Yang Bin gently refused. That makes it even more imperative to board. We have medical personnel on our vehicle who can tend to your wounds. Once we return to the survival base, we have established a medical system capable of treating common injuries. You have already established a survival base? Yang Bin inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the outer walls are completed, and it is entirely secure. We have announced through all channels, urging all survivors in Star City to make their way there. Then how about this? You proceed to the school for the rescue, and we will make our way to the survival base. There are still about 20,000 zombies within the school, and we cannot afford any further risks, Yang Bin reiterated. He was reluctant to accompany them, as doing so would hinder their efforts. The survival base is still over 10 kilometers away. Although we have cleared the route of zombies, we cannot guarantee that new ones will not appear. It is quite dangerous for you to venture there alone. Fear not, we possess a degree of self-preservation skills. After all, We survived an assault from thousands of zombies. Wouldn't you agree? Yangbin smiled. The middle-aged man regarded Yangbin thoughtfully before responding. Very well, be careful. Approach via the elevated road and take the outer ring highway. It is approximately 15 kilometers. The abandoned factory area has been transformed into the survival base. There will be someone to guide you upon your arrival. Thank you very much. Yangbin expressed his sincere gratitude, acknowledging that without the unexpected arrival of these individuals, their fate would have been dire. At that moment, the soldiers had nearly finished collecting the crystals scattered on the ground. Take care, we must be on our way. Understood. Soon, the two returned to the vehicle, followed by a group of soldiers who also boarded. The transport vehicle began to move forward slowly. The zombies along the route had been cleared by Yangbin and his companions, making their journey much more manageable. On the vehicle, Zhou Feng asked, "What are your thoughts on these individuals?" The middle-aged man turned to the young man beside him and remarked, "Their strength is formidable, but their arrogance is quite pronounced." The young man replied, "Indeed, it's not merely arrogance. Their ambitions are rather grand." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I am certain they will never seek refuge in a survival base." "Why not?" the young man inquired. "Because I perceive in their eyes a desire to not be subservient. Such individuals typically shun the notion of protection. They aspire to develop independently. Unfortunately, those of such disposition often meet an early demise." "Yes, young people often possess a certain ambition. I hope they come to terms with reality sooner rather than later." Meanwhile, one of the group, Bin, expressed his worry. "Are we truly heading to that survival base?" The lean man voiced his concern. "What purpose would that serve? The pool villa is far more appealing. The place is likely still under construction, and we would probably have to toil there." Yangbin responded. "That is reassuring. I prefer the pool villa," the lean man affirmed. "All right, let's find another vehicle and continue our journey. This route has been cleared and should be easier to navigate." "Good." As the group continued their search for a vehicle, Yangbin felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Activating his true sight, he scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted a black-clad zombie lurking by a window, coldly observing them. Yangbin scoffed and made a gesture across his throat. Whether the zombie comprehended the threat remained uncertain, yet its expression appeared even more frigid. "Your minions are gone. Should you dare approach, your annihilation is assured," Yangbin declared coldly. "What is wrong, Bin?" one of his companions asked. "It seems that fifth-tier zombie has set its sights on us," Yangbin replied. "What should we do?" Panic ensued among the group. "No worries. It lacks followers now and should not dare to come near. Let's depart for now and return when we have bolstered our strength to eliminate it," Yangbin stated. "It harbors a grudge. Having inflicted such suffering upon them, it will not rest until it retrieves its crystal." Soon after, they discovered a functioning vehicle. Although it was a 5-seater, it was a spacious SUV, allowing for additional passengers in the rear. The vehicle gradually departed under the chilling gaze of the 5th-tier zombie. Once inside, Hu Wenliang began tending to their wounds. In this battle, nearly everyone had sustained severe injuries, even Yangbin, who had managed to endure solely through sheer willpower. The route was indeed well cleared, with only an occasional zombie appearing, likely stragglers from behind, posing little threat. After traveling 15 kilometers, they caught sight of towering walls constructed of stone and concrete, standing a full 3 meters high. That must be the survival base erected by the authorities. They observed numerous individuals hastening towards it, guided by official personnel stationed along the roadside. Yangbin and his companions did not linger, continuing their journey onward. Finally, after traversing over 10 more kilometers, they arrived at their destination, Jinghe Garden. The journey from the survival base to Jinghe Garden had been devoid of zombies. Even the vehicles along the roadside had been cleared, indicating that troops had indeed passed through this area. Upon reflection, it is evident that if their school has been involved in rescue efforts, it is only natural that they would extend their aid to Jinghe Garden, where the affluent residents of Star City reside, undoubtedly making it a priority for the initial rescue operations. Chapter 71. Jinghe Garden. As the group arrived at the Jinghe Garden community, they found the main gate already ajar, allowing for easy entry. Inside, the area was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies and remnants of conflict, clearly indicating that officials had already made their rounds. Indeed, even in an apocalyptic scenario, social hierarchies remain unyielding. The residents here, comprised of the wealthy elite, would naturally be the foremost targets for rescue. Ironically, this fortunate circumstance spared them the arduous task of clearing out the undead. After a thorough search within the community, they finally discovered a well-maintained villa. Those who had once inhabited the dwelling were either absent or had been rescued before succumbing to the zombie fate. However, it appeared that no signs of disorder had been left behind, suggesting that the occupants might simply not be at home. After all, it is commonplace for the affluent to possess multiple residences. In order to avoid damaging the lock, the group decided to scale the building and entered through a partially open window on the second floor. Upon stepping inside the villa and beholding its opulent decor, exclamations of awe erupted from the group. It was a stark reminder that poverty indeed constrains our imagination. Such extravagance. I could hardly afford a single tile with a month's worth of part-time work. Suddenly, they realized that perhaps the apocalypse had its silver linings. Otherwise, individuals like them, struggling financially, would never dream of residing in such luxury. It is disheartening to contemplate that, in the days leading up to the end, the rich continued to amass wealth while the poor remained entrenched in their plight, toiling a lifetime only to earn less than the discretionary income of the affluent. The allure of wealth is indeed formidable, lamented Hu Wenliang. Hu Wenliang, speak again, and I shall not hesitate to confront you. Chun Hao retorted angrily. Why are you so agitated? I never mentioned you. Hu chuckled. In this new world, money holds no value. Society will undergo a complete transformation. Hence, it is imperative to enhance our strength. Only through power can we acquire what we desire in this dystopian reality, Yang Bin asserted. Brother Bin is right. Once we grow formidable, we may even command those wealthy individuals to serve us, Lao He added with a grin. Do not underestimate the affluent. Their ability to thrive before the apocalypse indicates their exceptional vision and resourcefulness. Coupled with their assets, they will likely fare better than the average person even in dire circumstances. Indeed, but with Brother Bin by our side, I am confident we will surpass others, Chun Hao declared resolutely. I share that belief. Zhao Kuan and the others nodded in agreement. Enough flattery. Did any of you manage to acquire high-grade crystals? Yang Bin inquired. Yes. I have 1 4th-tier crystal and 1 3rd-tier crystal, Chun Hao replied, producing the 2 crystals from his pocket. I also possess 2 3rd-tier crystals, another chimed in. I have one as well. The others began to reveal their own crystals, having seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, while they had no time to gather 2nd-tier or lower. I, too, have several, Yang Bin announced, displaying 3 3rd-tier crystals, which he had collected after a 5th-tier zombie had fled the scene. A few individuals gathered to assess the crystals, smiles adorning their faces. Though this battle was perilous, the rewards were notably satisfactory. 1 4th-tier crystal and 9 3rd-tier crystals. Yang Bin presented the 4th-tier crystal to Chun Hao, who had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Consuming this crystal would elevate him directly to the 4th tier. Moreover, it was only fitting that he received this crystal, as he had singularly vanquished the 4th-tier zombie. As for the remaining 9 3rd-tier crystals, Hu Wenliang consumed 3, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, while the other 6 were bestowed upon Zhao Kuan. The strength of the team experienced a significant enhancement once more. All right, let us each find a room to rest. We shall depart for the supermarket in half an hour, Yang Bin declared. Understood. The villa was spacious, with an abundance of rooms, and each individual selected one for themselves. After taking a shower and changing into fresh attire, they reclined on their beds. The luxurious mattress provided a comfort far superior to the rigid beds at school. While others struggled to survive in the apocalypse, they found themselves enjoying a more comfortable existence than before the calamity. It was a stark reminder of the harsh reality of comparison. Of course, danger was ever present, and they had narrowly escaped peril. This experience rendered Yang Bin increasingly cautious. He vowed to exercise utmost vigilance in the future. In another villa within the Jinghe Garden, 2 individuals stood by the 3rd-floor window, observing Yang Bin and his companions. Although official personnel had arrived for rescue, not everyone had chosen to relocate to the survival base. Some remained reluctant. The leading handsome man furrowed his brow. I had assumed all the residents of this community had departed, allowing me to act freely. I did not expect outsiders to arrive here. They're likely a bunch of impoverished souls who have never resided in a villa, seizing the opportunity to indulge in the affluent lifestyle while the officials cleared out the zombies, remarked another youth. Let us hope they do not interfere with my plans. The man replied coldly. Brother Kai, shall we simply eliminate these youths? One suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Brother Kai shook his head. Their ability to effortlessly ascend to the 2nd floor indicates they are likely evolved beings. We must not act rashly until we understand their strength. But Brother Kai, You are a pinnacle third-tier evolved being, and you possess abilities. Even if they are evolved, how could they pose a threat? They can be easily dispatched. Do not be blindly confident. How can you ascertain that none among them is a fourth-tier evolved being? That seems improbable. Besides the officials, how could there be any fourth-tier evolved beings out there? Never entertain a sense of false security. It could lead to a dire fate, Brother Kai warned sternly. Indeed, Brother Kai is correct. This is a critical moment. As long as they do not approach us, we should avoid conflict. Once the third-tier zombies in the backyard evolve into fourth tier, I too shall ascend to the fourth tier, and with my abilities, I will fear no one. Yes, Brother Kai is formidable. By the way, did that woman Lin Yifei also go to the survival base? Yes, I will have my father find a way to control her. Her abilities are quite powerful, and it would be ideal to have her under our command. Understood. Meanwhile, after resting for half an hour, Yang Bin and his companions set out, leaving Little Orange behind to guard the home. This time, they chose not to drive. As the distance was merely 5 kilometers, there was no need. The vicinity of Jinghe Garden is adorned with lush greenery, and within a 2-kilometer radius, there are no other structures, emphasizing the serene environment. Thus, apart from the residential area, there are scarcely any zombies nearby. Were it not for the scarcity of food, remaining within would indeed be quite pleasant. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally caught sight of another residential community. Yang Bin activated his true sight. Casting a glance towards that direction, his expression darkening. Monkeys, they can't possibly need to pass through this residential area to reach Walmart, can they? It's possible. Yet there is an alternate route, albeit it may be longer. That's reassuring. Let us take the detour. He had observed that the concentration of zombies in that area was simply overwhelming, rendering passage through there utterly impractical. The authorities had opted to conduct rescues at Jinghe Garden while neglecting the surrounding areas. Thus, even in the apocalypse, certain individuals still enjoy preferential treatment. Chapter 72. Catching bullets with bare hands. After making a considerable detour, Yang Bin and his companions finally arrived at the Walmart supermarket. Despite their alternate route, they still encountered numerous zombies along the way. Fortunately, their strength was formidable. As long as they didn't face an overwhelming horde, they were mostly unfazed. This supermarket was undoubtedly one of the largest in Star City, spanning at least over 10,000 square meters. At this moment, the doors of Walmart were firmly shut. Yang Bin utilized his true sight to peer inside and confirmed that the place was indeed occupied by a considerable number of people. However, due to the expanse of the supermarket, he could not discern the exact number. His abilities allowed for extensive vision in open spaces, but obstacles significantly diminished his range. Currently, he could see through approximately 4 or 5 walls. Yang Bin's expression soured. Although he could not see everything, he still caught sight of several distressing scenes. These individuals were living more comfortably than they were, not only free from hunger and want, but also having captured a group of women for their own base desires. The condition of those women suggested they had endured considerable torment. Brother Bin, what is the situation inside? A group of evolved individuals, alongside a number of women who have been horrifically abused, Yang Bin not far from them. A group of more than 10 women lay bare on the ground, their bodies marred with an array of bruises, rendering it nearly impossible to find a single unblemished spot. Their eyes reflected a profound despondency, their faces devoid of expression, with only a semblance of numbness remaining. It was evident, without a shred of doubt, that they had endured unspeakable torment to arrive at such a state. At that moment, a man, seemingly satiated, stood up and approached the group of women, carelessly seizing one of them with the intent to inflict harm. Beast, release that woman. Old Hay thundered in rage. His voice instantly startled those below, causing them to turn in shock towards the scene. How did you get in here? A tattooed man glared at them, fury etched on his face. A cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Eliminate them all. Understood. Chun Hao and the others immediately armed themselves and charged towards their adversaries. Damn it, seeking death. The leading man bellowed. In an instant, dozens of men swiftly retrieved machetes from the nearby containers and lunged at Chun Hao and his companions. These individuals were all evolved beings, each at least at the 2nd tier, with their leader having already reached the 3rd tier. However, such a formation posed little threat to Chun Hao and his team. The uniformity of their machetes did present a risk to Zhao Kuan and the others wielding fire axes, as their weapons were comparatively short, making it difficult to defend against the onslaught of numerous blades. Fortunately, Chun Hao was fierce. He charged forward, swinging the barbell with ferocity, causing the heads of several assailants to explode. Despite their attempts to block with their machetes, they were utterly ineffective. As a fourth-tier individual, Chun Hao possessed over 1,000 kilograms of strength, far beyond the capabilities of these second-tier foes. The machetes shattered under his assault, and their skulls crumbled as well. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the ranks of their attackers, yet they were a band of desperate individuals, undeterred as more surged towards Chun Hao. Hu Wenliang quickly joined the fray. The two of them, one at peak 4th tier and the other at peak 3rd tier, swung their barbell with reckless abandon, sending their assailants flying. It seems like this doesn't concern us, the thin monkey remarked, speechless. I've made up my mind. Once we get out of here, I'm heading to a gym to get some barbells, Zhao Kuan declared resolutely. Indeed, that is a must. Just as Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang were reveling in their slaughter, the sudden crack of a gunshot startled everyone. The leading man had, unbeknownst to them, produced a pistol, aiming it directly at Chun Hao and his team. The two halted, gazing with trepidation at the smoking weapon in his hand. Despite their newfound strength, they instinctively felt fear in the face of firearms, uncertain if they could withstand the impact of a bullet. If you're capable, go ahead and kill. The man sneered coldly. I didn't expect you little brats to possess some skill, but no matter how strong you are, can you withstand a bullet? The group remained silent, watching warily as the man brandished his gun. I want to give it a try. Yang Bin suddenly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Chun Hao and the others. Brother Bin. The others looked at Yang Bin with concern. What did you just say? The man questioned, incredulous. Do you believe the handgun in my possession is fake? No. I know it is real. I simply wish to test its authenticity. Yang Bin fixed his gaze intently on the muzzle. This contraption would inevitably be confronted, and he was curious to ascertain whether his 4th-tier prowess could withstand a bullet. Damn it, a madman. If that is the case, then I shall oblige you today, the man declared, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the bullet surged towards Yang Bin's head. Its speed was imperceptible. Yet through Yang Bin's true vision, he managed to track its trajectory. Swiftly, he waved his hand before him, catching the bullet. Although a searing pain coursed through his hand, it was not insurmountable. When he opened his palm to reveal the bullet resting quietly within, the onlookers gaped in disbelief. Catching a bullet with bare hands. What sorcery is this? Brother Bin is remarkable. Behind him, Chun Hao and others were starstruck, utterly captivated by the spectacle. What the hell? The man cursed angrily. I refuse to believe it. He pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of 4 shots rang out. Yang Bin's hand darted forward, waving in swift motions. And then he extended his palm downward, releasing a clatter as 4 bullets fell to the ground. However, to the assailant's ears, the sound was akin to a sinister melody, draining the color from his face. Chapter 73, Destiny in One's Own Hands. Having experienced the power of the handgun, Yang Bin gained a clearer understanding of its capabilities. He no longer wished to squander time with these individuals. The barbell pole lunged forward, piercing the skull of the lead man before he could comprehend the situation. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals were taken aback, then instantly scattered in a desperate attempt to flee. After witnessing Yang Bin catch bullets with his bare hands, they had lost all courage to resist. Not a single one shall escape, Yang Bin declared coldly. Indeed, Chun Hao and the others nodded, immediately pursuing them. The fleeing individuals awkwardly realized that every exit of the supermarket had been barricaded with their own shelves. At that moment, they wished they could slap themselves. Had they known, they should have left one door open. Under the relentless pursuit of Chun Hao and his companions, one after another fell to the ground, with only a dozen remaining. Realizing their escape was futile, they knelt down in surrender. Please, spare us. This was all the boss's idea. We merely followed him. We have not committed any wrongdoings. A group knelt, pleading earnestly, gambling on the mercy of these young men. Unfortunately, their wager was misguided. Perhaps Hu Wenliang possessed a sense of compassion, but Yang Bin did not. He had issued orders, and they would be executed without hesitation. Moreover, under Yang Bin's continual guidance, Hu Wenliang was quickly adapting to the rules of survival in this apocalyptic world, and this time he too felt no trace of pity. The actions of these individuals had crossed his threshold of tolerance. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, the barbell pole unceremoniously descended upon their heads. Before long, a group of 60 to 70 individuals was completely vanquished. The remaining members returned to Yang Bin's side, where he was intently examining a pistol belonging to one of the fallen. Such weaponry is frequently observed on television, yet this was his first encounter with it in person. It appears that every man possesses a unique fascination with firearms, and Yongbin is no exception. Regrettably, the weapon was devoid of ammunition, as was the individual it belonged to. One could only wonder where this man had procured such a firearm. Brother Bin, how significant is this threat to us? Chun Hao inquired, while the others curiously gazed at the gun in Yongbin's hands. To be candid, they believed they could withstand it. Yet a primal fear of firearms lingered deep within them. This trepidation is a common reaction, particularly when confronted with the dark muzzle pointed in their direction. Yongbin chuckled lightly and remarked, based on my initial assessment, this weapon poses a considerable threat to first and second tier evolvers. However, for those above the third tier, it is of little consequence. Given the physical resilience of a third tier evolver, even if struck, the worst outcome would be a mere superficial injury, with minimal repercussions. Of course, if one were to be hit in the eye, that would be an entirely different matter. Upon saying this, Yongbin opened his palm to reveal a small indentation, a result of intentionally absorbing a bullet with the flat of his hand. Witnessing the wound on Yongbin's hand, the group exhaled in relief. It seemed that a handgun was not as formidable as they had presumed. Noting their relaxed demeanor, Yongbin immediately adopted a serious tone. Do not let your guard down. This is merely an ordinary handgun. There exists a plethora of far more powerful weaponry. Consider the assault rifles wielded by the soldiers we just encountered, capable of turning us into Swiss cheese in an instant, not to mention the heavy machine guns that could easily scare off even a fifth-tier zombie. Therefore, always remember not to underestimate firearms. At the very least, we are not yet qualified to confront them. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, they heard a commotion behind them. The group of women had somehow managed to rise. Instead of expressing gratitude, they gazed at the men with a numbed expression, their eyes reflecting an acceptance of their harsh fate. This sight caused Yongbin and his companions to furrow their brows. Clearly, these women had likely endured multiple changes in their circumstances, perhaps viewing them as no different from those who had come before. Put your clothes on, Yongbin commanded. The women slowly raised their heads to glance at the men before mechanically picking up the tattered garments from the ground and donning them. Go to the clothing area and choose better outfits for yourselves. Yongbin insisted, his irritation evident. Those ragged clothes are worse than not wearing anything at all. Do you not see that we are all vigorous young men here? At this, the women's expressions finally shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, young men have different tastes. They seem to think. Soon, the group of women made their way toward the clothing area. Let us find something to eat, Yongbin stated. Agreed, came the reply. A group of individuals nodded in agreement, and one among them began to push a cart toward the section stocked with rice, flour, and cooking oil. They intended to stockpile a substantial amount of rice and pasta, for the villa was equipped with a kitchen where they could prepare their own meals. Naturally, they also aimed to gather an ample supply of instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, quick meals to take along during their excursions to confront the zombies. This supermarket, indeed a grand establishment, offered nearly everything one might require. However, the group focused primarily on food, as the villa already contained essential household items. Before long, all 6 carts were filled to the brim. One of the individuals then retrieved a large, spacious mountaineering backpack, known for its capacity, and proceeded to fill it as well. It was evident that officials would soon arrive. With so many people at the survival base in need of sustenance and resources, the demand would be immense. Once their initial rescue mission concluded, their first priority would undoubtedly be to seek out provisions. Given that this location was merely a little over 10 kilometers from the survival base, it would certainly become the officials' preferred choice. Thus, they needed to transport a considerable amount now, lest they find the place completely emptied upon their return. Once everything was packed, the group prepared to depart. At that moment, the women, having donned their attire, returned. Upon seeing their outfits, Yongbin and the others were momentarily taken aback. No wonder these women appeared so beleaguered. Each possessed striking figures and features. Yet, what was with the combination of black stockings and uniforms? Were they attempting to intimidate the unsuspecting? Clearly, the women misinterpreted Yongbin's intentions. Taking a deep breath, Yongbin coldly stated, "We are leaving now. You may continue to hide here or pick up a machete from the ground to venture forth and slay the zombies. Remember, in this apocalypse, to avoid being subjected to humiliation, one must become strong." With that, Yongbin and his companions pushed their carts toward the exit. Wait. At this moment, One of the women finally spoke up. Are you not? You are mistaken. In this apocalypse, although many have lost their humanity, there are still those who uphold their principles. Congratulations, you have finally encountered such individuals. Thus, you are free now. As for whether you will face such circumstances again, that remains to be seen. Ultimately, your fate lies in your own hands. Chapter 74. Yang Bin's past. Yang Bin and his companions swiftly departed the supermarket. Just before leaving, Yang Bin instructed Chun how to retain several first-tier crystals. The zombies outside were all of the first tier, and if they did not evolve, even with courage, the women would be venturing out to their demise. Having intervened, it seemed prudent to afford them a greater chance of survival. Whether they could ultimately escape the fate of becoming mere playthings would depend on their own resolve. At this moment, as they journeyed back along the road to Jinghe Garden, each member of the group pushed a cart while carefully balancing a large mountaineering backpack. Fortunately, this path had recently been cleared, resulting in a manageable number of zombies. Ultimately, they successfully transported all their supplies back home. However, with their carts and large bags, they could not escape the notice of those in the adjacent villa. They actually managed to acquire such a vast amount of resources? Kai Gu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the villa in the distance. Haha, brother Kai. This group of people is quite impressive. Just as we were finishing our food, they unexpectedly brought us supplies. Another person chuckled. Indeed. I shall wait until I ascend to a fourth-tier evolver before I engage with them. After all, they are our neighbors. Borrowing a few items should pose no issue. Brother Kai replied with a smile. Inside the villa, the group gazed at the bountiful food scattered across the floor, finally revealing satisfied smiles. With the amount they had, it was sufficient for them to feast for an entire month. Let us temporarily consider this place our stronghold. Each time we venture out to hunt zombies, we shall carry backpacks, striving to bring something back daily. This way, at least for the short term, we need not fear starvation, Yang Bin suggested. However, what if someone arrives while we are out? This security door, though sturdy, cannot withstand high-tier evolvers, Zhao Kuan frowned. From now on, let Little Orange stay at home and not accompany us. Little Orange's strength lies in its speed, while it can handle one or a few adversaries. It lacks significant advantages against hordes of zombies. Thus, Yang Bin decided it would be best to have it guard the house. Meow? Little Orange mewed in agreement, clearly approving of this task. Naturally, as a lazy cat, it preferred to lounge at home rather than confront zombies. Haha, that is perfectly fine. With Little Orange's prowess, even a fourth-tier evolver might not prove a match for it. Chen Hao laughed. Although Little Orange has yet to reach the fourth tier, its speed is remarkable. As time progresses, this advantage becomes increasingly apparent, making it difficult for ordinary fourth-tier evolvers to catch it. Alright, it's settled then. Let us hasten to prepare some cured meat. We shall indulge in a delicious meal today, Yang Bin said cheerfully. Haha, that is certainly achievable. During their scavenging, they managed to gather a good amount of cured meats and dried vegetables suitable for long-term storage, ensuring they wouldn't be left with nothing to eat. As others assisted, Yang Bin took charge as the chef, and soon an array of fragrant dishes emerged from the kitchen. The group gathered around the table with bowls and chopsticks, joyfully savoring their meal. In this apocalyptic world, such a scene was truly a rare delight. Brother Bin, your culinary skills are absolutely on par with those of a master chef. This is delicious. They praised him as they ate. Indeed, it is hard to fathom that we can still enjoy such luxuries in this apocalypse. Enough with the flattery. Let us eat quickly and retire early to gaze at the stars tonight. Nodding in agreement, they each consumed 3 bowls of rice, finishing all the dishes laid before them before reluctantly setting down their utensils. Washing the dishes is your task. I'm going upstairs to sleep, Yang Bin announced. All right, no problem. The others responded enthusiastically. Before long, Yang Bin ascended the stairs, and the others swiftly began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Howsy? What exactly has Brother Bin experienced in the past? Why do I feel he possesses a maturity beyond ours and seems to know everything? Zhao Kuan inquired curiously. Previously, he led a team where he made all the decisions. Since joining this group, he feels somewhat useless, as he cannot contribute every problem he thinks of. Yang Bin has already anticipated. In the face of any situation, Yang Bin is able to swiftly make the most reasonable arrangements, which piqued Zhao Kuan's curiosity about his past. It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to possess such mental acuity at the tender age of 20. Chen Hao glanced upstairs and sighed, remarking that Brother Bin's childhood was far more tragic than theirs. At the age of 11, Brother Bin lost his parents in a tragic car accident, becoming an orphan. Fortunately, he received a substantial compensation. Subsequently, his aunt became his guardian and promised to raise him, leading him to her home. However, his aunt was primarily interested in the compensation money. At that tender age, Brother Bin did not comprehend the implications and entrusted the money to her care. After receiving the funds, his aunt purchased a new house, and their lives seemed to improve, yet Brother Bin was plunged into a nightmarish existence. He was burdened with all the household chores, endured physical abuse from his uncle, and watched his cousin flaunt toys purchased with his own money, which he was forbidden to touch. Chun Hao's eyes reddened as he recounted this. Damn, this family is utterly despicable, squandering the money earned through Brother Bin's parents' sacrifice while treating him like a slave. The others were equally outraged, including Hu Wenliang, who learned about Yang Bin's past for the first time. What happened next? They inquired. Brother Bin eventually escaped that household and never returned, surviving by scavenging for garbage to sell and sleeping in underpasses at night. You cannot fathom the hardships he endured, fighting stray dogs for food and competing with the homeless for territory. Once, he was severely beaten for mistakenly taking an unfinished drink bottle and had no money for medical care, forcing him to endure the pain alone. It was only when he entered middle school, which provided dormitories, that he finally had a bed to sleep in. His enrollment procedures were handled by his elementary school teacher, who, recognizing his academic excellence and knowing his circumstances, assisted him with everything. Nevertheless, Brother Bin declined any further assistance from the teacher, continuing to rely on himself for sustenance. I met him in middle school, where we were desk partners. On one occasion, after seeing him scavenging, I began secretly bringing food from home to share with him at school. Because of this small act of kindness, when I was bullied by a group of school bullies at the school gate, Brother Bin happened to witness it. That was the first time I saw true ferocity. He single-handedly drove away 7 or 8 peers, a display of strength I will never forget. From then on, I remained by his side, and with his support, I, a struggling student, managed to gain admission to a prestigious university, bringing great pride to my family. From elementary school through university, Brother Bin faced everything alone. How can you even begin to compare yourselves to him? After hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone fell silent, finally understanding why Yang Bin possesses a maturity far beyond his peers. His childhood was undeniably harrowing.